This was the second time Tang Ruyue visited Tang Xi's home. The last time was when she got married. Ruyue hurriedly looked around and took a quick glance, feeling little connection to her daughter's future life. It wasn't until this visit that she carefully examined Tang Xi's current home and saw her daughter's life up close. The way the couple lived could be seen from their house. Ruyue remembered that during her last visit, the small building looked somewhat bleak and cold. But now everything is very different. Warm sunlight shines on the small white house. The once bare front yard is now full of blooming flowers. Since it's spring, the flowers are in full bloom, clustered in deep red and light red, with a faint fragrance carried by the breeze. Besides the flower bushes planted on the first floor, there is a small wisteria vine on the second floor, hanging down from the bedroom window like a purple waterfall, gently swaying. The living room, which used to be simple and quiet, is now lively and full of life. There are handmade knitted coasters sent by the neighbor lady and fruits distributed by the workplace. On the corner shelf, there is a blue and white porcelain vase filled with freshly picked flowers from the yard. The kitchen utensils are neatly arranged, and even the bottoms of the pots are so clean that no soot is visible. Seeing this, Tang Ruyue couldn't help but stop and look around. She looked at her daughter with surprise. "You actually know how to take care of the kitchen?" Tang Xi innocently replied, "That's all Wen Jiuyuan's doing." Tang Ruyue's pupils trembled wildly. She looked past Tang Xi's shoulder and saw Wen Jiuyuan standing in the living room, smiling at her. Tang Ruyue shivered and muttered, "Really hard to tell." Tang Xi was a bit confused. "What's so hard to tell? Didn't you eat his cooking at the house in Shirley Village before?" Tang Ruyue shook her head. "That's not necessarily the case. Some men act differently when they visit their mother-in-law's house. But once they return home, they are completely different. However, Wen Jiuyuan always stays consistent no matter when. That's why Tang Ruyue is most satisfied with him." Tang Xi didn't know her mother's thoughts yet. She eagerly pulled Tang Ruyue, asking her to go upstairs and take a look. The master bedroom and study are on the second floor, which is also where Tang Xi usually spends most of her time. The study was originally Wen Jiuyuan's exclusive space, but now most of it has been given to Tang Xi. The bookshelves on the wall are filled with all kinds of books she needs. Wen Jiuyuan's original books are either packed in boxes or squeezed into the corner in a sad state. Even the two desks in the study are different, one large and one small. The small desk is clean and tidy, with everything carefully arranged. The large desk is messy, with pages scattered everywhere, but in Tang Xi's opinion, it's organized chaos. Tang Ruyue immediately recognized her daughter's desk. After observing the lighting and orientation, she knew this large desk was definitely the best spot. When they went to the master bedroom, it was the same. Looking around, everything is from Tang Xi. As for Wen Jiuyuan, there are only a few items. After walking this way, Tang Ruyue has a good idea of the situation. You should also usually let Jiuyuan have more say.
Tang vui deliberten se colette per lei fuli.
She lightly patted Tang Xi's arm, not too hard. Then she glanced at Wen Jiuyuan on purpose. Wen Jiuyuan quickly understood. That's only right. She works busier than I do, so I can bring my things to the office. Tang Xi nodded firmly, thinking Tang Ruyue was really helping Wen Jiuyuan speak. Unaware, Tang Ruyue was just worried her daughter was being spoiled too much, so she said some polite words. In fact, she was very happy about her daughter being well taken care of. Now, Tang Ruyue saw that Wen Jiuyuan was truly becoming more satisfied with her daughter, like a mother-in-law liking her son-in-law more and more. "I heard you have plans later? Perfect, I'll cook a few dishes then." Tang Ruyue's enthusiasm was rare, and Wen Jiuyuan rarely refused. Tang Ruyue stopped and pulled Tang Xi to buy some vegetables nearby. Tang Xi muttered, "I don't know where the vegetable market is." But she was forced to go out. Fortunately, at the door, they ran into Sister Liang from next door. Since Tang Xi's mother moved here, Liang had been very friendly, actively showing them the way to the market. If it weren't for seeing that Tang Ruyue and her daughter had something private to talk about, Liang might have taken them there herself. After saying goodbye to Liang, Tang Ruyue asked about her. Tang Xi briefly explained Liang Ying's identity and emphasized, Sister Liang takes good care of me. When they first moved into the big courtyard, if Liang Ying hadn't helped her integrate, Tang Xi probably wouldn't have gained so much goodwill so quickly. Including the rumors and gossip back then, Liang Ying's righteous words helped a lot. Of course, Tang Xi didn't tell Tang Ruyue these things, afraid she'd worry. But even if she didn't say anything, Tang Ruyue could guess. Where there are people, there's no true peace. Tang Xi's possible experiences, Tang Ruyue could guess too. But seeing her daughter happy and not showing any signs of distress, Tang Ruyue didn't ask further. Mother and daughter held hands and went to the market. Along the way, they met many familiar faces, all greeting Tang Xi warmly. Tang Ruyue was a bit surprised. She never thought that Tang Xi, who had no friends in the village before, now knew so many people. Tang Xi had to explain, some of them are my students' parents. That's when Tang Ruyue learned about Tang Xi's article published in the newspaper. She was startled and exclaimed, why didn't you tell me earlier? Otherwise, I would have kept that newspaper. Tang Ruyue sighed with regret. She turned her head and thought about how to get another copy to look at. Seeing her like this, Tang Xi seemed to recall the frightening scene after the article was published. She quickly said, we still have it at home. Just look at it yourself, but please don't spread it around. She really didn't want to go through that period of everyone congratulating her everywhere she went again. Tang Ruyue understood her daughter's cautious thoughts. She couldn't help but smile. Okay, I understand. Then she took Tang Xi to pick fresh vegetables at the market. Mother and daughter wandered for over half an hour before returning home. When they arrived, Wen Jiuyuan surprisingly cleaned the house very efficiently. He mopped the floor, wiped the tables, replaced some wilted flowers. And the room on the first floor where Tang Ruyue would stay, which had been cleaned once before, was now spotless and perfectly clean. Tang Xi thought his actions were completely normal, but Tang Ruyue was stunned, her eyes wide open. Wen Jiuyuan's actions kept shocking her again and again. As Tang Ruyue gradually became familiar with the home environment, later in the afternoon, Tang Xi went to find Fu Xueming. Fu Xueming's research institute was very secure, with strict visitor procedures. Tang Xi couldn't go there suddenly, so she first called Fu Xueming's office. Later, they arranged to meet at the Light Weapon Research Institute. Zhuang Tao was also there. Honestly, when Tang Xi first heard the meeting place set by Fu Xueming, she was very surprised. She nervously went to the research institute and confidently headed to Zhuang Tao's office. Director, Tang Xi called, feeling strangely guilty. She thought she would hear Zhuang Tao's complaints and accusations. But unexpectedly, Zhuang Tao was surprisingly calm and even had time to make tea.
Sit down.
Why are you standing there like an idiot? Tang Xi tried to stay calm, nodded, and sat on the sofa across from Zhuang Tao. She looked at her watch. She was almost late for her appointment with Fu Xueming. This was intentional on her part. Director, actually, Tang Xi carefully chose her words. Zhuang Tao picked up his teacup, saw her nervous face, and chuckled. Why are you so scared? Am I a fierce tiger? Everyone is smart. Just from Zhuang Tao's attitude, Tang Xi could tell he was accepting of this matter.
But.
Sorry, Teacher Zhuang. Tang Xi sincerely and earnestly apologized. Zhuang Tao has always wanted to become a teacher at Tang Xi, but unfortunately, Tang Xi has been vague and avoided it. Who would have thought that the first time someone calls teacher, it would happen under such circumstances? Zhuang Tao feels a bit touched, but mostly he is filled with emotion. Little Tang, this is your life, your choice. You don't owe me anything. He doesn't want Tang Xi to carry any mental burden because of changing jobs. Moreover, from the very first day he invited Tang Xi to join the Light Weapons Research Institute, he knew clearly, you are not committed here. Your interest in light weapons is temporary. I understand all that. Tang Xi touches her nose, feeling strangely like a bit of a scoundrel, like a wanderer passing through a sea of flowers, leaving no trace behind. Light weapons are just a temporary interest. Missiles are not her true passion. The vast, endless starry ocean is her ultimate goal. Tang Xi is momentarily lost in thought, not noticing Fu Xueming pushing the door open. "TSK, Lao Zhuang, are you bullying my student?" Fu Xueming walks in proudly, like a proud rooster. Seeing this, Zhuang Tao rolls his eyes almost to the back of his head. "Here we go again. Little Tang hasn't even agreed to be your student yet." Fu Xueming snorts twice. "Little Tang, what did you call me just now?" Tang Xi's smile stiffens slightly. "Fu."
Teacher Fu.
Fu Xueming's eyes widen. See. Still denying she's my student?"
Ha.
Zhuang Tao sneers coldly, unwilling to back down, and asks, "Little Tang, what did you just call me?" Tang Xi's voice gradually weakens. "Teacher Zhuang." Zhuang Tao crosses his arms in a provocative manner. "So, how about that?" Fu Xueming's expression becomes a bit strained, and he can only look at Tang Xi with a resentful gaze. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Xi suddenly starts coughing violently. Sure enough, the attention of Fu Xueming and Zhuang Tao shifts, and they focus on her health. Tang Xi takes the opportunity to say, "Yeah, I don't feel very well. Maybe I've been a bit tired lately." She pretends to be weak and coughs twice more. Fu Xueming quickly suggests, "Maybe I should call Lao Lin and have him take a look at you now." Lao Lin, in Fu Xueming's words, is the legendary master Lin Guoshuo. They had originally planned to see a doctor tomorrow, but now Fu Xueming is eager to take Tang Xi there immediately. Realizing he might be overacting, Tang Xi quickly waves her hand, saying she's fine. Fu Xueming repeatedly confirms, and seeing that Tang Xi only looks a bit pale without other issues, he finally relaxes. After a brief pause, he suddenly realizes, could it be that Tang Xi is pretending to be unwell because she's feeling too pressured? He found it a bit funny, but then he thought it over and decided not to argue with Zhuang Tao. He had wanted to fight for the title of teacher, but now it seemed, he was mature and steady, unlike Zhuang Tao, who was so childish. Fu Xueming proudly puffed out his chest and deliberately glanced at Zhuang Tao. Zhuang Tao frowned, quietly muttering to himself, "Does this old guy have a problem with his mind?" But because of Tang Xi's health, Zhuang Tao didn't want to argue with Fu Xueming. The disagreement faded away silently. Tang Xi let out a small sigh of relief. At this moment, Fu Xueming finally remembered the purpose of this trip. "So, what's your answer?" he asked. Tang Xi was very decisive. "I want to choose the third option." He still remembered what Fu Xueming had said before. The first option was to keep things as they are, with some extra help to help Tang Xi improve faster, aiming for stability. The second option was more aggressive. Tang Xi could enter Beijing University without exams and get into the top research institute everyone wanted to join, becoming Fu Xueming's student. Both paths were dreams for many people. But Tang Xi said she chose the third.
Fu Xueming looked confused.
Zhuang Tao also frowned slightly. However, neither of the elders criticized her idea immediately. Instead, they asked her to explain. "I want to study mathematics at Beijing University, but I don't want to join the top research institute. I'm very interested in missile research, but I don't plan to make it my only path." When she finally spoke her well-thought-out words, Tang Xi hesitated a little. But she still chose to be honest. Because she was young, and she could be bold, reckless, and ignore rules, even do a little disrespectful thing. Moreover, although the two elders usually spoke sharply, they were very kind to her and especially tolerant. That's why Tang Xi dared to say these things. Sure enough, although Fu Xueming and Zhuang Tao hesitated, they didn't directly criticize her. Fu Xueming sighed. "Are you really sure about this?"
Tang Xi nodded that.
She had thought about it countless times. Nothing was more certain than her current decision. Back then, Fu Xueming presented her with two options. Both were good, but they were arranged by others, not what she truly wanted. If she were just an ordinary student, she would be overjoyed by such attention and would follow the plan without question, feeling she was honoring her elders' guidance. Kadong Creek has a learning system that surpasses its time. If she had been stuck somewhere early on, that would have been a waste of her special talents. Actually, Kadong Creek's favorite thing is working at the Light Weapons Research Institute. She can participate in projects without being fully committed to one path and can do her own things. However, the First Research Institute holds a very high status and does not allow her to have special treatment. Kadong Creek thought about it and could only regretfully give up. Fu Xueming and Zhuang Tao ultimately respected Kadong Creek's decision. Fu Xueming said he would arrange for her to enroll at Beijing University as soon as possible. But before that, Kadong Creek needed to settle her 2 jobs. Right now, her main task was working at the Light Weapons Research Institute. Zhuang Tao had already thought it through. Little Tang, I will reserve a special researcher position for you. Kadong Creek was a bit surprised. Zhuang Tao smiled and said, have you forgotten how strong your abilities are? Missing out on such an excellent researcher as you would be a loss for our institute. But although the job is reserved, you will only receive a basic salary each month. You don't need to punch in at the institute. Just help us out when there's an emergency. Kadong Creek thought for a moment and quickly agreed. Her modular firearm project was still at the Light Weapons Research Institute. The basic research was already done, and now she just needed to follow the plan. But this project was something she had helped develop herself. She couldn't just abandon it completely. So, as Zhuang Tao suggested, keeping her special researcher position and maintaining her eligibility to participate in projects was the best plan. Fu Xueming, standing nearby, felt a bit jealous. He also wanted to make Kadong Creek his own special researcher. But the projects at the First Research Institute were highly confidential. With Kadong Creek's current status, it was very difficult for her to join the projects unless she was a formal researcher. No matter how much Fu Xueming regretted this, he could only accept the reality. However, he still told Kadong Creek, Little Tang, remember, the doors of the First Research Institute will always be open to you. Kadong Creek nodded and smiled. I know, Teacher Fu. After leaving the Research Institute, Kadong Creek hurried to the school to find Principal Qi and told him she might need to leave her job early. Qi Fong was naturally very surprised. His first reaction was to try to persuade her to stay, thinking she was unhappy with her current treatment, and he even wanted to make her temporary teacher a permanent one. These days, teachers are highly valued and considered stable jobs. Many people are eager to become official teachers. From what Tang Xi knows now, many young teachers at the school are temporary staff, not full-time employees. It's clear that Principal Qi's words were spoken with good intentions. However, Tang Xi could only feel helpless and mentioned her plans to attend university. She subtly hinted at her decision. As an education professional, Principal Qi quickly understood how difficult this opportunity was. He knew that Tang Xi's stay as a temporary teacher for half a year was just a transition, and her ultimate goal was to go to university. At this point, Principal Qi had no reason to stop her and could only sadly agree to her resignation. Tang Xi wanted to leave quietly, but when she went to pack her things in the office, the news somehow spread. The students from her 2 classes rushed over and crowded into the teacher's office. Little Teacher Tang, are you really leaving? Don't go, Little Teacher Tang. We'll miss you so much. Is the school not letting you teach anymore? We don't agree. We want you to stay. Yes. Stay, Little Teacher Tang. The students cheered loudly. Tang Xi and the other teachers were shocked by the scene. She quickly raised her hand to calm them. You misunderstand. It's not the school not letting me teach. I'm leaving for personal reasons. The word leaving was clear and made the rumor seem true. The students looked at her with sadness. A few emotional girls secretly wiped away tears. Seeing this, Tang Xi felt deeply touched. Honestly, she hadn't been at the school for long. But this place was where she started anew after having a prophetic dream. For a long time, the school and its students had been her support, helping her get through difficult times of finding her direction. Even just a month felt like a long, distant memory to her. She looked around and saw many familiar faces, still remembering their names. At the back of the crowd, she saw Yu Jia and Yu Yan, both looking a bit upset. But she had already told the brother and sister about her plans, so they were mentally prepared and wouldn't find it too hard to accept. Of course, things weren't much better now either. Feeling the most sincere and powerful emotions from the students, Tang Xi suppresses her rising tears. Thank you. No matter where I go in the future, I will remember all of you, she says sincerely. Just then, Principal Qi's voice sounds from behind the crowd. Since that's the case, Teacher Xiao Tang, the school is hosting a dinner in the cafeteria today to send you off. Tang Xi is initially stunned, then begins to refuse. She thinks it's too costly. However, Principal Qi insists strongly. Other teachers also start to agree. And the students cheer loudly, showing their support, which makes Principal Qi feel appreciated too. Reluctantly, Tang Xi agrees, but her heart is full of gratitude. What she doesn't know is that the people who are even more grateful are Principal Qi and some teachers and students. Tang Xi's presence means a lot to this school. Even though she hasn't been here long, she has left a strong mark in the school's history. Not just her articles published in the newspaper, but also her generous sharing of advanced teaching ideas and opening new doors for students. Some things may not be visible or grow in just a day or two. But just like seeds planted in the soil, eventually, they will bloom into beautiful flowers. This is the mark of Tang Xi's time here. The lively day passes quickly. When Tang Xi returns home, she still relishes the simple and happy feelings. Every time she thinks about it, she can't help but smile.
Tang vui at scudio sili.
Tang Xi shares everything happily. She props her chin with her hand, speaking cheerfully. Sometimes I think, being a teacher isn't so bad. The children are so pure and sincere, and I feel like my heart is healed. If she didn't bear heavier responsibilities, Tang Xi would want to be a teacher forever. Tang Ruyue strokes her hair, imagining her daughter surrounded by children, and she also smiles. Cici, I'm proud of you. Tang Xi happily throws herself into Tang Ruyue's arms. Now, the school and research institute matters are settled for the moment. But that doesn't mean she can relax in the next few days. On the contrary, many other things still need her attention. Cici, come and take your medicine. Tang Ruyue's voice, mixed with the strong bitter smell of medicine, drifts from the kitchen. As Tang Xi steps onto the first floor, she almost immediately frowns. Yesterday, finally having free time, Tang Xi went to visit Linguisho with Wen Jiuyuan and Tang Ruyue. After checking her pulse, it was clear that her condition was a leftover from early birth. Even Linguisho could only prescribe some nourishing herbs to help her regain energy. This made Tang Xi feel very sad. Since her mother moved to the capital, she hadn't eaten many of the delicious foods she remembered, only bitter medicinal drinks. Tang Xi couldn't bear it anymore, so she quietly tiptoed toward the door to leave. Although avoiding medicine isn't a good idea in the long run, she decided to hide for now. The medicinal soup was still hot and very strong in flavor. Maybe when she returned, it wouldn't taste so bitter. Tang Xi was unsure if she was avoiding or just staying hopeful.
Cici? Cici?
Where are you? The medicine will get cold soon. If it cools down, it won't work as well. Tang Xi noticed Ruyue's footsteps approaching and hurriedly moved faster. Just as she reached the door, a quiet voice came from behind. Where are you going, Cici? Calm, deep, with a faint smile. Tang Xi's eyes quickly drooped. She turned around and complained, Can't you walk quietly? Wen Jiuyuan quickly apologized, Sorry, I'm used to it. But his face didn't look sorry. Instead, he looked a bit mischievous. Are you going out? But Mom is calling you. He pretended to be innocent, but his smile was almost spilling out. Tang Xi glared at him angrily and had to accept her fate, turning back. Mom, I'm here. Her voice was weak and tired. Ruyue just brought out a steaming bowl of medicinal soup. Getting closer, the bitter taste became even stronger. It kept drifting into Tang Xi's nose, making her head feel numb from the bitterness. Tang Xi vaguely remembered the feeling of her tongue turning bitter, so she sadly asked, Can I wait a little longer to drink it? Ruyue looked at her with a scolding expression. You're not a child anymore. Why are you afraid of medicine? Drink it quickly while it's hot. I'll check on you later. After saying that, she turned back to the kitchen. Tang Xi sighed softly and finally sat at the table. Wen Jiuyuan followed closely behind. All for your health, Cici. Just bear with it. Old Lin said you only need to do this for a month. This time, Tang Xi sighed even longer. A month? She wrinkled her nose, pinched her nose with one hand, picked up the bowl of medicine with the other, and drank it all in one gulp. It was bitter. Very bitter. Extremely bitter. Tang Xi felt like her internal organs were twisting together. She exerted so much effort that she barely managed to stop herself from vomiting. Even when her face was twisted and her eyes nearly closed from the effort, a hard, sweet thing was stuffed into her mouth. Is this candy? A faint sweetness eased the bitterness on her tongue. Tang Xi finally opened her eyes. She saw Wen Jiuyuan holding out his hand, revealing a few hard candies in his palm. The candy's wrapping was very delicate, with English writing on it, and the flavor was light and not greasy. Tang Xi liked it very much and asked curiously, "Where did you get these?" "I don't remember having snacks at home." Wen Jiuyuan casually placed the candies in her palm. "I bought them this morning." Probably because he saw how difficult it was for her to take her medicine, he went out early in the morning to buy the candies. Tang Xi looked down at them, her eyes a bit surprised. They were just a few candies. But she felt these candies were cuter, more beautiful, and tasted better than others. "When did you go out?" "I didn't know." Tang Xi's lips couldn't help but curl up. Wen Jiuyuan pulled out a chair next to her and sat down. "Aren't you angry?" Tang Xi lied openly. "When did I get angry?" She had already forgotten about glaring at Wen Jiuyuan just now. Wen Jiuyuan couldn't help but smile a little more. Then he remembered. "Oh right, I can't go out with you today." According to Tang Xi's plan, she was supposed to visit her uncle's house today, then go shopping with her mother, and also check out some houses. Hearing Wen Jiuyuan say this, Tang Xi was not surprised. "Yes, I know you've been busy lately."
Tang Xi rất phồn đề ca su.
Wen Jiuyuan looked at her, feeling a bit helpless. Sometimes his wife was too understanding, making him feel like he wasn't needed. No, that's not right. Sometimes too much of a good thing can backfire. He needed to learn to be content. Wen Jiuyuan quickly adjusted his mood. He handed Tang Xi a piece of paper with an address and phone number written on it. Then he said, "But I asked a friend for help. He works at the relevant agency, so he can accompany you when the time comes." Tang Xi knew that buying a courtyard house involved complicated procedures. Because of past housing policies, such houses often had multiple families living together. Without the right connections, it was easy to encounter unclear property rights or disputes. So having a familiar and reliable person to help was very useful. But what surprised Tang Xi was, "You actually have friends. I don't think I've heard you mention any before." She thought Wen Jiuyuan had always been a loner and had no friends. Wen Jiuyuan chuckled and said, "I'm not completely alone." Tang Xi shrugged and said, "That's nothing. I also have no friends." Although she was popular, her connections were mostly relatives and colleagues. The only people she could truly call friends were really none. Fortunately, Tang Xi didn't dwell on such things or feel bothered by having few friends. She wouldn't feel there's anything wrong with herself because of that. Seeing her relaxed and unconcerned expression, Wen Jiuyuan felt a little sympathy. But he knew that showing sympathy would only make Tang Xi unhappy. She was stubborn and would never allow others to pity her. So, Wen Jiuyuan could only hold back and continue the previous topic. "His name is Bai Chen. He's been a childhood friend of mine."
Bai?
Tang Xi immediately remembered a family with a surname Bai that had good relations with Wen's family. She remembered meeting them during the New Year at Wen's house. But her memory of that was vague, just a faint outline. Wen Jiuyuan's heart skipped a beat. "Do you remember him?" Tang Xi looked a bit surprised. "I don't remember." "Should I?" Wen Jiuyuan slightly curled his lips. "When we were kids, probably around a few years old, he and I, along with some friends, took you out to play twice." "Really? I can't remember it all." Tang Xi sounded a little regretful. But she didn't know that the person truly feeling regretful was Wen Jiuyuan. But it's all in the past now. Bringing it up doesn't matter anymore. Anyway, the person married to Tang Xi and living with her was him. Wen Jiuyuan thought this and suppressed a hint of sadness. He quickly returned to his normal expression and said to Tang Xi, "I called Bai Chen yesterday and asked him to help pick out some suitable houses. When you meet him today, you can go see the houses directly. Tang Xi was pleasantly surprised. That's much more efficient. She had thought she'd spend her days off before school looking at houses. Seeing Tang Xi happy, Wen Jiuyuan also smiled. After breakfast, Wen Jiuyuan was about to go to work and planned to ask Xiao to drive Tang Xi and Tang Ruyue to her uncle's house. But both mother and daughter refused, saying they wanted to take the chance to explore the city. In the end, Wen Jiuyuan had no choice. Fortunately, the recent traces of tracking Liu Hao had left Beijing, so he didn't have to worry about Tang Xi's safety. Finally, Wen Jiuyuan could only go along with the wishes of the mother and daughter, watching them happily ride away on their bicycles. Today's weather was nice, just right, neither cold nor hot. A gentle breeze brushed the face, and the sunlight was soft. Tang Xi held the handlebars, her black hair flying in the wind, and she couldn't help but squint happily. Tang Ruyue sat behind her, initially looking a bit nervous. After all, in the past few days, she had mostly been in cars, so she didn't really feel connected to her surroundings. Now, sitting on the bicycle, she was truly experiencing the atmosphere of the capital city. The outside world has changed so much, Tang Ruyue murmured. This sentence drifted with the wind into Tang Xi's ears, making her feel a little sad. Over the years, due to various reasons, Tang Ruyue had hardly been to the capital city. Even when she came, it was only to visit the Wen family's old house. She came quickly and left just as fast. The last time she wandered aimlessly around the city was probably when her father was still around. Tang Xi, who didn't have deep childhood memories, clearly remembered her mother standing beside her father, innocent, happy, like a well-protected little girl. Back then, the city was filled with trolleybuses. The three of them squeezed into a seat, sticking their heads out of the large window to see the old yet grand Forbidden City, laughing foolishly and happily. Years had passed in the blink of an eye. With Xie Zhang's departure, Tang Ruyue seemed to be forever stuck in that year-surely village, unaware of the outside world. As a teenager, Tang Xi studied hard at home, often looking up to see Tang Ruyue sitting in the yard, lost in thought. Her back looked weathered and lonely, as if her soul had grown old early. At that time, she secretly vowed in her heart to take her mother away from that place someday, to show her that life was still long and full of possibilities, and not to fall into an early retirement mindset. That's why Tang Xi repeatedly urged Tang Ruyue to leave. Not only because she couldn't bear to part with her mother or was worried about her, but also because she wanted her mother to embrace a new life. Look, isn't the outside world so big? Tang Xi turned around with a smile. Tang Ruyue felt the unspoken meaning behind her daughter's smile. Her eyes suddenly warmed and she nodded. Yes, it's very big. Tang Xi's smile deepened, and she pedaled harder on the bicycle. The scenery flashed past like a slideshow, as if she hadn't seen enough, but soon the surroundings gradually became deserted. Tang Ruyue looked around in surprise. Are your uncles and the others living so far out now? My older brother Yu Jingming used to own a machine factory right in the city center. Even the housing area assigned to his family was in a very lively part of town. Many people envied this and thought Yu Jingming was sitting on a gold mine. But in just over 10 years, things changed completely. Tang Ruyue felt a bit sad, but mostly she felt worried. Tang Xi heard this and smiled, saying, "Actually, Uncle and the others are doing quite well now. They've moved into a new apartment. It's a bit remote here, but quiet and nice environment." Tang Ruyue reluctantly accepted this explanation. Soon, the mother and daughter arrived near the machine factory, and from afar, they saw rows of factory buildings. Although not as busy as the city center, the factories had been renovated recently and looked impressive. Tang Ruyue felt a little comforted and started to change her attitude, observing the surroundings. Tang Xi had already ridden her bike to the gate of the housing area. Just as she parked her bike, she heard a friendly voice nearby, "Little Tang expert." Tang Xi turned to see Director Tsen and nodded in greeting. Director Tsen hurried over. "Little Tang expert, what brings you here today? Are you inspecting our factory?" Because Tang Xi helped improve the factory's machines, production efficiency had greatly increased. more than several times better than before. In such a short time, she achieved something amazing, which completely surprised director Xin Jiaming. He saw Tang Xi as an untapped treasure and wanted to flatter her, hoping to get more benefits. Tang Xi understood Director Xin's intentions. But Director Xin was honest and straightforward in his actions. Even when trying to flatter her and ask her to take care of the factory in the future, he said it directly, without hiding anything. Tang Xi appreciated this attitude and also had a good impression of Director San. She explained proactively, Director Xin, you're being too kind. It's not an inspection. I'm just here with my mother to visit my uncle. Only then did Jiaming notice Tang Ruyue beside Tang Xi. Ruyue was usually shy in front of strangers. Seeing Jiaming's curious look, she shyly tucked her hair behind her ear. Hello, she said softly. Tang Xi knew her mother's shy nature well. This is my mom, Tang Ruyue. Xin Jiaming was stunned for several seconds before nervously reaching out his hand. Hello, Comrade Tang Ruyue. I am Xin Jiaming. You can call me Little Xin. Tang Ruyue looked blankly at the two hands extended toward her, hesitating whether to shake hands or not. Xin Jiaming lowered his head, realizing his reaction was a bit over the top, and quickly withdrew his hand, smiling awkwardly. He didn't dare stay long afterward. After greeting Tang Xi briefly, he hurriedly ran away. Watching his hurried departure, Tang Xi raised an eyebrow, wondering what he was thinking. Tang Ruyue, however, let out a small sigh of relief. Xi, shall we go upstairs? Yes, let's go. The mother and daughter entered the corridor and reached the floor where Yu Jingming's home was located. They had called ahead, so Yu Jingming and Yang Bixiao were already waiting at home. The last time Tang Ruyue and Yu Jingming's siblings met was during Tang Xi's wedding. Back then, they were so busy with the wedding that they didn't have time to talk. Only now did the siblings truly sit down and chat face to face. But it seems something has gone off course. Yang Bixiao warmly pulled Tang Ruyue to sit on the sofa. Little Yu, I haven't seen you in a long time. You haven't come to visit sister-in-law. Tang Ruyue was not used to others' enthusiasm, but had long been accustomed to her sister-in-law Yang Bixiao's attitude. Sorry, sister-in-law. I couldn't properly host you at the wedding. Yang Bixiao waved her hand generously. Oh, it's nothing. Family matters. The sister-in-law and her sister-in-law spoke amicably, holding hands without any sign of distance. Yang Bixiao was so happy she couldn't help but touch Tang Ruyue's cheek, her eyes shining brightly. Meanwhile, Tang Xi and Yu Jingming, the uncle and nephew, were completely ignored and pushed aside. Tang Xi's mouth twitched slightly. Annie and my mom get along really well. Yu Jingming looked at this scene with satisfaction. Then he said something surprising. Your auntie likes good-looking people. Tang Xi's eyes widened in shock. Seeing her surprise, Yu Jingming rarely smiled. Tang Xi gradually regained her composure, glanced at her uncle, and said meaningfully, No wonder auntie and uncle have been so close all these years. Yu Jingming, a straightforward and sometimes stubborn man, was not very talkative. But he had one outstanding advantage: he was good-looking. A square face, thick eyebrows, big eyes. These were the most popular features of their generation. Of course, Auntie Yang Bixiao was also quite attractive. Otherwise, the two of them wouldn't be as beautiful as Yu Jiayu and Sister Yan. However, Tang Xi's sudden teasing made Yu Jingming blush. Cough, my aunt isn't upset about that. Yu Jingming felt embarrassed to discuss these things with his niece, so he quickly changed the subject. But why did you choose to come today? I thought you were going to work at the school? Tang Xi called the mechanical factory yesterday. Since her phone bill was expensive, she kept her explanation brief, only mentioning that Tang Ruyue had already moved to Beijing smoothly and mother and daughter would visit the factory tomorrow. Yu Jingming was full of questions but still asked his boss for leave, and today he and his wife stayed home to welcome Tang Xi and her daughter. As for Yu Jia and Yu Yan, no matter how reluctant they were, they could only obediently go to school. I resigned from school. Tang Xi briefly explained that she planned to start university early. Yu Jingming was very happy and kept saying it was a great thing. Although Yu Jingming didn't read many books, he valued education very much. Otherwise, he wouldn't have forced Yu Jia to repeat her 3rd year of high school and continue trying for college. That I'll have my aunt prepare a nice meal at noon so our family can celebrate. Seeing Yu Jingming smile so happily, Tang Xi suddenly remembered something. Oh, uncle, how have you been getting along with Director Tsin lately? Director Tsin? He's pretty good. He's a nice person, not at all like a typical boss. A few days ago, we even went fishing together. It was obvious that Yu Jingming had been getting along well with Xin Jiaming recently, and everyone knew he had been speaking well of Director Tsin here. Tang Xi asked casually, what about Director Tsin's family? Are they easy to get along with? Yu Jingming didn't think much and blurted out everything. Director Tsin is single now. I heard his wife passed away many years ago. He raised his 2 children alone. Over the years, no matter how many people introduced him, he didn't remarry. He sent his children to college and still lives alone now. That's why I say he's a good person. It's rare to see a father who would do this much for his children nowadays. After hearing Yu Jingming's words, Tang Xi gained a new understanding of Director Tsin. When she just met Xin Jiaming downstairs, she saw the instant admiration in his eyes when he saw Ruyue, which was unmistakable. Tang Xi immediately felt a bit uncomfortable. She thought Director Tsin was already married, with a wife and children, and couldn't stay true to his feelings. Her previous impression was completely different. Fortunately, she misunderstood. Director Tsin is not a person who is indecisive. In fact, his character has been tested over time and is truly worthy of respect. However, this doesn't mean Tang Xi wants to matchmake them. Although she doesn't oppose Tang Ruyue's remarriage, she also can't casually introduce people to her. At most, she has given up on the idea of driving Director Tsin away from Tang Ruyue and decided to wait and see. At this moment, Yu Jingming, who is rarely perceptive, said, "Strange. Why are you asking about this?" Tang Xi calmly replied, "I just want to see how their family gets along with you all. If they don't get along well and think they can look down on uncle just because they're related to the director, I definitely won't agree." When she said this, she still had a smile on her face, and her tone wasn't heavy. But Yu Jingming, from her light tone, sensed a hidden sharpness. He murmured, Shi, you seem different after your business trip." Tang Xi tilted her head in confusion. "What?" Yu Jingming chuckled. "It's just that you seem more like a leader now. Quite imposing. Have you been spending a lot of time with Jiuyuan?" Tang Xi was stunned. Some changes are subtle, like the wind entering the night quietly, nourishing things without a sound. Even she didn't notice until Yu Jingming pointed it out. Now, hearing this, she thought back carefully. She realized that maybe it was true. Perhaps it was related to her almost full responsibility for the later stages of the heavy machine gun project. Even though she was forced into that position, her experience and imprint of managing a national-level confidential project were unforgettable. Tang Xi asked, "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" Yu Jingming nodded decisively. "Of course, it's a good thing. It means you've grown." Yu Jingming didn't think there was anything wrong with Tang Xi's attitude. Instead, he smiled happily, looking proud. Tang Xi was first stunned, then she smiled. "That's pretty good." Not far away, Tang Ruyue looked up and glanced in their direction. Yang Bixia immediately raised her voice. "What are you 2 uncles and niece secretly talking about? Come over and sit together." Yu Jingming, unable to hold back, muttered softly, "Who is ignoring whom first?" Yang Bixia raised an eyebrow. "What did you say?" Yu Jingming quickly shook his head. Yang Bixia snorted and then waved at Tang Xi. "Shi, come over." Just as Tang Xi was about to meditate, she heard a knock on the door behind her. She went to open it. Standing outside was Xin Jiaming, holding 2 bags of things. Yu Jingming peeked and quickly stood up. "Old Xin, what are you bringing these for?" Xin Jiaming dryly smiled. "I'm here to bring you some things." Xin Jiaming's reason sounded quite good. His hometown folks sent some mountain produce, and since he couldn't eat it all alone, he thought of sharing it with Yu Jingming's family. At first, this reason seemed a bit strange. The mountain produce was dried and processed, so it could last a year or 2 without problems. If Xin Jiaming found cooking too troublesome, he could have taken it to the cafeteria, where the chef would be happy to help prepare it. But he, as a leader, was bringing mountain produce to give as a gift to his subordinates' family. Considering the level difference between Qin Jiaming and Yu Jingming, if not for Tang Xi, they probably wouldn't have many chances to meet. But it was also because of Tang Xi. Yu Jingming didn't think much. He just thought Qin Jiaming came to give a gift, hoping that his niece Tang Xi would support him with technical help in the future. Giving gifts and building relationships are common ways to connect. Yu Jingming just politely declined the gift, but his expression didn't seem overly surprised. However, Qin Jiaming insisted on giving the gift, and even wanted to leave it there and leave. Yu Jingming quickly stopped him. All right, I'll accept it. Why don't you come in for a cup of tea, okay? Qin Jiaming looked down, quickly brushed away Yu Jingming's hand, and straightened the wrinkles on his clothes. He quickly glanced at Tang Ruyue, who was curiously observing him. Qin Jiaming quickly looked down. Although Yu Jingming was slow to react, Tang Xi and Yang Bixia were sharp-eyed. Yang Bixia asked meaningfully, Xiao Yu, have you and Director Qin met before? Before Tang Ruyue could answer, Qin Jiaming hurriedly said, yes. We just met downstairs.
Juhin min suddenly understood. No wonder. No wonder, Yang Bixia talked secretly.
She shared her husband's thoughts, but guessed in a completely different direction. Yu Jingming believed Qin Jiaming came to visit because of Tang Xi. Yang Bixia, however, focused her attention on Tang Ruyue. Her eyes looked deeply between Tang Ruyue and Qin Jiaming, observing back and forth. Qin Jiaming couldn't hide it. He had been secretly watching Tang Ruyue more than 10 times since he entered the room. Compared to him, Tang Ruyue didn't think about anything extra, her eyes clear and honest. It seemed she was not interested in Director Qin at all. Yang Bixia couldn't help but think of the late Xiaozhang, sighing deeply in her heart. Of course, she showed no emotion on her face and got up to make tea and cut fruit for Qin Jiaming. Qin Jiaming knew that today was a family meal and it was not appropriate for him to stay. He only ate 2 slices of the prepared apple and then found an excuse to leave. Throughout, he behaved politely and restrained, completely different from the awkwardness when they met downstairs. After seeing Qin Director off at the door, Yu Jingming, watching him leave, scratched the back of his head and said, Why is Qin still wearing a new shirt? Is he going to meet the leader? Haha. Tang Xi and Yang Bixia both laughed out loud. After laughing, they exchanged glances, both understanding each other's meaning. Meanwhile, Tang Ruyue and Yu Jingming, the siblings, didn't understand their gaze exchange at all. They tried several times to ask, but unfortunately couldn't get an answer. At lunchtime, Yu Jia and Yu Yan, the brother and sister, returned hurriedly. They were panting heavily, probably rushing straight home after getting off the bus. Auntie. The siblings were especially happy to see Tang Ruyue. Tang Ruyue smiled so broadly she couldn't close her mouth, hugging the siblings on both sides, and asked about their well-being. Yang Bixia was usually fiery-tempered, very different from the gentle and soft Tang Ruyue. The siblings often heard their mother scold them, so they naturally liked someone like Tang Ruyue, who had a good relationship with them since childhood. Now, the siblings pulled on Tang Ruyue, talking excitedly, filling the house with lively noise. Yu Jingming asked, Why did you come back? Aren't you in school this afternoon? Yu Jia pretended not to hear. Yu Yan answered, We have class, but we'll go back after eating. They might be a bit rushed, but they still had time. Yu Jingming didn't say much, only looked at Yu Jia several times. Tang Xi, noticing this keenly, guessed that there was some disagreement between the father and daughter again. Taking advantage of Yang Bixia and Yu Jingming going into the kitchen to cook, Tang Xi directly asked Yu Jia, Did you argue with uncle? Yu Jia's face changed slightly. I don't want to argue with him. Good. It seems the argument was quite serious. Tang Ruyue was very worried. What happened? Jia, are you still arguing with your dad? Faced with her gentle aunt, Yu Jia couldn't hide her feelings. Her eyes suddenly dimmed a bit, and she whispered, It's because he's never satisfied with me. Tang Xi looked at Yu Yan. Yu Yan quickly understood and leaned close to Tang Xi's ear. It's still about the college entrance exam. Ultimately, the biggest conflict between the father and daughter is about studying. Yu Jingming cares about Yu Jia's education and hopes she will study hard, even if it's just for a vocational college. However, Yujia feels she's not cut out for studying and just wants to drop out to become a worker. They argue repeatedly over this issue, especially now, with less than 3 months before the college entrance exam. Seeing that Yujia's grades still don't meet the cutoff, it seems unlikely she will pass this year. So Yu Jingming plans to have Yujia repeat her 3rd year of high school until she can pass the exam. This makes Yujia feel overwhelmed and almost run away from home. Tang Ruyue frowns, worried about the relationship between Yu Jingming and Yujia. Jia, your dad only wants what's best for you. His way might not be perfect, but he means well. Yujia lowers her head, staring at her toes. Then she speaks in a muffled voice. Annie, do you also think I'm useless if I don't go to college? Tang Ruyue opens her mouth in surprise. I would never think that. Even your dad doesn't see you as useless. Yujia sneers. That's what he thinks. Yu Yen sighs. He props his chin with his hand and secretly glances toward the kitchen door, noticing a faint shadow moving. Clearly, someone is eavesdropping. He doesn't interrupt and listens as Yujia vents. Who doesn't want good grades? I do. But I just can't focus. Just looking at those words makes my head hurt. I can't learn like Yu Yen and get high scores easily. I'm just not as smart as him. What can I do? Tang Ruyue feels the despair coming from Yujia, and her heart sinks. Finally, she looks for help from the versatile Tang Xi. Tang Xi remains calm and composed. She asks Yujia, Sis, what is your dream? Yujia is caught off guard by the question. She looks up blankly. Dream.
What?
What is Yujia's dream? When this question is asked, Yujia's mind quickly flashes a fantasy scene, a graceful swordsman in white, the thrill of heroism and revenge in the martial world, the bold spirit of a martial arts hero. Yujia has been different from other girls since she was young. She is stubborn, energetic, straightforward, and loyal. She's also good at fighting. She's beaten the little boys nearby. Some people say she doesn't look like a typical girl and that she won't get married when she grows up. She scoffs at these comments. She continued to run barefoot through the busy streets with energy and speed. So, when Yujia read martial arts novels, she immediately felt like her soul was struck. It was as if a new world had opened before her eyes, making her long for it. Yujia even considered running away from home to learn martial arts at the Shaolin Temple, but she gave up because women were not accepted there. However, her father, Yu Jingming, strongly disapproved of her fantasies. All of this is fake. It's not real. You should think carefully about your life. Yujia's eyes welled up with tears. She clenched her teeth and argued with her father, causing chaos at home. But deep inside, she knew very well. There is no martial arts world in the real world. The only way she saw was to leave home and work in a factory, living a simple, ordinary life. I don't have a dream, she said almost bitterly. Tang Ruyue looked at her with concern. Yujia hesitated, wanting to speak but not quite sure how. Only Tang Xi, smiling lightly, asked, Oh? I thought you still wanted to be a hero and a brave girl, just like when you were a child. Yujia rarely blushed, feeling so embarrassed her head almost felt hot. I was just joking. Kids' words don't count. Tang Xi nodded seriously. Really? Being a hero is a bit unrealistic. Seeing Yujia's face darken, Tang Xi quickly changed the subject. How about being a police officer? Tang Ruyue, Yujia, and the others all exclaimed in surprise. Police? Oh no. There was one more person who also shouted out. Yu Jingming, who was eavesdropping at the kitchen door. He called out, and Yang Bixia in the kitchen heard him, grabbing a spatula and rushing out. What police? Which police? Seeing her uncle and aunt come out, Tang Xi took out the prepared materials. This is information I compiled about domestic police academies. The top one is a police college that just switched to a full-time undergraduate program this year. Most police colleges in the country are technical schools, but this one in Beijing is the first to offer a bachelor's degree and has the highest academic level in the country. Yujia instinctively doubted herself. With my grades, I probably can't get into a bachelor's program. She doubted herself, but didn't dismiss the idea of becoming a police officer. Her eyes were glued to the materials Tang Xi had organized, and her longing was almost overflowing. Knowing Yu Jia's shy personality, Tang Xi pushed the materials into her hands. Take a good look. I spent 2 days putting this together. The document not only contains basic information about major police academies in the country, such as application requirements, locations, and employment prospects, but also includes Tang Xi's comments and a difficulty score calculated based on Yu Jia's level. The highest score is undoubtedly for the police academy on the first page, with Yu Jia's difficulty score at 80 out of 100. Only 80? Do you really think so highly of me? Yu Jia gasped in surprise. She believed that she could score not just 100, but even 200. But that was completely unrealistic, an impossible dream. Compared to her, Tang Xi remained much calmer. Yes, 80. Don't underestimate yourself. Although your grades aren't perfect, the main issue is memorization. If you focus on intensive memorization 3 months before the exam, passing this line is definitely doable. I have a complete study plan for that. These ideas came from Tang Xi's learning system. For Yu Jia, the biggest problem wasn't studying, but finding the right way to learn. She was like a headless fly wandering outside the door, crashing into walls and bleeding, without any useful skills. Plus, Yu Jia wasn't very patient, so in the end, she would only end up failing. Tang Xi's method was specially designed for Yu Jia. All difficulties and progress were quantified with data. It was like a game in the future. Oh, right, a game. Tomorrow, she would study a set of textbooks and defeat a boss. Step by step, progressing gradually. At the same time, this would help build Yu Jia's confidence and give her back her self-assurance. Tang Xi had long noticed that although Yu Jia appeared carefree on the outside, she actually cared deeply about others' approval and lacked confidence in herself, which was not good. In Tang Xi's view, Yu Jia was impulsive but kind-hearted, bossy but simple, competitive yet just. Though imperfect, she was a very good person. Moreover, she was Tang Xi's family. So, Tang Xi didn't mind putting extra effort into helping Yu Jia. After all, it was only a matter of time. Unbeknownst to her, Tang Xi's confident talk left the whole family stunned. As the protagonist, Yu Jia's mind was dizzy. The more she listened, the more she felt that getting into a police academy for undergraduates didn't seem so hard. She just needed to follow the steps. No. She truly didn't know her limits. Someone who couldn't even get into a university thought they could get into a police academy in 3 months? Anyone hearing that would think she was dreaming. Yu Jia clenched her fists, her face changing unpredictably. But she hesitated to say no. Yu Yan glanced at Yu Jia's expression and knew she was wavering. He couldn't help but feel sour and wished it was himself who had to worry about Shi. But for Yu Jia, he naturally hoped she would be okay. She has already made plans for you. Just agree directly. Why hesitate? Yu Yan spoke to persuade her. Yu Jia's body trembled slightly. She slowly straightened her back, then turned her head to look at her parents, especially her father. Her eyes faintly sparkled with a flickering star of hope. Jingming immediately frowned. Shi, how can that be?
Puff.
The spark in Yu Jia's eyes quickly dimmed. She hunched her shoulders again, her spirit visibly declining. But Jingming didn't care at all, feeling anxious. This is too dangerous. What if your sister gets hurt? What if she sacrifices herself? Just thinking about it made Jingming feel cold all over. The tall, strong man, usually silent and reserved, now had tears in his eyes from just imagining it. Smack! A loud slap hit Jingming's back. It also woke him from his worry and fear. Yang Bixia threw the spatula back into the kitchen, crossing her arms. What are you babbling about? Are you deliberately cursing my daughter? Jingming finally snapped out of it, feeling annoyed as he retorted. I didn't. Yang Bixia refused to accept it, insisting he spit out the unlucky words he just said. Jingming felt wronged, but had to do as told. Tang Xi held back her smile. Uncle, do you disagree with sister becoming a police officer? Or are you worried she might get hurt? Of course I'm worried she might get hurt. Jingming blurted out. Yujia's previously dull eyes were reignited. A strange emotion surged in her chest, and she couldn't help but ask, "So you don't think I'm unfit to be a police officer, nor do you think girls aren't suitable for this?" Jingming couldn't help but laugh after hearing a couple of words. "What are you thinking? Do you think I am that kind of person?" Yujia stubbornly clenched her teeth. "But everyone says that girls like me can't get married. They're talking nonsense." Jingming was furious and scolded Yujia. "You're so naive. How can you believe those crazy words?
Who cares what they say?
If my daughter doesn't get married in her life, I can still support her." Yujia listened as her father scolded her countless times. But never before had she felt so peaceful and even a little happy inside. Tang Ruyue felt very sorry. "Who are those people? Why are they talking behind your back? Brother, did you confront them?" Yu Jingming's face stiffened. Yang Bixia chuckled softly. "Of course I went. How could I not? He came knocking with a kitchen knife. He even said if they dared to gossip in front of his daughter again, he'd pay them a visit." Yu Jingming is an honest man, never losing his temper, like a hard-working old ox. That time he went to confront the neighbors who were gossiping was one of his few outbursts. Even Yang Bixia was startled, and the neighbors, seeing Yu Jingming so angry and trembling, kept their distance. Later, they quietly sent some things over and never spoke badly about Yujia again. "Why are you saying all this? Didn't we agree not to bring it up?" Yu Jingming was a bit annoyed, unsure where to put his hands. Yang Bixia felt helpless and wanted to say something, but Yujia spoke first. "Why not? I want to know." She looked up, rarely calm, and looked straight at her father. "I thought you never liked me, thought I was useless, not as smart as Yu Yensong, and not as good in school. But..." Yu Jingming saw Yujia almost crying and became very anxious. "Who said I don't like you? Grades don't mean everything." Yujia was a bit stunned. "But you always told me to study hard and do well in school." Yu Jingming smiled bitterly. "I just wanted you to have a good future, not to end up like me." The only way he knew was to encourage Yujia to study hard and get into college. Yujia's lips moved slightly. Finally, she called out the long unspoken word, "Dad." Everyone smiled. Yu Jingming and Yujia, father and daughter, smiled the brightest. Then they turned and started arguing again at the dinner table. But this time, the argument was about which university and major to choose. Yu Jingming, for safety, hoped Yujia would pick something more secure, like criminal investigation or intelligence studies. But Yujia always saw herself in fields like criminal science, anti-terrorism, or drug enforcement. She now had a new dream, to become a police officer. Of course, first she needed to get into the police academy. Tang Xi watched this scene with a smile. After they talked openly, the gap between father and daughter didn't disappear completely, but their relationship improved a lot. And Yujia, who used to be confused and depressed, now looked at everything with more hope. Now, she feels more energetic and eager to try new things. It seems like the old Yujia has returned. After dinner, Tang Xi made a complete study plan with Yujia. Yujia, who isn't good at studying, felt her head hurt just listening. "I feel like I can't remember things." Tang Xi glanced at her sideways. "But I will try my best to remember."
Tang Xi was satisfied with that.
Yu Yan had sneaked into Yujia's room at some point. "It's okay, Sister Shishi. I will watch over my sister and help her with her studies." Yujia clenched her teeth with a squeaking sound. "So, you finally got your chance?" Yu Yan, with a handsome face, looked innocent. "Big sister, why would you think that? I just want to help you." Yujia naturally didn't want that. But Tang Xi also supported Yu Yan. "I'm busy most of the time and might not have time to monitor your progress. Yu Yan is good at studying, so if he can watch over you and help, that would be great." "Does Yu Yan have such good intentions?" Yujia immediately started to doubt. But since things had come to this, Yujia could only endure it, ask Yu Yan for more help, and hope that 3 months would pass quickly. "Well, then, thank you, Yu Yan," Yujia said a bit reluctantly. Yu Yan couldn't help but laugh happily. Tang Xi squinted her eyes. "Yu Yan, you need to be patient." Yu Yan's smile froze on his face. After a while, his proud hair drooped down. "I will." This made Yu Jia very happy. In the afternoon, Tang Xi and Tang Ruyue left Uncle's house to go shopping, bringing Yang Bixia along. At first, Yang Bixia didn't want to go. Now, the family's financial situation had improved a lot, and they were more generous with food and clothes than before. But that was Yang Bixia's attitude towards her husband and children. She was always frugal and felt she only stayed at home cooking, so she didn't need to dress nicely. However, Yu Jingming, Yu Jia, and Yu Yan all strongly suggested that Yang Bixia join them. Yang Bixia still refused. Her stubbornness was just like her daughter Yu Jia. It was Tang Xi who changed her approach and said, "Just come with us, Auntie. We're not very familiar with Beijing either." Hearing that, Yang Bixia immediately agreed. "That's right. You two are kind-hearted, but you might get tricked. Let's go, let's go. We're leaving now." So, Tang Xi rode her bike with Tang Ruyue, and Yang Bixia also got on her bike. This car was still given to Yu Jingming by Gao Bei before the accident. It is said that he had just bought it and had only ridden it twice. To make up for his biological mother's mistake, he could only exchange his new car for a bicycle that Yu Jingming had ridden for many years and had been splashed with dirt. At that time, he probably thought he could improve his relationship with Yu Jingming and regain the attention of the leaders.
But now,
the new bicycle feels powerful when riding. Yang Bixia pedals with extra strength. While pedaling, she looks around curiously, as if it's her first time in the city. Tang Xi rides her bike alongside Yang Bixia's. "Sister-in-law, how long has it been since you last came to the city?" Tang Ruyue sees Yang Bixia's face full of wonder and smiles. Yang Bixia cheerfully says, "The last time was when she got married, but I didn't stay long. Left early and came back late. If I weren't here today with you, I probably wouldn't visit the city more than once every half year." She then complains to Tang Ruyue and Tang Xi that living in the suburbs is almost the same as living in the countryside. Food and accommodation are all in one place. The only good thing is the quietness.
"Hey,
There's a fruit cellar over there. Let's go take a look." Yang Bixia is very energetic. As soon as she finishes speaking, her bike speeds straight ahead. Tang, she quickly pedals to catch up. At this moment, Yang Bixia confidently calls out to the other person, "Old man, are you taking these fruits to sell in the city?" The man is about 60 years old, with 2 baskets hanging from the back of his bike. When he hears someone calling, he stops his old bicycle with a clatter. Then he pushes off the ground with 1 foot and turns around with difficulty. "Yes. Do you want to buy some?" The old man is quite good at attracting customers. Yang Bixia is a bit tempted, but she leans into the basket to look. "Mulberries, huh? They're delicate. Not only delicate, but also expensive. Mulberries spoil easily and are hard to store, so they shouldn't be cheap." But Yang Bixia thinks, since she's already stopped the old man, it wouldn't be polite not to ask the price. "How much?" The old man quotes a price. Yang Bixia is shocked and takes a deep breath. "That's too expensive." The old man looks honest and explains simply, "It's not expensive. My wife and I picked these in the mountains this morning. If we take them to the city, they'll sell for even more." Yang Bixia hesitates, thinking she should tell the old man to go sell in the city instead. Just then, Tang Xi comes over. "I'll buy some," she says. Her words settle the matter for Yang Bixia. Yang Bixia hesitated to speak, but didn't stop herself from falling to the ground, watching helplessly as Tang Xi bought half a small basket of mulberries and wrapped them in newspaper. After the older man left, Yang Bixia looked down with a sad face and said, "It's all my fault. I shouldn't have asked so many questions." Tang Xi put the mulberries into a basket and said, "It's not blame, it's thanks. If it weren't for your aunt, I wouldn't have been able to buy such good mulberries. Later, I'll find a place to wash them, and we can eat them soon." Yang Bixia kept waving her hands, saying she didn't need to, looking upset. Tang Xi didn't say much, and decided to wash the mulberries later, then handed them to Yang Bixia, insisting she eat. But after this, Yang Bixia looked much more tired and downhearted. "Before we even got into the city, we started spending money," she said. At first, She thought the old man riding the bike was just someone who sold water, and that even if the water was expensive, it wouldn't be much. But it turned out he was selling mulberries, and he knew a lot about the fruit prices around the city, making it hard to find mistakes. This made her realize that her view might not be as broad as that old man's. He spends every day going from the east to the west of the city, knowing exactly where the best places are to sell fruit and where things are cheap. Meanwhile, she had always lived in the suburbs of Beijing, moving from a small yard to an apartment, but she still only saw her small piece of land and didn't know about the changes happening outside. As they moved closer to the city center, the scenery on both sides of the road became more lively and busy. Yang Bixia felt this very strongly inside, and her mood grew quieter, very different from her happy mood when she first left home. Tang Xi and Tang Ruyue noticed this. When they arrived at the department store, they parked their bikes. Tang Ruyue then went to Yang Bixia, holding her a little awkwardly, and asked, "Do you feel like this world is changing too fast?" Yang Bixia forced a dry smile and nodded a little. Tang Ruyue smiled softly and said, "Just a few days ago, I was thinking the same thing as you." Yang Bixia was a bit surprised. Honestly, she knew very well the gap between herself and her younger sister-in-law. She was born in the countryside, where her parents valued boys more, and she didn't go to school much. Her only good point was that she looked okay. But this one good point wasn't enough compared to her sister-in-law. The younger girl was not only beautiful but also came from a family of educated people who knew well-known families like the Wen family. Even though they both grew up in the countryside, some people are like rare peonies, while others are just wildflowers seen everywhere. So, Yang Bixia liked her sister-in-law and looked up to her. She never thought that one day her sister-in-law would have the same worries as she did. Yang Bixia's surprise was very obvious. Tang Ruyue understood and explained, "I come from Shirley Village, so sister-in-law, you at least live near the capital." Yang Bixia kept waving her hands. "The suburbs of the capital are not much different from Shirley Village." Yes. The city center and the suburbs or Shirley Village are not much different. Tang Xi just happened to walk over and added. Tang Ruyue smiled and said, "Anyway, sister-in-law, just relax. Think of this place as your own territory and walk around freely." Yang Bixia tugged at her clothes and muttered, "My home doesn't have such a big building." But after being interrupted by Tang Xi and Tang Ruyue, her nervousness eased quite a bit. Her mind started to work again, and she began to look around curiously. The three of them entered the department store. This area in the capital was quite upscale, very different from ordinary state-run shops. There were bright glass displays, clean floors, neat counters, and well-dressed, cheerful customers. Even the sales clerk's attitude was much better than in regular state shops. They would smile and greet Tang Xi and her friends, even if they didn't stay long. Yang Bixia was very surprised, but seeing that Tang Xi and Tang Ruyue looked calm, she also lifted her chin and tried to stay composed. Then she followed Tang Xi to a square-shaped counter. Because of the shortage of goods, open counters were no longer suitable. Now, the counters were arranged in a circular style. As the name suggests, the glass counters formed a circle, with the sales clerks standing in the middle, and customers could pick out what they wanted to see. They were now standing in front of a clothing counter. As soon as she approached, Tang Xi spotted a yellowish dress. "Please take this out for me to see," she said to the sales clerk. The clerk glanced over at the three of them. Yang Bixia was dressed a bit old-fashioned, with patched clothes and a shy manner. Tang Ruyue was dressed plainly, but looked fair and elegant. But Tang Xi was confident and bright-eyed, standing naturally. "Okay." The clerk agreed happily and took down the yellow dress. Yang Bixia quietly leaned close to Tang Ruyue's ear and whispered, "I've met sales clerks in state shops before, and their attitude was terrible. I thought this person might also be sarcastic or rude. You should know that just now, Yang Bixia's body was covered in sweat, and her hair was standing up. It seemed like she was ready to confront the sales clerk who rolled her eyes and spoke harsh words, as if she was about to start a fight. Unexpectedly, the other person's attitude was very kind. Even her eyes looked gentle, which made Yang Bixia feel more uncomfortable. Tang Ruyue quietly comforted her. "That's how it should be. The salespeople who curse easily are the bad ones. Yang Bixia nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, yes. Those people are bad. The mother and daughter whispered to each other. They were so serious that Tang Xi called out to her, but she didn't respond. Tang Xi helplessly pulled Tang Ruyue. Mom, I called you. Tang Ruyue looked up confused. Huh?
Me?
What's the matter? Tang Xi pointed directly at a light yellow long dress. What do you think of this dress? Tang Ruyue examined it carefully. Not bad. You have fair skin, so this color must suit you. In her own mother's eyes, whatever her daughter wore was beautiful. Moreover, Tang Xi's appearance was naturally charming, not something Tang Ruyue was bragging about. When she was young and carried out, she looked like a little fairy sitting on a lotus flower, loved by everyone. So Tang Ruyue spoke confidently and firmly. Tang Xi was amused and speechless. What? I mean, you should wear it. Tang Ruyue hesitated. I?
Me?
How could I? Living alone in the village with her child and no family to support her, Tang Ruyue was used to dressing herself dull and plain. Bright colors like this yellow dress were only for young girls to dream about.
Now.
No way. I can't do it. Tang Ruyue shook her head like a rattle drum. But Tang Xi insisted that Tang Ruyue looked good in it. Your skin is fair, and this color really suits you. The sales clerk agreed. Yes, sister. Your daughter has good taste. This dress is perfect for you. Even Yang Bixia nodded. Little you tried on. You're still young, so you should wear more dresses and stuff. Tang Ruyue's face turned bright red. Tang Xi smiled. Mom, just now you were still persuading Auntie. This left Tang Ruyue speechless, but she finally took the dress to try on. She was originally wearing dull black and gray clothes, looking plain and dull, and she looked at least 10 years older. But after changing into such a beautiful, bright color, her fair and bright skin was suddenly highlighted. She has a slim figure that doesn't look bulky at all, with her hair tied into a side braid. She looks more like Tang Xi's older sister than her mother. When Tang Xi, Yang Bixia, and the shop assistant saw her come out, their eyes lit up instantly. Only Tang Ruyue felt uncomfortable, constantly tugging at her dress. This is too tight. The dress is fitted, especially around the waist, almost hugging her body. Since she's used to loose clothing, Tang Ruyue felt very uneasy and quietly asked Tang Xi if she could take it off. Tang Xi quickly rolled up her previous clothes and said to the shop assistant, Just buy this one. Tang Ruyue wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. Her daughter was surprisingly firm. Plus, her sister-in-law was encouraging her. By the time Tang Ruyue reacted, Tang Xi had already paid and moved to another counter. Embarrassed, Tang Ruyue pulled her daughter aside. At least let me change back into my clothes first. Tang Xi looked innocent. I just told someone to throw it away. Tang Ruyue gasped. Throw it away? But the clothes are still in good condition. She kept blaming Tang Xi and wanted her to tell her where the clothes were thrown so she could retrieve them. But Tang Xi wouldn't say a word. She pretended to be clueless and distracted Tang Ruyue. Later, she used the same method to buy several more sets of clothes for her. Not just dresses, but also shirts and pants suitable for moving around. The only common feature of these clothes was their bright colors. This was also something Tang Xi had wanted to do ever since she saw Tang Ruyue's package back home. Besides buying for Tang Ruyue, Tang Xi also bought a dress for her aunt. Yang Bixia obviously refused to take it, but Tang Ruyue insisted on persuading her, and Tang Xi was quick to act. Yang Bixia was stunned, saying it was too expensive, but she couldn't help but touch the beautiful dress, her eyes shining with natural longing. Tang Xi couldn't help but secretly laugh, thinking Yang Bixia now looked exactly like Yu Jia. In a blink, Tang Xi and her group were already carrying full bags. Tang Ruyue no longer dared to think about how much money she had spent today. She was already numb from the pain of spending. Tang Xi felt quite satisfied. She had been working 2 jobs before and received a bonus. Plus, the salary from Wen Jiuyuan, which had filled her small savings account quite a bit. So today's expenses didn't bother her at all. Later, she was going to look at a house. That would really be a big expense. Tang Xi was shopping along a loose street, spending generously and quickly, which drew many people's attention, especially when everyone realized she was mainly buying clothes for her mother nearby. Their eyes filled with envy. Someone muttered quietly, "Raising a daughter is really good. She's like a caring little quilted jacket." Not a caring little jacket. Using her husband's money to support her family, how shameless. Suddenly, a stern voice interrupted, startling the bystanders. The onlookers looked nervously at the woman who had spoken, noticing her face twisted with anger. In that moment, their feelings changed subtly. They wondered if this middle-aged woman was perhaps the girl's mother-in-law or someone similar, which made her so angry about the girl buying clothes for her own mother. "Tang Xi, long time no see." The familiar voice made Tang Xi turn her head. Her expression instantly cooled as she responded, "Second sister-in-law." The speaker was Feng Xiaoman. She was still dressed fashionably, with curled hair. It seemed that the big issues of being rejected by her family home and losing her job hadn't affected her at all. But that was just appearances. A quick glance from Tang Xi revealed white hair at Feng Xiaoman's temples and more wrinkles around her eyes, clearly older and with a harsher look. Ancient saying goes, "Face reflects the heart," and it was true. Tang Xi thought with some irony. Her expression, just then, caught Feng Xiaoman's eye. The elders didn't show respect. No wonder she disliked her at first sight. Feng Xiaoman thought bitterly, her face showing a fierce expression. These days, her life wasn't going well. She couldn't visit her family home, lost her job, and was increasingly looked at strangely. Feng Xiaoman already felt bad, and her husband, Wen Jiuyuan, blamed all their problems on her. He scolded her that day and still gave her a cold look when they got home. Even their son acted as if he didn't see her. Feng Xiaoman felt deep regret and resentment toward Tang Xi. But her regret wasn't for her mistakes. She regretted not crushing Tang Xi earlier, letting her marry her younger brother Wen Jiuyuan, who had become such a powerful supporter. She wished she could go back a few months, to when Tang Xi wanted to marry Wen Jiuyuan and shout loudly, "I don't agree." Or maybe just let Tang Xi marry Wen Su and become her daughter-in-law, so she can be controlled as she wishes. "Feng Xiaoman, what are you looking at?" Tang Ruyue took a step forward, directly blocking Tang Xi. Probably because mothers have a natural instinct for danger. Although Feng Xiaoman didn't say a word, her twisted, resentful look made Tang Ruyue feel terrified. Even though Tang Ruyue is not a hot-tempered person, she still chose to step forward and stand in front of her daughter immediately. Feng Xiaoman instinctively wanted to retort but suddenly realized, "What did you just call me?" Her face was full of disbelief. After all, Feng Xiaoman and Tang Ruyue had known each other for many years. She was always the one in control, and Tang Ruyue was the subordinate. The only person Feng Xiaoman feared was Xiezhong, whose dark eyes looked like a ghost. No one knew what he was thinking, and his smile always seemed sinister. Feng Xiaoman was afraid of such a person. She said she didn't care, but subconsciously avoided him. Until later, Xiezhong died. Tang Ruyue, alone with Tang Xi, lowered her stance wherever she went. Feng Xiaoman's arrogance from above was always evident in front of Tang Ruyue, who was always high and mighty. Only when the old master and lady were around did she slightly hold back. But deep down, Feng Xiaoman looked down on Tang Ruyue. So, Feng Xiaoman never expected that Tang Ruyue would dare to speak to her like that. Because she had Wen Jiuyuan as her backing, now mother and daughter both became bold. Feng Xiaoman stared fixedly at Tang Ruyue. "Say that again?" Tang Ruyue's body trembled slightly, but she desperately held back her fear and said word by word, "Feng Xiaoman. Isn't that your name?" Feng Xiaoman felt anger surge in her chest. No wonder Tang Xi has become like this, with no respect for elders. Turns out she learned it from you. Tang Ruyue clenched her fists and retorted bluntly, "Where's my daughter disrespectful? At least she's more polite than you. As for elders, am I not your elder too?" Feng Xiaoman was about to sneer, but suddenly froze. She just remembered, Tang Ruyue was right. After Tang Xi married Wen Jiuyuan, she became her sister-in-law. As Tang Ruyue, Tang Xi's mother, She naturally moved up in rank and became her relative. Why you?
You.
Feng Xiaoman's face gradually turned a liver color. Tang Ruyue naturally seized this opportunity and pressed on. And also, no matter what problems my daughter has, the lessons should be given by her mother-in-law. As the older sister-in-law, do you have the right to speak? Tang Xi, protected behind Tang Ruyue, swallowed her words that she had wanted to say. Her eyes were full of admiration for her mother, feeling that her thin figure looked so tall and strong at this moment. Even Yang Bixia, who was always ready to fight, was amazed by Tang Ruyue's quick and skillful actions. Yang Bixia secretly thought, sure enough, a mother is strong. Usually, she doesn't dare to speak loudly, but now she can argue with others. At this time, many people had quietly gathered around to watch the scene. They nodded in agreement and said, so she's the sister-in-law. I thought she was the mother-in-law because her words are so fierce. This is funny. These days, a sister-in-law still controls her younger sister-in-law. Maybe it's because of the big age gap. Probably because she looks old and always so sharp and mean. What good face could she have? Just now, she was scolding someone for criticizing her family's support for her own family, but she's not much better herself. The small, fragmented comments floated into Feng Xiaoman's ears. Feng Xiaoman, overwhelmed with anger, shouted loudly, you don't understand. You really don't know anything. Tang Xi almost became my sons. She wanted to say Tang Xi almost became her daughter-in-law, so it was natural for her to teach her a lesson. But halfway through speaking, she was interrupted by someone rushing out of the crowd. Auntie, what are you doing here? I've been looking for you everywhere. The person pulled Feng Xiaoman's arm and frantically signaled to her. However, Feng Xiaoman didn't appreciate it at all and shook off the person's hand. Who are you on whose side? Why are you helping them speak? Liao Wan almost couldn't keep the forced smile on her face. Feeling the gazes around her, she even began to regret rushing out so impulsively. But then she thought, if Wen Su found out that she had played dumb and not stepped forward today, their relationship would be completely over. So, Liao Wan endured her shame and kindly advised, Auntie, there are too many people here. If we meet someone we know, it won't be good. Feng Xiaoman cared about her reputation. Liao Ruan's words hit her soft spot and forced her to suppress her temper. All the anger she couldn't vent directly was directed at Liao Wan. She lowered her voice and scolded. What good are you? Xiao Su doesn't even know what went wrong, and he still foolishly fell for you? Liao Ruan's forced smile gradually disappeared, but she clenched her teeth tightly and didn't dare to argue. The others couldn't hear what was said, but Tang Xi and the nearby people heard everything clearly. Tang Xi raised her eyelids in surprise, her gaze falling on Liao Wan as she calmly observed her. So, in the original story, the female lead, Liao Wan is already with the male lead Wen Su? No, that can't be right. According to the original plot, they wouldn't get together until after Liao Wan started university. In the original story, Wen Su secretly liked Liao Wan first, chased her relentlessly, and only after she entered university did she agree to date him. Then, the story would focus on Tang Xi, the villainous supporting character, who would jump around in various scenes, trying to embarrass Liao Wan and make her give up. Of course, in the end, Tang Xi would be the one who gets embarrassed. But why are Liao Wan and Wen Su already together now? Even Feng Xiaoman's attitude has changed. To Tang Xi, Feng Xiaoman is sharp-tongued and proud, not easy to get along with. But in the original story, Feng Xiaoman was like a fairy grandmother. Especially compared to her simple-minded village girl image, Liao Wan had managed to escape rural life, get into a university in the capital, start a business, be perceptive and intelligent. She was practically the perfect future daughter-in-law. Feng Xiaoman liked Liao Wan very much and disliked Tang Xi even more. She even tried to matchmake Liao Wan with her own son, becoming the biggest supporter of the main character's relationship.
But now,
Feng Xiaoman's attitude toward Liao Wan was completely different from the original story, and it seemed like Liao Wan and Wen Su's relationship wasn't as good either. The butterfly effect.
Tang Xi immediately thought of this term.
Because Tang Xi changed her marriage partner, even the feelings of the main characters were affected? That's really strange. Could it be that only by her as the villainous supporting character causing trouble could their relationship improve? What's wrong with her? As Tang Xi pondered, she also felt a faint sense of regret inside. She didn't dislike or hate Liao Wan that much, but she definitely didn't have any good feelings toward her. Tang Xi thought the best outcome would be for Liao Wan and Wen Su to be happily together. Thinking this, she directly spoke. "You're Liao Wan, right? I saw you at my wedding last time. You came with Wen Su." Liao Wan was caught off guard by the mention and was a bit confused at first. Soon, she reacted, and her eyes toward Tang Xi became complicated. "Yes, I am Wen Su's partner." Liao Wan slightly raised her chin, trying to show confidence without arrogance. Tang Xi chuckled softly. "There's no need to be so nervous." Liao Ruan's expression stiffened, and her gaze toward Tang Xi grew more cautious. Perhaps she thought Tang Xi still had feelings for Wen Su, and even as an elder, she would interfere in their relationship? What a joke. Tang Xi was eager for this family to stay as far away from her as possible. "That's good. I wish you and Wen Su happiness." Tang Xi clearly expressed her stance. Liao Ruan's caution gradually turned into confusion, and she couldn't help but look at Tang Xi again. Meanwhile, Feng Xiaoman was already furious and believed Tang Xi's words were mocking her. What Wen Su partner? They haven't even started dating. Feng Xiaoman angrily finished and turned to leave. Liao Wan felt a surge of anger. But then she remembered something and forced herself to suppress her anger. She followed her future mother-in-law quietly, looking humble and eager to please. Tang Xi watched quietly for a moment. When those two figures disappeared, she turned around and praised Tang Ruyue enthusiastically. "Mom, you were amazing just now." You directly made Feng Xiaoman speechless. It was rare to see Tang Ruyue so strong. Even if Tang Xi could have handled Feng Xiaoman more harshly, she chose to hold back and let Tang Ruyue take the spotlight. Seeing Feng Xiaoman's face turn red with anger, Tang Xi's long-held frustration was finally eased. She couldn't wait to encourage her. "Remember this. From now on, you need to be like this, more assertive. Don't be too easy to talk to, so no one thinks they can step all over you." When she said this, Tang Xi was thinking about how Tang Ruyue had endured and retreated in silence over the years. Human nature is such that patience and retreat rarely bring kindness, only allowing others to take advantage. Tang Xi watched her mother swallow her anger for so many years, and when she finally saw her show some strength, she was very happy. Yang Bixia also strongly agreed with Tang Xi's words. "Cici is right. Why are you afraid of these people? Just tell them off. And look at that woman just now. She didn't dare to argue with you. She's just a coward. If it comes to a fight, no worries. Those with shoes on don't fear those barefoot." Yang Bixia had her own rough logic for growing up wild. She used to think Tang Ruyue was too kind and easy to bully. Today, she was excited to see Tang Ruyue finally show some strength. As for Tang Ruyue, she looked overwhelmed and stiff, not speaking for a long time. Tang Xi thought she was unhappy. "What's wrong?" "That I'm tired," Tang Ruyue replied weakly. Tang Xi quickly reached out to support her, and she couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. It turned out that Tang Ruyue was surrounded by many people, feeling so nervous that her legs and feet went weak. Tang Xi found this amusing but also saw it as a big step forward, praising her repeatedly. Tang Ruyue loosened her clenched fists after a long time. Seeing her sweaty palms, she also smiled, feeling very happy. After shopping at the department store, Tang Xi still held hands with Tang Ruyue and Yang Bixia, and they went to the nearby state-run barbershop for a perm. Yang Bixia, lively and energetic, decided to cut her hair short on Tang Xi's suggestion, calling it a happy girl style. It is said to be inspired by a female lead from a popular TV drama from a certain country, now very trendy in the capital city. Yang Bixia's features are already good, but she used to neglect her grooming. Now with short hair, her features stand out more, making her look more spirited and her eyes and eyebrows clearer. As for Tang Ruyue, She usually wore large black braids, giving a dull impression that didn't match her bright yellow long dress. Tang Xi simply had her hair curled into big, fluffy waves, removing years of dullness and making her look more fashionable and eye-catching. Tang Ruyue's beautiful features were fully showcased by her hair, perfectly matching her delicate and refined aura, making her impossible to look away. Other customers in the shop, who liked Yang Bixia's happy girl hairstyle, also wanted to try it. But seeing Tang Ruyue's new hairstyle, they quickly changed their minds. "I want this. I want exactly this." Under the gaze of many onlookers, Tang Ruyue shyly touched her hair. "Does it really look good? I think it looks a bit strange." Tang Xi nodded firmly and said decisively, "What's strange about it? It looks very, very good." Others in the shop also agreed and kept praising her. They praised her so much that Tang Ruyue's face turned red. It must be said, after changing into new dresses and getting new hairstyles, Tang Ruyue and Yang Bixia looked completely different from before. All the dullness and plainness disappeared, replaced by a glamorous look reminiscent of stylish movie stars. Walking on the street, countless eyes followed them. Some people might dislike such boldness, feeling a bit critical or disdainful. But most people looked at them with admiration, longing, and pure appreciation for their beauty. After being looked at like this many times, Tang Ruyue and Yang Bixia's attitudes shifted from being shy and reserved to confident and graceful. Their eyes became brighter and brighter. It was as if they had transformed completely, inside and out. "Hello, I am Bai Chen." After greeting warmly, Bai Chen looked at the person in front of him with curiosity. The youngest among them was undoubtedly Tang Xi, Wen San's wife. The two beside her were likely her elders. The last time Bai Chen saw Tang, she was at the wedding. A group of childhood friends watched Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan standing side by side from afar, looking like a perfect match, like a fairy tale couple. Privately, they couldn't help but sigh at how unpredictable life is. The person who would end up with Wen Jiuyuan wasn't who they expected. But this didn't mean they disliked Tang Xi. Even though everyone knew Wen Jiuyuan married Tang Xi because of an elder's marriage arrangement, since the marriage was arranged by the elders and Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan had no objections, outsiders had no right to criticize. Since they were already married, Bai Chen thought he should treat Tang Xi as his sister-in-law and not worry about unnecessary things. So, Bai Chen smiled sincerely and kindly, adding, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. Third brother called me this morning." While Bai Chen was looking at Tang Xi, she was also observing him. Someone who could associate with Wen Jiuyuan and become his friend wouldn't be an ordinary person. Bai Chen was also from a prominent family, but he chose a different path. He entered the system instead of joining the military. He was about a year younger than Wen Jiuyuan, handsome and gentle, well-mannered and polite from the start. His kind and respectful demeanor made it hard to find fault with him. Tang Xi had a good impression of Bai Chen. Just as she was about to greet him, she suddenly remembered. "Third brother?" Bai Chen smiled and explained, "Yes, that's what we all call him. Since we are childhood friends, and he's older than us, calling him uncle sounds too strange. Calling him by his name seems too informal, so everyone just calls him brother. Even those older than him call him third brother." Bai Chen's words were quite humorous, and Tang Xi couldn't help but laugh softly. Her usual cool demeanor softened with a smile, like ice breaking and spring water warming. Her amber eyes sparkled brightly, as if shimmering with tiny gold particles. Bai Chen's gaze lingered on her for a few seconds. But Tang Xi quickly composed herself and returned to the main topic. "By the way, he should have told me that today we are here too." "Yes, I know. You want to see the courtyard, right?" Bai Chen also gathered his thoughts and told Tang Xi about the few places they planned to visit today. The Beijing courtyard houses have a long history. After many years of turmoil, property ownership has become unclear. Some courtyards were given to workers, with 4 or 5 families living in one yard. To buy a yard, you must negotiate with all the families living there. When many parties are involved, the process becomes complicated and negotiations difficult. Fortunately, Wen Jiuyuan introduced Bai Chen to Tang Xi. Bai Chen is responsible for this work at his workplace. The area where there now happens to be under his jurisdiction. At least, this saves Tang Xi from many unnecessary troubles. The homes Bai Chen introduced to Tang Xi are mostly simple residents who are eager to sell, and the houses are in good condition. They first visited a courtyard that was once the palace of a prince from the previous dynasty. It has 3 sections with corridors, pavilions, and flower halls, and a small garden inside. Now it is abandoned, with moss on the rocks. The house is old and poorly maintained. Some parts are ruined, and some carvings are broken. When Tang Xi and his group arrived, they saw the residents inside burning firewood and cooking. In a corner outside, there was a pile of wooden racks. Upon closer look, these racks were decorated with intricate carvings, such as cloud and bat patterns, pomegranate motifs, and some paint still remained. Tang Xi's eyes were immediately drawn to them, feeling both surprised and sad. Tang Ruyue hesitated and asked, "Are those wooden pieces from the dismantled bed? They look like rosewood." Tang Xi's grandfather, Tang Ming, comes from a scholarly family with a long history. Relying on his knowledge, Tang Ruyue recognized these old objects easily. Bai Chen's expression changed slightly, and he quickly asked, "What are you burning?" The people burning the wood were a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law living in the yard. They recognized Bai Chen and greeted him warmly. "Leader Bai, you're here to see the house again. We're boiling sour plum soup. Would you like some?" Smelling the faint scent of wood in the air, Bai Chen's lips twitched. "No, I won't have the sour plum soup. And this bed." The mother-in-law looked down and explained, "Oh, that's the old bed from before. It's too worn out and falling apart. No one in our family can fix it, so we just took it apart and burned it as firewood." Bai Chen felt heartbroken. "Stop burning it. These are good pieces of wood, worth money." The mother-in-law looked uncertain and said, "Really? Can a few pieces of wood still be sold for money?" Although she doubted it, she honestly pulled the wood out of the stove. Fortunately, not much of it had burned, and most of the bed frame remained intact. Maybe a skilled carpenter could restore it to its original shape. Tang Xi secretly thought about it and became interested. Over there, Bai Chen also told the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law about bringing people to see the house. The mother-in-law was very happy and said, "Really? That's great." She quickly wiped her hands on her clothes and went straight to Yang Bixia, saying, "Hello, hello, you can look at our house freely." Yang Bixia was surprised and said, "I'm not the one buying." The mother-in-law looked a bit surprised. Yang Bixia seemed the oldest, and usually the oldest elder makes decisions, so she thought it was her. Tang Xi stepped forward and said, "Hello, Grandma. The person interested in buying the house is me." The mother-in-law immediately looked suspicious and leaned toward Bai Chen, speaking loudly, thinking it was a small voice but actually quite loud. "Our house is so big. Can this young girl really afford it? Are you trying to fool me?" Bai Chen couldn't help but laugh and patiently explained, "She genuinely wants to buy it. Even if you don't believe her, you should believe me, right?" The mother-in-law nodded repeatedly and said, "That's true. I trust you, Bai leader." Bai Chen smiled and looked at Tang Xi. Tang Xi was observing the surroundings. Beyond the broken wall, she could see the clear blue sky. If the wall were repaired and a wisteria vine planted, when the flowers bloom, sitting on a swing under the wisteria waterfall and gazing at the sky would be a very pleasant scene. Tang Xi became more confident. Bai Chen is good at reading people's expressions. He noticed Tang Xi's changing face and knew she was interested. "Let's talk privately." Bai Chen and Tang Xi went to a quiet place alone and asked if she was very satisfied with the house. Tang Xi had nothing to hide in front of Bai Chen and nodded directly, saying, "Yes, I like it here very much." Bai Chen looked serious and said, "I need to tell you something first. Buying this house won't be easy." Tang Xi wasn't surprised and asked, "I guess that. Such a big house, the ownership must be complicated?" Surprisingly, Bai Chen shook his head and said, "The ownership isn't complicated. Only 3 families live inside. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law I mentioned are one family. They want to sell the house to give money as a bride price to their son, so they're eager to sell. There is another person who is a teacher. They want to move into a building and do not want to live in the same yard as others. They're very kind and easy to talk to. Only the last person. Tang Xi immediately understood. It seems the main problem is with the last person.
Oh.
What's the issue? Bai Chun was about to explain. Suddenly, there was a noise nearby. It was the sound of something heavy being dropped to the ground. Tang Xi was startled and jumped. Bai Chun quickly raised his hand to protect her. They looked toward the sound and saw someone standing in the corridor. It was a thin old lady, her face weathered and aged, but she didn't look sad or miserable. She had very sharp eyes, and her gaze was cold and icy, sweeping over Tang Xi with no warmth, very unfriendly. Tang Xi frowned. Bai Chun thought she was a little scared, so he stepped forward and blocked the old lady's view. Grandma Guan, what are you doing here? I heard you were sick a few days ago. Are you feeling better now? The old lady didn't appreciate this and waved her hand. Do I know you well? Call me Grandma? Bai Chun didn't mind at all and kept smiling kindly. The old lady's expression softened a little, and she said, I've told you many times, I'm not selling this house. Don't come to visit anymore. Bai Chun was about to speak. But suddenly, the wife and daughter-in-law from earlier rushed out from the side, pointing at the old lady and shouting loudly. You old thing, what are you pretending for? Both our families said they want to sell, but you refuse to sell and keep fighting us. Are you sick, or what? The woman who had been kind to Tang Xi and Bai Chun just now was now cursing the old lady very harshly. It was surprising how quickly people can change their attitude from gentle to angry in an instant. It showed that their conflict had probably been going on for a long time. What was even more interesting was that the thin old lady was not easy to deal with either. She stood with her hands on her hips and shouted back angrily. The two women argued back and forth, shouting loudly. Finally, Bai Chun stepped in to calm things down and made the scene quiet again. He gave Tang Xi a helpless look as if to say, see, this is trouble. Tang Xi also felt a bit frustrated. She was about to start school soon, and her schedule would be busy for a while. She wanted to settle the house purchase quickly. Getting involved in such petty disputes was a waste of time and energy. Eventually, both old ladies left angrily. Bai Chun walked back to Tang Xi and stood beside her. Tang Ruyue and Yang Bixia also came over, still feeling a bit scared from the earlier argument. Are these two always so fierce? Do they argue every day? Bai Chun nodded and said yes. Then he explained to Tang Xi, Grandma Guan's ancestors were the original owners of this house. Later, something happened and the house was taken away. Others moved in, but Grandma Guan refused to leave. She wanted to stay and wait for her family. Meanwhile, the other two families were eager to sell their houses. The situation was more complicated than Tang Xi had expected. Seeing Tang Xi hesitate, Bai Chun suggested they visit a few other houses. Tang Xi had no choice but to agree. They visited 4 or 5 houses. Most of the yards were too small or in poor locations. Tang Xi was not satisfied and still thought the first house was the best. She told Bai Chun they would come back later to look again. While standing at the door, they unexpectedly met someone they had just seen before.
Liao Wan.
Why was she here? And why was she so eager to help someone move? The person she was helping turned out to be the mother-in-law from the couple she had just met. She seemed to be packing, moving 2 large boxes onto a cart. Liao Wan quickly stepped forward. Grandma Chen, let me do it. Her smile was similar to the one she had when dealing with Feng Xiaoman earlier, a little fake. Maybe the slight impatience and dislike in her eyes were her true feelings. Tang, she watched her a bit longer. Liao Wan seemed to notice and casually looked back. How come you're here? Liao Ruan's eyes were full of suspicion, probably thinking Tang Xi was following her. Tang Xi nodded slightly and pointed to Bai Chun beside her. I'm here to look at houses. But this didn't ease her suspicion. Instead, her eyes became more guarded. Tang Xi wondered if Liao Wan also wanted to buy this house. Yes, in her dream, Liao Wan spent most of her money to buy a courtyard house. She said it would be very valuable in the future. Tang Xi understood this completely. When a country's overall strength grows and the environment becomes stable and prosperous, land and property prices tend to rise, like the value of gold in wartime or antiques in peaceful times. But even if Liao Wan wanted to buy a courtyard house, there were many available in this big city. Why did Liao Wan focus on this house and endure her irritation to help out and earn a good impression? Is there some secret hidden here? Tang Xi looked at Liao Wan thoughtfully. Liao Wan suddenly felt uneasy. She wanted to say a few words to the elderly woman beside her. But before she could, the woman hurriedly rushed in front of Tang Xi, smiling warmly. "Comrades, you're back? I thought you were annoyed by that man named Guan and decided not to buy the house. That's great. Want to go inside and take another look?" Liao Ruan's face stiffened and she blurted out, "Grandma Chen, didn't you say you would sell me the house?" The woman called Grandma Chen looked guilty and evasive. "That, you see, you don't have enough money and you want to pay in installments. Our family needs money urgently, and we can't wait that long." Liao Wan almost spat out her anger and frustration. She raised her voice to question. "If that's the case, I've helped you these days and you haven't said a word?" Grandma Chen, though guilty, was shrewd and clever, not missing a beat. "It's not like I asked you to help. You came here on your own. Who can refuse someone insisting on helping with laundry and cleaning?" Grandma Chen's words were shameless, emphasizing that she didn't take the initiative, didn't refuse, and didn't take responsibility. But upon closer look, her words also had some truth. Liao Wan clenched her teeth tightly. She couldn't believe she had been deceived by an elderly woman from the 1980s. Isn't it said that people from this era are honest and kind? Especially since she felt Tang Xi was watching her, her heart felt even worse. She wanted to explode, to curse, to act recklessly. But she also knew clearly that she was from out of town and had no roots in the city. Rough confrontation might not work, so Liao Wan decided to play the victim. She was a good actress, quickly tearing up and speaking with a choked voice. "Grandma Chen, you're too much. I just want to buy a house, to have a home in the city." Grandma Chen was unimpressed and bluntly retorted, "You have no money. Why buy such a big house? Is it only big houses that can be your home?" Grandma Chen's words remained sharp and harsh. "I only wanted to." Liao Wan quickly stopped herself before finishing her sentence. Tang Xi, standing nearby, couldn't help but feel a bit regretful, but said nothing. Liao Wan knew that if she kept going like this, Tang Xi would just laugh at her. Her face turned red, and she was about to leave. The group hurriedly walked, accidentally knocking over a box on the cart. A loud crash sounded. Old, yellowed paper pages and documents scattered all over the ground. Grandma Chen slapped her thigh and said, "Oh, were you doing that on purpose?" Liao Wan really wasn't. Her face turned pale and then flushed. "I didn't mean to." She quickly bent down to help pick up the papers. Nearby, Tang Xi and the others also stopped watching and crouched down to help. There were more documents than expected, but since there were many people, they quickly gathered everything. Grandma Chen was a bit rude to Liao Wan but treated by Chen and the others kindly, smiling and repeatedly thanking them. The last few papers were in Tang Xi's hands. But Tang Xi's gaze seemed glued to them, as if enchanted. "Comrade Tang Xi, this stuff. Whose handwriting is on these?" Tang Xi asked eagerly. Grandma Chen looked a bit confused by the question.
Ha. Ha.
Tang Xi's eyes grew more urgent. "I mean, who wrote these things?" Everyone was puzzled by Tang Xi's anxious tone. Liao Wan quietly picked up a few sheets and looked at them. She saw they were filled with dense mathematical symbols. "What is this?" It gave her a headache. Liao Wan couldn't quite express her feelings at this moment. She felt like her insides were soaking in sour water, uncomfortable and tight. As a time traveler and a prophet, she felt a deep sense of defeat. But at this moment, no one paid attention to her feelings. Everyone's focus was on Tang Xi's hands. Grandma Chen finally regained her senses. This is something that surnamed Guan threw out. The grandma they saw earlier? Without hesitation, Tang Xi grabbed a few key pages and rushed into the house. Halfway there, she suddenly remembered something and hurried back. Grandma Chen, please don't throw these away. They are very important materials. Very important, really. She repeated this 3 times and even asked Tang Ruyue to keep an eye on them. Tang Ruyue was initially confused. Hearing her daughter's instructions, she nodded immediately. Don't worry. Mom will watch over them. Yang Bixia also agreed. For some reason, Bai Chen felt like laughing. Then he turned and met Tang Xi's eyes. That I'll help watch over them, Bai Chen answered instinctively. Tang Xi finally felt at ease and rushed back into the house to find Grandma Guan. She quickly found Grandma's thin figure under a withered tree. The other person looked up at the tree in front of her, lost in thought. So much so that she didn't notice Tang Xi's approaching footsteps. Tang Xi slowed down her steps nearby. Grandma Gua. Grandma Gua suddenly turned her head, first stunned, then slowly showing a fierce expression. What are you doing here? Who told you to come in? Tang Xi was a bit surprised as she observed Grandma Gua's anger. Rather than real anger, it seemed like she was deliberately acting tough. Like a small bird in the animal world, puffing up its feathers to show strength. But beneath the feathers, it was all bravado. Grandma Gua's eyes widened even more, her expression becoming more fierce. What? Do you think I, an old lady, is easy to bully? I tell you, I'm not afraid of shoes. Don't think you can steal my house. Tang Xi hurriedly pressed her hands down, hoping to calm her. I didn't mean to bully you. I just saw these manuscripts outside the door, almost thrown away. Grandma Gua glanced at her, her gaze suddenly turning cold. She was clearly really angry, her tone deepening, like ice being poured into her words, one by one. Who told you to go through these things? Tang Xi could only try to explain. I didn't intentionally look through them. They accidentally fell on the ground, and I just happened to see them. Grandma Gua responded coldly with an "oh," unsure if she believed her or not. Tang Xi softened her tone, cautiously asking, Grandma Gua, did you throw these manuscripts away? Grandma Gua turned her face aside. So, what if I did? Tang Xi bit her lip. But these things are very important. Grandma Gua sneered sarcastically. They're not important. Just a pile of useless paper. After a pause, she suddenly squinted at Tang Xi. Do you know what's on these pages? Tang Xi nodded without hesitation. Of course I do. It's Fermat's last theorem, proposed by French mathematician Pierre de Fermat in 1637. It became a difficult problem that troubled mathematicians for hundreds of years, blocking the progress of many. Historically, Fermat's last theorem was proved in 1994 by British mathematician Andrew Wiles and published in 1995. Since then, the math world lost to Fermat's conjecture and gained a Fermat's last theorem. As for these pages, they are all about the proof process of Fermat's last theorem. According to Tang Xi's judgment, the route written on the paper is undoubtedly correct and very close to success. And now, the time is at least 10 years earlier than that of the mathematician from Y country. Oh no, not just that. Based on the yellowing of the pages, these papers have been around for at least 5 years. This means the person who wrote these manuscripts was at least 15 years ahead of that mathematician. In fact, such things happen often in the scientific world. For example, the long-standing debate between Newton and Leibniz over the invention of calculus lasted many years. In reality, both discovered the fundamental theorem of calculus independently around the same time, from different perspectives, and developed effective methods for differentiation and integration, freeing calculus from geometric constraints. This greatly advanced mathematics, solving many problems that earlier elementary math couldn't handle. The owner of the manuscript Tang Xi saw was probably similar to that mathematician, approaching the problem from different angles, but ultimately finding a way to solve Fermat's last theorem. This is such a huge achievement that sharing the news would shake the international math community. But, facing Tang Xi's excited gaze, Grandma Guan's eyes were as still as dead water. I didn't expect you to know about these. Her tones suddenly softened, no longer prickly, and she asked Tang Xi, Are you also into math? Tang Xi touched his nose and replied, I guess I'm a first-year student in the math department at Jingqing University. Grandma Guan was surprised. What do you mean guess? Not wanting to lie and trying to be friendly, Tang Xi briefly explained, I haven't officially enrolled yet. I was just specially recruited.
Grandma Wan nodded. No wonder.
I thought first-year students at Jing University's math department would already be at that level. Turns out you were admitted as a special recruit. It makes sense. Someone who can understand these manuscripts at a glance is probably wasting their talent in just their first year. Tang Xi suddenly had a guess. Could it be that these manuscripts were written by you? Grandma Guan shook her head. Perhaps due to her respect for geniuses, her attitude softened a bit again. No, these belong to my husband. He passed away a few years ago. A few simple words made Tang Xi think of many things. My condolences, he said apologetically. Grandma Guan scoffed. Why are you sorry? It's not your fault. The ones truly responsible for his death never felt sorry at all. Speaking later, there was a hint of teeth-gritting determination. Tang Xi silently held the manuscripts without speaking. After a long while, Grandma Guan calmed her turbulent emotions and looked back at Tang Xi. If you like these manuscripts, take them. They're no use to me anyway. Tang Xi softly replied. How can they be useless? Part of these manuscripts are clearly your achievements, Grandma Guan. Grandma Guan was stunned. She looked steadily at Tang Xi, as if for the first time truly understanding the young girl before her.
You
seem more talented than I imagined. Mathematics is a field where experts often feel like strangers to each other. Those who work on number theory might not understand papers on geometry. But Tang Xi could understand what was written between the lines of the manuscripts in just a few quick glances. This is no ordinary genius can describe. Grandma Guan looked at Tang Xi with some surprise. Tang Xi lowered her head, showing no arrogance or pride. She calmly explained, the handwriting in these manuscripts belongs to two people. One is refined, the other delicate. I think the latter part belongs to you, Grandma Guan. The other handwriting must be your husband's. He proposed the initial idea in the early part of the manuscript, but the main progress was made by you. I don't understand, though. Why would you discard these manuscripts after seeing the end? That's such a pity. Grandma Guan's calm eyes finally showed ripples. She looked more excited than Tang Xi. What do you mean? Are you saying our method is correct? How can you prove it? Tang Xi had briefly flipped through the entire manuscript and was deeply impressed by the proof process. She remembered where her calculations stopped and wanted to continue writing. Unfortunately, she had come out shopping today and didn't bring a pen. She looked around, hoping to find one. Grandma Guan immediately understood Tang Xi's intention and quickly turned around. You want a pen? I'll get one for you. No need. Tang Xi stopped Grandma Guan and directly picked up a stick, casually drawing and writing on the flat dirt surface. Something like this. She moved her hand quickly, with a clear train of thought. The key point that had been stuck for a long time was suddenly resolved. Instead, an endless stream of inspiration flowed. Yes, that's it. It should be like this. Grandma Guan trembled with excitement. In the end, her eyes turned red. She never thought that the difficult problem that had trapped her for years could be so simply overcome. Tang Xi glanced at Grandma Guan and paused her writing at the right moment. That's about it. As long as we proceed step by step, proving Fermat's last theorem is just a matter of time. Grandma Guan suddenly stiffened. Time. She covered her face and burst into uncontrollable laughter. Tang Xi didn't understand, but from the laughter, she sensed deep sadness. Feeling uncomfortable, Tang Xi gently patted Grandma Guan's shoulder to comfort her. Instead of calming her, the laughter turned into despairing sobs. I don't have much time left. Grandma Guan lifted her reddening eyes with a hint of sadness. I'm an old woman who might enter the coffin tomorrow. My mind is starting to stiffen, and I can't hold a pen anymore. I am no longer the person who could stay up 3 nights straight just to prove a theorem. Where would I find the time to finish this? Tang Xi felt as if a heavy stone was pressing down on her chest. It will happen. I will help you, she said firmly. If before, Tang Xi had some desire to buy this courtyard, now her thoughts had completely changed. Now her main goal was to help Grandma Guan. That I will help you until this proof is finally completed. Grandma Guan was touched, but did not agree. She looked at Tang Xi for a long time. Let's make a deal. Tang Xi looked confused. Grandma Guan squinted her eyes, her fierce face softening into a gentle and kind expression. I can sell you this courtyard and give you all these manuscripts. The only thing I ask in return is that you complete the remaining proof. Oh, and the final proof can be signed in your name. Grandma Guan, are you a bodhisattva? This was not a compliment, but a helpless remark. Only a bodhisattva would help someone selflessly, without seeking benefit. What good would this do for Grandma Guan? Tang Xi's confusion made her smile faintly. I just want to fulfill the dreams my husband and I shared. As for fame and fortune, they are no longer useful to me. This old woman who is about to be laid to rest. Grandma Guan doesn't care, and your husband doesn't care either? Tang Xi couldn't understand. Grandma Guan suddenly smiled openly, her eyes revealing a hint of her former spirited self. He cares even less about fame and fortune than I do. He only cares about mathematics itself. Her words reveal her pride in her husband's character. Unfortunately, Tang Xi still does not agree. She speaks firmly. You can choose not to, but you can't refuse what belongs to you. I will help finish the work to prove this hypothesis, but I won't take credit, or I can add my name at the end. Grandma Guan misunderstood. Oh, sorry. I forgot that you geniuses are proud. This kind of thing must be hard for you. Actually. Well, let's just say that. It's just a misunderstanding. Tang Xi changed her mind and helped Grandma Guan sit in the corridor. Grandma Guan looked at the empty yard. As for this house, Tang Xi wanted to say she wouldn't buy it anymore. Seeing her expression, Grandma Guan explained gently, even if I don't want to sell, the other two families will sell. Instead of selling to strangers, I'd rather sell it to you. Little Tang, I trust your character more than theirs. Tang Xi was momentarily speechless, so she said she would go home and think about it. Buying a house is not a small matter, so it's normal to think carefully. Grandma Guan nodded without saying more. Tang Xi sat for a while longer before leaving. Tang Ruyue, Yang Bixia, and Bai Chen, who had just been invited by Grandma Chen, sat next door. The upset Liao Wan, who had caused the earlier trouble, was nowhere to be seen. When Tang Xi came out, she saw them at the door and immediately stood up, nervously watching her, afraid she might be bullied. Tang Xi saw their concern and found it amusing. Grandma Guan isn't a wolf, Grandma. Why are you so worried? It seems like you had a good talk. Bai Chen said with a smile. Tang Xi nodded. Yeah, kind of. Grandma Chen, who had been watching for a long time, couldn't wait to ask. So, is it settled? The Guans are willing to sell? Tang Xi wanted to say something, but seeing Grandma Chen's eager eyes, her words circled around. Almost. We've reached a preliminary agreement. Grandma Chen was confused by her formal words. Bai Chen kindly explained. It means the talk went well, and Grandma Guan is willing to sell, but there are still some details to discuss. Grandma Chen's face lit up, and she nodded excitedly. Good, good. That's great. Seeing hope for her long-held wish, Grandma Chen was so happy, she even invited Tang Xi and the others to stay for dinner. Of course, they all politely declined. Before leaving, Bai Chen carried the neatly packed box of manuscripts back to Grandma Guan. As for the other items, they were not sold, following Tang Xi's suggestion. Grandma Chen thought Tang Xi intentionally bought the house with them, just leaving it for a few more days, so she happily decided to keep everything. Tang Xi returned to the courtyard 2 days later. The day before, she and Wen Jiuyuan and Tang Ruyue visited Wen's old house. Tang Ruyue had moved to the capital 2 days earlier, but only now had time to visit the old house. The elderly couple had been waiting eagerly and spent a long time reminiscing with her. They knew Tang Ruyue was coming and prepared many gifts for her. When they brought the gifts out, even Tang Xi was surprised by how many there were. Tang Ruyue didn't want to accept the gifts at first, but after secretly crying over something she heard from Jiang Nanqing, she became more at ease and accepted them. The elderly couple also wanted to keep Tang Ruyue at the old house for a couple of days, since she had her own room there. Tang Ruyue was tempted, and Tang Xi wanted her mother to settle into life in the capital, so she encouraged her to stay. Tang Ruyue hesitated and asked how she should handle meals for Tang Xi. This made Tang Xi laugh in anger. She called her mother to move to the capital, not to be her nanny. Tang Xi simply said that cooking could be left to Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan, sitting beside her, nodded seriously in agreement. Even Jiang Nanqin and the others had no complaints. Instead, they were very pleased with their son's good manners. They said, "A man who knows how to care for his wife is a real man." Tang Ruyue quietly observed and relaxed a bit, finally agreeing. This is why Wen Jiuyuan accompanied Tang Xi to visit the courtyard today. However, Tang Xi only asked Wen Jiuyuan to park the car at the alley entrance. "I'll go in alone." Grandma Guan is probably wary of strangers because of past experiences, especially men. Just as Wen Jiuyuan was about to get out of the car, he paused. He looked at her with a helpless expression. "What about Bai Chen? Didn't he go with you too the day before?" "I've observed from Grandma Guan's attitude towards Bai Chen. Bai Chen is very friendly and gets along well with everyone. Even my mom, who spent some time with him the day before, has a very good impression of him." But Grandma Guan's eyes when she looks at him are full of suspicion and distance. I suspect the reason Grandma Guan is in her current situation is because of a man, probably a young man. Tang Xi calmly analyzed. But Wen Jiuyuan's focus was not on that. "What about your impression of Bai Chen? Do you think he's good?" he asked casually. Tang Xi's thoughts are still on Grandma Guan, and her mind feels a bit slow. "Ah?
Oh.
She's doing okay, pretty good. He's very patient and gentle when he speaks. Yesterday, when helping Grandma Chen tidy up, he also seemed willing to let go of his pride." Tang Xi suddenly realizes that Wen Jiuyuan's expression isn't very good and quickly changes the subject. "And no wonder he's your friend." Her small clever idea is naturally noticed by Wen Jiuyuan. But he doesn't mind as long as Tang Xi is willing to spend time thinking about him. Seeing the faint smile in Wen Jiuyuan's eyes, Tang Xi quietly breathes a sigh of relief. "Are you jealous?" "Yes." Wen Jiuyuan nods openly without hiding anything. Tang Xi wants to tease him a little. But then she remembers that after their last unpleasant incident, she specifically emphasized that she wanted Wen Jiuyuan to express his feelings. Ultimately, this is her request. Tang Xi curves her little finger. She quickly looks around, confirms no one is nearby, then turns her head and leans close to Wen Jiuyuan's cheek to kiss him. Wen Jiuyuan is stunned on the spot. Tang Xi's face turns redder than ever. "Don't be upset. I still like you the most." After saying this, she quickly gets off the car. Tang Xi almost jogs to Grandma Guan's door. Her cheeks still feel warm and can't seem to cool down. They are an old married couple, so they shouldn't be shy over just a kiss. It was that almost confessional phrase that made her feel embarrassed. Oh, wait. Since they are an old married couple, maybe saying such cheesy words isn't a big deal? Tang Xi tries to convince herself this way and thinks she's doing pretty well. But perhaps the blush on her face is the real answer. Deep inside, she knows this better than anyone, so she stands outside the door for a few minutes, waiting for her heartbeat and breathing to calm down. During this time, Tang Xi can't help but observe her surroundings, like the half-open courtyard gate and the marks on the wooden door that look like they've been smashed. Huh? Smashed? Almost immediately, Tang Xi frowns. Her memory is very good, almost photographic, and she remembers that when she came 2 days ago, the door was fine and had no such marks. All her romantic thoughts instantly disappear. Tang Xi becomes very alert and tries to push open the half door. "Comrade Tang," a weak voice suddenly calls from behind.
"Who?"
Nervously tense, Tang Xi shouts sharply. She turns around and sees Grandma Chen and her daughter-in-law standing at the wall, peering toward her tiptoes. Tang Xi sighed in relief and quickly walked over. "How did you all end up here? What happened inside?" Grandma Chen grabbed her and poured out her worries. "Oh, Comrade Tang, you don't know how scared we were. Those people suddenly stormed in, looking fierce, and dragged Xiaoguan to make her hand over the things. I was hiding by the door and took a quick look. Those people almost choked me to death." Grandma Chen kept talking about her terrible experience. But Tang Xi's only concern was, what about Grandma Guan? Grandma Chen's face froze. She's inside, of course. Although Tang Xi understood that Grandma Chen ran away alone to protect herself, she asked, "Didn't you call the police? Didn't you ask nearby people for help?" Grandma Chen hesitated, unable to answer. Actually, she didn't need to say anything. Tang Xi could guess. She probably thought those people weren't good, worried about getting involved, and feared retaliation. That's human nature. That's human nature. That's human nature. Tang Xi kept telling herself to stay calm. Then she said to Grandma Chen, "Go to the alley entrance. There's a military jeep parked there. Tell them to come quickly and find me. Oh, and you must change your clothes." Grandma Chen hesitated, reluctant to go. Tang Xi sneered, "If you can't solve this now, do you think those people will let you sell the house?" Tang Xi's words hit Grandma Chen's weakness immediately. She quickly grabbed her indecisive daughter-in-law and ran like a rabbit. Worried something might happen inside, Tang Xi decided to go in first and see what was going on. She took a deep breath, picked up some things nearby, then quietly pushed open the door and approached Grandma Guan's yard. Before she got close, she heard loud arguing from afar. "Stop pretending here. Don't think I don't know. The old man left all the big yellow fish for you. Now you tell me you don't know where they are? Do you think I'm stupid?" The frantic shouting came from a young man she didn't recognize. Answering him was Grandma Guan's voice. "I said I don't have them. The big yellow fish were donated long ago." Her tone was calm, without any emotion or desire to survive. The young man confronting her was clearly angered. "You're lying. You're lying. Old woman, I think you really want to die."
Bang!
There was a loud crash as something was smashed against the wall, breaking into pieces. Tang Xi thought to herself, "This doesn't look good." She originally just wanted to sneak in and check the situation, waiting until Wen Jiuyuan arrived to decide what to do. But now, she couldn't wait any longer. Tang Xi suddenly pushed open the door. "Stop. What are you doing?" Inside, there were about 10 men, all with fierce faces and muscular builds, clearly not easy to deal with. The man at the front was the one confronting Grandma Guan. He was holding a chair leg, raised high, ready to smash Grandma Guan. Compared to them, Grandma Guan, trapped in the middle, looked so weak she seemed like she could fall with a gust of wind. Of course, Tang Xi wasn't much better. She was usually weak, with thighs thinner than most people's arms. Fortunately, Tang Xi had enough presence. She kept a calm face, looked steady, and scanned each man coldly. Grandma Guan, who remained calm from start to finish, finally showed some relief. She quickly scolded in a stern voice, "Who told you to come here? I said I won't sell the house. Get out now." Her tense expression only revealed a hint of worry when she looked at Tang Xi. This small change in emotion was noticed by the young man who knew her well. He instantly squinted his eyes. "Oh, so you're acting here?" Grandma Guan gritted her teeth. "Let her go. She's not involved in this. We just met for the first time the day before yesterday." But the young man didn't believe her at all. He lowered his arm, and the small chair leg, as thick as a child's arm, hung by his side. He slowly approached Tang Xi with a teasing attitude. "Care so much on your first meeting? Looks like this girl suits your taste? Well, she also suits mine. Little girl, do you want your big brother?" No. Tang Xi quickly threw a handful of sand. She had been outside, watching for a while, but couldn't find a weapon, so she used her handkerchief to scoop up some sand, which now came in handy. The young man was caught off guard, getting a face full of sand, with his eyes and mouth full of grit. This obviously angered him. Without even opening his eyes, he started cursing at Tang Xi. But Tang Xi wouldn't let him get away with it. She took the chance to kick him hard in the lower body.
Ah! Bang!
The sound of a chair leg hitting the ground, and the young man let out a shrill scream. The faint cracking sound made the men present, who hadn't reacted in time, feel a chill in their hearts, some empathizing with him. But for Tang Xi and Grandma Guan, only happiness filled their hearts. Tang Xi quickly bent down to pick up the chair leg and smashed it with both hands. She hit the young man until he was bleeding and crying out in pain. seeing Tang Xi rush out and her series of moves leaving the young man helpless. Grandma Guan was stunned. Other men also regained their senses and tried to rush over to help. Get lost. Tang Xi pointed at them with a chair leg, her eyes cold like frozen ice, full of fierce energy. Don't come any closer. Otherwise, I will fight all of you too. A group of tall, strong men were actually intimidated by Tang Xi's presence and hesitated to move. Cough cough, a little unexpected. I was heading to the hospital, but I got lost with the GPS, took an extra hour, missed the appointment, and had to re-register, so I'm a bit late. Of course, this moment of distraction was brief. The size difference was obvious. Even if she was momentarily scared, it wasn't a long-term solution. Soon, the man who had been beaten up and had a bruised face struggled to get up from the ground, his eyes fierce. What are you doing? Just watching her beat me? Catch that little girl. His shout snapped all the men back to reality. They looked embarrassed and felt a bit ashamed, being scared by a little girl. Little girl, I advise you to be sensible and put that thing down. Tang Xi was fearless, standing tall like a proud plum tree in winter. Even when about 10 strong men approached her step by step, she showed no sign of backing down. Sensible? That word isn't in my dictionary. The men were angered and felt she was ungrateful. Lil Tang. Grandma Guan raised her hand, struggling to get up, her eyes full of worry. Tang Xi looked at her calmly, offering a reassuring gaze. It should be about time.
Bang.
The door was pushed open forcefully. The sunlight outside spilled in, blocked by a tall, majestic figure. A storm was brewing, as if a mountain rain was about to fall. Tang Xi squinted and looked back, feeling completely at ease. You're here? Her tone rose slightly with happiness. Her eyes showed trust. At other times, Wen Jiuyuan would be delighted by Tang Xi's trust.
But now,
he was filled with fear. Only heaven and that moment knew that when the old grandma ran over saying Tang Xi was in danger, even the steel body that never weakened on the battlefield softened and trembled with fear. It took him 10 seconds to steady his mind, suppress his worry and fear, and run toward the courtyard regardless of everything. He was afraid that if he was half a step late, Tang Xi would be hurt. Fortunately, he arrived just in time. Wen Jiuyuan struggled to steady his chaotic breathing, carefully examining Tang Xi from top to bottom, not missing a single detail. Even a single hair was noticed. Are you okay? His voice sounded like a volcano about to erupt with suppressed lava. Tang Xi reached up and touched her nose. I'm fine. Oh no. Wen Jiuyuan looked very angry. She decided to push these people aside to block the guns. Tang Xi thought without hesitation. But at this critical moment, she didn't forget to check Wen Jiuyuan. Good. Even in such a chaotic moment, he hadn't forgotten to change clothes. Originally, because Wen Jiuyuan was going to the office later, he was wearing his military uniform. After Tang Xi reminded him, he hurried back to change into regular clothes after getting out of the car. In his military uniform, he was a soldier defending the country. Out of uniform, he was just an ordinary man protecting his wife. Tang Xi moved aside and pointed at those people. Those are the ones who bullied me. She threw away the stool leg in her hand. She looked innocent, as if she wasn't the one who had just beaten up that young man. Wen Jiuyuan naturally saw the trick behind this. The man with a big bruise on his face was still sitting on the ground. But Wen Jiuyuan didn't care. He only wanted Tang Xi to be safe and sound. As for the others, he cast a cold, sharp glance over. The tall, strong man saw his expression and froze, as if being stared at by a terrifying beast, instinctively wanting to step back. But before he could retreat, his companion pushed him.
Go.
Caught off guard, the man was pushed out directly in front of Wen Jiuyuan. There was no time to escape. He clenched his teeth and swung a punch. What seemed like a heavy punch to many looked slow and laughable in Wen Jiuyuan's view. He tilted his head slightly. Just in time, he dodged the punch that was coming straight at him, letting it brush past his hair. Then he struck the man's inner elbow with his palm, and as the man showed a pained expression, he raised his knee and delivered a hard. With a scream, The man who had gone first fell to the ground, so hurt he couldn't even crawl away. Tang Xi tiptoed and looked over. Are your internal organs okay? It's fine to hit someone, but if someone dies, it would be hard to handle. Wen Jiuyuan looked at her helplessly and with a smile. Does she think he's a clueless kid who doesn't understand anything? Having served in the army for many years, he knew many ways to hurt someone without causing obvious injuries, which now came in handy. Don't worry, no one will die, he explained patiently. Tang Xi finally felt relieved. Good, that's good. The couple's conversation was overheard by everyone present, and it was truly frightening. The remaining 10 people realized that Wen Jiuyuan was not an ordinary person. But thinking about the numerical disadvantage, they felt they might still have a chance to fight.
Ah!
They shouted angrily and rushed out together. As for the idea of using numbers to overwhelm fewer people, everyone found it amusing and didn't care about such tactics. Just when they thought, with 10 against 1, victory was certain, Wen Jiuyuan made his move faster than before, twice as quick. His aura was like thunder, and his speed was as fast as lightning. A swift shadow remained in the air. He was precise, fierce, and merciless, reminding people of fierce beasts in the animal kingdom. He never wasted a move. Every strike hit its target. Standing nearby, Tang Xi watched the scene, trusting Wen Jiuyuan completely, but she didn't expect him to fight so beautifully. If fighting was an art, Wen Jiuyuan was undoubtedly a master among masters. It was so cool. Feeling the intense gaze on him, Wen Jiuyuan's expression flickered slightly. He could have finished these 10 people even faster, but he sensed Tang Xi's eager interest. Ending too quickly might ruin the fun, right? So, Wen Jiuyuan slowed down, bringing out his best moves to entertain Tang Xi and make her happy and satisfied. The strong, tall men being beaten, what were they thinking? After 5 minutes, the ground was covered with people rolling and crying out in pain. Tang Xi decisively gave Wen Jiuyuan a thumbs up. Wen Jiuyuan cleared his throat, maintaining a calm expression, pretending to casually adjust his sleeve.
So
Good at pretending. Tang Xi almost burst out laughing, but she was interrupted again by the loud wails around her. She sighed softly, saying, "It's a bit noisy." Wen Jiuyuan, unharmed, pondered seriously for a moment. Should I stuff their mouths and throw them out? Seeing that they were actually considering this, the beaten, burly men couldn't even think of resisting and scrambled to leave. Wen Jiuyuan deliberately looked at Tang Xi, and seeing she didn't move, he didn't stop them. Until a young man, pressed against the wall, tried to sneak away. Tang Xi stepped forward directly. "Where are you going?" The young man stiffened. Before Tang Xi could act, Wen Jiuyuan took the initiative and grabbed the back of his collar.
Bang!
The young man's face was bruised and swollen, looking comically ridiculous. Wen Jiuyuan lifted him like a chicken and threw him into the center of the hall. Tang Xi's eyes are clear. Of course, she can tell who is the center of that group just now. The more than 10 men who were beaten may have been paid off, acted out of loyalty, or for some other reason. They're probably just small followers. But this young man is different. His attitude suggests he has a deep grudge against Grandma Guan. In that case, Tang Xi definitely won't let him leave. She simply puts her hands behind her back, walks forward slowly, and kicks him in the lower leg. "What did you just say?"
Say it again.
The young man cries and covers his head. "Miss, I was wrong. I didn't mean it that way." Tang Xi raises her voice. "Say it again, if I tell you to." Wen Jiuyuan narrows his eyes dangerously. Did he say disrespectful things to you? The word disrespectful is already a softened term, carefully chosen. In fact, Wen Jiuyuan is thinking more deeply, and anger is burning inside him. Tang Xi doesn't notice Wen Jiuyuan's suppressed emotions. She nods. "He claims to be my brother." Ha! He should look at himself in the mirror. Wen Jiuyuan's gaze suddenly darkens. A strong desire to destroy flashes in his eyes. He lowers his eyes slightly, hiding the terrifying gloom beneath, and simply squats down beside the young man. There are many acupoints on the human body. Some can hurt people without being noticed. Actually, some can cause aftereffects like weakened kidney energy. Wen Jiuyuan naturally wouldn't say all this aloud. But just those few points are enough to interest Tang Xi. She also squats down looking curious. Where? Let me see. Wen Jiuyuan sneers softly. Like here. He presses with, not too hard or too lightly. The young man on the ground instantly turns pale, his limbs go limp. Wail? Scream? None of that. When someone is overwhelmed by extreme pain, they can't even cry out or beg for mercy. Tang, she just watches silently. Seeing the other's sweaty face and lips moving like a dried fish, she can already imagine how uncomfortable he must be. She shivers involuntarily. Wen Jiuyuan, always attentive to her movements, quickly stops. Don't look. He worries Tang Xi might be scared. But Tang Xi holds his arm down. No, I want to see. Isn't this a good way to protect myself? A quick strike to defeat the enemy at a critical moment. Wen Jiuyuan falls silent for a moment before saying, I won't let you get into danger. Tang Xi observed carefully, but her response was indifferent. Who can say for sure about this matter? Wen Jiuyuan understood that she had a point. However, his internal organs still hurt inexplicably, like needles pricking him. It wasn't until the young man on the ground begged for mercy faintly that he snapped back to himself. He looked up and met a pair of old, clear eyes. This must be Grandma Guan, the one Tang Xi mentioned. Wen Jiuyuan silently thought and nodded first. Grandma Guan didn't move, but looked at him thoughtfully for a while. Her gaze was sharp in a way that made Wen Jiuyuan instinctively feel guarded. The atmosphere grew tense. Suddenly, Tang Xi made a few tutang sounds. He looks like he's about to faint. Grandma Guan, who is this person? At that moment, Grandma Guan's expression softened instantly when she looked at Tang Xi. It was genuine trust and care. That guy? He's a heartless scoundrel. After casually explaining, Grandma Guan quickly turned to care for Tang Xi. Little Tang, are you hurt anywhere? Tang Xi shook her head, indicating she was fine. Tears welled up in Grandma Guan's eyes as she softly scolded. Why did you rush in so boldly? What if you got hurt? Tang Xi was unfazed. I can't let them hurt you. She didn't regret her actions. From what just happened, if Tang Xi had arrived a little later, Grandma Guan wouldn't be unscathed now. No, wait. Did that person just pull Grandma Guan's collar? Tang Xi thought quickly and became concerned. Grandma Guan also said she hadn't said anything. The atmosphere between them was much warmer now. Wen Jiuyuan watched silently from the side, doing his best to stay in the background, occasionally checking on the man on the ground to make sure he wouldn't faint. No, this person seems about to give out. Wen Jiuyuan looked around. I'll find some water. Pour some on him to wake him up. Grandma Guan quickly understood his meaning and sneered. Where is water needed? She bent down and slapped him hard. All the past resentment and hatred seemed to clear with that slap. The young man on the ground shivered, his face hurting even more, and finally started crying loudly. Grandma Guan looked stern. Do you still have the nerve to cry? When the old man was nearly killed by your scheme, he didn't even blink. And now you call yourself his nephew, wanting to inherit the family estate? The young man's face was swollen and looked very strange. When he spoke, he drooled, but he still tried to beg for mercy. Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan listened quietly for a while and roughly understood the situation. Grandma Guan and her husband were both scientists who had studied abroad. They had no children of their own, so they adopted their nephew from across the hall, who had lost his parents. They just wanted to take care of him as he grew up, considering it a family duty. But the nephew was a sweet-talking, obedient boy who convinced Grandma Guan's husband to trust him completely. He also accidentally revealed that before leaving this land, the family had left behind a few boxes of yellow croaker fish buried under the house. This gave the nephew bad ideas. During the chaos of recent years, he falsely reported Grandma Guan and her husband, causing her husband to die and Grandma Guan to fall seriously ill. The only good thing was that, while Grandma Guan and her husband were away from the city, the nephew took over the house. Despite digging everywhere, he couldn't find the legendary boxes of yellow croaker fish. So, after Grandma Guan moved back to the city and returned to this courtyard, he visited her almost every day, asking about the fish. At first, he was polite, but gradually he became frantic and even crazy. Hearing this, Tang Xi suddenly realized, "So, Grandma Guan, you didn't want to sell the house because of this." Earlier, they said Grandma Guan didn't want to leave because she wanted to stay and wait for her family. But Grandma Guan's husband had passed away, and she had no children. Where would her family be? She probably was afraid that if she sold the house, the new owner would be targeted by the wicked nephew, so she pretended to be fierce and intimidating, trying to drive people away. But then, why was she willing to sell it to Tang Xi later? Tang Xi's expression grew serious, and she had an incredible guess. She suddenly looked at Grandma Guan and saw the deep resentment in her eyes. If the only thing supporting Grandma Guan was her and her husband's everything, then, when she saw Tang Xi successfully prove Fermat's last theorem and had no more worries in the world, what would she do? Self-destruction, revenge for her hatred. Tang Xi quickly thought of these words. It was easy to guess Grandma Guan's plan. She probably planned to hand over the house and her reputation to Tang Xi, then find her nephew and kill him to take revenge. Tang Xi slowly exhaled, but her heart was very heavy. Grandma Guan, risking everything for just one person isn't worth it, she subtly advised. Grandma Guan blurted out, "How do you know?" She looked up at Tang Xi's worried eyes, understanding that Tang Xi had guessed. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. I didn't expect you to find out. It seems my plan to kill him is ruined." The young man on the ground was rolling like a maggot, terrified by the words "kill him," and froze completely, unable to cry. His swollen eyes, barely open, were full of fear, and he desperately twisted his body, trying to stay away from Grandma Guan. Grandma Guan sat steadily in a chair, looking down at him from above. "Stop struggling. Don't worry, I won't kill you for now." For now, that means she might kill him later. The man became even more scared and struggled harder. Grandma Guan chuckled softly. The figure that once seemed like a dark cloud in her eyes now looked so pitiful and funny. This made her think of Tang Xi's earlier words, "It's not worth it." Grandma Guan fell silent. Tang Xi watched nearby, knowing Grandma Guan needed time to think. She gave a meaningful look to Wen Jiuyuan, who immediately understood and helped the young man on the ground away. Grandma Guan saw all this but didn't speak or stop them. She simply approved. After a while, Wen Jiuyuan returned and said simply, "Everything is taken care of." Tang Xi looked outside. The yard was empty. Those people had been sent away. At the right moment, Tang Xi said goodbye to Grandma Guan. "We'll head back now. Grandma Guan, I'll visit you another day."
Wait.
Grandma Guan called her back. When Tang Xi turned in confusion, Grandma Guan asked in a husky voice, "You came today mainly to agree to buy the house, right?" Tang Xi bit her lip. At first, that was indeed her intention. But when she learned about Grandma Guan's real reason for selling the house, she changed her mind again. Her expression flickered slightly. Grandma Guan, could it be that? She felt helpless, thinking Grandma Guan hadn't given up that plan. Grandma Guan smiled. "Don't worry, I've thought it through. It's not worth risking my life for such a scoundrel. I just want to ask, there's a bigger house next door. Do you want to buy it?" Tang Xi was stunned, her eyes wide. Wen Jiuyuan paused, then suddenly spoke. "The house next door belongs to the Kong family. Are you the wife of Uncle Kong?" Grandma Guan was also surprised. "Do you know old Kong?" After some conversation, they learned that Grandma Guan's husband, Kong Mingqi, was childhood friends with Jiang Nanqin. Two families live next to each other, with deep connections across generations. In a way, Jiang Nanqin and Kong Mingqi are childhood sweethearts. But back then, amid turbulent times, Jiang's family and Kang's family took different paths. Jiang's family stayed in the country, with many relatives risking their lives, finally surviving the dark times and seeing the light. Kang's family donated some wealth, but most relatives moved abroad to settle down. Kong Mingqi left with his family at that time and lost contact with Jiang Nanqin forever. When they parted, both were under 20 years old. Who knew they would meet again under such circumstances? When she saw an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time, Grandma Guan was very happy. "I know your mother. Old Kong mentioned her to me several times." After we returned, he wanted to find out about your family, but communication wasn't good back then, so he couldn't. I never expected to hear about it now. If he knew, he'd be very happy. Wen Jiuyuan nodded and said, my mother also wanted to find Uncle Kong. When she went abroad, she asked around about the Kong family but couldn't find anything. She told me to keep an eye out. Sadly, it just wasn't meant to be.
It really wasn't meant to be.
The neighboring house was the ancestral home. When Kang's family left, they didn't want to sell it, so they kept a relative to manage it. A few years ago, due to special circumstances, it was taken over, but in the past 2 years, after returning the property, it went back to Grandma Guan and her husband. Jiang Nanqin had heard about the house, but she didn't know it was now in Grandma Guan's hands, and she mistakenly thought it was relatives of the Kong family living there, so she didn't investigate further. Actually, Kong Mingqi was still alive then, but he passed away 3 years ago due to illness. So, 2 childhood friends missed their last chance to see each other, which is truly sad. Grandma Guan couldn't help feeling emotional and stayed quiet for a while. Wen Jiuyuan had to comfort her. I'll tell my mother the news. When she visits the grave, it will be like a reunion with an old friend. Grandma Guan sighed. Yes, that's all we can do. Suddenly, she looked at Tang Xi. If fate has brought us together, Tang Xi, look at the house next door. If you like it, I'll sell it to you at a low price. Tang Xi was confused. But isn't that King's old house? Grandma Guan didn't mind. Everyone's gone. What's the point of keeping the house? Seeing their puzzled looks, Grandma Guan then shared her and her husband's experiences over the years. The Kong family emigrated abroad, while Grandma Guan was able to go overseas because she earned good grades and received a government scholarship. The couple met in college, fell in love, and got married. At that time, the Kong family was not well off. The reason is simple. When the family moved that year, they took only what they could carry, including some family treasures like valuable antiques. Without any backing, the Kong family was like a tempting target for wolves in a strange country. Soon, they were targeted by a gang, and most of their belongings were stolen. The Kong family suffered a heavy. Many older relatives were so angry they died. The younger members struggled to survive, starting from the bottom and working their way up. However, because they were Chinese, they faced discrimination wherever they went. Even Grandma Guan and her husband, during college, endured many insults in language and gestures. That's why the couple was determined to return to China. Only when the motherland is strong can overseas Chinese like them avoid being bullied. This is the lesson Grandma Guan and her husband learned through many painful experiences. But life is cruel. They returned to China full of hope to start a new life, only to be deceived by a treacherous person, ending with a disappointing outcome. Now, Grandma Guan no longer has grand ambitions. She just wants to see the traitor suffer and then live a peaceful, simple life for the rest of her days. Next door is the old Kong family house, but my husband and I have never lived there. Instead, it's said that it's where old Kong and his parents grew up, full of his memories. Later, we moved in, and every plant and piece of furniture here was carefully maintained by us. If I had to choose a place to retire, I would definitely pick this one. She paused and explained further. As you saw, the 2 neighboring families are eager to sell their houses. I'm reluctant, but I have no money. So I have to sell the neighboring house to get back the main house, and also have some money for repairs. Grandma Guan thought everything through very clearly. There was no reason for Jiuyuan to oppose. He didn't speak rashly, but looked at Tang Xi with questioning eyes. Finally, Tang Xi decided, all right, let's go see the neighbor's house. If it's suitable, we'll buy it. Grandma Guan finally smiled, and every wrinkle on her face relaxed. She had just been weak and exhausted from reminiscing about the past, but now she suddenly felt energized. She pulled Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan to go to the neighboring house. On the way, she realized that the so-called old Kong family house next door was the one Bai Chun had mentioned when they passed by a few days ago while house hunting. It was said that this old Kong house was the best in terms of location, size, orientation, and layout among several alleys nearby. Unfortunately, the owner was mysterious and had never appeared, so Bai Chun couldn't help Tang Xi find a connection. Who would have guessed that after all the twists and turns, Tang Xi still ended up inside this house. As Bai Chen said, this old house was nearly perfect in every way, leaving Tang Xi unable to find any fault. She quickly decided, let's buy this place. Grandma Guan immediately smiled happily. Don't worry, you've definitely made the right choice. We might even become neighbors someday. Tang Xi felt happy and couldn't help but smile. Thank you, Grandma Guan. Oh, wait, calling her Grandma Guan doesn't seem quite right now. Since Grandma Guan is of the same generation as her mother, Jiang Nanqin, shouldn't she call her Aunt Guan?
Just call me that.
By the way, my full name is Guan Suxin. Grandma Guan, no, it should be Guan Suxin, smiled kindly at Tang Xi. But in Tang Xi's eyes, she was full of shock.
Guan Suxin?
Is she the Guan Suxin from MIT? I've read your papers. Guan Suxin was also pleasantly surprised. Yes, I and Lao Kong both graduated from MIT. I didn't expect that I'd only published a few papers and you'd already seen them. Looks like we're destined to meet. Guan Suxin couldn't help but feel emotional. But Tang Xi thought secretly, this isn't just a coincidence. The few papers you published will shine brightly in the future and lay the foundation for something very important. The reason Tang Xi refused Fu Xueming's invitation to work at the first research institute was to develop this thing earlier. Who would have thought she'd meet the author of those papers, Guan Suxin herself? Thinking this way, maybe her project could be completed ahead of schedule? Of course, Tang Xi knew now wasn't the time to bring up those things. She had to suppress her excitement and continued talking with Guan Suxin about those papers. They spoke so engrossingly that they didn't notice someone secretly watching. But when Jiuyuan saw everything clearly, he immediately sensed something was wrong and stepped forward coldly. Who?
Come out.
Tang Xi and Guan Suxin paused in confusion. The figure in the corner seemed about to run away. Wen Jiuyuan quickly rushed over in 3 steps, blocking the person's path. The other person's hat slipped off, revealing a familiar face. Wen Jiuyuan's memory is good, so it's not hard to remember past encounters. Are you Wen Su's partner? Liao Wan awkwardly looked for a way to hide. Tang Xi and Guan Suxin happened to walk over. Before Tang Xi could greet them, Guan Suxin frowned first. Again, it's you. Liao Wan forced a dry smile. At first, Tang Xi was confused, but then she quickly understood. Liao Wan had always wanted to buy this courtyard house, probably knowing about the big yellow fish through future memories. Since she was aiming for that, she must have early on found out about the residents here. She was very respectful to Grandma Chen, busy and eager to please her inside and out. But she definitely wouldn't let go of Guan Suxin. Looking at Guan Suxin's reaction, she didn't seem to have a good impression of Liao Wan. That's understandable. Sometimes, Liao Wan is too opportunistic, which is easy to notice. Moreover, someone like Guan Suxin, who has suffered great losses, wouldn't trust her and would only feel dislike. Tang Xi was curious. Did Liao Wan succeed or not in that dream? Comrade Liao, we meet again, Tang Xi greeted proactively. Liao Wan looked annoyed, pretending to be upset. What do you mean? Did you buy this road? Can't I leave now?
Tang Xi chúc cờ sốc ti.
No, you can leave. Of course you can. She shot a glance at Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan sidestepped. Liao Wan clenched her teeth, wanting to run away, but also felt unwilling. She had her eye on this place at least 3 months ago. Because in her previous life, she accidentally saw a news report about this courtyard house, where 10 boxes of gold bars were dug out but were handed over to the state treasury because there was no owner. It was said that the original owner was an old lady who, in revenge against her ungrateful adopted son, sneaked into his room at midnight with a knife and stabbed him to death in bed. In the end, the old lady also took a knife and slit her own throat, causing a sensational tragedy in Beijing, sparking much discussion. That's how Liao Wan remembered the location of the courtyard house clearly. She thought, if she could buy a future-valued mansion and also dig out the buried gold bars underground, wouldn't that be a perfect double win? She was planning. If she could contact the old lady before that shocking incident in Beijing, using love and kindness to melt her, maybe the old lady would give her the house, just like some news stories said. So she looked for opportunities to meet Guan Suxin, often approaching her. asking about her well-being in various ways. Finally, she was labeled as a troublemaker by Su Xian and was directly scolded out. Liao Wan had no choice but to turn around and find Grandma Chen, deciding to buy the house with money. Liao Wan struggled several times but couldn't shake her sense of dissatisfaction. She couldn't help but ask, "Did you buy this courtyard house?" Tang Xi frowned with some annoyance. She responded bluntly, "Does it have anything to do with you? That means they bought it." Liao Ruan's emotions swirled, and she clenched her teeth tightly. Since crossing into this era, she had quietly started trading eggs, gradually building her business into the black market. Although she made a lot of money, her operations grew large. Simply put, Liao Wan would do whatever she thought could make money. She kept switching from one idea to another, making her cash flow very tight. Even buying the courtyard house was inspired by a social news story she remembered. 10 boxes of large yellow croakers touched her heart, and the rare courtyard house that could someday be worth billions made her jealous. But she didn't have enough money now. She couldn't even come up with a few thousand, let alone 10,000. Liao Wan thought about mimicking a mortgage from later generations, but back then, bank loans were hard to get. So she came up with the idea of installment payments, hoping to tempt Grandma Chen with interest to agree. But she didn't think about the fact that she and Grandma Chen had no relationship. Why would she trust her to pay monthly interest? Besides, Grandma Chen was selling the house to get money for her grandson's wedding, which didn't match Liao Ruan's plan at all. She was just annoying her with her persistence. Liao Wan never reflected on her own reasons. Instead, she now resented Tang Xi and her husband. Even if they didn't buy this courtyard house, they could still live comfortably, drive small cars, and enjoy good food. But what about her? If she didn't fight for it, a bunch of greedy relatives would covet her property, and she would face countless difficulties. She couldn't compare to Tang Xi, who peacefully stayed at home as a government official's wife. Why should families like theirs compete with an ordinary person like her? Liao Wan clenched her fists tightly, unable to hold back, and secretly glanced at Tang Xi. Just one look, and she was terrified. Because Tang Xi was holding her arms with a teasing smile, looking down at her from above. Liao Wan thought she had hidden her feelings well and pretended to be innocent. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Tang Xi snorted softly. "Are you cursing me in your mind?" Liao Ruan's heart skipped a beat, but she pretended to be calm. "No, I didn't think that." Tang Xi lightly tapped Liao Ruan's face from across the distance. "Comrade Liao Wan, don't be so clever and don't treat others like fools. Your thoughts are all written on your face. Are you upset that we bought this courtyard without you, and you think that's unfair?" Liao Wan quickly clenched her hands, trying to keep her expression steady. "Why would you think that?" I definitely didn't mean it that way." Tang Xi didn't bother to argue, wasting her energy. If you say it's not, then it's not. Having seen that memory, although she disliked Xian Sun, she didn't have strong feelings about Liao Wan. She had even planned that as long as Liao Wan didn't come barging in, she wouldn't care what she did. But now, things had turned out differently. "Comrade Liao Wan, if I remember correctly, your family is from the countryside." Liao Wan suddenly reacted strongly, raising her voice. "What do you mean? What's wrong with being from the countryside? Do you look down on rural people?" She wasn't originally from the countryside. If she hadn't traveled through time, she would still be living comfortably as a city girl. This woman in front of her clearly knew nothing at all. Tang Xi looked at her with a raised eyebrow, annoyed. "Look down on? I myself am from the countryside. There's nothing to look down on. But Comrade Liao Wan, your reaction is so intense, it's almost like you're the one looking down on others. Forget it, I don't want to talk about this anymore. I'm just curious. Where did you get the money to buy this courtyard? Such a big courtyard costs tens of thousands." That casual remark made Liao Ruan's face turn pale instantly. She couldn't bear the poverty after traveling through time and had started trying to do business early on. At that time, such activities were very sensitive, and people like her could easily be accused of speculation and profiteering. Some were even executed for such charges. Liao Wan knew this very well, which is why she kept a low profile and didn't dare to make big moves. Finally, She had endured the hardest times, and the past couple of years had gradually become more relaxed and open. Liao Wan rolled up her sleeves, ready to work hard. But that didn't mean her past experiences could withstand scrutiny. What are you trying to do? Liao Ruan's voice trembled, her eyes full of fear. The terrifying, cold-eyed Tang, she just smiled slightly and left with a sentence. Guess? Then she pulled Wen Jiuyuan and Guansu Xin and left together. 10 minutes later, Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan returned to the car, talking about the Liao Wan from earlier. Wen Jiuyuan's eyebrows showed restrained displeasure. This person is not suitable. His comment was very controlled. However, given Wen Jiuyuan's personality, it's rare for him to openly dislike someone like this. Just a moment ago, he had struggled hard to hold back the urge to speak. Now, he even took the initiative to ask, "Do you need someone to investigate?" Tang Xi understood he was referring to her threat to Liao Wan. She smiled and said, "No need. It's not because she's kind or merciful, but because she knows that what Liao Wan is involved in isn't a serious crime. Even if exposed, at most she would be detained for 10 days or half a month, without causing real harm. Moreover, people are most afraid just before the blade falls, because no one knows when it will happen. Let her be worried for a while." In the following days, Tang Xi didn't see Liao Wan wandering near Guan Suxin's house again. Probably, Liao Wan was trembling in fear that Tang Xi would report her, and she was eager to stay far away. Meanwhile, Tang Xi also enjoyed some peace, and took the opportunity to go with Guan Suxin to transfer the property ownership. Initially, Tang Xi wanted to write both her and Wen Jiuyuan's names on the deed. But Wen Jiuyuan didn't care about these details and told Tang Xi to just write her name, saying it would make Tang Ruyue feel more comfortable living there. Tang Xi thought for a moment and agreed. Meanwhile, Guan Suxin used the money she received from Tang Xi to dismiss 2 other families. From her words, she planned to use the remaining money to repair the courtyard thoroughly. Coincidentally, Tang Xi also had this plan. So she asked Bai Chun, who had connections in this area, to find some workers. The new house Tang Xi bought was too large. Repairing it completely would take a long time. She thought for a moment and decided to buy a smaller house nearby for Tang Ruyue to stay in temporarily. Buying a second house was much easier. This courtyard was conveniently located, quiet, and ready for immediate move-in. Most importantly, it was very close to Jingda. Today was the day Tang Xi went to report to Jingda. But for her, it was just an ordinary day for the school. Following Fu Xueming's arrangements, she planned to go straight to the principal's office. To keep a low profile, she dressed very simply before leaving. Wearing a white cotton long dress, her hair in a single side braid, with no makeup on her face. But she was naturally beautiful, and her simple look made her appear more elegant and ethereal. As Tang Xi walked through the campus of Jing University, she couldn't tell how many people's eyes were drawn to her. Luckily, Tang Xi had been used to this kind of attention since she was young. She followed the map of Jing University she had studied beforehand and headed straight to the principal's office. Just as she was about to walk over, someone stopped her halfway. Tang Xi looked confused, thinking the person might be a secretary or someone similar. However, the other person spoke first. "Which department are you from?" "Principal Qin is expecting an important guest today and can't see outsiders." Tang Xi thought to herself that she had called the principal's office before coming, and they had clearly said she was the only guest today. "Who are you?" she asked, looking at the slim young man in front of her, tilting her head slightly. The young man stared at her face intently for a while before coming to his senses. "Oh? I'm Sun Yi, a third-year math student. You must be a freshman, right?" "Sort of," Tang Xi replied, deciding to stay low-key and not reveal that she was the special guest the principal was waiting for. She planned to wait until Sun Yi left before explaining further. But Sun Yi didn't leave and instead said to her, "Aren't you going?" "Principal Qin is friendly, but it's better not to disturb him. By the way, have you eaten lunch? Would you like me to treat you at the cafeteria?" Tang Xi looked at her watch and realized time was running out. She thought for a moment and decided to tell the truth. Just then, someone came out from inside. "Are you Tang Xi?" Tang Xi nodded. "Yes, I am." Hello, I am Principal Qin's secretary. The young secretary leaned forward slightly, smiling warmly. Principal Qin has been waiting for you since early morning. Really? I guess I should have come earlier, Tang Xi responded with a smile. She turned her head and politely nodded at Sun Yi, who looked shocked. Then she didn't say anything more and went straight into the principal's office with the secretary. Principal Qin, who was sitting behind his desk, looked up when he heard the noise at the door. Seeing a young girl walk in, he immediately recognized her as Tang Xi, the important guest arranged for by the senior leaders. Comrade Tang Xi, I've heard of you for a long time. The level of Jing University's principal was different from that of ordinary schools, and he was aware of some confidential matters. For example, Principal Qin knew about Tang Xi's identity and her important status. He might not know the specific project she had participated in, but he understood that she was a talented leader who had recently led an important military project and was designated for special protection and training by the higher-ups. Principal Qin is very friendly at Tang Xi, smiling like a kind elder. Tang Xi politely introduces herself. Hello, Principal Qin. I am Tang Xi. Such a talented person naturally belongs to their school, and Principal Qin is genuinely happy about it. He invites Tang Xi to sit at the guest table and shares some of his treasured tea leaves. Tang Xi isn't an expert in tea, but she has tasted it a few times with the old master at the Wen family. She picks up a delicate purple clay cup and takes a sip, praising, The aroma is very elegant. Principal Qin is a tea lover. Hearing Tang Xi's compliment, he is very pleased and says she has good taste. After a brief exchange of greetings, Principal Qin talks about the next arrangements for Tang Xi. Tang Xi is a first-year student in the math department, and her semester has already been half completed, with progress moving forward. Since she is a step behind others, she will need to catch up on some knowledge soon. But Principal Qin remembers the instructions from the higher-ups and specifically tells Tang Xi that teachers will be arranged to give her one-on-one tutoring for these courses. Tang Xi naturally accepts this kindness. With help from teachers, she can catch up much faster. Tang Xi quickly adjusts her mindset, full of determination, ready to give her best. Don't worry, Principal Qin. I will do my best. Principal Qin is initially surprised, then can't help but smile. Good, good. I like students like you, full of energy and motivation. They chat for a while longer, enjoying a pleasant conversation. It turns out that Principal Qin graduated from Jing University many years ago, but he studied physics. He shakes his head and jokes about having limited talent, so he couldn't stay in research and switched to administration, hoping to help train more talents for the country. He says he has limited talent, but in fact, he is very familiar with developments in physics over the years, including mathematics, which is closely linked to physics. If their earlier talk was just politeness and courtesy, now their conversation feels more sincere. They talk happily, losing track of time, until the secretary comes to remind them that lunchtime at the cafeteria is almost over. Tang Xi has to stand up and prepare to leave. Principal Qin looks regretful, clicking his tongue, wishing he could just call her little friend and inviting her to visit again when she has free time. It's clear that Principal Qin has a very good first impression of Tang Xi. The secretary nearby looks so surprised that her glasses seem to tilt. Principal Qin was unaware of her own actions and even specifically told her secretary to make sure Tang Xi was taken to her counselor to handle the relevant matters. The secretary quickly adjusted her glasses and replied, Got it. Tang Xi, accompanied by the principal's secretary, was on her way to the counselor's office. Halfway there, the secretary suddenly remembered she had forgotten her things. She apologized repeatedly, saying she would come back for them. Tang Xi nodded and said it was okay, telling her to wait downstairs. Watching the secretary rush away, Tang Xi continued down the stairs. Just as she reached the bottom, she almost bumped into someone. Sorry. Tang Xi steadied herself just in time. She also avoided the hand that reached out to help her. The move missed, and Sun Yi awkwardly smiled and explained, I didn't mean anything bad. I just saw you almost fall. Tang Xi responded with a simple nod and then looked at Sun Yi with a strange expression. Why are you still here? Sun Yi thought she had forgotten his name. I'm Sun Yi, a third-year senior in the math department. You can call me by my name or Senior Sunday. Tang Xi didn't smile. Her pale amber eyes looked coldly at him. Sun Yi felt more embarrassed and hesitated. Tang Jr. Just call me by my name. Sun Yi's smile froze. Call him by his name? But he only knew her name because the principal's secretary had addressed her as Comrade Tang. He didn't know anything else. At this point, even if Sun Yi wasn't very socially aware, he could sense Tang Xi's distance and coldness. A sensible person would have left earlier. But Sun Yi's gaze was uncontrollably fixed on Tang Xi's beautiful, delicate profile, and his heart was pounding so hard he couldn't move. He stared at her intently, offering a polite smile. Then, perhaps I am fortunate enough to know Junior Tang's name.
Tang.
The principal's secretary arrived. She looked curiously at Tang Xi and Sun Yi, observing them back and forth. Of course, she could see Tang Xi's cold attitude and Sun Yi's overly eager behavior, and her gaze carried some meaningfulness. Sun Yi's face showed some discomfort. Before Tang Xi could tell him to leave, he found an excuse to go away himself. The principal's secretary chuckled slyly. Ah, youth. Her tone was full of experience, but she was only in her 20s, not much older than Tang Xi. But the most important thing was, I am already married, Tang Xi said with a bit of helplessness. In recent years, many students attending university were once young people sent to the countryside as educated youths. Some of them are not only married but also have children. Because of this, the school even made a somewhat strange rule. Students are not allowed to secretly bring family members to live in the dorms. The secretary has seen many similar situations at school. However, when she heard Tang Xi say she was already married, she couldn't help but show a surprised expression.
What?
Married?
How old are you? 20.
Oh, you're already 20. It's not very young, especially since many girls now get married at 18 or 19. Still, the secretary found it surprising. She couldn't see any signs of marriage on Tang Xi's face. She thought for a moment and said seriously, it seems that Comrade Tang's married life is very happy. Just call me Tang Xi. But can you really tell from just looking? Tang Xi was curious. The secretary nodded seriously. Of course. My mother says, a woman's happiness in marriage can be seen from her face. I used to think it was superstitious, but now I think it makes sense. Oh, by the way, call me Qinya. I'm only 2 years older than you. Tang Xi noticed that Qinya's surname was the same as Principal Qin's, and their features looked somewhat alike.
Could it be?
Sure enough, the secretary explained proactively. I'm the niece of Principal Qin. But not many people at school know about this. Cici, you have to keep it a secret for me, okay? It was clear that Qinya was friendly and outgoing. When she smiled and talked to Tang Xi, her enthusiasm was just right, never making anyone feel uncomfortable. Next, Qinya took Tang Xi on a tour around Jing University. Although Qinya was only 22, she had worked at Jing University for 2 years and knew every part of the campus well. Especially after she and Tang Xi became more familiar, beyond official introductions, Qinya secretly shared many little secrets only insiders knew. For example, which spot was the school's dating corner, where students liked to go for dates. Or a staircase where a passionate speaker once gave a speech, becoming a popular spot among students. Or the lawn by the lake, where students often gathered to play guitar, read poetry, and discuss philosophy. Various interest groups could be found there. Jing University has beautiful scenery. Many old buildings are still standing, and the lake in the center of the campus has been there for years, with clear blue water and willow trees swaying gently. After experiencing storms and rain, the weathered stone bridge with peeling paint crosses over, faint traces of previous inscriptions still visible. Perhaps, in the past, students from the capital schools also strolled by the lake and on the stone bridge, dreaming of their futures and worrying about the country's prospects. As she walked, Tang Xi suddenly stopped. She pointed at a bright red building hidden behind lush greenery. What's this place? It seems there's no sign. It's the computer center. The first machine, called a general-purpose computer, was made here. It was very advanced and used for military research and other important work. Usually, outsiders don't go inside, so we can just look from outside. Chinya wasn't from a related field. She probably knew because, as the principal's secretary, she often gave visitors basic tours. In comparison, Tang Xi seemed to know a lot more. Yes, I know. It's the first domestic million integration circuit electronic computer developed a few years ago by several organizations including Capital University and the Capital Cable Factory. It can perform 1 million calculations per second, which means our country has officially entered the 3rd generation of computer technology. Chinya was very surprised. Aren't you a math major? How do you know all this? Tang Xi smiled and said, over 20 years ago, our country set up a research team for electronic computers, led by Comrade Hua from the Institute of Mathematics. Comrade Hua's name was well known across the country, so Chinya naturally knew him. She felt she had learned something new and was a bit excited, asking curiously, so, this computer sounds so impressive. What is it used for? Maybe many years later, everyone would understand the importance of computers. But for now, Chinya didn't understand much about them. Computers hadn't been miniaturized or widely used yet. Most were only used in military and scientific fields, and were very rare. Tang Xi looked at the mysterious red building and casually explained, it has many uses. In military technology, the earliest was YNIC. Well, technically, it was the first true general-purpose computer. Its speed was thousands of times faster than mechanical calculators, used by the US for missile calculations, saving a lot of costs. Also, in mathematics, it can help solve complex problems that humans can't handle. In fields like large-scale numerical calculations, tasks that usually take 10 or 15 days to do by hand can now be completed in just a few hours or even minutes. This greatly speeds up areas like weather forecasting and drug development. In the future, computers could also help automate industrial control, reducing human errors and making production safer. Additionally, using databases and data analysis allows for quick resource sharing and better research processes. Considering Chinya's level, Tang Xi explained these ideas in simple, easy-to-understand words. Chinya's eyes widened, feeling like she was listening to a strange story. She couldn't help but gasp. Wow, it sounds like something out of a novel. I feel like I'll never see such amazing things in my life. Tang Xi said. That might not be true. Maybe in the future, computers will become small enough to fit in your hand. You could carry one everywhere, and it could change your life in many ways. Chinya's mouth opened wide in surprise. I can't even imagine that. Tang Xi thought for a moment. Maybe it will happen very soon? Chinya closed her mouth and joked. How soon? In 100 years? By then, I'll be gone. She thought she would never see such a sci-fi scene in her lifetime. Tang Xi smiled meaningfully. It probably won't take that long. She looked at the time and suddenly remembered. Oh, right. We said we'd go eat. Is the cafeteria still open? She was hungry, and her stomach was growling. Chinya quickly checked the time. Oh no. I was so busy showing you around I forgot about eating. The school cafeteria is already closed. How about I take you to a small restaurant outside the school? It's a new private place, and the food is pretty good. Tang, she didn't want Chinya to spend too much. Let me pay this time. Oh, come on. Next time, you can treat me. Chinya happily grabbed Tang Xi and was about to leave. Just as they turned around, a calm voice called from behind. Wait, student. Tang Xi and Chinya turned back and saw an old man sitting on a bench under a tree. The bench was near a bright red building and partly blocked by a tall tree that could be hugged by 3 or 4 people. They had been talking here for a while and didn't notice the quiet corner where the old man was sitting. Seeing the man's Zhongshan suit and the black leather notebook in his hand, Tang Xi had a faint guess. Could it really be such a coincidence? Tang Xi suppressed her doubt and politely nodded. Hello, do you need anything? An elderly man on the bench stood up and approached, curiously examining Tang Xi. Are you a student at Jing University? Which department are you in? Tang Xi replied, Mathematics, first year. The old man's eyes showed a hint of surprise. You're in mathematics and not computer science? Oh, right. You mentioned earlier that among the earliest people involved in computing, there was Comrade Hua, who was a mathematician, right? Did you hear that, old sir? Tang Xi's question made the old man touch his nose. I'm not eavesdropping on purpose. It's just that when you suddenly said that, I was surprised and got a bit distracted.
Sorry.
Tang Xi politely said. It's okay. It's nothing inappropriate to listen to.
Everyone knows what she said.
But the old man was not at all the same attitude. No, your words are very important, at least to me. The old man was currently feeling confused. Tang Xi's words weren't about being profound or offering lofty advice. They just happened to touch the old man's thoughts from another angle and helped him understand his own firm resolve. So, the old man sincerely thanked Tang Xi. Thank you for helping me realize that some things can't be compromised. Tang Xi was confused and about to ask. Next to her, Qinya couldn't help but come back to her senses. Cough. Tang Xi. This is our Jing University Computer Center Director and Vice Dean of the Computer Science College, Comrade Wong Jiuyuan. Although Tang Xi had a guess, she was still surprised when confirming his identity. Dean Wong, I've read your papers. Dean Wong couldn't help but feel emotional. All my papers are related to computers. You even took the time to read them, so you must be very interested in computing. So, are you planning to transfer to our department and become my student? Qinya kept nudging Tang Xi, eager to help her agree. What a great opportunity. Dean Wong is a leading figure in the country's computer science field. He no longer takes undergraduates, he only supervises PhD students now. Unfortunately, Tang Xi seemed not to notice. Sorry, I still want to stay in the mathematics department. Qinya sighed regretfully, feeling Tang Xi missed a wonderful chance. But then she thought about it. It's Tang Xi's own choice, so there's no real regret. Besides, her family elder didn't directly mention Tang Xi's identity. Based on her understanding of her great-uncle, only truly genius people could receive his special attention. Maybe Tang Xi is even better at math than in computer science? Qinya quickly relaxed and wanted to say a few words to help Tang Xi, so she wouldn't upset Dean Wong if he refused. However, Dean Wong was not surprised at all and asked again. Would you like to visit the computer center? Of course, yes. Tang Xi nodded firmly, her eyes shining with excitement. Dean Wong finally looked pleased and laughed happily. He also arranged another time for her to visit. After saying goodbye to Dean Wong, Tang Xi and Qinya continued walking to eat. Qinya talked excitedly about the amazing encounter. Dean Wong is a legendary person. Just a few days ago, I saw him slam the table and scold Principal Qin, my great-uncle, who made him look bad. Even my great-uncle didn't dare to reply. Qinya looked very happy. Tang Xi hesitated, wanting to ask if Qinya thought this was a bit inappropriate. She seemed a little too happy. She guessed Principal Qin might feel upset if he knew. Qinya was unaware and kept talking about Dean Wong's status at Beijing University. She also asked casually, do you really not want to study computer science? Dean Wong personally invited you. Tang Xi shook her head again and muttered to herself, maybe there are other ways to cooperate. Qinya didn't catch her words clearly. What? I think we've arrived at the restaurant. Is this the place? Tang Xi changed the subject casually. Qinya was indeed distracted by her and linked her arm with Tang Xi, quickening her steps. Tang Xi, meanwhile, was lost in thought. She originally thought it would take some effort, but unexpectedly, she encountered Dean Wong early and in such an unexpected way. It seemed she didn't need those other plans anymore. She could prepare for the next steps in advance. Yes, the main reason she refused Fu Xueming's invitation was for the computer. As the saying goes, a craftsman must sharpen his tools if he wants to do a good job. If she wanted her future path to go more smoothly, a powerful supercomputer was essential. There are already related research projects in China, but for Tang Xi, they are far from enough. After dinner, Qinya took Tang Xi to the mathematics department counselor. Counselor Zhang Yu was a young woman about Qinya's age. They got along well, and Qinya specifically asked Zhang Yu to take good care of Tang Xi. Actually, Zhang Yu had already heard from Principal Qin that Tang Xi had a special status as a talented student recruited through a special program. But hearing this from Qinya gave it a different feeling. Qinya usually seems friendly and gets along well with everyone, but she is actually very clear about many things. Today was probably the first time Tang Xi met Qinya, right? And Qinya genuinely lowered her guard and considered her sincerely, which shows she is a good person. Zhang Yu curiously looked at Tang Xi, wondering if this super genius, who is so important to Principal Qin, is really as proud and aloof as the books describe. However, all she saw was a pair of amber eyes, shining with a gentle smile, like morning stars, sending her friendly signals. Everyone loves a beautiful person. Zhang Yu naturally liked her too. When Tang Xi looked at her, her face even turned a little red, and she didn't act like a strict counselor. Tang Xi, since you joined late, the math dorms are full, so we arranged for you to stay in the PhD dorms, which have 4 people per room. Would you like to go see it now? Usually, undergraduate dorms have 8 people per room, only masters and PhD dorms have 4. This arrangement for Tang Xi is definitely good in terms of living conditions. The downside might be that she can't easily hang out with classmates from her department. But Tang Xi planned to finish her bachelor's degree in 2 years anyway, and since she wouldn't stay long with these classmates, this wasn't a big problem. Tang Xi initially wanted to nod, but seeing the kindness in Zhang Yu's eyes, she suddenly asked, "Can I not stay in the dorm? My home is in Beijing, very close to Jing University, about a 15-minute walk." Zhang Yu hesitated, thinking it might be hard to manage her living off campus. But Qinya, standing nearby, was encouraging her and even mentioned that Tang Xi was already married. She just got married, so there's no reason to live apart from her partner. "Xiao Yu, please help her out." Zhang Yu was surprised to hear about Tang Xi being married, but she couldn't refuse Qinya's request. In the end, she could only agree, "All right, I'll ask about it. But I can't promise the final result." Qinya nodded with a smile, then turned to whisper to Tang Xi, "Don't worry, her saying that means it's settled." Tang Xi smiled even more brightly, "Thank you, Xiaoya." Qinya, who was actually 2 years older than Tang Xi, blushed at being called Xiaoya. "You call me Xiaoya? Then I'll call you Xi too."
So,
"Are we friends now?" Tang Xi nodded with a smile, "Of course." Qinya suddenly seemed full of energy, like she had been injected with adrenaline. She confidently assured Tang Xi that if she ever needed help at school, she could come to her. Her lively and cheerful attitude was a big change from the polite and reserved girl she was when they first met at the principal's office. However, Tang Xi actually liked Qinya's personality. Since she was young, Qinya had been clever and, to protect her delicate mother, she had built a tough and cold exterior. She always thought carefully before acting and was very cautious. But Qinya seemed like a child who grew up in love, full of life and positivity. Being around her made happiness feel simple and easy. "By the way, let's go see a movie tonight. I've wanted to go with friends and have Western food for a long time."
India excitedly suggested.
Tang Xi hesitated, unsure how to refuse her new friend's first invitation. But Zhang Yu couldn't hold back. "Enough, don't make things difficult for her. Our math club has a meeting tonight. We're busy, so we can't go to the movies or have Western food." She then told Tang Xi, "It's just our regular weekly meeting. I want to introduce you to the other classmates." Tang Xi nodded and looked at Qinya, who looked disappointed. "It seems we'll have to do it another time." Qinya quickly cheered up. "No worries, the movie will be playing for another month. We have plenty of time." Tang Xi thought about the many things she had to do. Although she was busy, she believed she could make time for her new friend. "Okay," she said with a smile. Tang Xi adapted to school life in just 1 week. Of course, her adaptation mainly meant catching up with the coursework. When she was first introduced to her classmates by Zhang Yu as a special student, she received many curious and scrutinizing looks. Some people even whispered behind her back, guessing if she was the child of some high-ranking official admitted through special channels. But those rumors quickly faded. Tang Xi used her abilities to easily silence all doubts and even gained the admiration of her professors across all subjects. Soon, everyone in the school knew that a genius had arrived in the math department, someone who could catch up to first-year students in just a week and earn the respect of all her teachers. It was almost unbelievable. As China's top university, Jing University had many talented students. Some could recite the entire Oxford Dictionary backwards, some knew history and poetry inside out and could talk for hours without stopping. Some entered Jing University at age 15 and published a collection of essays by 16. But students like Tang Xi were rare and exceptional. Everyone vaguely feels that in the coming years, Tang Xi's name might continue to be heard throughout Jingda campus. At the same time, Wenqing also hears about Tang Xi. Wow, is she really so famous now? Wenqing's eyes light up and she looks proud. Her roommates, who are discussing Tang Xi's name, see her so interested and become curious. Do you know this Tang Xi? Wenqing proudly lifts her chin. Of course. She's a friend I've known for many years. Wenqing is sensible and knows her boundaries. Tang Xi hasn't openly shared her married status, so she naturally can't say that Tang Xi is actually her little sister-in-law. But her friendly words are noticed by everyone, and the roommates become interested. Really? What's her personality like? People say she's very beautiful. Is that true? That should be true. I saw her once in the cafeteria, and a senior was talking to her. She's pretty and also so talented. The difference between people is really huge. Wenqing quickly stops one roommate. Wait, what did you say? A senior was talking to her? The roommate nods. Yeah, that's not surprising. Our school has an open atmosphere, and dating is not forbidden. If your friend is pretty and smart, it's normal for guys to be interested in her. Wenqing immediately responds, that can't happen. Wenqing is very worried. She remembers her little uncle, who is much older than Tang Xi, serious and old-fashioned, always scolding people. Young girls probably wouldn't like to be around someone like that. If Tang Xi sees many humorous, gentle, and interesting boys at school, she might not like her little uncle. Wenqing worries, afraid that one day she might hear bad news from her parents when she goes home. Her little uncle usually treats her well, so she thinks she should protect her little sister-in-law from those annoying men. Wenqing, what are you muttering about? Her roommate asks curiously. Wenqing looks serious, as if carrying a heavy responsibility. I'm thinking about something very important. Something that concerns my family's lifelong happiness. Her little uncle can't be a lifelong bachelor. The roommates are confused and just watch Wenqing leave. Wenqing asks her classmates about today's math classes and classrooms. Calculating the time, it's almost time for class to end. She hurriedly speeds up her steps to go there. When she arrived outside the classroom, she just happened to see Tang Xi coming out. Today, Tang Xi was dressed very beautifully, wearing a yellow collared shirt paired with a brown plaid skirt, with lace headbands tied in her braids, softly falling to one side. The bright colors looked even more striking on Tang Xi, whose skin was as white as snow, making her look radiant and eye-catching. Her hair seemed to be coated with a thin golden glow. Many people passing by were staring at her, eyes fixed on her. However, Tang Xi was unaware of this, her long eyelashes hanging down as she focused intently on the paper in her hands. Wenqing couldn't help but smile, about to wave and greet Tang Xi. Suddenly, a tall boy blocked Tang Xi's way. He lowered his head slightly and looked directly at her as he spoke. Wenqing's heart clenched tightly.
Sissy.
Wenqing quickly ran over. Tang Xi looked past the boy blocking her view and was surprised to see Wenqing running toward her. Xiao Qing, why did you come here? Tang Xi knew that Wenqing was a first-year student in the physics department at Jing University. But perhaps because their classrooms were not close, or maybe because Tang Xi had been rushing to keep up with her classes lately, she rarely stayed in one place for long. So, they had never met on campus before. They had only run into each other during meals at Wenqing's home. Wenqing knew she was busy and always considerate, so she never disturbed her. Today, Wenqing came over on her own initiative. Tang Xi's first thought was whether Wenqing was in trouble. As soon as Wenqing reached her, she tightly hugged Tang Xi's arm. Then she looked cautiously at the boy standing nearby and loudly asked, "Hey, who are you?" The boy was handsome and charming. When asked, he instinctively looked at Tang Xi. Seeing that Tang Xi was also looking directly at him, he shyly scratched the back of his head and said, "I am a second-year student in the Chinese department, just looking for this classmate to ask for directions." Wenqing snorted, not believing these clumsy lies. She deliberately asked, "Where are you trying to go?" "I'll tell you." Since the boy had already said so much, he couldn't back out now and could only give the location. Wenqing decisively pointed him in the right direction, then sarcastically added, "Senior students are already in their second year and still don't know the way? I'm only a first year, but I remember every part of Jing University clearly. Looks like you should learn the campus map better, senior." The boy looked embarrassed and hurriedly looked for an excuse to leave. Humph, these men. Wenqing turned around and looked at Tang Xi with a half-smile and a hint of amusement. In an instant, she understood that Tang Xi had guessed the purpose behind her series of actions. Wenqing sighed in frustration and said to Tang Xi, "I'm sorry." Of course, Tang Xi wouldn't argue about these things. She playfully rubbed Wenqing's head, looking more like an older sister than someone several months younger. She then asked, "Have you eaten? Let's go get some food together." Seeing that Tang Xi didn't seem angry or upset, Wenqing quickly nodded. The two held hands as they headed toward the school gate. On the way, with no one around, Wenqing tentatively asked, "Little Aunt, do I call you Little Aunt at school too?" Tang Xi thought carefully for a moment. Although she didn't mind people knowing she was married, she didn't want to become the topic of gossip. "Just call me by my name." "All right," Wenqing replied, sighing silently. "Oh, little uncle, it's not that I won't help you, but you're just too disappointing." "Shao Qing, what are you thinking about? You keep sighing and shaking your head." I'm thinking about what to eat later." Wenqing blinked and lied, but Tang Xi saw through her immediately. She didn't expose her, assuming Wenqing simply didn't want to say. She took Wenqing to a small restaurant she had been introduced to by Qinya earlier. Wenqing's attention was diverted, and she looked around in surprise. There's actually a restaurant in this alley. I've never heard anyone mention it. It seems to have opened not long ago. Most people coming here are university professors or similar. Since students generally didn't have much money, they preferred affordable school cafeterias. But university professors, with their salaries and allowances, often came here to enjoy good food. At first, Wenqing didn't really understand what it meant that most people here are professors, until she finished ordering and saw several familiar professors one after another. Wenqing's grades weren't outstanding, so she wasn't well known among these professors. But Tang Xi was recognized by some professors who greeted her proactively. Tang Xi responded with a polite smile. Some professors also noticed Wenqing sitting across from Tang Xi and asked if she was a student at Jing University too. Wenqing immediately straightened her back, feeling a bad premonition. "Yes, she's my friend," Tang Xi replied casually. She didn't think much about it. As the professor sat nearby, Wenqing's mood clearly sank. Tang Xi found it strange. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong just now?" Wenqing forced a smile that was even uglier than crying. "Some of our professors from the department were nearby. When they heard you say we are friends, they probably got false hopes and thought I was a genius too." Her future academic life looks quite bright and predictable. Tang Xi awkwardly cleared her throat. "No way." Wenqing stayed silent, looking very downcast. It wasn't until their food was served that she managed to gather some energy, picked up her chopsticks, and decided to eat well before the storm hit. "Oh, dear little uncle, I've sacrificed so much for you." After dinner, Tang Xi took Wenqing to her dormitory entrance. "Little Aunt, Xi, I'm leaving now." Wenqing waved weakly and turned around. Tang Xi looked at her with a gentle smile and a cheerful tone. "Come on, Qing. Keep going." Wenqing paused, almost speaking but stopping herself. Finally, she let out a sigh and said, Xi, you're such a genius. You don't understand the pain of ordinary people." Without waiting for Tang Xi to reply, she floated away like a ghost. "What kind of genius am I?" Tang Xi shook her head with a smile. Then she glanced at the time. Oh no! She was going to be late. She tightly clutched her book and ran all the way to the computer center. People on the street looked at her, probably recognizing who she was. But Tang, she didn't have time to care. She hurried forward and finally arrived at the entrance of Jing University's computer center right on time. She leaned on her knees, took 2 heavy breaths, and finally calmed her racing heart. Looking up, she saw director Wong Jiuyuan standing nearby, watching her. Tang Xi felt a bit shy and stepped forward. "Am I not late?" Director Wong Jiuyuan shook his head kindly. "No, you arrived just in time." Tang Xi hesitated and looked around. Why did Dean Wong come out himself? Wong Jiuyuan chuckled casually. "Maybe because I'm the most free?" Tang, she tilted her head. Wong Jiuyuan beckoned her inside. The building, covered in thick shade and painted bright red, didn't seem much different inside. The only interesting thing was that this building, built over 100 years ago, housed some of the most advanced technology of this era. A few years ago, a company from the US had launched the first personal computer with a complete system including a keyboard, monitor, and storage device. This marked the beginning of personal computers entering homes and schools, becoming part of daily life. In China, where computer technology started relatively late, the use of computers was still quite limited. However, people gradually recognized their advantages. For example, this small computer, the DJS-131. It looks bulky, with a 16-bit word length, 4 to 32K memory, and a processing speed of 500,000 operations per second. Compared to many advanced future computers, it seems a bit outdated. But at that time, its existence was very important historically, as it pioneered the series' design and production of computer industries. It is also now the most produced domestic digital electronic computer in China, widely used in postal services, electricity, railways, communications, healthcare, seismic research, scientific research, transportation, industry, and national defense. This information comes directly from director Wong Jiuyuan. Tang Xi bent over, looking at this clumsy, old machine, and admired the row of blinking lights on it. "It looks really beautiful." Of course. Next to her, Wong Jiuyuan showed a proud and happy expression, as if his own child was being praised. But soon, he lifted his head again, looking a bit down. Unfortunately, its glorious era is about to end. Tang Xi had a faint guess, but she pretended not to know anything. "Why is that?" Wong Jiuyuan sighed with a bitter smile. "Now everyone wants to focus on the economy. They think it's better to rent than buy, and better to buy than build." He smiled, but his tone was full of sarcasm. "But they don't think about how relying on others all the time will only hold them back." Tang Xi remained silent. Wang Ziyuan's worries were understandable. In fact, very soon, China would produce its first supercomputer. The small computer in front of her, the DJS-131, was a third-generation computer, while the supercomputer, called Galaxy 1, belonged to China's fourth generation and was a giant machine. The Galaxy 1 cost over 100 million yuan and could perform over 100 million operations per second. It filled China's gap in giant computers and made China the third country in the world capable of designing and manufacturing such supercomputers independently. And then, there was nothing more. Because the Galaxy 1 relied heavily on imported hardware, it did not significantly advance China's semiconductor industry. This is not an isolated case. Over the years, many domestic computers in our country have stopped using locally made chips and instead adopted foreign chips. In a few more years, our country might find it very difficult to produce a computer on its own. At that time, our computer companies may also give up developing chips and only focus on assembling low-value products, causing the chip market to fall completely into foreign hands. By then, the friendly country will reveal its true intentions. They will strictly limit exports of high-performance computers to our country and may even cause a major incident in the computer industry, an embarrassing event known as the glassroom shame. This involved a large machine bought from abroad by a domestic company for oil exploration. The initial cost was high, but acceptable. However, nobody expected this to be just the beginning. Later, the costs for integration and maintenance skyrocketed to hundreds of millions. Additionally, they demanded that our people use the equipment behind a fully transparent glass wall and strictly monitor every move of our staff. Even the startup password and the server room keys had to be controlled by the foreign side. It was only then that some of our experts realized the danger. They began developing high-performance computers with full independent ownership, embarking on a difficult but heroic path. These events deeply moved Tang Xi, who only saw fragments of this story in her learning system. Although her goal was to participate in the development of large computers mainly for her own strategic plans in the military industry, she also wanted to help people like Director Wong avoid wasting over 10 years on detours, so they wouldn't suffer through repeated disappointments and pain. Director Wong, can I join your project? Tang Xi suddenly asked. At first, Wang Ziyuan was caught off guard. You've changed your mind? Want to switch from the math department to the computer department? Tang Xi shook her head. No, I still want to stay in the math department. I'm just very interested in computers and want to learn from them. She spoke modestly. Wang Ziyuan didn't realize how important her suggestion was. After thinking for a moment, he hesitated. If I agree to let you participate in the core parts, it might upset others. So for now, you can only start with some basic tasks since you're still a freshman. Tang Xi didn't insist and agreed readily. Wang Ziyuan was very pleased with Tang Xi's joining. Last week, I sat on a bench outside feeling very lost. My original goal was to lead a joint supercomputer project with Kyoto University and national agencies. But I was told that funding for this area has been cut, and there's no extra money for us. I felt very discouraged and wondered whether I should give up completely. Then I heard your words. Wang Ziyuan's eyes became deep and moved. It seemed he remembered why he started down this path many years ago. At first, when I heard your words, I thought they were too naive and idealistic, almost out of touch with reality. But then I thought, when I was young, wasn't I just like you? If I didn't even have these small hopes and dreams, what would I still be working on in computer science? So I decided I would try hard and push for this project to succeed, no matter what. Wang Ziyuan clenched his fists, as if he was ready to go into battle. Tang Xi stopped him. Director Wang, don't worry yet. Maybe I can help with this. Wang Ziyuan paused, then smiled. Are you planning to talk to your family elders about this? Haha, young people always think things are easier than they really are. Tang, don't underestimate how much money is involved, millions, even billions. This isn't something that can be done just by talking with elders. Tang Xi knew Wang Ziyuan misunderstood her. She spoke very seriously. But waiting a little longer won't hurt, right? Wang Ziyuan was stunned by her eyes. He had thought Tang Xi was just an ordinary student, young, passionate, idealistic, and talented beyond her years, just like he was in his youth. But now it seemed, this young student Tang, she was not so simple. A faint, almost unnoticeable hope appeared in Wang Ziyuan's heart. You make some sense. I guess I'll wait and see. Tang Xi smiled happily. Thank you, Director Wang.
Please give me a week.
After that, I'll give you an answer. Tang Xi stayed at the computer center until the afternoon, talking with Wang Ziyuan about the future of computers. They drifted away from reality, imagining wildly and dreaming big. Wang Ziyuan's mind was opened, and he gained many new ideas. But he didn't know that everything Tang Xi said was true. Miniaturized computers, quantum computers. All of it was real and visible in the future. Unaware of this, Wang Ziyuan kept smiling and praising Tang Xi's ideas. The two were chatting happily, so much so that they forgot about the time. When they finished talking, Tang Xi looked at her watch. Oh no, she had already missed an afternoon class. This class left a deep impression on Tang Xi because the professor in charge was very kind to her and often praised her. He even once suggested she become his teaching assistant, but Tang Xi, busy with other things, politely declined. Now, she admired her teacher, but had missed his class. Tang Xi felt very upset, but it was too late to make up for it. The class had ended at least half an hour ago, and rushing there now wouldn't help. So, Tang Xi decided she must apologize to the professor next time she saw him. But for now, she needed to go home. By home, she meant not the military compound but Tang Ruyue's new house. Tang Ruyue had moved in just 2 days ago. Recently, Wen Jiuyuan had been busy with military competitions and often went on business trips. Today, he was not home again, so Tang Xi packed her things and moved in with Tang Ruyue. Luckily, The furniture from her old home had arrived a few days earlier, so she moved into this courtyard temporarily. Tang Xi was eager to see her long-lost small bed and little cabinet again. She hurried there, and it only took 10 minutes. This courtyard was also bought by Tang Xi. It wasn't very big, just a small courtyard. But even though it was small, it had everything she needed. At the front was a main hall, with 2 rooms on each side, one of which was the kitchen. In the middle of the square courtyard, there was a crabapple tree. When she moved in, Tang Xi carefully looked at it. It was a weeping crabapple tree. It was the flowering season these past 2 months, and the crabapple blossoms were in full bloom, with pink petals scattered all over the ground. As Tang Xi stepped into the courtyard, Guan Suxin was bending down, sweeping up the petals. "Aunt Guan." "Tang," she called out. Guan Suxin looked up. She took off her cold mask and smiled warmly at Tang Xi. She is back. Guan Suxin also lived here. At first, Tang Xi planned to renovate that big house carefully. Wen Jiuyuan asked Bai Chun to find reliable workers, including experts in ancient architecture. Since the opportunity was rare, Guan Suxin asked Tang Xi if she could also repair her courtyard, and she was willing to pay for it herself. The 2 courtyards were next to each other, built at the same time, connected by history, so Guan Suxin's idea wasn't unreasonable. Actually, even if she hadn't suggested it, Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan had already planned to bring it up. After learning about the connection between Guan Suxin, Kong Mingqi, and Jiang Nanqin that day, they immediately told Jiang Nanqin, which made her cry for a long time. Jiang Nanqin invited Guan Suxin to visit the Wen residence. As they reminisced about the past, she couldn't help but cry again. Afterwards, she asked Tang Xi and Jiuyuan to take good care of Guan Suxin. The couple quickly agreed. When arranging the workers, they included Guan Suxin's courtyard from the start, thinking about how to talk to her. Fortunately, after all these events, Guan Suxin seemed to have let go of some worries. She brought up the matter herself, which eased Tang Xi and Jiuyuan's concerns. So, the question is, where did Guan Suxin stay during the house renovation? Without hesitation, she decided to rent a house. It was Tang Ruyue who suggested, "Since we're renting anyway, why not rent ours? It's also good to have a companion." She probably didn't want Guan Suxin to stay for free. But when it came to renting, Guan Suxin hesitated. Plus, Tang Xi encouraged her. She said Tang Ruyue had just moved to the capital and was unfamiliar with the surroundings. Living alone was worrying. It would be nice if Guan Suxin could take care of her more. Guan Suxin agreed and became a temporary tenant of this small courtyard. It was obvious she was quite comfortable living there. When Tang Xi first saw her, she thought she was a strict, harsh, and sharp-tongued old lady. But now, her expression was more relaxed. Even her wrinkles seemed lighter, and a faint smile appeared in her eyes. The aura of experience and life that had settled over her became more noticeable. Most importantly, Guan Suxin and Tang Ruyue got along very well. They were practically like mother and daughter. "Guan Jia, come quickly. Try my new rice rolls." Tang Ruyue carried a plate out of the kitchen, cheerfully calling out. She didn't look up and didn't notice that someone else had entered the yard. Tang Xi pursed her lips, feeling a bit jealous.
"Mom."
She deliberately emphasized her presence. Tang Ruyue looked up in surprise. "Xi, why are you here?" "Oh no, the sauce spilled." Tang Xi wanted to help, but Guan Suxin took the lead. "Let go." Guan Suxin took the plate and calmly directed her. "There's cool water in the wooden basin. Put your hand in and soak it for a while, at least 3 minutes." The sauce just finished boiling and spilled onto her hand, burning a red mark. Tang Ruyue gasped in pain. In the chaos, thanks to Guan Suxin's help, she managed to stay calm. The pain on the back of her hand eased. Tang Ruyue squatted in front of the wooden basin and smiled at Tang Xi. School's over? You didn't go back to the big courtyard? I just said a couple of days ago that I'd move over and stay for a few days."
Tang Xi steiter.
But seeing that Tang Ruyue was hurt, she couldn't keep being upset and asked instead, "Does it hurt?"
No.
"Just a little burn." Tang Ruyue denied it as usual. 3 minutes passed. She quickly raised her hand and showed it to Tang Xi. Look, it doesn't hurt anymore. It's still red.
Tang Xi sợ ai bờ đau phu đau tai li.
Not wanting her to worry, Tang Ruyue changed the subject. By the way, I just made rice rolls. Do you want to try some? Tang Xi looked a bit surprised. When did you learn to make rice rolls? Isn't that a Cantonese dish? Guan Suxin answered first. I'm from Canton province. I taught your mom how to make this dish because she said, this rice roll is really delicious. She, come try it. Tang Ruyue quickly interrupted Guan Suxin. Guan Suxin glanced at her, seeming to understand what Tang Ruyue meant, and didn't say more. But Tang Xi sensed something was wrong. Why do I feel like you're hiding something from me?
How could that be?
Both replied in unison. Tang, she felt a bit jealous now. She had a feeling that behind her back, they were becoming closer than she expected. There was nothing she could do but tell herself, Mom has her own life, and that's good. She also tasted the rice roll, which was even better than she expected. The soft, smooth rice skin made from rice batter, inside with bits of minced meat and egg. Pouring sauce over it, letting the flavor seep into every detail, each bite brought a surprise. How is it? Tang Ruyue asked with concern. Tang, she confidently praised, it tastes really good. Her daughter's praise was the highest compliment for Tang Ruyue. Hearing this, Tang Ruyue was very happy and exchanged a look with Guan Suxin. Tang Xi noticed this, but didn't ask further. She stayed quiet, planning to observe more before saying anything. At night, Tang Ruyue learned that Tang Xi was staying over and cleaned the entire room. The furnishings inside were just like those in the old house in Shirley Village. Closing the door often made people feel like they had returned home. Maybe because of this, Tang Xi's progress went very smoothly. She carried a bunch of drafts and entered the system space. All the papers automatically organized into files. With systematic assistance, her calculations were faster than expected. Probably in less than 3 days, I can finish everything, Tang Xi muttered to herself. Before exiting the space, she casually glanced at the system points bar. Recently, she had been focused on studying mathematics and wasn't in a hurry to start new courses. She planned to understand them thoroughly first. So, her points had remained unchanged. Of course, this was also to make her future plans easier. But now, when she looked, Tang Xi was shocked. 1,006 points? She remembered that the last time she checked, her points were only around 600 or 700. How did her points suddenly increase so much in such a short time? Because of this, more courses in the system shop were now open to her. Courses like Basic Physics, Part 1, Basic Chemistry, Part 1, Unmanned Combat Aircraft Overview, AI Introduction Manual. Even the 3,000 points needed for the course she had long coveted, Step-by-Step Guide to Building an Aircraft Carrier, was now a third complete. That's an aircraft carrier, the strongest strategic force on the planet. An extension of maritime dominance. A country's aircraft carrier fleet signifies its military reach. For China, aircraft carriers are every military worker's dream, but also a forbidden zone they can't touch for now. Tang Xi struggled hard to pull her gaze away from the cover of Step-by-Step Guide to Building an Aircraft Carrier. Greedy for too much. You can't chew it all, she kept reminding herself, suppressing her sudden burst of desire. Then, her curiosity surged. System, why are my points increasing so quickly? The system remained in its usual idle state, not responding to her question at all. Unable to get an answer, Tang Xi had to rack her brains to recall what special things she had done recently. It seemed all her focus was on Fermat's last theorem, and she forced herself to forget the mathematician who proved Fermat's last theorem in history, choosing to take a different path. Most of the process, aside from using the system as an aid to avoid tedious calculations, she completed herself. To do this, she repeatedly reviewed the basic mathematics course in the system, even ignoring the last 10% of her progress bar and starting from the very beginning. These days, she spent almost every night in the system study room, leaving even Wen Jiuyuan aside. Now, it seemed her efforts paid off. By the way, system, where is my big gift pack? There are gift packs for reaching 10 and 100 points, but surely none for surpassing 1,000, right? Her words seemed to hit a key point. A buzzing sound of electricity filled the virtual space. Then, a familiar notification sounded. Hooray! Congratulations! The little newcomer has surpassed 1,000 points. Reward: Teaching Course, Supercomputer, Part 1. Would you like to start the course now?
Great.
Tang Xi cheered loudly. She suspected that the system might be able to read her thoughts. Otherwise, how could it have sent such a wonderful gift pack at her most needed moment? It seemed she could save a lot of points and use them for more important things. Inside, Tang Xi felt like a bunch of little people cheering and dancing. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was knocking on the door outside. Tang Xi skillfully exited the system space and ran to open the door. Aunt Guan? Oh, did my voice disturb you?
How could that be?
Guan Suxin smiled gently, then asked if she could come in. Of course, Tang Xi had no reason to refuse. She moved aside to let Guan Suxin enter. Guan Suxin stepped over the threshold and immediately saw the desk almost covered with handwritten drafts. Can I take a look? Of course. Guan Suxin picked up a few sheets and flipped through them quickly. Her eyes gradually changed from curiosity to shock. This. She opened her mouth wide, speechless for a long time. Tang Xi thought something was wrong and stepped forward. What's the matter? Did I make a mistake in the calculations? Guan Suxin hurriedly shook her head. No, that's not it. How can you calculate so quickly? Her gaze moved incredibly over Tang Xi's mind, almost unable to believe that someone's brain could rival a computer. Tang Xi also felt a bit guilty, since she had used the system to perform these calculations, but she couldn't reveal the system's existence publicly. She thought for a moment and said, I used the school's computer, which saved a lot of unnecessary time. Guan Suxin suddenly understood. That's impressive. Your progress is much faster than I expected. Maybe there was a misunderstanding? Tang Xi looked to the side and saw that Guan Suxin was holding a draft she had written a few days ago. She then found the latest progress from a pile of mess. This is what I just wrote. Guan Suxin took it and looked. Her expression changed to one of utter shock. Because a person is overwhelmed to the extreme, they only become numb and dazed. Guan Suxin is just like that.
You're about to finish.
When she said this, Guan Suxin's mood was very complicated. She knew that Tang Xi was an unprecedented genius. But when she realized that the difficult problem she had been stuck on for years was just a stepping stone for Tang Xi, she couldn't help but feel upset, even jealous. But in the end, those confusing feelings gradually faded away. All that remained was her absolute admiration for Tang Xi. Xi, I've thought many times, how lucky I am to have met you. Tang Xi smiled shyly. Once I finish the final work, I plan to organize these results into a paper and publish it in the Mathematical Yearbook. The Mathematical Yearbook has a long history and is a well-known academic journal in China's mathematics field, mainly publishing original and innovative papers in pure and applied mathematics. Of course, domestic academic journals in China can't yet compare to the top 4 international mathematics journals, but within the country, it's definitely among the best. Tang Xi's decision was partly out of concern. She wanted to try publishing in domestic journals first, then submit to international ones later. She might also need to translate the paper into English. Tang Xi shared her plans with Guan Suxin. Guan Suxin agreed. Yes, it's best to take it step by step. Then she remembered, is there anything I can help with? Tang Xi didn't refuse and pulled Guan Suxin along to finish the remaining work. They discussed non-stop, and the progress went smoother than expected. The next evening, Tang Xi finished all her work.
Have we
finished? Tang Xi was a little stunned herself. Guan Suxin looked even more dazed, as if dreaming. It was Tang Xi who reacted first, suddenly standing up, ignoring the chair that fell to the ground. We finished. Guan Suxin, still in a daze, turned to look at her and nodded slowly. Yes, we really finished. At that moment, Tang Ruyue hurriedly rushed in. What's wrong? What happened? She thought Tang Xi had fallen. But as soon as she entered, she was embraced tightly by Tang Xi. Then Tang Xi excitedly talked about their achievement. Tang Ruyue listened for a long time but didn't understand much, barely grasping that Tang Xi and Guan Suxin had just proved a very difficult mathematical conjecture. What is a mathematical conjecture? Tang Ruyue didn't know. But this did not prevent her from clearly recognizing how amazing her precious daughter was. As always, the way people from Huagua express celebration is to enjoy a good meal. Fortunately, the next day was the weekend. Tang Ruyue took the initiative to invite Tang Xi and Guan Suxin to dine at a state-run restaurant. Tang Xi happily agreed. Before going to eat, she wanted to organize her draft. Let me handle this part of the work. I also want to think about it from the beginning, Guan Suxin volunteered. Tang Xi hesitated a little. Organizing the draft wasn't difficult, but it was tedious and detailed. Many mathematicians give this kind of work to their assistants or students. Tang Xi didn't dare treat Guan Suxin as her assistant, so she instinctively wanted to refuse. Guan Suxin said seriously, Xi, I should be thanking you. According to Guan Suxin's thoughts, if it weren't for Tang Xi's appearance, she and Lao Kong might have lost decades of their hard work, and those precious math manuscripts could have been thrown away. But because Tang Xi came, they easily overcame their difficulties, and now they have successfully solved Fermat's last theorem, repaired the old building, and sealed it again. Her gratitude was beyond words. What's the point of making her an assistant? Guan Suxin also realized that if she were to become Tang Xi's student, she wouldn't hesitate at all. But she understood Tang Xi's personality and didn't say this out loud to avoid adding pressure. In the end, Tang Xi agreed to Guan Suxin's suggestion. With the work on Fermat's last theorem finished, she had another urgent matter to handle. She didn't enter the course but exited, sat at her desk, and wrote a line of words with her pen, reflections on future information warfare and the necessity of supercomputers. After a brief thought, she began to write smoothly and freely. Her mind opened up, and inspiration flooded out like a rushing river. Tang Xi thought of the kind and approachable appearance of the senior leader, and her courage started to stir. She decided to write even more boldly than planned. She sensed that this senior leader might be more thoughtful and far-sighted than anyone imagined. He must also understand what the future warfare hinted at truly means. Tang Xi stopped writing the next morning. She initially wanted to make some edits, but after reading through the entire piece, it was filled with her heartfelt words. If she made more changes, she might lose that lively, passionate feeling. So Tang Xi decided not to revise it further, only fixing a few typos. Then she went out to make a phone call. Tang Ruyue looked at the time and thought it was about right. Let's go. We're heading to the state-run restaurant. For today's meal, Tang Ruyue dressed up specially, even carefully combing her hair. She also carried a small brown sheepskin purse with gold clasps, a gift from her daughter, containing some loose change and bills. Tang Ruyue patted the purse, making a jingling sound, and said, I'll pay later. Xi, don't argue with me. Guan Jia, you too? Guan Suxin smiled, her eyes crinkling with happiness. All right, I won't argue. Tang, she didn't say anything. Just when Tang Ruyue thought her daughter might object, wait a moment, I'll have someone come to pick up a few things. Tang Ruyue was surprised. Guests are coming? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Tang Xi tried to reassure her. It's not really guests, just someone responsible for delivering things. Tang Ruyue didn't quite understand and still scolded gently. That's still a guest. Xi, maybe you should invite your friend to join us at the state-run restaurant later. Tang Xi was about to explain that the person wasn't her friend, but the door was knocked. Tang Ruyue hurried to open it. Standing outside was a man in his 30s, with a crew cut, dark skin, and ordinary features that didn't stand out at all, one of those people you wouldn't notice in a crowd. He had a somewhat stiff posture and a serious face, and he nodded slightly at Tang Ruyue. Hello, I'm here to see Comrade Tang Xi. Tang Ruyue was startled by his gaze and reacted slowly. Huh?
Oh.
Okay, she'll be right here. Who is this friend of Xi? Why does he look so fierce? he kind of reminds her of
Jiuyuan.
Well, her son-in-law is still better than this man. At least he never shows any coldness in front of their family. In Tang Ryue's mind, Wen Jiuyuan was always kind and gentle, which was why she felt comfortable letting her daughter be with him. If Wen Jiuyuan acted like this man in front of her, Tang Ryue's thoughts drifted, overthinking a little. Behind her, Guan Suxin's eyes suddenly narrowed. Unlike the innocent Tang Ryue, she had seen more of the world. The man in front of her looked a bit like a security guard. She is not just a low-level guard, but a guard responsible for protecting high-ranking leaders. Her presence, gaze, and posture all show her special status. Guan Suxin originally thought Tang Xi's family background was ordinary. Only her intelligence and talent were remarkable, and her in-laws had an impressive reputation. But now it seems that Tang Xi is not just an ordinary student. She can truly reach the heavens with her abilities. In some ways, she might even be more powerful than Wen Jiuyuan. However, Guan Suxin was only slightly surprised and quickly looked away. Just then, Tang Xi came out of the house, holding a plain envelope. She walked to the door, handed over the envelope, and said directly, "Make sure it gets into his hands." The man immediately straightened his back and took the envelope with both hands. "I guarantee it will be done perfectly." Then he nodded lightly to Tang Xi and turned to get into a car outside. Tang Ryue didn't say anything about staying for dinner until Tang Xi said it was okay to go to the state-run restaurant. Tang Ryue suddenly remembered and looked surprised. That person, just now. She couldn't help but imagine many things. Tang Xi simply explained, "He is a guard for a high-ranking leader." Tang Ryue was surprised and couldn't help but feel proud. "My daughter is really amazing." Tang Xi was pleased and snorted softly. "Of course." A bright smile appeared in her eyes. Tang Ryue didn't ask more. She knew some of her daughter's work had to be kept secret and couldn't be casually inquired about. Soon, she pushed the mysterious guard out of her mind and happily took Tang Xi and Guan Suxin out for a meal. However, along the way, a small, unexpected event happened. The three of them, like 3 generations of a family, were walking happily and closely. Just outside the alley, they met an acquaintance, an older woman, greeting Tang Ryue. "Little Tang, I found the shop you asked me to look for. The location is perfect. Definitely great for a breakfast shop." Usually used to being called this way by her teacher and leader, Tang Xi initially thought the voice was calling her. When she stopped and heard the rest of the sentence, her expression changed subtly, from confusion to realization to a meaningful look. Tang Ryue was confused for a moment. Then she quickly looked guiltily at her daughter. I didn't." The older woman also sensed something was off. She remembered that Tang Ryue had specifically told her not to let her daughter know about opening a breakfast shop. The woman awkwardly smiled. "I'm going home to eat. Let's talk another day." Oh no, little Tang was caught by her daughter. It's not her fault. Auntie slipped away quickly. Leaving 3 quieter people behind, Tang Xi remained silent. Tang Ryue looked anxious. Guan Suxin stayed calm. Finally, Guan Suxin broke the deadlock. "Let's go eat first." They continued to the state-run restaurant. Along the way, Tang Ryue kept watching Tang Xi's face. Tang Xi wasn't really angry, but seeing this, she felt mixed feelings. "Mom, why are you looking at my face like that?" Tang Ryue touched her own face and said, "That's not. I was just worried you wouldn't be happy." Tang Xi felt even worse. She frowned tightly, wanting to say something but not knowing how to start. Instead, Tang Ryue misunderstood her reaction and waved her hands quickly. "Cece, if you really don't want me to open a breakfast shop, I won't do it." Tang Xi furrowed her brow. "Why?" Tang Ryue thought Tang Xi was asking why she wanted to open a breakfast shop. She awkwardly explained, "I just wanted to find something to do. In the capital, you all live there and your clothes and food are provided. I'm still young and don't want to rely on you younger ones for everything. At first, I wanted to find a job, maybe be a nanny or cook, but I was worried people might gossip about you, so I listened to Aunt Guan's advice and decided to open a breakfast shop." Actually, Tang Ryue just wanted to set up a breakfast stall. But Guan Suxin thought that many people now sell breakfast on stalls, and Tang Ruyue might not be better than others. It might be better to rent a shop and open a proper store, choosing the right customers. Tang Ruyue didn't understand target customers. She just thought that opening a shop looked more respectable than a stall and wouldn't embarrass her daughter. Everything she said was for Tang Xi's sake. Tang Xi, feeling heavy-hearted, interrupted her. Mom, I want to ask you, why did you give up opening a breakfast shop because of me? Tang Ruyue was caught off guard by this question. Why give up opening a breakfast shop because of her daughter? The reason isn't very complicated. For Tang Ruyue, her daughter's feelings come first, even above her own. All her matters are secondary to her daughter. Giving up a breakfast shop is nothing. But before she could speak, Tang Xi seemed to know what she was about to say. Mom, this morning's rice noodle roll was prepared for opening the breakfast shop, right? I asked you and Aunt Guan if you were hiding something from me, but you denied it outright. I was. I'm not blaming you, Mom. I just want to say that since you went to so much trouble to hide things and decided to open a shop, why didn't you keep going instead of caring about my opinion? Even if I oppose or disagree, you should stick to your own ideas. This is your life, Tang Ruyue's life, not Tang Xi's. Tang Ruyue was speechless, her eyes more confused than before. So, Xie, do you agree with me opening the shop? She barely understood the meaning. Tang Xi shook her head. No, I don't agree. Tang Ruyue was even more puzzled. Then she heard Tang Xi add, but I respect your idea. Of course, Tang Xi didn't want Tang Ruyue to open a breakfast shop. She worked hard, earned money, not only to fulfill her own dreams, but also to give her family a better life. If possible, she wished Tang Ruyue could relax at home, read books, tend flowers, and occasionally visit the city or go traveling. But her ideas were just her own, and Tang Ruyue had her own thoughts. Tang Ruyue also didn't want her daughter to support her, becoming a helpless burden. She had left the village she had lived in for over 40 years and come to this big city. Everything was driven by her daughter. So she desperately hoped she could find a way to settle down in the city and truly connect with it. Opening a breakfast shop was one of her choices. Tang Ruyue was not stupid. She vaguely understood Tang Xi's meaning. What Mom wants to do,
she said softly.
Tang Xi also smiled. That's good. Guan Suxin seemed to have expected this conversation between mother and daughter. She finally spoke up. Don't worry. I will help you and your mom run the breakfast shop. Tang Ruyue heard this and quickly refused. Sister Guan, you're a scholar, even studied abroad. How can you lower yourself to work with me at the breakfast shop? Tang Ruyue wasn't good at studying, so she always admired smart people. She felt the same about Guan Suxin. But Guan Suxin, she had long since taken off her long gown and never cared about lowering herself. What kind of status do I have? Just an ordinary person. Helping you open a breakfast shop is good. I'm good at math and can help with the accounts. Later, you can just pay me a salary, and I'll be a working person too. Guan Suxin had studied math for most of her life, as if it was just to help Tang Ruyue with the books. Tang Xi hesitated and said, Aunt Guan, are you sure? I was planning that after my paper on Fermat's last theorem is published, I would introduce you to Principal Qin and ask him to arrange a teaching position for you at Jing University. Tang Xi had other plans, but since everything was still uncertain, she didn't rush to say more. Guan Suxin was surprised. Me? She thought that once she finished the Fermat's last theorem, her math career would be over. But now Tang Xi said she would help her find a teaching job? Guan Suxin hesitated and shook her head. Maybe it's better not. My mind has become too stiff. I don't think I can teach students anymore. Tang Xi kindly persuaded her. Aunt Guan, don't underestimate yourself. With your experience and skills, teaching at Jing University's math department is no problem. Teaching students needs not just intelligence but also rich experience. And I promise, even if Jing University doesn't hire you, I can definitely find you a teaching job in the city. At worst, I can ask Fu Xueming for help. With his connections, it will be easy to find a job. Seeing Tang Xi speak so confidently, Guan Suxin couldn't help but feel a little tempted. Tang Ruyue also advised, hurry up and agree, Sister Guan. That's a professor at Jing University. Guan Suxin instinctively refused. I can only start as an associate professor. I can't be a full professor. By saying this, she was already considering the idea. Not only Tang Xi understood, but Tang Ruyue and Guan Suxin herself also understood. Now, Guan Suxin's only worry was about Tang Ruyue's breakfast shop. How can you manage it alone? Tang Ruyue waved her hand dismissively. I'll just find an assistant. Plus, starting a new shop might not go well at first. Who else would doubt their own business before opening? But Tang Ruyue lacked confidence in herself. One reason she didn't tell Tang Xi was because she was worried the breakfast shop might not succeed, and her savings could be lost. Such bad news definitely couldn't be shared with Tang Xi. At this moment, Tang Xi suddenly suggested, Mom, have you asked Annie yet? Tang Ruyue's eyes widened. You mean asking your aunt to open the breakfast shop with me? Oh, I hadn't thought of that. The more she thought about it, the more she liked the idea. Her sister-in-law, Yang Bixia, was also from the countryside, used to helping at home, quick and tidy in her work. When the machine tool factory was still thriving and Yu Jingming was highly regarded, Yang Bixia had even been assigned to work in the canteen by the factory. At the cafeteria, they prepare large pots of food, often serving dozens or even hundreds of people at once. Yang Bixia not only managed to cook these meals, but did so very well. Both leaders and workers praised her. Later, as the machine tool factory gradually declined and could no longer support such a large cafeteria, and as Yu Jingming was gradually sidelined and left waiting in the background, Yang Bixia lost her job at the cafeteria. At that time, coincidentally, Yu Yan was born, and caring for the two children took up all of Yang Bixia's energy. Since then, Yang Bixia has stayed at home and has not gone back to work, even up to now. So, the idea of Tang Xi was really a good one. Tang Ruyue promised that her sister-in-law would be very happy to agree. I'll go find her later and ask if she's willing to help. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to eat at the state-run restaurant, Tang Ruyue would have gone to find Yang Bixia right now. Tang Xi also said, why not ask Annie and you to team up, sharing the costs equally and splitting the income? Uncle's family has recently improved their living situation, so using this money is no problem. Tang Ruyue eagerly nodded. Yes, you're right. Let's be bosses together. Now everything is happily settled. Tang Xi thought that the high-ranking leader, busy with many affairs, would probably take 2 or 3 days to see her letter after she sent it. But she didn't expect that on the same night she handed the letter to someone to deliver. The leader, amid his busy schedule, took a moment to see the letter wrapped in craft paper on his desk. The item was brought by the secretary, and the envelope had no extra notes, only the name Tang Xi written on it. The handwriting was elegant yet strong, with a sense of clarity and ease. It reflected the person perfectly. The leader, thinking as he opened the envelope, initially felt curious. Gradually, his expression grew serious, and he fell into deep thought. 20 minutes later, he finished reading the article, which was over 1,000 words long. But he didn't immediately put the letter aside. Instead, he held the paper and sat silently, lost in thought for nearly half an hour. Midway through, the secretary entered to give him something. As soon as the office door opened, he saw the leader in this state. The secretary, who had been with him for over 10 years, immediately realized that the leader was contemplating a difficult decision. Afraid of disturbing him and affecting the country's important affairs, the secretary didn't dare to interrupt and quietly withdrew, telling visitors that the leader was busy. Indeed, the leader was very busy. His entire focus was on the letter Tang Xi had written. Excited and thrilled by the blueprint described between the lines, yet unable to fully believe in its feasibility. It was hard to tell, so the senior leader simply took the letter again and started reading from the beginning. This process repeated at least 3 times. The senior leader initially wanted to find faults in the article, but the more he read, the more convinced he became. It was as if the future imagined by these words was right in front of him. Professional matters should be handled by experts. The senior leader picked up the confidential phone on the desk and asked someone to bring the top scientists and a few military leaders from Beijing to the office. Once the call was made, the entire office building seemed to stir. Several black Hongqi cars arrived one after another to pick up the guests. Within an hour, everyone invited by the senior leader had arrived in the meeting room. While waiting, the senior leader was not only thinking but also had the letter copied. "O" and cover the signature at the end. Before the secretary left with the letter, the senior leader gave this instruction. The secretary paused briefly, then nodded. Always cautious and discreet, she avoided looking at the confidential letter during the copying process, not even passing it to others. Once the copies were ready, they were sealed in a secure file bag. She knew the senior leader planned to distribute the copies to the arriving people. Sure enough, after the scientists and military leaders had gathered and taken their seats in the meeting room, the senior leader sat at the front and then instructed the secretary to distribute the copies. The secretary nodded and did as told. "Everyone take a look at what you have." The senior leader spoke plainly. The scientists and military leaders didn't say much. They opened the file bags and read carefully. After a while, an impatient military leader couldn't hold back and asked, "Is this real? All this talk about information warfare and electronic warfare sounds so mysterious." The senior leader raised his hand to signal him to wait. Reluctantly, the military leader calmed down and kept reading. The others weren't interrupted by the noise. Instead, they all continued to think deeply. The meeting room remained silent for a long time, with everyone showing different expressions: shock, doubt, longing, disbelief. Finally, someone asked first, which academician suggested this. The tense atmosphere eased a bit. Everyone started discussing. Is it an academician? How can we be sure? Someone with such ideas, do you think they are just an ordinary scientist? Yes. No matter how imaginative the ideas are, they are still quite bold. It's so bold that it almost sounds like science fiction. Why do I feel that the ideas in this article are very clear? I agree. The senior leader remained silent for a long time. After a while of chatting, the topic returned to the original question: who is the academician that made this suggestion? The senior leader chuckled mysteriously and looked at Fu Xueming. "Old Fu, do you think this vision of the future can really come true?" Fu Xueming sensed he might guess something and hesitated. After a brief thought, he nodded seriously. "I believe it is possible." He briefly explained his ideas, believing that although the concept of information warfare proposed in the article is advanced and bold, the entire development path is realistic and detailed. Old ways of war cannot last forever. I think the future will be dominated by high technology. For example, a few years ago, the precise guided weapons used by the US on the battlefield proved this, didn't they? Some people in the room immediately looked serious when they heard this. Precise guided weapons are weapons with accurate guidance devices and a hit rate of over 50%, including guided missiles, guided shells, and guided mines. A few years ago, the US used a guided missile called Little Bull in a certain battlefield. Although its guidance was seriously affected by the local tropical rainforest climate and environment, the leaders at the time saw the potential of this new type of weapon and managed to bring back some wreckage for reverse engineering. After studying it, top scientists like Fu Xueming believed these weapons had huge combat potential. Some people at the time were skeptical. Soon after, these weapons played a remarkable role in the dry tropical desert. They destroyed more than 50 tanks and also hit important targets like the command center, radio stations, power plants, and airports, causing great destruction. Hearing this, a military leader couldn't help but interrupt. "We all know how powerful the Little Bull is. But what does this have to do with information warfare? Isn't it just television guided?" This question sounded a bit inexperienced. In other times, given Fu Xueming's temper, he would have retorted at least twice. But now, his full attention was on the article in front of him. So I answered somewhat distractedly. "Yes, missile guidance using TV cameras. Install a camera on the missile, and when it launches, the video circuit transmits images to the cockpit's TV screen." "So, what do you think it transmits through?" "But this method of transmission has its limits. What if we switch to GPS instead?" Everyone present, including the senior leaders, showed slight changes in their expressions. GPS, or Global Positioning System, has been a major project of the US in recent years. It involves satellites in space providing real-time, all-weather, global navigation services for land, sea, and air. Combining precision guidance with GPS, what kind of powerful weapon could that create? This means that anytime and anywhere, as long as there is a special wireless receiver, a missile can locate any three-dimensional point on Earth. Fu Xueming saw some people looking thoughtful and smiled. Exactly, this is what the US is working on now. But I want to mention a report I saw earlier. A country called S also proposed a similar idea. They said that by combining new-generation precision-guided weapons with new sensing and detection systems and information devices, they could create a reconnaissance and strike system that shortens the duration of wars, leading to a major leap in warfare. However, their concept is somewhat behind this article's ideas. They are thinking of just one step, while this article discusses 10 steps, at least a plan for the next 50 years. Fu Xueming's words made everyone recall that report. Yes, the prediction made by that person from S caused a small stir. But it didn't have much impact in S, which continued to focus on developing nuclear submarines and strategic bombers. China was misled by this and didn't pay much attention to these claims. But now, from Fu Xueming's tone, it seems that the ideas of Ogulkov and this article represent the true future. At this moment, the person sitting at the head of the military leaders spoke. Speaking of which, I just remembered, we recently received intelligence that the US is conducting systematic research on Ogulkov's ideas and has proposed a new theory of integrated air-ground warfare. But we're still verifying the authenticity of this news, so we haven't reported it officially yet. The silent conference room suddenly became lively.
What?
The US is also working on this? We can't fall behind. But our military industry, scientific research, and economy are not comparable to those two countries. That's exactly why we can't fall behind. I suggest we start planning early based on what's written here. Yes. Do as much as we can. We must take the first step. Haha, it's easy for you to say. But do you realize how much money those few lines cost? It's the hard-earned money of ordinary people. If this plan succeeds, we will stand tall. Won't we make more money? For a better future, suffering a little now is worth it. No, we need to think long-term. What can a few sheets of paper really tell us? We must be very careful. Everyone argued fiercely. At first, Fu Xueming supported this article, but suddenly he fell silent. The senior leader listened quietly for a while. Then he suddenly asked Fu Xueming, "Old Fu, what do you think?" Everyone looked at him all at once. Fu Xueming slightly smiled and said, "I think it's best to have the author of this article come and explain in detail." Everyone agreed. One article isn't enough to convince them. They need more evidence to support their next decision. After all, this idea involves too many things. It might even decide the future of China. But the senior leader hesitated for 2 seconds. He smiled at Fu Xueming and said, "So, you guessed it."
Fu Xueming nodded. Reconnecting.
Their conversation was like a riddle. People around them were unhappy and asked eagerly, "Who are you talking about?" Fu Xueming replied, "The author of this article, I know someone named Tang Xi." Most people present were unfamiliar with this name. But a few started to remember, and their faces changed subtly. One person blurted out, "Tang Xi? The one who developed the heavy machine gun before?" Most of those present had access to top secrets. So, they knew about Tang Xi and the heavy machine gun project. They also knew that Tang Xi was only 20 years old this year and had been promoted to the highest security clearance because of her success with a machine gun. After some explanations from insiders, everyone's eyes changed instantly. The doubts that had been suppressed surged again. So young, still just a kid. No wonder her ideas are so wild. A person who works with heavy machine guns suddenly wants to get involved in computer information warfare. Is this move a bit too bold? Isn't that reckless? He's only 20, still just a kid. How can we take his ideas seriously? I heard that old Fu has a good relationship with her. Is that why you just helped speak up for her? I thought so. I almost got fooled. Old Fu, helping younger people is good, but there should be some rules. These ideas are not bad, but they need to be refined a bit more. Yes, there's no need to rush. The serious atmosphere was broken by laughter. Just moments ago, Everyone was worried about the future of Huagua. But now, their heavy feelings disappeared completely, and they treated what was just said as a joke. They have no hostility toward Tang Xi, but they also don't fully trust her. There's no choice. Tang Xi is just too young. 20 years old might still be an immature age for many people. Most of those present didn't think they were particularly impressive at 20 either. Of course, they didn't completely dismiss Tang Xi's ideas. They just felt there was no rush and that she could take her time. The senior leader and Fu Xueming expected this reaction, showing no surprise. Fu Xueming frowned, wanting to say something. But the senior leader spoke first. Everyone, I think we should invite Comrade Tang Xi to say a few words. What do you all think? The relaxed smiles on everyone's faces paused. They looked at each other, then couldn't help but agree. Talking it over isn't a bad idea. She's so young. Maybe she should grow a few more years? Leader, we don't look down on her, but we think she should be more cautious. Right? We also hope Huagua will have talented younger generations. Maybe we should think about it some more? Some hesitated, some opposed, and others said nothing. Fu Xueming frowned. I agree with the senior leader. Seeing this, the senior leader smiled slowly. All right, let's make arrangements then. Better to act than wait. Let's invite Tang Xi over tomorrow. Tang Xi was unaware of the storm she was stirring in the capital city. The next morning, she went to school early. Because her first class was the one she missed last time. She arrived 20 minutes early and sat in the front row, trying to make up for her impression with the professor. It was just after dawn, and the classroom was not crowded. A few students sat scattered, all deeply immersed in their studies. Not everyone was here for this class. Most were simply studying on their own in the room. Students at Jing University work hard to get in, and after some years of turmoil, they cherish every opportunity to learn. Usually, you can see students everywhere in the university, always holding books. Even the lights in the teaching building are turned on early, at the suggestion of students, and finally approved by the school leaders. So, Tang Xi was not surprised by this scene. She casually glanced around, saw no familiar faces nearby, and quietly sat down. As she turned around, she didn't notice the boy sitting at the back of the room, whose eyes suddenly brightened. She casually shoved her bag into the desk hole and took out a paper on Fermat's last theorem that she had just organized over the past 2 days, planning to mail it to the Journal of Mathematics later. Before sending it, she carefully checked everything one last time. At that moment, a shadow approached her. Junior, long time no see. Tang Xi turned her head at the voice, only to see a thin, unfamiliar face. She hesitated for 2 seconds. May I ask who you are? Suddenly, someone nearby chuckled. The boy's face instantly flushed with embarrassment. Seeing some familiar faces in the back row, he looked even more awkward. He could only try to jog Tang Xi's memory. I'm Sun Yi. We met outside the principal's office that day. Luckily, Tang Xi had a good memory and managed to recall a shadow from a corner, matching it with the person in front of her. Oh, it's you. She responded somewhat coldly. Do you need something? Sun Yi wasn't stupid. He could feel her indifference. But to avoid being looked down upon by the students behind, he sat down beside her and started an awkward conversation. That day, I left in a hurry and didn't get a chance to ask your name. The classroom was a public space, and Tang Xi couldn't ask him to leave. She could only subtly shift her things away from him, offering an awkward but polite smile. Sun Yi's monologue was about to fall apart. Suddenly, he saw the paper in front of Tang Xi, as if he had finally found his stage. In her moment of surprise, he quickly grabbed the paper. Junior, you're researching Fermat's last theorem? Nice ambition. But this paper doesn't look very good. You're going in the wrong direction. He stroked his chin, shook his head, and gave a few comments, thinking he would earn a surprised and admiring look from Tang Xi. However, Tang Xi strangely frowned and pulled her paper back, directly flipping it over. Is there anything else, senior? The implied meaning was to ask her to leave. Snickering softly. Behind her, a few muffled laughs sounded again. Sun Yi's back stiffened, his gaze dark, but he forced a cheerful smile. Junior, no need to be shy. I do well in exams. You can ask around. I am one of the top students in our department. This paper is mine, Tang Xi interrupted bluntly. Sun Yi's smile froze at the corner of his mouth, and he started to stammer. You're only a first year. Tang Xi didn't answer. She crossed her arms and looked at him coldly and sarcastically. It was like silently asking, so what? Who says first years can't research Fermat's conjecture? Now, Sun Yi's smile completely disappeared. Especially as students arriving for class looked over curiously, many casting glances in this direction. Sun Yi mistakenly thought they were all watching him, mocking him, and clenched his fists tightly. In reality, those students were just curious about who the boy sitting with Tang Xi was. After all, although Tang Xi was polite and always willing to help with difficult questions, her aloof and distant attitude was like a high mountain flower. Beautiful, but hard to approach. Usually, Tang Xi kept to herself, only interacting with a girl from the physics department next door. As for boys, it was the first time one appeared beside her. Sun Yi, she has class now. Let's change classrooms. A friend from the back row came over to remind him. Seeing the other's amused eyes, Sun Yi's face flushed. But he couldn't say anything, so he awkwardly nodded. Then he threw a quick remark at Tang Xi. See you next time, and hurriedly ran away. Tang Xi let out a sigh of relief. She was really too lazy to deal with such scenes, and she didn't want to change seats just because of unnecessary people. Now that Sun Yi had left, that was perfect. In less than 2 minutes, the professor arrived. Her eyes immediately landed on Tang Xi, sitting in the front row. She paused briefly, then quickly looked away as if it was just a coincidence. But Tang Xi knew it wasn't. She silently thought, oh no. Throughout the class, she behaved well and obediently. But the professor didn't pay attention to her at all, even skipping her when choosing students to answer questions, choosing others instead. Even the other students sensed something was off, their eyes flickering between her and the professor. While the first class was ending, a girl sitting behind Tang Xi quietly moved closer and said, "Classmate Tang Xi, you weren't here last lesson. The professor is very upset. You should explain why after class." Tang Xi was surprised for a moment, then turned around to thank her and said she understood. When the class ended, the professor left immediately, without wasting a second. After announcing the end coldly, she grabbed her lesson plan and left. Tang Xi hurriedly packed her things and caught up. "Professor Lin, please wait a moment." Professor Lin initially wanted to ignore her and keep walking. But after a few steps, she softened and stopped. She still had a cold expression. "Is there something?" Tang Xi awkwardly touched her nose. "Sorry, Professor Lin." This seemed to open a floodgate. Professor Lin's anger burst out. "Tang Xi, I am very disappointed in you. You have such great talent. Why don't you cherish it? You can't even do the most basic thing, attend class. What do you want to do in the future?" Her words were sharp, and her attitude was not kind. Honestly, Tang Xi hadn't been scolded like this in a long time. Strangely, she didn't feel bad at this moment, but rather a little guilty. She knew Professor Lin was truly trying to help her, which made her more attentive. If it had been someone else skipping class, Professor Lin would only have given a cold grade deduction and wouldn't have wasted words. So, Tang Xi nodded repeatedly. "Sorry, Professor Lin, it's my fault." She bowed to apologize. Her thesis, which she was holding, was also revealed. Professor Lin only glanced at it and froze instantly. "What is this?" Tang Xi thought for a moment and handed it over. "This is a paper I co-wrote with someone else. I only completed part of the work." Worried that Professor Lin might think she wrote the entire paper, Tang Xi emphasized the latter part. Professor Lin didn't immediately take it but asked, "Can I see it?" Tang Xi smiled. "Of course. But I plan to send it to the Journal of Mathematics later, so." "I understand." Professor Lin nodded, surprised to see Tang Xi so confident about her paper. The Journal of Mathematics? That's not a journal any first-year student can publish in easily. She looked at a few pages with a scrutinizing attitude. Fermat's last theorem? That's an interesting idea. Standing in the corridor, Professor Lin became more and more absorbed. More people gathered around. Tang Xi pulled Professor Lin aside to avoid nearly bumping into a boy. The boy was frightened and kept bowing to apologize. Professor Lin looked indifferent, but her attitude was not cold. "It's okay. I didn't hit you, don't worry." Then she straightforwardly asked Tang Xi, "Do you want to come to my office?" Since Tang Xi had no classes next, she nodded in agreement. Professor Lin's office was not far from the teaching building. She walked quickly, as if something on her mind was bothering her. It seemed she was worried about part of a paper she had just read. When they arrived at the office, Professor Lin casually told Tang Xi to get herself some water and sit down. Then she eagerly sat behind her desk and put on her reading glasses to study carefully. Tang Xi quietly poured herself a glass of water and sat on the nearby sofa. There were a few journals on the table, with the top one being the Journal of Mathematics. Tang Xi picked it up and looked at 2 pages, her eyes widening in surprise. Because on the first page of the Journal of Mathematics, the list of editorial board members included the name Lin Shan. And Lin Shan is the full name of Professor Lin. So, Professor Lin is one of the editors of the Journal of Mathematics. Normally, if Tang Xi sent her proof of the Fermat conjecture to the journal, it would probably need Professor Lin's review. No wonder Professor Lin looked a bit strange earlier. Was Tang Xi accidentally taking a backdoor route? Tang Xi touched her chin, hesitating whether to explain she didn't know about this. But when she saw Professor Lin deeply focused and immersed in her work, she decided not to disturb her for now. Tang Xi sat for a long time, during which she finished reading the journal. Finally, after a long time without changing her posture, Professor Lin moved. She looked up vaguely and asked, "Did you succeed in proving it?" Her voice trembled slightly. Tang Xi explained carefully, "It's not just me. There are 2 senior colleagues too." Professor Lin naturally saw the last paragraph of the note. It was written by Guan Suxin, clearly explaining the work division of the paper. It included the time lost during the process and the major contributions Tang Xi made after appearing. She even emphasized in the last sentence, "Thanks to Tang Xi for the inspiration. She is the most important contributor to this paper." Tang Xi thought she hadn't made such a big contribution and wanted to delete it. But Guan Suxin insisted that everything else could be deleted, but this sentence must stay. Unable to do anything, Tang Xi could only let her do as she wished. So, Professor Lin clearly understood the importance of Tang Xi to this paper. "I know there are 2 other authors. So, have you really succeeded?" Tang Xi nodded confidently. "Of course." Professor Lin looked serious. From her current perspective, the paper's logic was very clear and she couldn't find any mistakes for now. But further review was needed, which was the responsibility of the editorial board of the Journal of Mathematics. Just now, Professor Lin was examining Tang Xi and thought that a paper written by a first-year student would normally be published in the Journal of Mathematics. But now, her opinion changed instantly. She believed that the Journal of Mathematics was too low-level a platform, and such a good paper should be published on a bigger international stage. "Are you sure you want to publish in a journal like the Journal of Mathematics? I think you should consider Annals of Mathematics. That place is more suitable for you." Annals of Mathematics, published by Princeton University, is recognized worldwide as one of the top journals. Many reviewers on the editorial board are winners of the Fields Medal, and some are Nobel laureates. Of course, they didn't win the Nobel Prize in mathematics because there is no Nobel in math. But given their genius, they easily cross disciplines, often holding multiple degrees, and have achievements beyond pure mathematics. The influence of Annals of Mathematics extends throughout the international math community, far beyond what the Chinese Journal of Mathematics can compare to. If Tang Xi, at her age, could publish in Annals of Mathematics, she would become one of the top contenders for the future Fields Medal. The Fields Medal is only awarded to mathematicians under 40, and Tang Xi is only 20. There are still 20 full years to work hard. Winning the Fields Medal is just a matter of time. The more Professor Lin thought this way, the more excited she became. She couldn't wait to personally translate for Tang Xi and have her paper published tomorrow. Tang Xi hesitated. "I do plan to publish in international journals. I've already prepared the English version of the paper." I was just thinking of publishing domestically first, then transferring it abroad. Professor Lin waved her hand dismissively. Why go through all that trouble? I'll help you make the connections. In recent years, China's scientific research community has gradually resumed exchanges with the international scientific community, including in mathematics. Professor Lin is a member of the International Mathematical Union, IMU, and has connections in this field, which can easily help Tang Xi resolve any middleman issues. However, Tang Xi hesitated and pointed to the mathematical journal on the table. Professor Lin, aren't you an editorial board member of it? Professor Lin dismissed it casually. No need to worry about these details. Then, after a brief pause, he added, You're still an undergraduate. It's a shame. No wonder you think attending my class is a waste of time. Tang Xi widened her eyes and hurriedly explained, I don't think that. I really had something that day. Professor Lin didn't listen and seemed to think of Tang Xi as a genius. Of course, in Professor Lin's logic, such things are normal and not worth criticizing. He thought that Tang Xi's behavior showed character, which was good. Geniuses often deserve more understanding. Professor Lin looked at Tang Xi and said happily, You don't need to attend my class anymore. I'll give you a full score at the end of the term. Just as Tang Xi was about to try to explain, she paused for a second and thought, Okay, let's just let the past go. For her, eager to finish her undergraduate studies early, this was definitely good news. Later, Tang Xi and Professor Lin talked for a long time. As it approached 11 o'clock, Tang Xi remembered she had another class and stood up to say goodbye. Professor Lin held her hand and emphasized, I'll find friends to help you arrange the related channels. Bring me the English version of your paper first thing tomorrow. We'll send it out directly. Remember, you must come early tomorrow. Tang Xi smiled and said, Don't worry, I definitely won't break my promise this time. Professor Lin naturally believed her. Watching Tang Xi's back as she left, Professor Lin's eyes subtly reddened. The future of Chinese mathematics depends on the young people. She recalled the years of internal struggle and anxiety. Even when chatting with colleagues, she was eager to find someone who could support the future of Chinese mathematics. Unfortunately, the stagnation of the past years had almost caused a talent gap. Until now, Tang Xi's appearance rekindled her hope. With such a talented junior, she was willing to be a stepping stone or a wave that crashes on the shore. All she wished for was that Chinese mathematics would continue to thrive and pass the torch from generation to generation. After a day of classes, Tang Xi not only didn't feel tired, but was full of energy. She carefully checked her upcoming schedule, organizing her thoughts in her mind. But for now, she needed to go home first. Her mother was probably already cooking and waiting for her. Thinking of this, Tang Xi quickened her pace. Suddenly, she stopped and looked straight ahead. Is that you? The other person was dressed modestly in a Zhongshan suit, blending in as an ordinary passerby, and nodded to Tang Xi from afar. Tang Xi quickly understood and stepped forward proactively, asking, Is the senior leader here for something? Her guess was correct. Only someone very important would send a guard personally to see her. Although the guard didn't say much, only that the senior leader wanted to meet her. But Tang Xi could feel the seriousness in his tone. Then about my family. Comrade Tang, don't worry. I will go there myself later. As for why the guard was the one to go, the reason was simple. Tang Ruyue had seen his face before, and only he would visit without raising suspicion. This arrangement was very thoughtful. Tang, she could rest assured. She and the guard walked a few steps to a quiet street before seeing a red flag car parked by the roadside. The guard helped her open the door, and Tang Xi got in smoothly. Then the guard looked around, and only then sat in the front passenger seat. The low-profile red flag car slowly drove away, smoothly heading to the senior leader's office. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Tang Xi met the senior leader. Their previous interactions were limited to a phone call after Xi was selected into the confidential talent pool, where the leader personally expressed concern. At that time, his attitude was as kind as a close elder, without any airs, making it hard to associate such a friendly, approachable older person with the name on the textbooks. After a detailed security check, Tang Xi finally stepped into the leader's office. Behind the desk, an elderly man with sharp, clear eyes looked up when he heard the door open. He pushed his reading glasses up and smiled. "Comrade Tang, at last I see you." Tang Xi politely bowed and greeted. "Hello." The leader happily stood up, inviting her to sit down. Tang Xi responded confidently, without any hesitation or awkwardness. The leader's eyes showed obvious admiration. No elder would dislike such an open and honest young person. "With a daughter like you, your parents must be very proud," the leader said warmly. Tang Xi couldn't help but feel moved. "That would be wonderful. I just worry I haven't done enough." Thinking of her father who passed away early, her eyes grew a bit moist. The leader was touched by her emotion. "Your father was a good comrade and a real hero. If you don't mind the late hour, I hope to represent the organization to honor him." "Really?" Tang Xi's eyes lit up suddenly. But soon, she shyly pressed her lips and smiled. "Sorry. I got a bit too excited." Actually, the story of her father, Xie Zhang, going missing during a flood while saving others and never receiving recognition, had always been a sore spot for her and her mother, Tang Ruyue. This matter was closely related to her late grandfather. No, perhaps he shouldn't be called grandfather, since her father, Xie Zhang, and she had no blood relation to that nasty old man. After the flood, the organization initially awarded a sum of money. When they couldn't find Xie Zhang's whereabouts, they decided to recognize him as a martyr. However, old man Xie was unhappy with the money and, together with his eldest son, Xie, repeatedly petitioned and caused trouble, demanding an astonishing amount of money, claiming it was owed because his son had died. They weren't satisfied with money alone. They even posted big character posters, which annoyed the current leaders and caused the recognition of Xie Zhang as a martyr to be shelved. Tang Ruyue and her daughter, Tang Xi, initially had no idea. When they learned that Xie Zhang's return was no longer hoped for and that he deserved his honor, they were filled with righteous anger and questioned the authorities. In the end, they were left speechless. The real break between the Tang family and the Xie family happened around that time. Now, after many years, Tang Xi never expected that her and her mother's wish could actually come true. Seeing Tang Xi so happy she could hardly contain herself, the leader found it amusing but also sighed. "Actually, this should have been done long ago. The organization was too strict with you and your mother." Tang Xi shook her head decisively. "It's the Xie family's fault." She knew that since the leader was aware of her father's death, he must have thoroughly investigated the whole story. Sure enough, the leader shook his head. "The mistake was made by others. It has nothing to do with you and your mother. Your father's family only includes you, right?" Tang Xi looked into the leader's meaningful eyes and understood. Even if Xie Zhang was recognized as a martyr, once the news reached Shirley Village, the Xie family would never benefit from his recognition. "Thank you." Tang Xi feels very lucky. She always meets elders who consider her carefully. But Tang Xi doesn't know that the leader thinks the same way. "No, I should thank you, Comrade Xiaotang. Thank you for your sincere and bold suggestion." Finally, they get to the main point. Tang Xi's eyes flicker slightly. Honestly, Tang Xi doesn't fully understand the current situation. She can only judge that the leader values her proposal based on his kind reaction. But what if the leader only cares about her personally and doesn't really take her suggestions seriously? Tang Xi carefully considers her words, trying to find a good way to start talking. Unknowingly, the leader is more anxious than she is. "I saw your letter last night, and then I called in some experts from the military industry and military leaders to discuss this matter." Tang Xi's eyes slowly widen. Is it that serious? She seems to have underestimated the situation. The leader cares about that letter even more than she thought. So, what was the result? Tang Xi nervously clenches her hands. The leader notices her small action and slightly raises the corner of his mouth. Now everyone agrees. Let's hold off on making a decision for now. Do they just not believe her? Tang Xi bites her lip. Actually, she expected the leader's reaction. In the original history, Ogarkov from Country S was the first to propose a computer-led information warfare strategy. But his idea was not only ignored, it was rejected, which also caused him some trouble. It wasn't until a few years later, when a shocking war broke out, that the world realized how terrible information warfare could be, prompting many countries to catch up with the leading nation M. Only then would the sleeping giant of the East understand the world's changes and start to pursue. Does Tang Xi have to wait until then to follow the trend? No, she doesn't want to wait. If so, what's the point of learning the system? Since she has decided, she must be the hand that changes fate and history. Leader, I think a few sheets of paper can't fully explain my ideas. I need more time to clarify my vision. I hope the leader can help me. Since the leader treats her as a junior, what does it matter if she acts a bit impulsively? Today, Professor Lin Shan's attitude made Tang Xi suddenly realize something. Being overly cautious is not always good. Anyway, since she is young, being a bit reckless and bold doesn't matter much. The senior leader squinted and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Tang Xi hesitated for a moment and replied, "Please help me invite the seniors who came yesterday again. I will persuade them one by one."
All right.
The senior leader pounded the armrest of the sofa happily, with a bright smile on his face. "I was worried you wouldn't have the courage. It turns out I was too cautious. Young people should have this kind of bold spirit like yours." Bold spirit? Let's just take it as a compliment. Seeing the senior leader smile so happily, Tang Xi couldn't help but ask, "So, does that mean? Let's go. They've almost all arrived." The senior leader stood up first. Tang Xi hurried to follow. After a few seconds of delay, she blinked quickly and asked, "They've arrived?
So,
You planned this all along?" The senior leader mischievously winked at her. "This was your idea? You thought throwing a bomb at me would solve everything? Haha, these troubles, you'll have to face them yourself. I'm too old for this kind of work." Of course, Tang Xi understood this wasn't a challenge from the senior leader, but an opportunity he was giving her. It's risky, but also a chance. If she fails, her name will be associated with negative labels for many years. But if she succeeds, she will gain the real voice she desires. Then, her qualifications, seniority, and education won't be restrictions anymore. "I won't let you down," Tang Xi promised seriously, word by word. The senior leader nodded without saying much. He clasped his hands behind his back and slowly left the office. The secretary quickly followed, holding some documents. The senior leader signaled for the secretary to hand a copy to Tang Xi. "This is the letter you wrote." Before Tang Xi could react, the secretary was surprised first. The usually calm and composed secretary couldn't help but steal a few glances at Tang Xi. As the person who arranged the meeting, the secretary understood how much weight the letter carried last night. But it was written by such a young, beautiful girl? The secretary's eyes shone with curiosity and admiration. When Tang Xi took the envelope, she noticed and returned a friendly smile. Then she opened the envelope and looked inside.
no signature?
Tang Xi knew her own writing very well, even remembering every punctuation mark, and she wouldn't overlook such a detail. The senior leader paused, shifted his stance, and said thoughtfully, "Yes, their attitude before and after knowing the signature is quite different." Tang Xi widened her eyes slightly, full of happiness. This is undoubtedly good news. It shows that, regardless of her identity and age, most people were moved by the content of her letter. "Thank you for your reminder," Tang Xi replied softly. The senior leader took a few more steps forward and stopped at the door of the meeting room. Before opening the door, he paused again and softly said, "No need to thank me. I was on the side that supported at the time." Tang Xi quickly showed a surprised smile as the door to the meeting room was pushed open. The light coming in gently stung her eyes. She blinked a few times, then looked into many serious, scrutinizing eyes. Inside, she saw several familiar faces. The most familiar was Fu Xueming, sitting at the head of the right side. Fu Xueming was also the first to show her kindness. He immediately smiled at her reassuringly, as if saying, "Don't be afraid. Feel free to speak your mind." Tang Xi was not afraid at all. She only felt every nerve in her body trembling with excitement. Suddenly, she realized, once she crossed this door and entered the meeting room, no matter the outcome, She was fighting against the huge flow of history. The world would change because of her.
Bang!
The meeting room door was closed by the secretary. The senior leader sat gently at the head of the table. There was only one seat left at the table. The seat belonged to Tang Xi. Without hesitation, she stepped past one renowned figure after another, walking to the far end of the room, then stood facing the senior leader, meeting the many eyes that fell upon her. "Hello, I am Tang Xi," she said calmly and steadily, as if the pressure from those many gazes didn't exist at all. Those who initially wanted to scare her with their looks found their mood becoming a bit complicated. Clearly, Tang Xi's performance was much better than they had expected. They had thought she was a young officer eager to take credit. But now it seemed she had some substance. Of course, Tang Xi felt the invisible pressure. It was like endless, overlapping waves crashing down. A slight mistake could crush her under the weight. This scene felt familiar. It reminded her of a recent moment when she faced many weapon experts questioning her. It seemed she was always swimming against the current, but every challenge she faces only makes her stronger, never defeating her. "Comrade Tang Xi," a voice spoke first. It was not just anyone but Fu Xueming who was most familiar with Tang Xi. However, he was not encouraging her or cheering her on. His tone was distant, and he asked, "I agree with your view of the future situation, but do you think this plan is suitable for us now?" Tang Xi's eyes flickered slightly. She did not hide her relationship with Fu Xueming and calmly asked, "When do you think it would be the right time to start?" Fu Xueming thought for a moment and replied, "When we are ready." This was his sincere consideration. Sometimes, his heart felt torn in two. On one side, he strongly supported Tang Xi's ideas, believing they represented the future of Huagua. On the other, he felt Huagua's current situation did not allow for such high ambitions. At least, the economy should be solid first and industry should be developed. By accumulating steadily, when the time is right, Huagua's military industry will experience a Cambrian explosion. After hearing Fu Xueming's words, Tang Xi smiled and nodded. "Yes, Teacher Fu's worries are reasonable. I know everyone wants to focus on the economy now, and military development has to wait. But how long should we wait? While M country is rushing ahead, are we just going to sleep in place?" One military leader couldn't bear it and replied in a serious tone, "Comrade, you're too young and don't understand our difficulties. Do we really not see the importance of advanced military technology? We do. More than anyone. But we also know these require money. Right now, even basic living needs of the people aren't fully met. How can we afford to throw so much money into this money pit?" This leader's attitude was not harsh, but rather earnest. He thought Tang Xi was too young and unaware of the country's hardships. But Tang Xi was a true genius. Setting aside feasibility, she deeply agreed with the content of the letter. The only problem was it was not the right time yet. So he hoped to wake Tang Xi up, to slow her down a bit and be more patient. Tang Xi appreciated this kindness. She slowly said, "All right, let me tell a story. Think of it as a science fiction story I wrote. Let's suppose M country has been researching information warfare. One day, they finally integrate electronic warfare, precision-guided weapons, and space reconnaissance into a systematic combat system. Then, they took the initiative to start a war, choosing a location in Y country. Y country claims to be the local bully, with 1 million troops, over 8,000 tanks, and many S-country weapons, ranking 4th in military strength worldwide. Oh, and by the way, it also has China's most advanced Type 69 tank, which is a great pride of our military industry." With such strong military power, Y country's leaders felt confident they could teach old M a lesson. So, both sides confidently launched the war. Because M country's information warfare relies on satellites, early warning planes, reconnaissance aircraft, and electronic warfare planes, they first sent electronic warfare planes to heavily interfere with Y country's radar and communication systems. This caused their command systems to collapse completely, even making their anti-aircraft missiles unable to lock targets. Ground troops lost coordination and sometimes even mistook enemy interference signals for friendly communications, leading to confusion and friendly fire. The million-strong army instantly fell into chaos, but this was just the beginning. Next, M's forces used satellite positioning and laser-guided technology to precisely bomb Y's military facilities. During this process, their stealth-capable aircraft could, without Y noticing, accurately destroy communication hubs. Now, Y's eyes and ears had been taken out. M then sent ground troops to sweep in, which was basically a one-sided slaughter. Y's ground forces, unaware of where the enemy was coming from, were destroyed in the fire, dying without knowing why. Some soldiers, after losing air defense and command coordination, dared not fight and hurriedly abandoned their equipment to escape in panic. Tang Xi spoke lightly, as if this was just a story. Everyone's breathing grew heavier, as if they were witnessing the scene firsthand. A chilling coldness rose up, making them feel terrified. Even the top leader sitting right in front was no exception. A military leader with a quick temper couldn't hold back and asked, "What about our Type 69 tanks? Didn't they make old M fall apart?" Tang Xi gave a gentle glance and elongated her tone. "The Type 69 tanks, yes, they are quite good equipment and a symbol of our armored forces. They are equipped with a 100mm smoothbore gun, laser rangefinder, and infrared night vision system. The fire control system is also quite advanced, so they sell well in the international market and are a source of pride for us." But that was 10 years ago. The times have changed now. Long-term researcher of information warfare, Old M, learned to use computers and equipment. By combining advanced computers with thermal imaging devices, even at night or during sandstorms, they could still aim accurately. However, our Type 69, although equipped with infrared night vision, performs far below expectations. Not only does it struggle in night battles, but it also fails completely in complex environments. How is that possible? How can our Type 69 be so weak? The leader's temper flared, and he almost jumped out of his chair. Tang Xi remained calm and responded with a smile. "There is no such thing as the most powerful weapon in this world, only increasingly powerful ones." The military leader was struck by Tang Xi's smile, as if drained of strength, and sank back into his chair. Then he fell into deep thought. Many others were also deeply touched by what she said. The story Tang Xi told was so real. It felt as if it was happening right in front of them, making everyone feel a sense of crisis. The conference room was silent. Even the senior leaders hadn't expected this. They thought it would be a fierce debate. But Tang Xi simply told a story, and everyone was left silent and thoughtful. She also didn't forget to add at the end, "We are behind, no doubt, but we can't let this gap grow bigger." Fu Xueming slightly curled his lips, his eyes complex, filled with relief, emotion, worry, gratitude, and pride. At first, he wanted to make a small point, but what Tang Xi said was a heavy bomb that left everyone dizzy, including himself. Most importantly, her words completely convinced him. Comrade Tang Xi makes a very good point. We can fall behind in some areas, but we cannot fall behind everywhere. Everyone present more or less showed agreement. But the key question remained, where is the money? Tang Xi had already considered this early on. We can focus on developing a few key areas first, ensuring we don't fall behind in important fields, such as our core supercomputers. Everyone exchanged glances and, in the end, decided to conduct more detailed research before making any decisions. Compared to their previous outright rejection, this attitude was clearly more flexible. Tang Xi knew that behind this lay a huge amount of funding. And more importantly, this decision would affect the country's future strategic plans. No matter how cautious, it was necessary. She thought for a moment and said, "I know Director Wang Jiuyuan from the Beijing University Computer Center. Recently, we have been discussing starting a supercomputer project. If you have concerns, we can begin by building our own supercomputer system for information warfare." The senior leader paused and pondered. "I remember that a university supercomputer project has already been approved?" Immediately, a military leader responded, "Yes, our military academy is working on its own project, and progress is going well. This is a secret project, and with Tang Xi's current authority, She naturally knows about this information. But she remained calm and said nothing. After some thought, the senior leader said, "Well, we shouldn't put all our eggs in one basket. I will review the Beijing University supercomputer project again. As for Comrade Tang Xi's idea, does she plan to participate personally?" "Yes," the senior leader nodded to show he understood. The meeting ended. No one was in a rush to leave. One leader pushed directly in front of Tang Xi, and it happened to be the same person who almost lost his temper earlier. He awkwardly smiled twice and scratched his face. Comrade Tang Xi, do you think we can do what you described in your story?" His eyes were full of hope and curiosity. Probably because China's recent military developments have been quite concerning. Especially for the military personnel, seeing other countries' equipment makes them crave it intensely. They wish they had this and that, eager to get everything into their own hands. Tang Xi understood their mindset well and nodded happily. "Of course. We just started later than others, but that doesn't mean we are behind. In the near future, we will have our own electronic jamming devices, electronic warfare aircraft, anti-radiation missiles, and more. Our satellite systems will form the backbone, and we will evolve from imitation to independent research and development." The leader listened with admiration, as if he saw a clear future right before his eyes. Unconsciously, others also moved closer, listening intentionally or unintentionally to Tang Xi's words. Seeing this, Tang Xi took it as casual conversation and said, "In fact, my ideas about future warfare go beyond these. So far, the evolution of warfare has focused on strengthening combat units. In the distant future, it might even become unmanned warfare." "Unmanned? How would that work?" Tang Xi heard a voice that sounded familiar. She looked carefully and realized that the senior leader was also squeezed among the group of top officials. Everyone was listening carefully to her, even more focused than when she told stories earlier. Tang Xi couldn't help but say a little more. "It's about separating humans from equipment physically, with unmanned fighters carrying out human tasks. If I remember correctly, a few years ago, Country M already had similar ideas and conducted many flight tests. These unmanned fighters don't need pilots, can be made smaller, and are more stealthy. They also don't have to be limited by pilot physical conditions, which lowers manufacturing costs and related expenses. Thinking further, these drones can be divided into two types. One is a suicide drone that uses itself as a weapon, and the other can carry weapons and be reused multiple times. They can be equipped with passive radar-guided heads and fuses, making it easier to pass through enemy defenses. Once they find a target, they can attack vertically downward, making interception difficult for enemies." She accidentally drifted into more detail than intended. Seeing the senior leaders gradually deep in thought, she quickly emphasized, "This is just a small idea of mine. Just a thought. Currently, even Country M and Country S can't develop such unmanned fighters. If China rushes to develop them, it would be a real overreach." So, even though Tang Xi knows that drone warfare and intelligent warfare are the future, she didn't say much and just wanted to hold on to what she had now. Who knew? These senior leaders looked even more focused and serious than before, including the top leader, who said, "Yes, I'll think carefully about this drone when I get back." Tang Xi touched her nose and swallowed her extra explanations. After leaving the meeting room, it was already quite late. She checked the time and quickly packed up to leave. Halfway there, Fu Xueming called out to her just in time. "Is something the matter, Teacher Fu?" Tang Xi stopped and turned back, her face showing no unusual expression. Fu Xueming studied her carefully. "Aren't you mad at me?" Tang Xi looked confused. "Why would I be?" After a few seconds, she suddenly understood. "You mean the question I asked at the meeting earlier? That's nothing. I even thank you for giving me that chance." Tang Xi couldn't help but laugh and cry, wondering how petty she must seem in Fu Xueming's eyes. Fu Xueming looked a bit awkward. "I was just worried you'd be angry." Now that he thought about it, he felt a bit disdainful of his own insensitivity at the time. But Tang Xi said she completely understood. "I understand, Teacher Fu, don't worry." Fu Xueming was deeply touched. "You're always such a good kid." After saying that, he wanted to send Tang Xi back and chat more about the drone they mentioned earlier. Tang Xi sighed inwardly. Actually, that's just okay. A hint of worry flashed across her brow. Fu Xueming saw through her concern at a glance and looked at her with a bit of amusement. Now it's your turn to worry that we are dreaming too big? Don't worry, us old folks are clear-headed. We know what to do and what not to do. Your idea has actually given us a lot of inspiration. When Tang Xi returned to her mother Tang Ruyue's small courtyard, it was already very late. As soon as she stepped inside, she heard unusual sounds. Xi, you're back? In the yard, a familiar face looked up and smiled brightly at her. Tang Xi was momentarily stunned. Auntie? She looked into other rooms again. Yang Bixia immediately guessed. Oh, your uncle and Jie Yanyan didn't come. It's just me. Tang Xi's eyes then fell on several pots in the yard, suddenly understanding. Are you preparing ingredients for rice rolls? But the shop is already organized so quickly? Such efficiency. It was almost too fast. Tang Ruyue had only gone to find Yang Bixia the day before yesterday. The two sisters-in-law had only discussed for less than 2 days, and everything was arranged so quickly. The shop was rented, supplies prepared, menu finalized. Tang Xi's obvious questions made Yang Bixia laugh out loud. Opening a shop isn't that easy. I told Xiaoya that we should just set up a stall and try for a couple of days. Yang Bixia was very proactive. She used the simple reason that maybe everyone won't like rice rolls to successfully persuade Tang Ruyue and Guan Suxin, changing their initial thoughts and finally agreeing to the idea of setting up a stall. Yang Bixia had never made rice rolls before, but she was very good at preparing ingredients, washing dishes, and cleaning. Usually, before Tang Ruyue could say what she needed, Yang Bixia would already be handing it over. Their teamwork was perfect. Tang Xi watched as the two prepared a plate of egg rice rolls and tasted it. Delicious. Very special. Nowadays, many people in Jingqing sell breakfast from stalls, but very few sell rice rolls. Their breakfast stall was unique, and it might just carve out a niche among the many pancake, fried dough stick, bun, and tofu pudding vendors. As the popularity grows and more regular customers come, opening a shop will become much easier, and there's no need to worry about losing money at first. Tang Xi thought this over and changed her initial plan, realizing that setting up a stall also has its advantages. The only downside is the exposure to sun and rain, which can be quite tiring. But seeing Tang Ruyue smile so happily, with her eyes shining brighter than usual, she seemed to have found her confidence. Tang Xi suppressed her worries and just nodded in approval of the taste of the rice rolls. Tang Ruyue smiled even more happily and asked her sister-in-law to learn too.
Yang Bixia cheerfully agreed.
Once I learn, I'll make some for your brothers to try and see how it tastes. By the way, sister-in-law, you're not going back tonight. What will your brothers do? Tang Ruyue asked casually. Yang Bixia waved her hand. Who cares about them? They won't starve. She rolled up her sleeves, feeling more motivated. Tang Xi watched her with a gentle smile for a while before quietly slipping into Guan Suxin's room on the other side.
Aunt Guan.
Tang Xi knocked on the door. But Guan Suxin still looked uncomfortable, as if doing something she shouldn't. Tang Xi glanced briefly and saw Guan Suxin standing by the window, instantly understanding. A smile appeared in her eyes. Aunt Guan, why aren't you going out? Guan Suxin awkwardly replied, I can't really help much. Your aunt is doing everything. Too well. She looked defeated, probably feeling she had been completely overshadowed by Yang Bixia. There was a subtle bitterness in her expression, like their friendship suddenly had a third person, and she felt she was less than the other. It's really hard to keep a balanced heart in such a situation. Guan Suxin was eager to find a sense of presence. Tang Xi then mentioned her conversation today with Professor Lin in the office. Guan Suxin's face changed with surprise. Mathematical yearbook? Is that true? Our professor is a member of IMU, so helping out shouldn't be a problem. Tang Xi observed her expression and said, Aunt Guan, don't blame me for casually showing the paper to the teacher. Although it's rare to share papers like this, it's wise to be cautious. The paper isn't just Tang Xi's. Guan Suxin's thoughts naturally need to be considered. But Guan Suxin didn't care about these things. What does it matter? Do you think I wouldn't trust your judgment? That's good. Tang Xi's eyes curved happily. Guan Suxin visibly brightened with happiness. Besides her happiness, there was a hint of melancholy and relief. Perhaps she was thinking of her husband. Tonight, Guan Suxin probably will sleep very well. Tang Xi woke up very early the next day. She knew Tang Ruyue and Yang Bixia were going to set up a stall, so she went out to help. Tang Ruyue didn't want her to work. No need, no need. Let us do it. Yang Bixia chimed in. Yes, Xi, your hands are for writing and research, not for this. Tang Xi stubbornly pursed her lips and refused to let go. That's not fair. If you can do it, I can too. The aunt and niece couldn't argue with her, so they gave her some simple tasks. Soon, Guan Suxin also came out of her room to help. With all four working together, the small stall was quickly set up. The stall was at the entrance of the alley, not far away. Nowadays, setting up a stall didn't require much, just a wooden stand, a pot, a coal stove, and some ingredients. The rice batter was prepared early in the morning by Tang Ruyue and Yang Bixia. All the vegetables were washed thoroughly and placed in clean enamel basins, ready for customers to grab what they wanted. As soon as the breakfast stall was ready, passers-by couldn't help but look over. Is this a new stall? What are they selling? I've never seen this before, but it looks pretty clean. I'm tired of eating other things. Maybe I'll try something different. Scattered conversations drifted into Tang Xi's ears. She had a bright idea and ran back to the yard, writing on white paper with a black pen. Guangdong Province rice noodles, simple and clear. Her elegant handwriting added a touch of style. Soon, customers came to ask about it. Tang Ruyue was the one to greet them. She wasn't good at talking to people and quickly ran out of words. But Yang Bixia, with her quick tongue, was very good at chatting. Comrade, these are Guangdong rice noodles, fresh and soft. Delicious. Look at these vegetables and eggs, all prepared at home, clean and neat. Whatever you want, I'll add it. They're steamed fresh and served hot, perfect for a satisfying meal. The customers were indeed moved and bought 2 portions. Tang Ruyue wasn't good at talking, but she was skilled at making food. Yang Bixia gave her a look, and she quickly got busy. The rice noodles steamed quickly, and soon they were served in a white, tender bowl. Drizzled with sauce, they looked very tempting. One customer took a bite and immediately gave a thumbs up. The rice noodles brought more excitement to the customers than expected. Plus, many people gathered nearby, curious to see what was happening. Soon, the second customer, the third customer, and then a steady stream of customers appeared. The small stall that just opened on the first day quickly became very busy. Later, it got so hectic that they couldn't handle it anymore. Originally, Tang Xi didn't plan to get involved, just watching from the side, but she had to step in and help. It's understandable. Nowadays, people selling food don't pay much attention to cleanliness or hygiene. Tang Ruyue, dressed plainly in simple cloth clothes, stood behind the counter with a white apron. Her hands were washed thoroughly, even her nails carefully trimmed, free of dirt. She was naturally beautiful and always smiling, looking friendly and kind. She didn't talk much, just focused on making rice rolls quickly and skillfully. Yang Bixia also had a lively personality that made people like her easily. She kept the stove and counter shining, and even wiped the sauce on the bowls with a white cloth before handing them out. All these small details made the customers like them even more. At first, Tang Xi was worried they wouldn't do well. Now she realized her worries were unnecessary. May I take your order? A rice roll, please. Tang Xi looked up curiously at the person opposite her. Not a friendly type. That was her first thought. The man in front of her was very tall, with a calm expression and an ordinary appearance. But from that plain face, she sensed a hint of hostility. She instinctively became cautious, glanced at Tang Ruyue and others nearby. Her eyes also caught the many customers crowded at the stall and the busy, bright street. She temporarily lowered her guard. Okay, the rice roll will be ready soon. Even if he wasn't a friendly person, he had nothing to do with them. There were so many people here, it was unlikely he would do anything to Tang Ruyue and the others. Before heading to school, Tang Xi still specifically told Tang Ruyue and the others to be careful, avoid conflicts, and stay safe. Tang Ruyue felt like she was the worried child being told to be careful, and she couldn't help but laugh and cry. "Don't worry. Nothing will happen. You go to school now." Tang Xi looked at her for a while before slowly walking away. Tang Ruyue smiled and shook her head, quickly immersing herself in the lively business. She thought it was just an ordinary morning, but in the days that followed, she kept feeling regret. Why didn't she look at her daughter a little more? Even just a glance. The first person to realize Tang Xi was missing was Professor Lin. They had originally agreed to meet at 8 a.m. in Lin Shan's office. At that time, Tang Xi would bring her English version of the Fermat's last theorem paper, which Lin Shan would help publish in the mathematical journal. To prepare, Lin Shan specifically informed her longtime friend, who had broader connections and could offer more help in this matter. "Lin Shan, I know you're eager to find talented people, but no matter how I think about it, I feel this whole thing is a bit unreliable." Before her old friend could finish, Lin Shan cut him off irritably. "Are you questioning my ability to review papers?" Her friend was caught off guard and quickly explained, "I didn't mean that. I just think that a young person only 20 years old and just starting university proving Fermat's last theorem. Anyone would find that hard to believe." Lin Shan's expression grew serious. Mathematics is a field for top geniuses, and geniuses are never limited by age. Gauss discovered the prime number theorem and the least squares method at 17. If Gauss could do it, why can't Tang Xi? Her friend stared in shock, comparing Tang Xi to Gauss. This is really... Lin Shan looked at him calmly, as if asking, "What's so surprising about that?" Her friend was convinced and waved his hand in surrender. All right, I give in. Let's wait for Tang Xi to arrive and see what happens." Lin Shan crossed her arms and lifted her chin proudly, as if she had already won. Her friend glanced at his watch. 10 minutes until 8 o'clock. Lin Shan hummed. Just wait. She definitely won't be late. Suddenly, it was 5 minutes past 8. Tang Xi did not appear. Lin Shan's face stiffened. Her old friend laughed openly. "I said she wouldn't be late. It seems your Tang Xi isn't very punctual." Lin Shan felt helpless but still insisted. Geniuses tend to have strong personalities. What's so bad about being late? When did your patience become so poor? Her friend leisurely sipped his tea. "Fine, I have patience. I'll wait with you." By 8:30, Tang Xi still hadn't shown up. Lin Shan's brow furrowed tightly, her lips almost pressed into a line. Her old friend sighed. "Kids these days are still too young, too indecisive. Maybe you should ask again later and then tell me." Lin Shan had no words to argue. Tang Xi's paper wasn't with her, and without her permission, Lin Shan couldn't share her proof ideas with her friend. She still clenched her teeth and insisted. Maybe she got delayed because of something else on the way. "Don't worry, she will definitely come."
10 o'clock.
Tang Xi still hadn't appeared. Now, even her old friends didn't dare tease Lin Shan, afraid she would be too upset. He carefully watched Lin Shan's expression. Maybe she really had something to do and couldn't come. "You should ask her later." Lin Shan finally felt something was wrong. She thought carefully. No, it can't be. Her old friend was surprised. "Can't be what?" Lin Shan firmly said. Tang Xi wouldn't break her promise. She must have had an accident. Her friends almost laughed out loud in frustration. "You've only known this student for a short time, and you trust her so much?" Lin Shan ignored the teasing and stood up to go find her. Her friend helplessly followed behind. The two quickly arrived at the female dormitory of the math department. "Tang Xi? She doesn't stay in the dorm. She said she talked to her counselor, and her family lives nearby." Lin Shan pulled her friend and then went to find Zhang Yu, the math counselor. Zhang Yu listened when they said they came about this matter. "Curious," she said. "Just now, a professor also told me that Tang Xi was absent. I was going to check on her at home." Lin Shan decisively decided. "I'll go with you." The two headed straight to Tang Xi's residence. They knocked for a long time, but no one answered. They asked nearby neighbors, who said the family had just moved in, and they didn't know much. Just as Lin Shan and Zhang Yu were about to leave disappointed, "Who are you looking for?" Guan Suxin appeared from nearby. Guan Suxin's eyes showed some suspicion. It wasn't until Lin Shan and Zhang Yu mentioned Tang Xi's name that her expression softened immediately. Xiaoxi? She went to school. Do you need to see her? Lin Shan and Zhang Yu exchanged surprised looks. Go to school? But we didn't see her there. Guan Suxin didn't think much. She left for school around 7. Maybe she's somewhere else, like the library or study room. She always reads seriously. Maybe she lost track of time. Zhang Yu thought this was possible and decided to go back to look for her at school. But Lin Shan firmly said, impossible. She wouldn't be somewhere else. If she left around 7, she must have gone to bring her paper to meet me. We agreed to meet at 8. With her personality, she wouldn't break her promise. Zhang Yu wanted to say something. As a result, Guan Suxin's expression looked a bit worried. Did you agree? At 8 in the morning? Her voice was slightly trembling. Lin Shan nodded firmly. Yes. She said yesterday she wouldn't be late, but she hasn't shown up by 10. Tang Xi might be in trouble. Zhang Yu looked confused. Tang Xi is an adult. She's only been gone a few hours.
Could it be?
Making a big deal out of nothing? No, absolutely not. Guan Suxin's face instantly turned pale. She knew more than Lin Shan and Zhang Yu. That day, a special security guard came to the small courtyard looking for Tang Xi, indicating that Tang Xi had been involved in something not simple. So, when Tang Xi was in trouble, she immediately thought of 2 words, spy. Guan Suxin decisively turned around. Let's go. I'll take you to find Tang Xi's mother. This matter must be handled by family members to report to the police. Lin Shan and Zhang Yu were a bit surprised. Just now, seeing Guan Suxin proud yet caring, they thought she was Tang Xi's mother. Then who are you? Lin Shan hurriedly asked as she walked quickly. Guan Suxin replied somewhat absent-mindedly. She was supposed to bring something for your paper today. It's something she and I, along with my husband, wrote together. Lin Shan was shocked. At other times, she would have wanted to chat more with Guan Suxin. But now, neither of them felt like talking, their attention fully on Tang Xi. Despite their different ages and looks, their worry was surprisingly the same. The wind blowing toward them was restless, hinting at some unease. There was a nearby rice noodle stand. When Guan Suxin led Lin Shan and Zhang Yu to arrive, the rice noodle stand was about to close. Yang Bixia apologized to a well-dressed elderly lady. Sorry, we prepared less today and we've sold out. If you want to eat, please come early tomorrow. No, sister-in-law, this lady came earlier this morning. Grandma, you liked our rice noodles so much that you came back for a second time? Tang Ruyue said softly. The elderly lady was delighted. Yes. I didn't expect you to remember. I just think your rice noodles taste good, and I wanted a second serving. I didn't expect it to sell out so quickly. What time do you start selling again tomorrow? At 6 o'clock. Come early, Grandma, and you'll catch us, Tang Ruyue replied with a smile. From afar, Lin Shan and Zhang Yu immediately recognized Tang Xi's mother. There was no other reason. Mother and daughter looked so much alike. However, Tang Ruyue's features leaned toward gentle and kind, giving off a good-natured vibe. Tang Xi is like a cold, stubborn wild orchid in a quiet valley, appearing distant and prickly at first glance. Everyone's heart tightens when they think of the missing Tang Xi. Xiao Yu, Guan Suxin, standing a little apart, waves toward Tang Ruyue. Tang Ruyue just finished talking to the old lady and, hearing the call, turns back confusedly. Jieguan? What's wrong? Her gaze shifts and she notices 2 more people beside Guan Suxin. Mother and daughter are connected by heart. Suddenly, she has a bad feeling. It's like time rewinds to that rainy day. Villagers come running to tell her that her husband, Xiazhang, was swept away by the flood. Tang Ruyue's body trembles uncontrollably. She tries to suppress her bad guesses, but her tone becomes anxious. What exactly happened? Yang Bixia stops what she's doing. The old lady about to leave also halts. Guan Suxin steps forward. Xiao Yu, Shishi. She might be missing. Tang Ruyue feels her head spin, as if the world is tilting.
Xiao Yu.
Xiao Yu. People around shout in alarm. When the darkness clears from her eyes, countless caring faces surround her. Tang Ruyue realizes she's been caught by her sister-in-law just in time, preventing her from falling. She opens her mouth slightly. Yang Bixia quickly holds her hand. Xiao Yu. I'm here. I'm here.
CC. 5cc.
Tang Riyue's lips are as pale as paper, and she feels like she might faint at any moment. But she hasn't figured out what happened to her daughter, so she dares not pass out. Some unseen strength seems to emerge from within, forcing her to stay conscious. What's really going on? She grits her teeth and asks each word clearly. Guan Suxin briefly explains the situation. Tang Riyue can't afford to hope too much. She's sure something has happened. She values promises deeply and would never break one casually. Could she have been kidnapped by bad people? What should we do? Tang Riyue is overwhelmed with worry, thinking about notifying Wen Jiuyuan or contacting the Wen family. Meanwhile, the dignified old lady nearby, who hasn't left, suddenly suggests coldly, "Why wait? Call the police."
Huh?
Tang Riyue is caught off guard. The old lady decisively directs, "The police station is right here. Just call and report her missing." Others hesitate, unsure if calling the police will help. But the old lady acts swiftly. "Never mind. Just call now. We'll think of other ways as we go." I must say, the elderly lady was quick and sharp, which helped Tang Riyue find a clear way forward. Since Wen Jiuyuan was away on a business trip and the Wen family was far away, the nearby police station seemed to give her more sense of security. So, they ignored their rice noodle stall and hurried to the police station. The duty officer was surprised to see so many people arrive all at once. What's the big emergency? An older officer and a young one quickly stood up. Tang Riyue rushed to the front. "My daughter is missing." Seeing her covered in sweat, the officers didn't hesitate. "How old is she? How many days has she been missing? When was the last time she was seen? Where does she usually go?" They asked a lot of questions quickly. Tang Riyue seemed to have prepared for this and answered confidently, knowing all the details. The officers were momentarily stunned. In a moment, both officers smiled. "Comrade, your daughter is an adult. Since she's been missing for less than 24 hours, it doesn't meet the criteria for filing a case." Seeing how anxious and distressed she looked, they added, "Maybe you should go home and wait. Your daughter might come back soon." Tang Riyue shook her head hard. No, I know her well. If she disappears without reason, something must have happened. Please help me find her." The officer's attitude wasn't bad, but they still firmly refused. "No, that's our rule." Tang Riyue looked at them with wide, confused eyes. What kind of silly rule was that? Her daughter was missing. Did they really have to wait until something serious happened? Tang Riyue closed her eyes in pain, about to speak. The elderly lady who had been following loudly scolded, "Don't you think this rule is a problem? The family says she wouldn't just break plans. Now she's missing suddenly. Something's wrong. Even if you can't officially file a case, you should at least try to find out and look for her." The officers looked helpless. "You don't understand, ma'am." "I don't understand? How could I not understand? I just know that a mother who sees her child missing feels like she might faint from worry." The elderly lady angrily pounded the table, looking more upset than Tang Riyue. The officers' expressions grew uncomfortable. Guan Suxin frowned and was about to say something. At that moment, a voice from behind asked, "What's going on here?" Two police officers crossed past Tang Riyue and others, seeing a large crowd blocking the entrance of the police station. They couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise.
"Director?"
The officers noticed the director was standing beside a middle-aged man in a supporting posture, which made them more nervous. The director hurried over, glared at the officers, and lowered his voice. "What's going on? I was just here earlier. Everything was fine. Why are there so many people arguing now?" Feeling the gaze of the leader behind him, the director felt pressured and uncomfortable. Two subordinates couldn't help but complain quietly. "No, director. These colleagues came to report a case. A young person, about 20 years old, went missing less than half a day ago. They insist we open an investigation. But according to our rules, we only start after 24 hours unless there are signs of harm. We have no choice. And then this elderly lady suddenly started causing trouble. Hearing this, the director realized it wasn't entirely his subordinate's fault. He instinctively looked at the silent leader at the door. All right, record everything first, then help ask around. If we find the person, it'll be a happy ending for everyone. Knowing the director was worried about the higher-ups inspecting today, the two nodded reluctantly. The elderly lady nearby, who had listened to everything, was unhappy. What do you mean? If it weren't for the leader here, you wouldn't even try to find the person, would you? Which is more important, the person or the rules? She pounded the table loudly. The leader standing at the door finally couldn't hold back and spoke. Ma'am, you're not a family member. The elderly lady turned angrily. I'm just a concerned passerby. Is that not okay? Everyone was stunned. No one expected that one of the people reporting the case was actually the mother of the police leader. The director's eyes lit up, and his smile became more eager. Oh, I see. What a coincidence. We'll open an investigation right away. The elderly lady wanted to question the director, suspecting that he was giving special treatment because she was his mother. But she caught sight of Tang Ruyue struggling and decided to hold her words, thinking it was better to help find the person first. Suddenly, the leader at the door stepped forward. Wait, Director Lee, are you showing favoritism? Just because the reporter is my mother? The director looked embarrassed, caught in a difficult position. Guan Suxin finally couldn't hold back. Enough. I have something to say. But she felt it was a serious matter and asked everyone to step back. Finally, only Tang Ruyue, the director, and a police leader entered the inner room. Guan Suxin said expressionlessly, I suspect this incident is related to spies. Her words were shocking and unexpected. The director was still puzzled why his subordinate was stopped outside. He was suddenly alarmed. Spies? How could it be related to spies? You can't say that casually. The police leader looked serious and asked, Comrade, do you have any evidence for what you're saying? Guan Suxin looked at the helpless Tang Ruyue and continued. Our Tang Xi is already married. Her husband is a leader in the military district with the surname Wen. Maybe you've heard of him. The police leader's face changed slightly. The Wen family? What's the name of the missing person's husband? Wen Jiuyuan. That's Wen Jiuyuan. Tang Ruyue hurriedly responded. The police leader looked at her more carefully. It wasn't because of the Wen family or Wen Jiuyuan being treated differently, but because family members of high-ranking officials are often involved in many issues. There have been cases where family members were targeted for revenge or used to threaten officials to leak secrets. So, the situation becomes more complicated. But Guan Suxin hadn't finished speaking. It's not just that. Our Tang Xi is also involved in military research projects that require confidentiality. Her disappearance could very well be a retaliatory act by spies. This last point was based on her speculation from the special guard that day. After speaking, she looked at Tang Ruyue for confirmation. Tang Ruyue nodded slightly. Yes, yes. My sister is a specially appointed researcher at the Light Weapons Research Institute. She even has a work ID. The director nearby was amazed. Your daughter is only 20 years old? And she's already a military research expert? Thinking he might not believe her, Tang Ruyue said, The work ID is at home. I can take you to find it. The director waved his hands repeatedly. I didn't mean I don't believe you. Guan Suxin kept a serious face. Because she is an unprecedented genius, the dangers she faces will only be greater. So, please investigate carefully. The police leader said solemnly, I understand. We will investigate this matter thoroughly. Regarding the missing person.
Tang Xi, right?
We will also verify her identity and related information. Seeing the police's attitude change, Tang Ruyue finally felt more at ease. But she still felt uneasy inside. She realized Guan Suxin was much more knowledgeable and capable, so she looked to her for help. Guan Suxin, experienced and resilient, said, First, contact Xi's husband and her family. Other matters are up to the police. Anyway, you need to stay calm yourself. Tang Ruyue nodded vaguely, as if she were in a dream. Yes, I will. After Tang Ruyue and the others left, the police station chief glanced at the leader's expression. Captain Su, are we really going to investigate? About what was said earlier. Do you believe it? Anyway, he didn't quite trust it. The story involved a family member of a leader and a military expert. A young officer of only 20, with so many titles, sounded unreliable. Who knows if the family just made it up to make them send more police resources. Having worked at a local police station for a long time, he had seen many strange and unbelievable cases, so he was naturally suspicious. Captain Su didn't blame the chief for doubting too much, only saying, "I'll make a call." The chief quickly brought over the phone from the station. Captain Su dialed a number quickly. "Hello? It's me, Su Weigua. We received a report about a missing person who is a secret military expert, so I want to ask about her situation." "Yes, she's 20 years old, named Tang Xi." "Really? Okay, understood." The chief watched Su's expression carefully. He saw him go from calm to surprised, and when he hung up, his face looked very serious. The chief suddenly realized, so it was all a lie? "I knew it." "No," Su Weigua interrupted, his face tense. "This matter is not for you to handle. It will be transferred as a criminal case to the city bureau." The chief's mouth opened wide, almost able to fit an egg. Is she really an expert? Su Weigua only said 4 words. "This is classified." The chief gasped in shock. To be so secretive, it seemed she was not just any expert, but one of high-level confidentiality. No wonder the case was transferred to the city bureau. Everyone involved must have undergone strict screening. As for their small local police station, they had no chance to get involved. The chief looked dazed, unable to recover from his shock. Meanwhile, Su Weigua, knowing how serious the situation was, finished all his inspection tasks and immediately returned to the city bureau to personally lead the investigation. On the other side, Tang Ruyue still felt lightheaded as she left the police station. Yang Bixia rushed out, sweating profusely. "Xiaoyu, don't worry. I just called the factory and asked them to notify your brother. There are also Jiejia and Yan Yan. I asked a friend to call them at their school, and they should come over soon." Tang Ruyue slightly cheered up. "Sister-in-law, big brother is coming, so there's no need to call Jiejia and Yan Yan. They are in their final year of high school and should stay at school to study well." Yang Bixia waved her hand and said seriously, "Now something big has happened at home. We can't hide it from them. Besides, having more people means more help. We can't just rely on the police. We should try to find her ourselves." This last sentence convinced Tang Ruyue, and she felt more motivated. Yes.
Yes.
We can't just wait for others to find her. We have to look ourselves. They were about to split up and take action. Then, Officer Su came out of the police station and stopped Tang Ruyue, "Comrade Tang." He looked at them and guessed their plan immediately, so he advised, "Don't act on your own now," to avoid alerting the suspect. "The case has been transferred to the city bureau and will be handled by professional police officers. People's feelings can change very subtly. Just a moment ago, Tang Ruyue was a bit upset with this cold police leader. But now, she felt deeply grateful. Really? Thank you so much." Su Weigua shook his head. "No need, it's our duty." Seeing Tang Ruyue crying and laughing at the same time looking lost, he couldn't help but comfort her. "Don't worry, Comrade Tang. This case is very serious. We will do our best to investigate and find Comrade Tang Xi and make sure she is safe." Tang Ruyue bowed repeatedly, covering her eyes, crying uncontrollably. Su Bureau returned to the city bureau and immediately called all the top officers, saying there was a major case. Within 5 minutes, everyone was gathered in the meeting room. Strangely, they were frisked before entering to make sure there were no listening devices or other bugs before they could sit down. The police officers were puzzled. Is this a big case? Such a big show. Sure, it's very important. Don't ask too much. I heard a key expert has gone missing. These spies are so rampant. This is Beijing. Exactly. It's like they're insulting our city bureau. No wonder Director Su looks so grim when he comes back. But isn't this too loud? Are they worried about being bugged? Better safe than sorry. Caution is always good. While everyone was whispering and exchanging opinions, Su Weiguo strode in confidently. Close the door. After giving the order, someone immediately began checking the room. At this moment, everyone realized that not only was a body search necessary, but even the room had to be thoroughly checked. After confirming there were no hidden dangers, Su Weiguo distributed the newly collected information. This is the missing person, named Tang Xi, 20 years old, a first-year student at Beijing University's mathematics department. The police officers, despite trying to hide their curiosity, couldn't help but feel confused. They had heard that the missing person was an important expert, but looking at this information, she seemed just like any other student. The data appeared ordinary, with no obvious special details. Su Weiguo understood their confusion. He looked around and spoke calmly. This is just the surface information. The next document I will give you is classified. You should all know that this file contains major secrets. If leaked, it could be considered treason. The police officers, surprised by the seriousness, sat up straighter and looked more serious. Seeing everyone become alert, Su Weiguo waved his hand and had his subordinates distribute the files again. This time, the information about Tang Xi was much more detailed. It listed her various achievements, a special researcher at a light weapon research institute who made significant improvements to the firearm, participated in a national-level confidentiality project as the main developer, included in the top-secret expert database, proposed major reforms too. All these XXXs were blacked out. This indicated that the information was still under a confidentiality period, and even police personnel couldn't see the real content. They could only infer from the context that the blacked-out parts contained very important information. The conference room fell silent instantly. Everyone's expression was serious, and they now understood Tang Xi's importance. At only 20 years old, she was involved in so many secret projects. When she truly grew up, what kind of national treasure-level genius would she become? No wonder Director Su was so cautious. If the investigation failed, they would be considered traitors to the country. Since they couldn't go out to help search, Tang Ruyue and the others could only go home and wait. That kind and enthusiastic Mrs. Su, the director's mother, left first to say goodbye. Zhang Yu hesitated and looked at Lin Shan. Professor Lin, I remember you still have classes this afternoon. Lin Shan was about to ask Zhang Yu to help him request leave. This moment was just right for Guan Suxin to overhear and advise Professor Lin to go back and focus on his classes. Don't worry, Professor Lin. If there's any progress, we'll ask someone to inform you. Lin Shan looked at them and felt he couldn't be of much help, so he nodded in agreement. She held Guan Suxin's hand and shook it up and down. Thank you. Please tell me immediately if you hear anything. Guan Suxin replied seriously, No, we should be the ones thanking you. If it weren't for Professor Lin trusting us and believing in Xi, we might not know how long it would take to find out that the child was missing. Thank you very much. Lin Shan said casually, It's nothing. I believe Tang Xi's academic ability and her character. Oh, by the way, can I ask if there is an English version and a backup of that paper? Although Guan Suxin found it strange, she nodded and answered, Yes, I translated the paper, and there is a backup. Lin Shan immediately grabbed Guan Suxin's hand. Can I have it? Guan Suxin hesitated. Of course, I can give it to you. But what does Lin Shan want to do with it now? Lin Shan explained with a small smile. I saw what happened earlier. If Tang Xi was just an ordinary student, the police probably wouldn't pay much attention. But if she is a genius student who has published papers in top international journals, it's a different story. Guan Suxin didn't fully understand Tang Xi's importance in the military project. She thought that if her paper could be published smoothly and help Tang Xi gain more recognition, it would be a good thing. Yes, Professor Lin makes a good point. I'll go get it now. Guan Suxin took the backup English version of the paper, personally handed it to Lin Shan, and then sent Lin Shan and Zhang Yu out. After a while, someone knocked on the door. Yang Bixia thought it was Yu Jingming and the others arriving, so she hurried to answer the door. But standing outside was the elderly couple from the Wen family.
Xiao Yu,
Uncle Wen, Aunt Jiang, Tang Riyue saw the close elders and couldn't help but cry again. She had forgotten her current generation and instinctively called out familiar titles. Jiang Nanqin's eyes also reddened. We came as soon as we received the news. How is the situation now? We just reported the case. Tang Riyue briefly explained what had just happened, including Guan Suxin revealing Tang Xi's identity to the police. But like Guan Suxin, she didn't know the full details, only had a vague feeling that the police were paying more attention than expected. Jiang Nanqin instinctively looked at Wen Jiuyuan, who was expressionless and silent beside her, and raised her voice. Didn't you make a call before you went out? Just tell us what you know. Wen Jiuyuan sighed helplessly but still spoke. Xi's identity is there. The police and military colleagues will do their best to help. Jiang Nanqin immediately agreed, saying, CC will be fine. Tang Riyue listened and felt her mood lighten considerably. Wen Jiuyuan pursed his lips, silent about one thing. This case involves many people, and it might not be a simple kidnapping. By the way, what about Jiuyuan? Does he know about this?
Tang Fu Suden Li them bet.
Jiang Nanqin smiled bitterly. Him? They are currently in a closed training session, cut off from all outside contact. Don't worry, as soon as he can take a call, I will tell him right away. Meanwhile, far away at the border of a certain province, thick fog and stifling heat fill the primitive mountain forest. This is a dangerous zone for life, a place few dare to enter. But the main entrance of this forest has been quietly cordoned off, serving as the location for this training mission. Inside a tent that blends almost seamlessly with the dense green surroundings, a tall, strong man stands. He wears a camouflage combat uniform that fits tightly over his muscular body, and a faint smell of gunpowder and fire lingers in the air. A cold beam of light shines through the tent skylight, illuminating half of his face, while the other half is shrouded in shadow, giving him a mysterious, ominous look. Commander?
Commander?
A soldier nearby calls out. Wen Jiuyuan snaps out of a drifting thought. Yes, how is the situation now? The soldier replies, everything is proceeding according to your plan. But Wen Jiuyuan does not relax. Instead, he reviews the information recorded by the communication soldier just moments ago. Adjust according to the following plan. He softly speaks, issuing precise and detailed commands. The well-trained soldier immediately records them. Yes, we will complete the mission. As the soldier turns to leave, he thinks to himself, I was overthinking again. With Commander Wen's personality, how could he lose focus at such a critical moment in the exercise? Look at his real-time battlefield control skills, still so masterful. Unaware of this, as soon as the soldier leaves, Wen Jiuyuan suddenly feels dizzy and disoriented. His heart pounds rapidly, as if warning him of something bad. Could it be Cici? No, it can't be. Cici is now living with her mother, so she should be safe. He keeps telling himself this over and over, but his mind keeps wandering. It's as if part of his soul has been split, drifting aimlessly toward the capital city, floating to Tang Xi's side. Only in this way can his heart and soul truly find peace. But Wen Jiuyuan also clearly knows. This mission seemed like just a practice, but secretly, it carried a difficult task. It involved the lives of many soldiers. As the leader, he could not let a strange premonition ruin this operation, which had been planned for months. Wait a little longer. After the practice ends, he will contact Cici immediately. Wen Jiuyuan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white, forcing himself to forget about everything happening in the capital. At the same time, in a dark, cramped space, Tang Xi slowly opened her eyes. She didn't know how long she had been asleep and lost track of time. She couldn't even tell what year it was. Wait a moment. She remembered she was on her way to school when she saw a pregnant woman fall and ask for help. She looked around and saw no other passers-by, only herself. The situation was urgent. Tang Xi saw blood slowly spreading on the pregnant woman's clothes. Worried something was wrong, she stepped forward to ask. As she crouched beside the woman, a strong, unpleasant smell suddenly hit her face. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself here, with her hands and feet tightly bound with ropes. Tang Xi thought to herself that things were not looking good. Tang Xi blinked in confusion, her eyes wide as she looked at the thick, ink-like darkness around her. She could vaguely feel there were many objects piled nearby, but she couldn't see clearly. The space was sealed and dark, with only tiny cracks allowing a little air to flow in. This kept the strange, mixed smell from being too overwhelming. She closed her eyes again, took a deep breath several times, and tried to calm her panic. First, she checked her body. The sharp smell she had smelled before faintly suggested some kind of anesthetic. The effect of the drug hadn't completely worn off yet. Tang, she felt her limbs were very weak. She gritted her teeth, pressed her back against the wall, and slowly moved, trying to sit up. She slipped a few times along the way. Once, to lessen the impact of her fall, she supported herself with her forearm but accidentally hit a sharp corner. In an instant, her arm went numb, and tears welled up in her eyes. But she kept holding on without making a sound. Finally, she managed to sit up. But then, a mocking, muffled laugh echoed in the darkness.
Who?
Tang Xi's whole body froze, her hands and feet icy cold. She couldn't believe that during the long time she had fallen and gotten back up, someone had been watching her in the darkness all along and had never made a sound. Although she couldn't see the other person's face or understand their intentions, Tang Xi still sensed strong malice from their actions.
Who are you?
She asked in a lower voice, trying to sound fierce. But the person in the dark laughed even more loudly. That hoarse, dry laugh sounded like an owl at night, strange, unpleasant, unfamiliar. It seemed the other person had adapted to the darkness faster than her and saw the doubt on her face. He couldn't help but speak, full of sarcasm. So, you personally caused me to end up like this, and now you don't remember who I am? His tone. You are Liu Hao. Isn't he involved in a leak case and wanted by the police? Why would he appear in the capital and kidnap her? Tang Xi immediately suspected that Liu Hao was not acting alone. Even though Liu Hao had been recognized, he didn't seem happy. He shouted loudly, "Yes, it's me.
Liu Hao.
You wicked woman. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be a wanted criminal, unable to go home or recognize my family." He spat out a string of very rude swear words, sounding like a village troublemaker who knows all the tricks. Tang Xi's mind drifted away for a moment. After Liu Hao finished cursing and waited a long time without seeing her reaction, he suddenly lunged forward, grabbing her collar.
Speak.
Why aren't you saying anything? Tang Xi calmly responded. Your being a wanted criminal is because you tried to secretly sell my thesis data to spies, and you got caught. That's your own fault. Liu Hao was furious, panting heavily like an angry bull. Suddenly, he thought of something and chuckled twice. Tang Xi, I heard your husband is a high-ranking officer in the military district? Tang Xi kept her lips pressed tightly and said nothing. Liu Hao didn't care and continued. You're just a rural girl, lucky to marry a high-ranking official, and thanks to your in-laws' protection, you've come this far. Tell me, what do you think will happen if I ruin your perfect life? Tang Xi wasn't surprised that Liu Hao would say such things. He was a man who believed a woman's success depended on others. A despicable, lowly man full of trash in his mind. Such men always like to threaten women with their purity. But, since she was kidnapped, Tang Xi had already prepared for the worst. She clenched her fists quietly and kept calm. What result do you want? Liu Hao was disappointed that he didn't receive the fearful reaction he expected. He said angrily, if you really lost your innocence, do you think your husband and in-laws will still value and help you? They might be eager to throw you out and cut all ties. Then what will you be? Probably just like me, a worthless bug in the gutter. Liu Hao imagined that scene, his voice tense with excitement and trembling. Tang Xi remained calm and composed. First, everything I have is earned with my own mind, not from anyone else. Second, even if what you say is true, I am a victim. My husband and in-laws should support me. If they don't, that shows their character, not mine. Her words were clear and firm, coming from her heart, not just bravado. Liu Hao shouted loudly, unable to understand. That's impossible. Are you joking? How could anyone accept a woman who is not pure or has lost her innocence? If you women had any sense, you should just die early and leave a clean name, so your mother should also die, right? Tang Xi was caught off guard. Lu Hao seemed choked, his throat tightening so he couldn't speak. In the darkness, Tang Xi looked straight into his eyes without fear. Are you curious why I know all this? I saw some information. My first reaction was to admire her. A woman in a remote, backward village, unexpectedly mistreated, and after that, instead of support, she was rejected by her family, looked down upon by villagers, and driven out of her home. She found shelter in a dilapidated hut, but she didn't give up. Even after she was found to be pregnant with you, a child everyone saw as a curse, she chose to keep going and supported you to become a college student. Lu Hao, is what you're doing now worthy of your mother's hard work raising you? If she knew that her child, whom she spent most of her life supporting, only wishes she would die early, how heartbroken and hopeless would she feel? Tang Xi learned about Lu Hao's family background from Jiuyuan. She only knew before that Lu Hao relied on his widowed mother, but didn't know the full story. In that moment, she understood why Lu Hao had such a conflicted personality, extremely proud yet deeply insecure. He was proud of his intelligence, talent, and the fact that he became a disciple of Zhuang Tao. But he was also insecure about his origins, others' opinions, and the scorn and discrimination he faced since childhood. Some people can break free from such experiences, rising like a phoenix from the ashes and transforming completely. Others are trapped by these experiences, their obsession turning into madness and leading to deeper downfall. Lu Hao is one of the latter. At this moment, he is stiff all over, breathing quickly, clearly touched by Tang Xi's words. You really don't think she was at fault? He asks anxiously, as if doubting his beliefs from many years ago. Tang Xi knows Lu Hao is wavering. She quietly lowers her voice. Where is she at fault? She was unlucky back then, kicked out by her parents, unfairly blamed by the villagers. She has always been a victim. If you truly support her, you should blame the criminals, not the injured person. Despite everything, she never complained or abandoned you. She raised you well. Who is really at fault here? Lu Hao is touched by one of Tang Xi's words. Yes. When those children pointed at him and called him a bad seed, it was his mother who rushed out to protect him, telling him to stand tall and live bravely. But he couldn't help but listen to the villagers' words, resenting his mother for not jumping into the river and dying, so she could gain some sympathy. He never thought that his mother had another choice, abandon him and leave the village. Such things had happened before, but his mother never thought that way. She gave him food and clothing, raised him well. Compared to that, what is he doing now? Mom. He covers his face, sobbing. Tang Xi quietly breathes a sigh of relief and then presses on. After you ran away, your mother waited at the village entrance every day, hoping you would come back. Even if others scolded you and said you did wrong, she still believed in you and wanted to hear your explanation. Lu Hao, don't you want to explain to her properly? Lu Hao cries uncontrollably. How? How can I explain? I can't go back now. I am wanted. My mother will definitely be angry with me. She won't forgive me. Tang Xi speaks softly. Admitting your mistakes and changing for the better is the greatest virtue. You should sincerely apologize to your mother, admit your faults, and seek forgiveness. Maybe someday you'll have a chance to take care of her in her old age. You can't just watch her wait for you until she passes away, right? Lu Hao is moved. He imagines his mother's thin, fragile figure like a faded old photo. Yes. If he leaves with those people, what will happen to his mother? Then, what should I do? Lu Hao surprisingly turns to Tang Xi for help. Tang Xi held back her joy and hurriedly said, as long as you send me back, I will trouble them to help you get a lighter sentence. When you serve a few years in prison, you can still take good care of your mother when you get out. I promise. Lu Hao's eyes flickered with hope. Is what you said true? Can I really only get a few years? Tang Xi nodded firmly. Of course. Since you know my in-laws, you should understand they have some influence in this matter. Plus, with my help in persuading, your sentence won't be too harsh. Liu Hao was truly moved. Honestly, he had regretted being wanted ever since the day he was on the run. Compared to living a restless life, not knowing if he would survive, the future Tang Xi described was undeniably more attractive. Finally, he made up his mind.
All right, you. Bang!
With a loud crash, the door was kicked open forcefully. Blinding light rushed in, and dust filled the air. In the backlight, a tall man, as tall as a tower, stood nearby, looking down at the two of them. Liu Hao, you really are a dog that can't change its habit. The man sneered. Liu Hao trembled with fear. Brother Dao, why? Why are you back? Tang Xi struggled to open her eyes against the light. Hearing Liu Hao's tone, she thought to herself, oh no. And the man's figure in front of her looked somewhat familiar. Noticing Tang Xi's gaze, he stepped forward. His ordinary-looking but fierce face appeared before her. It was the customer who came to buy rice noodle rolls. Tang Xi immediately had a bad feeling. She didn't expect this person's target to be herself. Could he be the one helping Liu Hao escape? The person who was behind Liu Hao's online contacts? Tang Xi shrank back, showing a defensive posture. But the man called Brother Dao had already fixed his eyes on her. Why are you hiding?
Keep talking.
His tone was full of teasing. Isn't it true you're quite good at talking? I see Liu Hao was almost convinced to give up his bad habits because of you. Liu Hao suddenly called out, burst into tears. I didn't. Brother Dao. I didn't trust her. I was just fooling around, trying to get more information from her. I really didn't dare betray you. The tall man stepped closer, his cold eyes scanning Liu Hao inch by inch.
Is that so?
His voice slowed, as if he believed Liu Hao's explanation. Liu Hao was overjoyed, about to say some flattering words. Smack. A loud slap landed on Liu Hao's face. Through the faint light coming from the doorway, Tang Xi saw Liu Hao's face turn almost immediately red and swollen. Bright red fingerprints are clearly visible. Liu Hao whimpered twice in pain. Brother Dao impatiently rolled his eyes, then stepped forward and kicked Liu Hao in the chest, knocking him to the ground. In just a moment, Liu Hao's condition worsened even more than Tang Xi's. His rolling eyes made it look like he might faint at any moment. Tang Xi's chest tightened, and she shrank even smaller. She saw a killing intent on Brother Dao's face, which felt familiar. This man is definitely a dangerous criminal with blood on his hands. Brother Dao squinted at her. Tang Xi stayed still. She had even clenched her fists, ready for this man to slap her face. But instead, Brother Dao's gaze lingered on her, as if judging something. His eyes showed no romantic feelings, just a cold, examining look like he was inspecting an object. It was like he was trying to figure out what kind of person Tang Xi was. Do you know? Brother Dao cleared his throat and said, the whole city of Sijiu is about to fall apart because of you. Tang Xi pressed her lips tightly, unable to hide her joy. This at least meant her disappearance had been noticed. She believed her comrades in the system. Once they knew, finding her would only be a matter of time. Until then, she just had to hold on desperately, waiting for the moment they would come to rescue her. Do you think there's hope now? Brother Dao saw through Tang Xi's thoughts. Tang Xi didn't bother to hide anymore and nodded confidently. If I said no, you wouldn't believe me anyway. Brother Dao chuckled loudly and found a spot nearby to sit down with his big sword. His attitude towards Tang Xi was even better than towards Liu Hao. Now, he asked kindly, why don't you tell me? Why do they value you so much? Is it because you're a leader's family member? Hearing this, Tang Xi guessed that her true identity hadn't been made public. After all, her relationship as Wen Jiuyuan's wife was known openly. But the secret information was hidden in the shadows. If that was exposed, it would make her situation even more dangerous. Tang Xi immediately retorted, then why did you arrest me? Is it just because Liu Hao wants revenge? Liu Hao. He's not worth it. Brother Dao glanced at Liu Hao, who was lying on the ground like a dead dog, and his disdain was obvious. Tang Xi stared directly at him. Then why did you do it? Brother Dao sneered. Do you remember the man on the train not long ago? Tang Xi's mind quickly flashed with a face. From his appearance, he clearly looks somewhat like Brother Dao in front of him. The man is called Pao Ge, who is now in prison under strict guard, trying to extract more information about spy bases from him. Earlier, Wen Jiuyuan mentioned that the case involving that person was very big, probably involving many lives. Even if he cooperated with the investigation, he would ultimately face death. Are you brothers with him? It seems you remember now. That's right, a Pao is my younger brother. Someone assigned him a mission to kill you, but he ended up getting caught himself. His life is probably gone. So I need to ask you clearly, what exactly caused my brother's death? At the last words, Brother Dao's eyes showed deep hatred and anger towards Tang Xi. It was obvious they had a close brotherly bond. After all, they had become reckless outlaws together, so their feelings were very strong. Tang Xi thought sarcastically. What caused his death? Maybe it was a betrayal of his country and comrades. Tang Xi spoke calmly and fearlessly. Brother Dao, wounded and furious, roared. How do you know? Someone like you, from such a background, understands nothing about country and comrades. They didn't give us brothers a penny. Instead, those traitors you looked down on when my brother and I were desperate gave me a bowl of rice to keep me alive. So, why can't I choose to work for them? He looked righteous, as if he was doing something truly noble. Tang, she was amused and angry. What's my background? I'm just from an ordinary family. My father died saving others in a flood, and I grew up relying on my mother. No matter how hard things got over the years, I never thought of betraying my country. But you keep saying that your country and comrades didn't give you a penny. Isn't the money you got from betraying them? Even those traitors who fed you, every penny they earned was built on the loss of the country and the blood of our people. If you weren't Chinese, even if you betrayed 100 times, no one would care. Tang Xi knew she was losing control. Her best choice now was to pretend to agree and lower his guard. But she couldn't hold back. She couldn't stand seeing someone like him, who was clearly betraying his country and comrades, trying to cover up his shameful deeds with a bunch of moral talk. When she said this, she was already prepared for Brother Dao to make a move. Of course, this move wouldn't mean he would kill her. Tang, she wasn't planning to die yet. She knew her worth hadn't been fully exploited, and Brother Dao wouldn't kill her. But she would definitely get a beating. Haha, let him hit her then. Tang Xi has endured many hardships because of her temper. She lives like a hedgehog. Even now, she still refuses to bow and obey. Just as Tang Xi closed her eyes, ready to endure Brother Dao's anger, he clenched his fists with a creaking sound. In the end, he didn't hit her but tore a cloth and forcefully stuffed it into her mouth. Just stop talking. He coldly left this sentence and dragged the semi-conscious Liu Hao away. Tang Xi didn't resist. She leaned against the cold wall, watching their backs as they left with indifference.
Clang.
The door was slammed shut hard. The room plunged back into darkness. A sneering laugh escaped Tang Xi's nose. Good people can't be, and bad people aren't thorough. She really is a stubborn person. Just like Liu Hao. Darkness often makes people lose track of time. She didn't know how long had passed when Tang Xi, in a daze, felt the door open again. Hungry and exhausted, she lifted her eyelids to look at the door. It was Brother Dao, but behind him, the daytime had shifted into night. Dark, moonless night, silent and still. A perfect time to escape. Tang Xi watched as Brother Dao walked over and carried her up. Too hungry to resist, she could only let him carry her. When he accidentally pressed her stomach, she made a faint, weak gag. Brother Dao lowered his voice to warn her. Don't on me. Tang Xi chuckled twice. She needed to have something in her mouth too, but perhaps he knew she was hungry. He carried her into a truck and tore the cloth from her mouth, stuffing half a bun inside. The bun was cold, mixed with coarse grains, dry and hard. Tang Xi rolled her eyes and almost choked on it. Brother Dao harshly warned her, "This is the only bun. If you don't want it, don't eat." In this critical moment, Tang Xi certainly wouldn't refuse. Even with her hands tied and inconvenient, she used her teeth to slowly chew the bun, reducing her speed to fill her stomach. Brother Dao watched for a while, then suddenly silently untied the ropes binding her hands. Tang Xi immediately tensed up, wanting to see what he was going to do. He sneered, "Or, do you just like to eat like a dog?" Tang Xi chuckled twice. Such words held no threat for her. Since she was a child, she had heard many worse things. Anyway, Brother Dao didn't plan to do anything else, so Tang Xi finally had both hands free. She held the steamed bun, nibbling small bites to avoid looking too messy. Soon, Brother Dao handed her a pot of water. Tang Xi didn't bother to care about his complicated mood right now. She hurriedly drank water and ate, trying to save her strength. But at this critical moment, she still kept some sense of reason. She didn't drink too much water at once, afraid she might need to go to the bathroom later. Brother Dao watched her actions closely, probably guessing her thoughts. He snorted but said nothing. After Tang Xi finished eating, he quickly packed up the things, got into the car, and prepared to leave. Only then did Tang Xi notice where she was sitting. It was a small truck. In the 1980s, such vehicles were still quite rare. Being a truck driver could support a whole family. But now, this truck had become a tool for criminals to hide their activities.
Bang!
Lu Hao, with a bruised face, opened the door and came in. He was beaten but dared not make a sound, planning to apologize and plead with Brother Dao. Suddenly seeing Tang Xi sitting inside the truck, he gasped in shock. "How are you here?" His first reaction was to distance himself from the situation. "Brother Dao, I didn't let her out this time. I really didn't. Being too stupid can make people laugh." Brother Dao even chuckled. "Loser, she's the one I put in here." Lu Hao was even more confused. "Why? Didn't you say at first to put her in the back compartment?" Now, most trucks had open cargo beds, with a single row of seats at the front. Fortunately, there was enough space, and Tang Xi was thin enough that having her there didn't matter. Lu Hao just didn't understand how Tang Xi suddenly jumped from the back to the front seat. He suspiciously stared at Brother Dao, as if trying to understand his unusual behavior. This made their positions seem to reverse. Brother Dao smiled gently. "Do you want me to gouge out your eyes?" Lu Hao shivered in fear. "No, I don't want that." He hadn't understood the situation clearly. Brother Dao threw a rope over, telling Lu Hao to tie Tang Xi's hands. Let her sit on the ground. Without Lu Hao needing to act, Tang Xi moved herself to a new position. Although the soft cushion was replaced by cold ground, which was a big change, it was much better than the back compartment Lu Hao mentioned earlier. So, Tang Xi cooperated fully. Brother Dao calmly pulled down the metal piece under the seat. There was a small, enclosed space just big enough to hold one person. Brother Dao told Lu Hao, "Later, if you see anyone on the road, put her inside there." Lu Hao nodded repeatedly, thinking he understood Brother Dao's plan. It wasn't because he felt sorry for Tang Xi or thought the open train car was uncomfortable in the sun and rain, but because he believed this hidden spot was better for concealment. "Be honest. If you dare to talk nonsense again and try to fool me, I will lock you up." As if trying to distance himself from Tang Xi in front of Brother Dao, Lu Hao acted very stern. Tang Xi obediently nodded, looking well-behaved and cooperative. Finally, the truck started moving. Since it was late at night, there were few cars on the road, and the road conditions weren't great. But Brother Dao was a good driver, and the ride was smooth most of the way. At first, Lu Hao kept his eyes wide open, watching the surroundings carefully. But soon he started feeling sleepy and secretly closed his eyes to rest. Tang Xi had slept enough during the day, so she wasn't tired now. She pretended to rest her chin on her knees. In reality, she was watching the environment closely from a spot Brother Dao couldn't see, trying to observe. This wasn't the capital city anymore, and it wasn't the same direction as her hometown, Shirley Village. Many road signs had flashed past, but she had never heard of those place names before. After about half an hour, Tang Xi finally saw a faintly familiar place name. This is somewhere south of the capital. Could Brother Dao be heading south to the coast or southwest toward the border? Tang Xi remained calm, analyzing silently. thinking about how to leave clues for others to track her. While she was pondering, Brother Dao suddenly spoke to her. "Don't worry, we've split into 4 groups, each heading from a different direction, to confuse them. They won't find us easily for a while, so you don't need to watch so closely." Tang Xi stiffened and looked up suddenly. Brother Dao raised an eyebrow as expected. "I knew you wouldn't stay quiet." He hadn't seen her small move. He was just pretending to test her. Tang Xi was caught, but didn't get angry. Instead, she asked him, "So, which route are we taking? Which direction?" For some reason, Brother Dao surprisingly replied, "We're not taking any of those routes. Right now, I'm heading to Guangdong province to deliver goods." Guangdong. So they are heading out to sea. Tang Xi knew she had to find a chance to escape before leaving the country, which made her a little nervous. But she managed to hide her feelings well, and Brother Dao didn't seem to notice. He seemed to have been holding back for a long time before asking, "Did Lu Hao tell you that you're an expert in light weapons?" Tang Xi simply closed her eyes, refusing to reveal any information. Brother Dao appeared not to notice and continued asking, "Someone like you, could you research weapons that could shock the world?" Of course, Tang Xi could, but only in the future. Now, unless you're a god or an alien, you can't conjure things that don't belong to this era out of thin air. She instinctively replied, "Any groundbreaking weapon is a product of industrial development reaching a certain level. Even a nuclear bomb. Everyone knows how to make it, but without the technology to refine high-concentration uranium, it can't be built." Brother Dao was slightly moved. A nuclear bomb. He only sighed at this and then fell silent. Tang Xi couldn't understand what he meant, so she closed her eyes to rest. This time, she was truly resting. Tang Xi could clearly feel that this kidnapping had triggered some old health issues inside her. As a premature baby, she was born weak and fragile, but over the years, she had been well cared for. After marriage, her nutrition became more balanced and rich. Plus, with traditional Chinese medicine treatments from a national expert, her overall condition improved significantly, making her seem normal most of the time. Until this kidnapping, when she inhaled a lot of anesthetic gases and had been hungry for so long. Tang Xi could clearly feel her head becoming foggy and her limbs weak. She could only take this chance to rest more, hoping that after sleeping, her body would get better. But nothing in the world always goes according to her plans. Tang Xi was awakened midway. At that moment, she felt her head was dull, like it was filled with lead, unable to lift her neck. Her throat was extremely dry, and her body temperature was unusually high. Lu Hao's alarmed shout came from far away. "Help, Brother Dao. She seems to have a fever." Brother Dao was silent for a few seconds before saying, "First, put her under the seat and hide her from the inspection." Tang Xi felt herself being gently pulled up and shoved into a tight space. Because the air was not circulating, she felt her symptoms worsening. Even her exhaled breath was hot. Now, Tang Xi could only be grateful that Brother Dao and Lu Hao didn't continue to stuff cloth into her mouth. Otherwise, given her current condition, she might suffocate directly. Tang Xi didn't know if she had fallen asleep or fainted. Another unknown amount of time passed. She was pulled out from under the seat. Tang Xi struggled to open her eyes and saw Brother Dao with a serious face in front of her. "Someone is willing to pay a lot to buy you. Before that, you can't die, so I need to take you to see a doctor. But you should know, if you dare to ask for help during this process, I will kill you directly." His tone was harsh and cruel. Tang Xi had no doubt that he meant what he said. Her life was more important. Tang Xi nodded hard. "I won't say anything." She decided to endure this first before doing anything else. She felt herself being helped up, and the ropes on her hands and feet were untied. Then, she was carried on someone's back into a clinic that looked old both inside and out. "Doctor, please check on my sister. She seems to have a fever," she said. Lu Yan arrived on the mainland 3 days ago. In fact, his family, the Lu Corporation, was supposed to meet with officials in a week. But Lu Yan came a week early to avoid the officials and see the real situation on the mainland. He only brought his secretary, David, and his driver and bodyguard, Uncle Long, people he trusted completely. There are few flights between Hong Kong and Guangdong Province. Liu Yan struggled to buy 3 tickets. Now, with his wealth, he usually flies private. This time, he took public transportation for the first time in a while, which felt different and interesting. His usually calm eyes showed a bit of curiosity. He was quite relaxed. But David and Uncle Long were nervous the whole time. It was as if Liu Yan was made of glass and might shatter if he stepped into this uncivilized place on the mainland. "Relax, it's not a big deal," Liu Yan said, leaning against a simple bed with a blanket over his legs. He usually loved cleanliness, but seemed very at ease now, even comforting his secretary. David, who was nearby, looked about to go crazy. He lowered his voice. "Lu Sheng, are you sure you want to get in for at this backward clinic? Maybe we should go back to Yangcheng, where there are proper hospitals." He couldn't imagine what others in the secretary's office would think if they knew he brought Lu Sheng to such a place. Liu Yan remained calm and reminded him, "This place is 4 hours' drive from Yangcheng." David knew the distance was long, and they couldn't go back quickly. Liu Yan's stomach was acting up again, and he had lost the medicine he brought. If he waited too long, the situation could get worse. David was afraid to take on this responsibility, but he was even more afraid to let Liu Yan receive treatment in such a place. Just as his soul felt torn in two, caught between heaven and earth, Uncle Long, holding a hot water kettle in one hand and a strongly styled enamel cup in the other, just happened to walk back. Seeing him about to pour water into the cup, David hurriedly stopped him. "Are you really going to give Lu Xing water in that?" Uncle Long has always been quiet and reserved. Now, he simply nodded without much explanation. David raised his voice and pointed at the enamel cup with the words "Serve the people" printed on it. "This cup is broken. Who knows how many people have used it?" Uncle Long answered seriously, "I've washed it 5 times and boiled it in hot water." David was about to say more. Liu Yan spoke again. "I'm thirsty." David turned his head and saw Liu Yan's indifferent expression, realizing the boss was impatient, so he suppressed his words. Liu Yan calmly drank the hot water Uncle Long poured. David felt so guilty he almost wanted to cry. "Sorry, Lu Sheng. I shouldn't have brought you here. If my parents find out, they'll be furious with me." Although he adopted an English name, his real name was Wei Xian. Years ago, because they were so poor they couldn't survive, he and his parents sneaked into Hong Kong. Many others like them had the same fate, but few managed to stay alive as a family. Most either died halfway, disappeared into the vast ocean, or left only a few survivors. Wei Xian and his parents were incredibly lucky to make it to Hong Kong. Later, he met Liu Yan, and with the help of some mainland children who had also sneaked over, he was able to attend school. He studied from high school to university and eventually worked near Liu Yan, earning a good salary and living in a bright, spacious house. All of this was thanks to Liu Yan's kindness, and Wei Xian and his parents were deeply grateful. His parents repeatedly told Wei Xian to remember and repay this kindness, to treat Liu Yan as more important than a father. Wei Xian had always done so.
But now?
What had he done? He not only let Liu Yan end up in such a remote place but also knew he had a stomach problem and failed to get proper medicine, so Liu Yan had to come to this shabby clinic for treatment. What kind of person is Liu Yan? How could he come to such a place? As Wei Xian thought about it, he felt like crying. "David, go check and see how much longer it will take to prepare," Liu Yan, unaware of Wei Xian's terrible mood, reminded him. Wei Xian nodded quietly in agreement. After a moment, Liu Yan finally reacted and asked Uncle Long, "Is David crying?" Uncle Long nodded firmly, yes. Liu Yan found it a bit funny. Honestly, he was much more adapted to the mainland environment than Wei Xian thought. It seemed Wei Xian had only been in Hong Kong for less than 20 years, yet he already felt uncomfortable with the backwardness and inconvenience of the mainland. But for him, he only felt a sense of familiarity. It was as if he had been here many years ago. No, to be precise, he had once lived here. But according to his parents, he was taken back to Hong Kong right after he was born, so how could he have this feeling? Liu Yan lowered his eyes slightly, lost in thought. Even when he relaxed his expression, his brows and eyes still looked stern and distant, giving off a noble, aloof vibe. Suddenly, a loud voice broke the quiet of the night and shattered the barrier around Liu Yan. "Doctor, please check on my sister. She seems to have a fever." The voice was frantic and worried, coming from a simple, honest-looking farmer. His urgency and concern were genuine, making him seem like a brother worried about his sister. The only strange thing was that this man looked plain and ordinary, but the thin figure on his back, even just a glimpse of her face, looked delicate and beautiful, like a porcelain doll. People are often drawn to beautiful things, and Liu Yan's gaze was involuntarily pulled and held. He didn't even realize he had been staring at her for a long time. Until Wei Xian asked about the situation, he didn't look away. Wei Xian's mood was much better than before. He whispered to Liu Yan, "Liu Sheng, I just confirmed that the medicine used here is the same as what you usually use in Hong Kong." Liu Yan responded absent-mindedly with a hum, seeming not to care much about the matter. Wei Xian was surprised and looked in the direction of his gaze. Just then, the other person's face was more visible. Wei Xian was immediately stunned. He blurted out, "She's so pretty." Suddenly, he felt someone giving him a disapproving look. Turning around, he saw it was Liu Yan himself. Liu Yan coldly warned, "She looks very young." The implied meaning was, "Don't think about her casually." Wei Xian wanted to protest, saying he didn't mean it that way. But then he thought carefully. He was only in his 20s himself. Though he thought about it, Wei Xian didn't dare say such things aloud. He waited for the nurse to come and give Liu Yan info. Li Yan's gaze shifted back to a nearby spot. The man's cry for help quickly caught the attention of the clinic doctor. The doctor instructed the man to put the girl down, right next to Li Yan's bed. The bathroom was simple and lacked curtains to hide privacy. So Li Yan could look at that face more freely, very beautiful from bone structure to skin, from inside to outside. But in Li Yan's eyes, more than beauty, it was adorable. So adorable that he wanted to show her all the treasures in the world to make her happy. Even if she frowned, he would think the world was about to end because of how cute she was.
Li Yan unconsciously stared intently.
Even Wei Xian felt it was not appropriate and cleared his throat. "Li Sheng, the nurse is coming." Li Yan skillfully showed his hand back, without turning around. His action finally caught the attention of the man next to him. The other man looked annoyed and glared. "What are you looking at?" Long Shu quickly stood up and blocked between them. Usually Long Shu spoke little and was low profile, but as a bodyguard, he was definitely qualified. The man across seemed reluctant to cause trouble and awkwardly looked away. Li Yan also realized his behavior was inappropriate and withdrew his gaze, cooperating with the nurse to give an injection. At this moment, the doctor briefly examined the bed. "It's probably a fever caused by fatigue." "Has she always been weak?" The man was slow to respond at first, then nodded. "Huh?
Ah.
Yes. Li Yan didn't look in that direction anymore but frowned deeply. Is that man her brother? Why is he so irresponsible? He can't even tell if the child is healthy or not. How did this parent become one? If it were him. No, that's not right. What was he thinking? He and the girl next door had never met, so why did he suddenly have such strange thoughts? It seemed he was really unwell. Even his mind was not right. Li Yan forced himself to shift his attention away. Her matters had nothing to do with him. The doctor nearby said, "That all right, I'll take her temperature first." He took a mercury thermometer from his pocket, ready to place it under the girl's armpit.
"Wait."
Li Yan, who had been paying attention with his peripheral vision, angrily shouted, "Men and women are different. As a male doctor, how can you do it directly? Can't you ask a female nurse instead?" His sudden movement to stop accidentally pulled out the foreneedle, and blood immediately started to seep out. Wei Xian was so shocked that he shouted loudly and quickly called the nurse to come and help. Liu Yan, however, was completely indifferent and only stared at the neighboring hospital bed. The doctor felt a bit awkward. We usually don't have such strict rules. But he wisely stepped back and called a female nurse to help measure the patient's temperature. The nurse stood between the two beds, unsure which side to attend to first. Liu Yan calmly pressed on the back of the bleeding hand. Treat her first. The nurse sighed and followed his instruction. After a while, the new needle was inserted, and the 4 was set up. The girl in the neighboring bed also had her temperature taken. It was 39 degrees Celsius. The doctor prepared to give her an 4. But the man who seemed like her older brother said, "No need. Just give us 2 pills. My sister will get better after taking them. For treatments are much more expensive than pills." So, the doctor often heard such requests and nodded. "All right then. Please keep a close watch on her at home." "Absolutely not." Liu Yan spoke up again. This time, his interruption surprised everyone, but they didn't seem to find it strange. He angrily shouted, "What if the fever doesn't go down after taking the medicine? Long-term high fever can cause dehydration, seizures, and in serious cases, pneumonia, which can damage the nervous system and functions." The man and the doctor were both stunned, unsure where this meddlesome person had appeared from. The man's face darkened with anger. "None of your business. She's my sister, not yours." Liu Yan refused to back down. "I can't stand seeing you treat her like this. I'll pay for her treatment if needed." The man disagreed. "Are you looking down on us rural folks? I don't need your money. I have my own." Liu Yan sneered. "If you have money, why not give her 4 treatment? Isn't it just because it's expensive?" The man was suddenly speechless. He looked at Liu Yan, then at the unremarkable-looking Uncle Long beside him. Fine. I've met a crazy person. If you have money, go ahead and pay." Liu Yan immediately told the doctor, "Use the best medicine for her, no matter the cost. Absolutely no leaving any aftereffects." The doctor glanced at the man nearby and nodded. The man, annoyed, found an excuse to leave. As he stepped out of the clinic, his anger instantly disappeared. Hiding in the shadows behind the wall, Lu Hao, who was watching out, slipped out and looked behind him. "What's going on? Where's Tang Xi?" The man, also known as Brother Dao, looked annoyed and wiped his face, then explained what had just happened. If I weren't worried about attracting attention, I wouldn't care about this crazy person having a fit." Brother Dao angrily scolded, feeling somewhat regretful about bringing Tang Xi into this clinic. "Maybe I should have just stopped the car to buy some aspirin. Why did I let this madness take over and bring Tang Xi along? Now our plans are delayed, and those tracking us don't know what's happening." Lu Hao was panicked. "What do we do? We can't wait until tomorrow. We need to leave for the sea quickly." Brother Dao glared at him fiercely. "Do I need you to tell me? Don't worry. When it's midnight and the crazy person on the next bed falls asleep, I'll take her away immediately." Lu Hao, afraid of Brother Dao, dared not argue further and could only nod randomly. Inside the clinic, the doctor and nurses had temporarily left. Nearby, only Liu Yan, Wei Xian, Uncle Long, and estranged the next bed were present. Wei Xian was surprised by Liu Yan's strange behavior, but dared not question him. Maybe seeing a girl of the same age reminded him of his daughter, Miss Jai, he thought. Suddenly, Uncle Long spoke coldly. "That person just now was a bit strange." Liu Yan quickly looked up. "You think so too?" Uncle Long nodded, judging sharply. "From the way he walks, he's very steady, a trained fighter and not weak." Liu Yan pursed his lips tightly, lost in thought. At that moment, the next bed slowly opened her eyes with some difficulty. Her confused gaze looked around and finally fixed on Liu Yan. Her pupils trembled slightly. Then, as if feeling wronged or missing someone, she couldn't help but call out, "Dad." Liu Yan almost couldn't help but respond. Just as his voice was about to break free, he stopped himself. His expression was hazy, almost unable to believe what he was doing. Since he could remember, he had never been so attentive to his children. So why did he suddenly feel close to this stranger girl he met on the mainland? His delayed alertness made Liu Yan focus, even reviewing the encounter with the brother and sister from the beginning, the older brother, who was quite capable but disguised himself as an ordinary farmer. The younger sister, whose features seemed strangely familiar, as if touching a soft spot he didn't even understand himself. Such a pair of siblings, if it was just coincidence, would be too lucky. Could it be that the people from Hong Kong, knowing he traveled lightly to the mainland, deliberately set a trap? Liu Yan felt like he had been hit with a bucket of ice water, and he suddenly became very calm. To have reached this point today, he is certainly not an animal driven by emotions. Liu Yan pursed his lips tightly, his eyes showing a subtle expression. To those who know him well, this is a typical sign of being in a bad mood. Next to him, Wei Xian and Uncle Long both noticed and dared not speak easily. Liu Yan carefully observed the neighboring bed, trying to see what she would do next. However, the Ly cried out like a nightmare, with a sob in her voice. Then she fell back into unconsciousness, turning her head away. Liu Yan was a bit surprised as he looked at her dark, round back of the head. There was no next move. Could it be a trap to catch her off guard? But Liu Yan waited for half an hour, until the girl was injected with medicine, given fluids, and with the nurse's help, she reluctantly took her medicine. Her furrowed brow gradually relaxed, but she never woke up again, nor called Dad. Liu Yan felt a strange sense of disappointment in his heart. He sensed something was wrong, so he simply closed his eyes to rest. Maybe because of the medicine, he quickly fell asleep. Liu Yan had been like this before. His long-term insomnia made him need this to sleep well. But today he felt uneasy inside. It was as if he was worried about something, or like a premonition in his mind. He didn't know how much time had passed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, his heartbeat racing, blood rushing through his body. Where is she? Why is she gone? Liu Yan stared fiercely at the empty bed next door, shouting angrily. Zhixian, leaning against the wall and dozing off, suddenly jumped up. What's wrong? Did something happen? After realizing what was going on, he scratched his head and said, I don't know either. I was just sleeping. Actually, he was not just sleeping but also not paying attention to anyone besides Liu Yan. That's normal. As Liu Yan's secretary, Wei Xian's job was to watch over Liu Yan and his related matters. For the unfamiliar, the neighboring bed, even if Liu Yan showed extraordinary concern at one point, Wei Xian thought it was just because Liu Yan was kind-hearted. After all, he was willing to support children from poor families to go to college, and when he saw a pitiful sister ignored by her brother and suffering, he helped.
There was nothing strange about that.
Wei Xian couldn't understand why Liu Yan was so angry. He quickly lowered his head to apologize and said he would ask the nurse. Before Wei Xian returned, Uncle Long came back. Uncle Long, where did you go? Liu Yan asked angrily. Uncle Long paused for a moment. He rarely saw Liu Yan lose his temper. I just checked the car earlier, Uncle Long replied. Then he looked at the next bed. Did they really take the person away? Liu Yan's pupils shrank. You saw him take the person away? Uncle Long nodded. I was just on the car and saw a blue truck leave. Liu Yan felt more uneasy. He recalled all the details anxiously. At this moment, Wei Xian also brought the nurse over. The nurse looked at them and was not surprised. She calmly reminded Liu Yan to remember to pay for their treatment. Liu Yan frowned. Since they suddenly left like that, don't you think it's strange? The nurse said, what's strange about it? Many people leave secretly at night because they can't pay for treatment. Looking at these siblings' clothes, they probably don't have much money at home. It's normal for them to do this. They might be afraid you're just talking but won't actually pay. The nurse wasn't worried because she knew Wei Xian and the siblings came from Hong Kong and were generous with money, so she wasn't concerned they would skip out on the bill. But her words suddenly made Liu Yan realize something. Yes, a poor-looking brother and sister. How could they afford a truck? In mainland China, driving a truck is a pretty good job. Liu Yan quickly made a judgment. They must have a problem with their identity. Wei Xian and Uncle Long looked at each other. Lu Sheng, should we call the police? Normally, when encountering someone with an unusual background, the best thing to do is to call the police. Liu Yan had no relation to them and didn't need to get involved. Even just calling the police would be a kind act.
But
Liu Yan didn't want to do that. His heart was pounding wildly, as if urging him to make the right choice. Suddenly, the nurse beside them exclaimed, no wonder. I was wondering why that girl's wrist had marks from being tied. That man earlier might be a human trafficker.
What?
Liu Yan felt his heart tighten suddenly, almost unable to breathe. Tide marks? Human trafficker? It turned out it wasn't a trap for him, but the girl was in danger. How much suffering had she endured to get a fever halfway through? Just thinking about it made Liu Yan feel uncomfortable. The nurse, a kind-hearted woman, nodded vigorously. Yes, I saw it clearly when I was giving her 4. I paid extra attention, and then her brother looked at me fiercely, his face looking really scary. Hey, comrade, what are you doing? Liu Yan pulled off the blanket and quickly ordered Wei Xian to stay and pay the bill. Wei Xian was surprised. Mr. Liu, what are you planning to do? Liu Yan didn't have time to explain. He called Uncle Long. Follow the direction you remember. Hurry up. Uncle Long didn't understand why Liu Yan was so eager. He had known Liu Yan for many years and was used to his cold attitude. But now, this behavior was very unusual. Still, Uncle Long knew he had to obey without question. Okay. He helped Liu Yan when he got out of bed. Then, he decisively went to the car to start it. Liu Yan followed closely behind. Wei Xian was shocked. Mr. Liu, are you really going to chase after them? Wait for me. He also tried to run outside. The nurse quickly grabbed Wei Xian. No, comrade, you need to pay first. Wei Xian wanted to explain, but he thought it was better to pay quickly. He took a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it to the nurse. Consider the rest a tip. He took a few steps but was stopped by the nurse grabbing his collar. No, we are in China, not a capitalist country. No tipping here. The nurse firmly refused Wei Xian's money and insisted on giving him a bill and refund. Wei Xian sighed in frustration but had to cooperate. The nurse was very efficient, finishing the whole process in just a few minutes. But even in that short time, when Wei Xian ran outside, he saw that the car was gone. It's over. I've been left behind by Mr. Liu. Wei Xian was heartbroken. He couldn't imagine how he would explain this trip to his parents in Hong Kong. If he told them what happened today, he might get scolded to death. Just as he was feeling hopeless, the nurse came out and said, "Your friends have left? Then why are you still standing here? Hurry and call the police." Wei Xian was reminded by her words. He quickly thanked the nurse and asked for the nearest police station. He ran off quickly. That night, Wei Xian was destined to be very embarrassed. But for Liu Yan, it was a matter of life and death. He sat in the passenger seat, his seatbelt tightly fastened, holding the armrest with one hand and urging, "Hurry up, faster."
Yes.
Uncle Long replied calmly, but pressed the accelerator very hard. Don't be fooled by Uncle Long's unremarkable appearance. He was once a top mercenary from a war-torn area, with experience driving through gunfire and chaos, achieving impressive results. Now, he is showing the same fierce attitude he had on the battlefield, pressing the accelerator almost to the point of sparks, gripping the steering wheel tightly, ready to control the situation ahead in the darkness. Finally, in the thick darkness, they saw a small deep blue. They found it. Liu Yan held his breath, his eyes shining with excitement. Brother Dao roughly moved Tang Xi onto the car, accidentally hitting her forehead on the door frame. Tang Xi immediately woke up. She felt a dull ache in her head and quickly pinched her palm tightly, trying to stay alert. The effect seemed good. At least she no longer felt the weakness that made her arms feel heavy earlier.
No, wait.
It seemed her physical condition had improved in a short time. Tang Xi quickly noticed the needle marks on the back of her hand, evidence of N4. From Brother Dao's perspective, being able to find her 2 pills of a Nuagine, a painkiller, was already considered a great kindness. Would he be so kind as to leave her at the clinic to get 4 treatment and delay his time? Tang Xi didn't believe it. She felt something unknown had happened during this process.
Bang!
Her body was pushed into the gap between the seat and the car's front. Are you awake? Brother Dao looked at her coldly, seeming in a bad mood. Once you're awake, stay still. If you get sick again, I won't care about your life or death. He warned her very sternly. Only after Tang Xi nodded did he turn around and walk to the driver's seat. Liu Hao quickly climbed into the car. What happened? Tang Xi asked him. Liu Hao clicked his tongue twice, You're quite capable. Even when sick and unconscious, you can still find someone to help you.
Lu Hao.
Are you trying to die? Brother Dao snapped angrily. Lu Hao hurriedly shut his mouth and sat quietly. Hearing all this, Tang Xi was even more hesitant to ask questions and instead guessed what had just happened. Could it be that she met someone at the clinic who felt sorry for her because she was sick and helped her? But would Brother Dao be the kind of person who listens to others' advice? If he didn't want to attract attention, he might just endure it. No matter what the real situation was, Tang Xi felt quite grateful for this chance encounter. And she inexplicably remembered the dream she had just had, half asleep and half awake, about her father, Xia Zhang. Although her childhood memories had become blurry, even her father's face was faint. In this dream, Tang Xi clearly remembers seeing her father's face. He was still tall and handsome, caring about her illness, and getting nervous over her small colds. When she was young and naive, she asked her father, "If I get sick, will I die?" Her father, who seemed all-powerful in her eyes, looked frightened and teary, saying, "Cece, don't say such things. Daddy is scared." "Ta-da, it's just a dream." Suddenly, the car jolted, pulling Tang Xi out of her thoughts. She glanced at Brother Dao, noticing his angry expression and impatience. She understood that Brother Dao wanted to reach the port quickly, but they had been delayed at the clinic. Now, his mood was probably very bad. So, she quietly took a deep breath, trying not to cause trouble or draw attention, and lowered her presence. The blue van drove on a dark road with poor conditions, bouncing heavily. Tang Xi felt she was about to from the jostling but forced herself to endure, her face pale, as she leaned against the seat. And 4-drip could help her feel better temporarily, but it wouldn't make her fully healthy again. Unfortunately, besides enduring, she had no other options. She wondered when they might catch up. As she was lost in thought, suddenly a bright light flashed behind her.
Beep, beep.
Someone was honking loudly. Lu Hao immediately turned to look and shouted anxiously, "Brother Dao. The cars of those people, just now. They're catching up." Brother Dao had already seen it in the rearview mirror and, at this moment, paid no attention to Lu Hao, stepping on the gas pedal hard. Lu Hao was still shouting, "Are they crazy? We don't even know them. Why are they suddenly chasing us?
Could it be
They found out about our problem?" Listening carefully, Tang Xi was suddenly filled with hope. Someone had noticed their problem and was chasing after them? "Shut up if you don't want to die." Brother Dao yelled at Lu Hao, then turned to ask Tang Xi, "What? Do you feel proud that someone is coming to save you?" Tang Xi kept her head down, trying to stay quiet. But Brother Dao, angry, reached under the steering wheel and pulled out a small watermelon knife, pressing it against her neck. He sneered maliciously, "Don't worry. Before I get caught, I'll take you away first." Tang Xi clenched her jaw tightly. "Calm down," she said nervously, glancing at Brother Dao. Brother Dao looked a bit dazed. "You."
Bang.
A loud crash sounded, shaking the truck violently. Tang Xi, who had been watching the blade closely, quickly turned to the side to avoid it. The blade narrowly brushed past her skin. "You!" Brother Dao's breath caught, and he hurriedly pulled back the watermelon knife. Deep down, he didn't want Tang Xi to die. But he didn't have time to check her condition now. After putting the knife away, he quickly grabbed the steering wheel with both hands, trying to control the vehicle.
Bang.
Another loud crash. A luxurious-looking car from Huqing suddenly rammed into them again. Grinding his teeth, Brother Dao finally cursed, "Who's the crazy person? Using such an expensive car to hit my broken truck." His truck was bought secondhand. It wasn't cheap, but compared to the luxury SH760 from Huqing, it was nothing. Yet, the other person insisted on using such an expensive car to hit his truck. Only someone crazy or very foolish would do that. He stepped on the gas hard, trying to keep a safe distance from the car. But the other driver was skilled and kept close, never giving up the gap. Then, there was a third reckless collision.
Clang.
Caught off guard, Brother Dao lost control of the steering wheel. He watched helplessly as the truck tilted and headed toward the bushes on the side of the road. The world spun around him. Brother Dao usually didn't wear a seatbelt, so he was thrown out by the inertia and slammed hard against the windshield, quickly losing consciousness. Lu Hao was a bit better, but not much. During the violent shaking, he was thrown out of the window like a rag doll and hung in a small bush, covered in scratches. Compared to them, Tang Xi was least injured. She sensed something might go wrong and kept her eyes alert to her surroundings. When the truck lost control, her pupils shrank. Her mind was racing, with countless math and physics formulas flashing through her head. She quickly aimed for the safest spot, biting her lip and moving carefully. Then, she lowered her body, curling into a ball to minimize the impact. She also held tightly onto the seat with her hands to keep her balance and avoid being thrown out. She moved very quickly, but her body couldn't keep up with her fast thinking. As the truck overturned violently, she felt her arms and thighs being hit hard several times. However, she didn't feel any pain. Her mind was completely overwhelmed by dizziness. In just a few seconds, her senses stretched out endlessly. Finally, she landed steadily. Tang Xi let out a loud. Her stomach was empty, so she mostly vomited acid water. Her face was as pale as paper, standing out sharply in the dark night. At that moment, she heard approaching voices. "You're being too reckless. What if she gets hurt? I have experience." Experience doesn't matter in emergencies. Move faster.
Okay.
The man's anxious voice grew closer. Tang Xi froze. She looked up in the dim, tilted carriage. Just in time, she made eye contact with the man climbing above her. A cold beam of moonlight shone down. Her eyes widened slightly. The outline before her slowly overlapped with her memories.
Dad.
Her eyes quickly filled with tears, almost unable to believe what she saw. She actually saw Dad, Xiaozhang. Dad was alive. He was alive.
Dad.
She called out with a crying tone. Like a child pretending to be strong, she finally found a pillar she could rely on. This emotional dependence required no conditions, no preparation time. Even Wen Jiuyuan couldn't give her such a strong sense of security. Only Dad, Xiaozhang, could do that. Not far away, Liu Yan was stunned. He looked at the girl, tears streaking her face and looking pitiful, and his heart felt squeezed tight by a large hand. He felt uncomfortable, inexplicably distressed. But he knew clearly that the girl in front of him was not his daughter. Maybe she was still sick and confused about the situation. So, Liu Yan didn't rush to explain. Instead, he reached out his hand toward Tang Xi below. Come to me. He almost accidentally called himself Dad. Fortunately, he hadn't lost his mind completely and stopped himself just in time. Behind him, Uncle Long said, "Lu Sheng, let me do it." Liu Yan pretended not to hear, and his right hand remained steady, without trembling. Tang Xi struggled a bit to lift her hands and grab the hand Liu Yan extended.
She was too thin.
Liu Yan barely used any effort to pull her up. Soon, Liu Yan moved her to a flat patch of grass. Just as he was about to let go and ask how she felt, Dad, Tang Xi suddenly grabbed Liu Yan's wrist from behind. Fearing that this moment was just a dream and would disappear without a trace in an instant, she eagerly asked, "Dad, why are you here? Why did you come to save me? Do you know I was in danger? Have you been living well somewhere else all these years? Why didn't you come back to find me and Mom? Why has there been no news all these years?"
Why?
She had many questions in her heart. It was like Tang she once imagined, the scene of reuniting with her still-living father. At that time, she thought she must have countless questions to ask. But now, at this moment, her mind was filled with only one thought. That's great. Dad is alive. That's wonderful. Everything else no longer mattered. She only cared that he was alive.
But
just as Tang Xi's body was trembling with excitement, Liu Yan was unexpectedly silent and still. He took a long time to gather his thoughts before saying, "Your dad. Do we look alike?" Suddenly, like a bucket of cold water poured over her. Tang, she couldn't help but shiver. Even her smile was about to fade. "Dad, what are you talking about?
Don't you
recognize me?" Liu Yan felt his words were cruel. But he believed that deceiving the girl in front of him would be even more cruel. Sorry, my name is Liu Yan. I am from Hong Kong. This is my first time in mainland China. Tang Xi's mind buzzed, and it seemed like many colorful lights flashed before her eyes. Miss, are you okay? Liu Yan worriedly helped the staggering Tang Xi. He only felt that her face looked worse than before, as if there was not a trace of blood. Tang Xi opened her mouth repeatedly, trying to speak. You're called Liu Yan? Not Xiezhong? Liu Yan shook his head unfamiliarly. Is Xiezhong your father's name? Tang, she felt the warmth that had just surrounded her was gradually fading away. The world was so cold. There are photos of him from childhood at home. He attended church schools in Xiangjiang for elementary and middle school, then went to Y Country for high school and university. After graduating from university, he returned to Xiangjiang to work in the family business, now serving as the chairman of the Liu Group. Such a complete life story is impossible to invent. It's hard to believe that the powerful Liu family in Xiangjiang could mistake their own child. Could it really be a misunderstanding? Tang Xi was feeling a bit confused. Now Liu Yan also understood. The girl in front of him is named Tang Xi. When she was a child, her father, Xiezhong, disappeared after saving people during a flood. Everyone thought her father was dead, but she held on to a faint hope. It wasn't until she met Liu Yan, who looked similar to her father, that she mistakenly thought he was her father. Liu Yan couldn't clearly describe his feelings at this moment. He felt a bit uncomfortable and a little sad. He couldn't help but wonder how hard it must be for Tang Xi after losing her father. When she saw other families with both parents, did she feel inferior or think she was not as good? This feeling of pity was strange. He never felt this way about his own family, Jia Hui and Jia Yi. Liu Yan remembered hearing before that fate between people is a wonderful thing. Some people naturally like each other easily. Maybe he and Tang Xi are like that. Actually, Liu Yan wanted to say that if Tang Xi didn't mind, she could call him uncle and treat him like a father. But before he could speak, Tang Xi interrupted. I'm sorry, Mr. Liu. I mistook someone, and I caused you trouble.
I'm really sorry.
Liu Yan's words caught in his throat. Tang Xi noticed his strange look. Shouldn't I call you Mr. Liu? I heard that's how people in Xiangjiang usually address you. Liu Yan shook his head and didn't speak. The atmosphere grew tense and awkward. Just then, Uncle Long returned. He had just pulled out Brother Dao from the car and placed him on the grass beside Liu Hao and Liu Hao. Both were unconscious, covered in blood, unsure if they were alive or dead. Uncle Long clapped his hands and looked at Liu Yan with his eyes, asking what to do next. Liu Yan finally remembered. Almost forgot to ask, Tang Xi, is that how you all call them? What is your relationship with them?
Can you tell me?
Tang Xi's mind was pulled back to the present. She looked at the two men with a complicated expression. I was kidnapped by them. She didn't say anything unnecessary after that. This involves a spy case and some confidential information. The person in front of them, Liu Yan and his driver, are from Hong Kong, so Tang Xi can't reveal too much. Liu Yan also senses something is off from her brief words. He doesn't press further but asks carefully, do you need help calling the police? He reaches into his pocket and pulls out a mobile phone. Tang Xi is a bit surprised. Although she guessed the Liu family was not ordinary, she didn't expect them to be so extraordinary. It's a portable mobile phone made by Motorola, model Dyna TAC 8000X. This was the world's first commercial mobile phone, a groundbreaking product, costing $3,995. And that was before inflation, so in 40 years, it might be worth around $100,000. Most importantly, this phone hadn't officially gone on sale yet. Liu Yan didn't notice Tang Xi's subtle expression at first and explained, it's a mobile phone, just like the phones you usually use. He caught her surprised and complicated look out of the corner of his eye and quickly realized, do you know about this? Tang Xi denied it firmly, no. Of course, Liu Yan didn't believe her. But he didn't say anything and just told her that the signal was weak and they might need to find a place with better reception. Unfortunately, after the series of collisions earlier, their car was broken and Uncle Long confirmed that the truck was also unusable. So they might need to walk a bit first. Can you manage? Liu Yan looked at Tang Xi worriedly, hesitating whether to offer to carry her. It's not because he's proud or reluctant to squat down, but because he knows that mainland customs are less open than Hong Kong, with clearer boundaries between men and women. He and Tang Xi aren't father and daughter, so if he suddenly offered to carry her, she might find it too abrupt. Unexpectedly, Tang Xi was much tougher than he thought. It seemed that after recognizing Liu Yan's identity, she quickly shed her earlier dependence and weakness. Her face wore a polite expression, but there was less closeness and more distance. "Thank you, I'm fine," she said firmly. Then she politely refused Liu Yan's help and stood up on her own. Liu Yan watched her nervously the whole time, like a father watching his child take their first steps, full of worry. Only Tang Xi looked indifferent, even ignoring her pain from the injury. She even asked, "Which way should we go?" Liu Yan felt a deep sense of disappointment. After a moment, he finally realized, "Oh, we can. There's a car coming." Uncle Long suddenly spoke. Liu Yan noticed the nervousness in his voice and asked with a frown, "What's going on?" He turned his head to look at the main road behind them but saw no sign of car lights. Uncle Long took a defensive stance. He deliberately turned off the headlights. "I think the person coming isn't friendly. Who would turn off their lights to drive on such a dark night?" The sense of danger developed from life-and-death situations made Uncle Long's alarm sound. He just didn't understand why this was happening. Liu Yan guessed. Could it be a bandit? Like Hong Kong, the mainland also has some safety issues. Liu Yan had encountered bandits in Hong Kong before, otherwise he wouldn't carry a large team of hired bodyguards everywhere. He thought today's situation was probably the same. But Tang Xi suddenly became nervous. "No, they are coming for me." Tang Xi remembered hearing, in a half-conscious state earlier, that Brother Dao and a mysterious person had arranged to meet at a certain time and place. And the direction Uncle Long pointed to was exactly from their agreed meeting spot. Now the time had come, but those people hadn't arrived yet. Most likely, they were searching along the way. "Quick, let's get out of here," Tang Xi immediately urged. Liu Yan and Uncle Long exchanged a quick look and decisively followed her. When Brother Dao was dragged out of the car with great force, he was actually conscious. He knew the crazy person they met earlier at the clinic was catching up. He vaguely heard the other person asking if Tang Xi needed to call the police, and the tone didn't seem familiar. If they didn't know each other, why interfere? Brother Dao even had thoughts of killing them, but he was too weak to do anything. He tried to open his eyes to hear more, but dizziness hit him repeatedly, and his chest felt tight. After struggling for a long time, he finally managed to sit up, then immediately vomited. So disgusting. A cold, familiar voice entered his ears. Brother Dao opened his eyes in fear. Eagle Falcon. Eagle Falcon is not a name but a code name. Usually, such a code symbolizes cruelty and ruthlessness. The person contacting Brother Dao, without a doubt, perfectly fit these descriptions. Even though Brother Dao and his brother had been living on the edge for years, constantly risking their lives, they still feared the contact person known as Eagle Falcon. Every time they saw him, they felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Brother Dao quickly got up, ignoring his own discomfort. "Why are you here?" Standing nearby was a middle-aged man, of average build, plain-looking, slightly overweight. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, appeared refined and gentle, always smiling, like a kind teacher. Such a person might appear on busy streets or in a scholarly campus, but it's hard to associate him with secret agent roles or similar identities. "Little Dao, how is your mission going?" Eagle Falcon smiled kindly, calm, and unhurried. Brother Dao was trembling all over, wishing he could kneel down immediately. "I'm sorry."
Bang.
A bullet shot just 1 centimeter from Brother Dao's toes. Because the gun was silenced, the sound was muffled and dull, but it felt like a heavy to his heart. Brother Dao knelt down with a thud, too scared to speak. Eagle Falcon's smile remained unchanged. "I dislike it when people say sorry to me, because that means they didn't do well. Little Dao, if you hadn't personally contacted that woman, I wouldn't have spared your life, understand?" Brother Dao nodded hurriedly, not daring to lift his head. Suddenly, Lu Hao, lying motionless nearby, let out a muffled groan. Brother Dao was startled, about to turn his head.
Bang!
A bullet whizzed past his hair and hit Lu Hao in the chest. Lu Hao didn't even have time to wake up before he was taken away by the bullet. A strong smell of blood filled the air, and Brother Dao trembled with fear. Eagle Falcon then slowly cleaned his gun. That useless person has no more value, so why keep him alive? Brother Dao was silent for a moment before replying. He said he still knows some secrets. Eagle Falcon chuckled softly. Do you really believe that? A small intern researcher knowing secrets? Seeing he's badly wounded, I'm just showing kindness by ending his pain early. Isn't that good? Brother Dao remembered his promise to Lu Hao that as long as he helped catch Tang Xi, he would be allowed to stay alive. He wasn't someone who broke promises, but many things were beyond his control. Okay, he said with difficulty. Eagle Falcon stepped forward and patted his shoulder. Can you walk? Yes, Brother Dao replied decisively. In truth, he was in a lot of pain. But he suspected that if he dared to shake his head, Eagle Falcon would also shoot him. He would then be told he didn't need to walk anymore. That was all Eagle Falcon could do. Sure enough, he smiled with satisfaction. Let's go, little knife. Bring our guests back. This mission must not fail, understand? The higher-up said that woman is involved in a very secret military project, with confidentiality even stricter than we thought. Such a talented genius. We can't let her grow up in China. If we can't catch her, then kill her. Brother Knife nodded repeatedly. Tang Xi's steps slowed slightly. She instinctively looked back, as if smelling the scent of blood carried by the wind. Liu Yan, walking beside her, misunderstood her action. Can't walk anymore? Come on, get on my back. Tang Xi was already sick, and her body was weak, so her stamina wasn't good. Her calves were starting to feel tired and sore, but she held on with strong willpower. She thought she could keep going a little longer and wanted to shake her head to refuse. Delaying further will only slow us down, Liu Yan said seriously. Tang Xi had to admit that what he said made sense. She didn't know what was wrong with her. Ever since she found out Liu Yan wasn't her father, she felt uncomfortable inside. It was not just disappointment, but also something else. This made her want to distance herself from Liu Yan even more. But he was right. Now is not the time to delay. Then I'll trouble you, she said reluctantly, climbing onto Liu Yan's back. Liu Yan was worried she might be anxious, so he explained, Don't worry, I exercise every day and never slack off, so I definitely won't drop you.
Don't worry.
Dad won't drop you. A blurry, familiar voice echoed in her ears. Tang Xi pressed her lips and softly nodded. Liu Yan carried her and started walking steadily. Uncle Long led the way at the front, responsible for scouting and clearing the path. Uncle Long looked ordinary, but as a super mercenary, he had rich jungle combat experience and strong anti-surveillance skills. Several times during their journey, they almost got caught from behind, but thanks to Uncle Long's sharp senses, they avoided danger. This chase and counter-chase lasted all night. Until dawn, the danger gradually eased. Uncle Long decisively said, We need to leave these mountains quickly. They were few in number. If they stayed too long in this forest, they wouldn't be able to keep up with the enemy. So Uncle Long thought it would be better to head to a populated area, which would be more intimidating than an empty mountain forest. With fewer people, their movements would be more flexible, turning that into an advantage. Liu Yan nodded. Follow your judgment. This sentence almost hands over life itself to the other person. Uncle Long understood the weight of his words and nodded seriously. Tang Xi also spoke at the right moment. I believe in you. Although she didn't know why Liu Yan wanted to help her if it weren't for them, she might have been caught by those people long ago, losing her life. So, she trusted them completely, without any doubt. Liu Yan was touched. He seemed to make a promise or a prayer. We will be fine. Birds spread their wings. They crossed many mountains. They crossed grand rivers and reached the border. In the past 2 days, Wen Jiuyuan kept feeling uneasy. And this feeling grew stronger, almost to the point of losing sleep at night. But Wen Jiuyuan didn't delay his important tasks because of this. On the contrary, the urgency made his adrenaline rush wildly. He showed intense focus and careful planning. In the end, He finished the task even faster and better than expected. When everyone finally relaxed and prepared to pack up and move on, Wen Jiuyuan stood inside the military tent, thinking about calling the nearest place to check on Tang Xi's situation. Suddenly, Private Wu hurried in, looking anxious and hesitant to speak. Wen Jiuyuan's heart sank suddenly. Did something happen to her? The military tent, which had been filled with joy moments before, was instantly swept by the cold wind of Siberia. Everyone fell silent, completely quiet. Wu knew very well how close Wen Jiuyuan and Tang Xi were. He clenched his teeth and nodded. Yes, there's a problem with Comrade Tang. The leaders in the capital have asked you to return immediately by military plane. Wen Jiuyuan stood still, like a towering mountain or a shadow in a deep abyss. Understood. His voice was barely audible, with a slight hoarseness. Then, he decisively strode out of the tent, leaving without looking back. After his figure disappeared, the tent erupted in chaos. Everyone shared the worry. There must be a serious problem. Otherwise, the leaders in the capital wouldn't call right after the mission ended. Hey, I heard that Commander Wen and his wife just got married not long ago, and they seem very happy. Really? I heard they were childhood sweethearts, and their relationship is just SOSO? Look at Commander Wen just now. He seemed pretty calm, like he didn't react much. After all, she's his wife. Maybe his attitude is a little, haha, calm. You have had limited contact with Commander Wen, right? He is usually very cautious and meticulous, leaving no details overlooked. But look at this, he left without taking anything. This is the most panicked I have ever seen him. Everyone suddenly fell silent. After all, no one wants unexpected problems to happen around them. Until they returned to their base, everyone kept talking about the incident, thinking that once the mission was over, they probably wouldn't see Commander Wen again. But just a few hours later, they received an order to stop their leave and immediately start a new secret mission. The mission was about an important military expert was kidnapped by enemy spies. There are 2 suspected locations. One of them is near their border. They were ordered to act quietly and protect the expert at all costs. Wait, the expert's name is Tang Xi. Isn't she Commander Wen's partner? Wen Jiuyuan hurried back to the capital as fast as he could. In the rescue command room, he saw many familiar faces. His old leader was there along with his father, Wen Jiuyuan. But Wen Jiuyuan didn't have time to greet Wen Jiuyuan. He went straight to the front and asked the top leader, "How is the situation now?" He looked serious, with dark eyes showing a mix of emotions. Hard to tell if he was calm or worried. But the top leader knew he usually kept his feelings hidden, so he didn't mind his reaction. The leader sighed. "Sorry, Jiuyuan. Our work wasn't thorough enough, and we let Comrade Tang Xi get kidnapped." "This is..." "Sorry, I don't want to hear that," Wen Jiuyuan interrupted loudly, cutting off the leader in a somewhat rude way. Even Wen Jiuyuan, who looked a bit upset, looked over at him. The leader quickly shook his head at Wen Jiuyuan, signaling everything was fine. Then he saw clearly. Wen Jiuyuan's eyes were already bloodshot. Deep in his black eyes, a raging storm seemed almost crazy. "Jiuyuan, where is she?" Wen Jiuyuan's words came out sharply, like a volcano about to erupt. Until now, everyone finally realized how intense and terrifying his suppressed emotions were. The leader paused for a moment. "We've identified 2 possible locations." He explained their current progress. After Tang Xi went missing, the military coordinated with the police, immediately sealing all roads into the city. Soon after, they tracked several groups of people. Fortunately, this time, they invested enough manpower and quickly gathered these people, tracking all the way up. However, neither side had Tang Xi. She seemed to have vanished into thin air. Of course, a living person couldn't just disappear like that. In the end, an experienced detective identified 2 suspicious points, pointing to 2 directions. One was southwest, where Wen Jiuyuan had just returned from, and the other was toward the southern coastal area. Everyone now believed the southwest was more likely because that area was sparsely populated and chaotic, making it easier for enemies to escape. "It's not the southwest. It's the coast," Wen Jiuyuan quickly judged. "Our recent operation just cut off an important enemy line. Out of caution, they probably wouldn't risk getting involved in such trouble. The southern coast is more likely. This was first-hand information from Wen Jiuyuan, and even the capital hadn't received it yet. The senior leader was pleased. Then we should send more people to the coast immediately. Wen Jiuyuan immediately requested, I want to go find her myself. The senior leader hesitated. Jiuyuan, you should know that such missions usually avoid involving family members. It's better to stay out of it to prevent mistakes caused by worry. Wen Jiuyuan looked directly into the leader's eyes. But, leader, no one's heart is more urgent than mine. The leader was deeply moved. All right. I'll make an exception for you. You will lead this mission personally. Wen Jiuyuan nodded, his lips pressed into a thin line. His profile was cold and indifferent, like a piece of emotionless ancient ice. But, knowing his son well, Wen Hutong understood that Wen Jiuyuan relied solely on willpower to stay calm. Only his trembling little finger from the moment he entered the room revealed a hint of emotion. Just as Wen Jiuyuan was about to pass by him, Wen Hutong slowly stood up. Wen Jiuyuan paused. The father and son exchanged a silent, understanding look. Wen Hutong sighed, bring Xi back safely. Wen Jiuyuan's throat moved, his voice hoarse. I will. For a moment, his eyes reddened. But he knew he couldn't lose control. Xi was still waiting for him. So, he quickly composed himself, strode toward the new battlefield. Wen Jiuyuan dared not close his eyes. He closed his eyes and thought about the day he left the capital city, how Tang Xi went to see him off. She stood at the gate of the courtyard. Behind her were flowers swaying in the wind. Petals fluttered around her, almost blending with her pink dress. She waved her arms at him, her smile like sweet honey that seemed to emit a fragrant scent, melting in the golden sunlight. In her clear, bright amber eyes, it was as if only his figure was reflected, oddly satisfying his dark and selfish thoughts. He told her to take good care of herself at home, not to forget to eat, to get up and walk around when she was bored, and not to always stay buried in her books. When she talked too much, he found her a bit annoying, so he pushed her arm to hurry her along. Finally, when he got into the car, there was no unnecessary fuss, just a simple reminder, come back safely. Because of Xiaowu's presence, he didn't dare say much more, only gazed at her for a long time, wanting to engrave her image deeply in his heart. In the past 2 days, every time he recalled this scene, Wen Jiuyuan felt his heart ache like being cut by a knife. He never expected that the person who wished for her safe return was himself. His insides felt like they were on fire, and a faint voice urged him to move faster, even quicker. Wen Jiuyuan had carried out many similar protection or rescue missions, and the tragic scenes of those he saved were vividly remembered in his mind. Thinking about these terrible scenes happening to Tang Xi, he felt as if a big hand was choking his throat, making it hard to breathe, and he wished he could take all the pain in her place. But no matter how much he begged, the cruel truth was right in front of him. There was no sign of Tang Xi's whereabouts so far. Unsettled, he closed his eyes and tormented himself with the scene of their farewell, using poison to fight poison. His heart kept repeating, no, it won't happen.
CCES lucky.
She won't be hurt at all. She's just waiting for him to save her.
Lu Hao. Lu Hao.
He had been on alert for so long. Why did a mistake happen at this critical moment? Was it his arrogance? His negligence? He thought he had cleared all of Lu Hao's contacts, but he didn't realize there was a bigger network behind it all. Now, Tang Xi was also caught in this trap, her life and death uncertain. To outsiders, Wen Jiuyuan might look very calm. But only he knew the truth. All his reason was gone at this moment, replaced by murderous intent and a desire for destruction, boiling in his blood. He wants to find Tang Xi, find those who hurt her, and then eliminate them all. Commander, we just received new information. Someone saw a blue small truck with a figure that looks like Tang's expert. Wen Jiuyuan suddenly opened his eyes wide. Where was the witness? I want to see him. His subordinate quickly provided the location. Wen Jiuyuan decisively ordered the car to go there. He was dressed in military uniform, walking quickly and confidently, with a commanding presence that stood out in the tense police station. Although they had contacted him many times before, everyone still felt pressured when they saw Wen, speaking more carefully than usual. The police officer leading Wen Jiuyuan inside was usually very confident in various situations, but when facing Wen's stern and serious face, he lost his usual joking manner, speaking more quietly and cautiously than anyone else. Of course, they all knew that Wen was the spouse of the missing Tang expert. That's the situation. We've asked many times, but this person insists he only saw a fleeting glimpse and doesn't know anything else. Wen Jiuyuan's jaw tightened. I understand. He was just about to enter the interview room. Before going in, he had already learned the witness's identity. It was said to be a second-rate local from a nearby village, a lazy troublemaker who spent his days idling, only bothering cats and dogs, acting careless and unreliable in the eyes of the locals. So, at first, when he claimed to have seen a lead, most people were skeptical, thinking he might be lying to get a reward. Their suspicion was obvious. The witness, who initially cooperated, soon became annoyed, like a slippery eel, refusing to cooperate with the investigation. Now, outside the interview room, one could hear the witness's playful voice through the door. Officer, this is what I saw. No matter how much you ask, I can't give you any other clues. And I'm the witness, right? Why am I being questioned like a criminal when I'm just trying to do the right thing?
Li San.
Be serious. This is a very important case. We need your cooperation. The police officer confronting the witness was probably annoyed and slammed the table, shouting sternly. At that moment, Wen Jiuyuan chose to push open the door and enter. The police officer who had just shouted was a bit embarrassed and lowered his voice, his attitude much better than before. You've arrived. Wen Jiuyuan did not easily comment on others' work attitude. Criminal investigation is just as stressful as being in the military, and every day they face various suspects, witnesses, and victims. Without a firm attitude, many people wouldn't cooperate. So, Wen Jiuyuan simply nodded at the other person and then silently walked to the desk. The witness, Li San, muttered softly, "Big shots really are different." Comrade Li San, Wen Jiuyuan suddenly spoke seriously. Li San, who seemed to be slumped in his chair without bones, was a bit unaccustomed to this treatment, especially because Wen Jiuyuan's identity was clearly that of a high-ranking official, which made Li San feel proud. Ahem, hello, Li San greeted with a cheerful smile. Wen Jiuyuan looked at him deeply, his eyes full of pressure. Li San's smile gradually faded, sensing that the person in front of him was even more difficult to deal with. Thank you, Wen Jiuyuan unexpectedly expressed his gratitude. Then, he bowed deeply to Li San and said sincerely, I am the partner of the missing person. My wife. She's not in good health. Her kidnapping was sudden. I'm worried she'll suffer, so I wanted to go home early. Could you please recall the scene at that time and see if you can find more clues? Li San's smile disappeared completely. He stared steadily at Wen Jiuyuan. You're quite something. Well, I'll tell you what I saw later, but you must promise not to mention that I said anything. Wen Jiuyuan finally found an important clue from this witness. Li San indeed saw a blue truck with a very beautiful young woman. He didn't see the direction the truck left, the woman's condition, or the appearance of a companion. But the key point was that the truck stopped near his uncle, and the driver seemed to say something to him. Li San didn't want to reveal the truth because he had a good relationship with his uncle and was worried that if he told, his uncle might get caught. If everyone in the family found out, they would blame him for informing the police, and he wouldn't be able to stay at home anymore. As for why he couldn't help but come out to share this news, of course, it was to get the reward. Before Li San left, besides reminding everyone not to reveal that he was the one who said it, he kept asking when he would receive the reward. Wen Jiuyuan was grateful and reminded him proactively, I will arrange for the reward money to be given to you as soon as possible. But if you don't want others to know, it's best not to spend money during this time. Li San hadn't thought about this before and was planning to celebrate with a big meal at a state-run restaurant once he got the reward. Now, feeling scared, he patted his chest and thanked Wen Jiuyuan for the reminder. Before turning around, Li San paused. Comrade Chief, don't worry too much. When I saw your wife earlier, she looked fine, not like she was being tortured. She definitely won't suffer, and she'll return home safely. Wen Jiuyuan sincerely nodded. Thank you. Li San smiled and waved goodbye, then left. Xiao Wu stood nearby. Chief, how did you get him to speak? Before, the police suspected he was covering for someone he knew and even doubled the reward, but he refused to talk. How come, when you went over, he was willing to say everything? Wen Jiuyuan said firmly. I gave him what he wanted. Xiao Wu looked puzzled. What he wanted? Money? Wen Jiuyuan shook his head. Respect. He didn't delay further and immediately ordered people to investigate the clues. Soon, Li San's uncle was brought back. At first, he refused to speak, but later, when the police found things at his home, he finally admitted. It turned out he was a small official in the town, and years ago, he got into gambling, racked up huge debts, and his wife almost took their child and ran away. At that time, someone deliberately approached him, asking him to sell some minor official documents and do a little extra work. The pay was very generous, and he was tempted. This incident was just one of many things he had done. He didn't even take it seriously, just helping someone pass some items. As for where that person went, he knew. U Province. They've gone to U Province. The trail finally became clear. Meanwhile, Li San's uncle was still crying and claiming he never wanted to betray the country or become a spy. He was deceived by others and asked the police if they could let him go. At the same time, Wen Jiuyuan had already driven his car to chase after them. The coast was vast, and the biggest fear was aimlessness. Now that they had a clear direction, they could reason based on the information gathered from various investigations. Soon, a clear path appeared before Wen Jiuyuan and his team. They followed the direction and soon found an unusual alarm message. Wen Jiuyuan didn't dare to stay long. Following the direction pointed out by the man named Wei Xian, he quickly moved to investigate. In the jungle, they discovered Liu Hao's body. The accompanying expert judged that Liu Hao had been dead for over 12 hours. The cause of death was a gunshot to the heart. The other injuries were not serious. The attacker was very decisive, shooting to kill with a single shot, precise and skillful. An expert. Suddenly, Wen Jiuyuan squatted down and found a discarded bullet in the grass. The model was familiar. The method of attack was familiar. It's Eagle Falcon. Wen Jiuyuan's conclusion caused confusion for some, while others were shocked. Eagle Falcon was the code name for their target, a spy chief they had been Juiji for years. In several major espionage cases in the past, this man with the code name Eagle Falcon appeared. But he was very cunning. Despite being active for many years, he had revealed nothing except his code name. Wen Jiuyuan had fought this person a few times and knew his style well. Initially, based on previous clues, Wen Jiuyuan felt somewhat reassured, thinking Tang Xi was not in immediate danger. But now he was unsure. With the addition of the ruthless and crazy Eagle Falcon, Tang Xi was in great danger. His mind raced quickly, and he immediately judged. Eagle Falcon holds a high position in their system. If he personally shows up, he must be the leader. So our top priority now is to find Eagle Falcon and eliminate him. Wen Jiuyuan's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Everyone took this seriously. After a moment, someone couldn't help but ask, can we trust the two people accompanying expert Tang? Wen Jiuyuan had already assigned another team to investigate the identities of these two Hong Kong individuals. Although the secretary named Wei Xian had revealed Liu Yan's identity, chairman of the Liu Group, and that he was secretly inspecting the mainland, at this critical moment, Wen Jiuyuan wouldn't trust anyone. Remember our mission. At all costs, no matter what. Tang Xi's safety was the highest priority. Everyone else involved was considered a threat. Liu Yan suddenly felt an inexplicable chill. The first thing he did was not to add more clothes. Instead, he entered the room to check if Tang Xi was sleeping well and whether she had kicked off the blanket. He also checked the room temperature and whether the windows should be closed tighter. All these actions resembled a worried, caring father. Long Shu observed his gentle, careful movements, and kept them in mind. Uncle Long speaks little, but he sees and understands a lot. He clearly knows that Liu Yan's actions show a pure care from an elder to a younger person.
But why is that?
Lu Sheng shows little warmth toward young Master Jia Hui and Miss Jia Yi, yet he almost risks his life for a stranger girl he just met. What's on your mind? Liu Yan suddenly appears in front of Uncle Long. Uncle Long is startled. He lowers his head and softly says, "I'm thinking, why didn't Lu Sheng tell her?" Liu Yan's smile fades gradually.
What?
Uncle Long hesitates but then says, "Didn't Lu Sheng lose his memory before?" He heard the conversation between Tang Xi and Liu Yan. Hearing Liu Yan deny it, he feels surprised. Because, as he knows, more than 10 years ago, Lu Sheng indeed fell into the sea during a ship accident and lost his memory after waking up. About this matter, Liu Yan says calmly. And then? Uncle Long doesn't understand. Liu Yan turns back and continues to look into the distance. Besides losing his memory, I have no connection with her father. Yet, should I let a girl who lost her father hold on to that vague hope just because of that connection? That would be too cruel. So he chooses not to say anything. Uncle Long can't comment on Lu Sheng's choice, so he changes the subject. Time is almost up. We should head to the next place. Right now, they're staying at the home of a local villager in the county. Why not go to a guest house? Because Tang Xi lacks identification. And ghost houses are too obvious. Definitely the first place those people would search. While hiding in the mountains, they confirmed that those people carried guns. Until it's completely safe, they dare not confront them directly. So, after entering the county, Liu Yan used his sharp eyes to find a kind family. They pretended to be brothers, saying they were taking their daughter to the big city for treatment. Passing through the county, because the daughter suddenly felt unwell, they wanted to stay overnight and leave the next day. At that time, Liu Yan and Uncle Long looked exhausted, with muddy pants, looking more ragged than ever. Tang Xi, who had been with them all along, saw that she looked sickly, perfectly fitting their story. The local villager they asked agreed immediately, without asking any extra questions. Not only that, the enthusiastic local also cooked for them and brought out the freshly dried quilts from his home. Everything was done thoughtfully, which left Liu Yan feeling quite confused. He tried to give some money as a thank you gift, but the bills, after a long journey, had become wrinkled and looked quite shabby. The friendly local just glanced at it and refused, telling him to keep the money for his child's medical expenses and that there was no need to thank him. Liu Yan could tell that the other person was sincere, so he said nothing and planned to send a gift later when he had free time. Soon, they had settled into the house and stayed peacefully through the night. In the morning, there was a bus from the county to the city. Calculating the time, it was probably time to leave. Liu Yan looked at his watch hidden in his sleeve. Let her sleep for 5 more minutes. Tang Xi had a high fever again last night. Liu Yan borrowed medicine from the local and stayed up most of the night until her fever subsided. He wanted her to rest a little longer, so he carefully timed it. Exactly 5 minutes later, Liu Yan turned to go inside the house. Soon, Uncle Long heard his gentle, intermittent voice asking, "Are you very tired? After a high fever, this is normal. Would you like some water first? Or should we leave a little later? It's okay either way." Even Uncle Long, usually calm, felt like he was in a dream. He didn't notice when the local came out of the house and stood beside him. What a good father, he thought. The local's name was Peng Dajuan, a common, ordinary name. He was in his 50s, the age when people like to drink tea and chat. At this moment, he was holding a steaming cup of tea, talking to Uncle Long with emotion. Uncle Long was surprised. Peng Dajuan, unaware of Uncle Long's cautious look, kept chatting casually and praised, "I've never seen many fathers who love their daughters so much. Well, my family only has a son, but if I had a daughter who looked just like me, I'd spoil her to death. Oh, wait, I shouldn't say that. She shouldn't look exactly like me." Uncle Long ignored Peng Dajuan's rambling and focused on the main point. "Do they look alike?" Peng Dajuan nodded naturally, yes. "When I saw them at first glance, I knew. Their features are almost identical, like they were carved from the same mold." Natural father and daughter. Uncle Long's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Seeing his strange expression, Peng Dajuan misunderstood and patted his shoulder to comfort him. Got it, got it. You and your brother don't look much alike, right? It's all my parents' fault. We were both born by them, so why do I look so much uglier than my younger brother? Uncle Long's face looked serious, as if something was wrong. He's not very good at recognizing people's faces. As for Lu Sheng, he probably wouldn't notice this detail easily. Amnesia. Looking alike. Is it really just a coincidence? Uncle Long vaguely remembered something he heard not long ago. He thought that once the current chaos settled down, he might need to tell Lu Sheng about it. Meanwhile, Tang Xi still struggled to stand up. Of course, she felt very uncomfortable. The past 2 days of fleeing and running had exhausted her, especially since she was already sick. Even though Lu Yan and Uncle Long took turns carrying her for a long stretch, she couldn't relax her mind. She felt like a tightly stretched bow. How could she rest well? Without rest, her illness was like a never-ending river, sometimes gentle, sometimes fierce. She had been tossed around like this twice. Her mind was foggy. The only clear thought was that someone was chasing them. They needed to reach the city quickly, so Tang Xi could find a safe way to contact Jing City. Let's go quickly. Tang Xi gritted her teeth, supporting her shaky body, and with Lu Yan and Uncle Long, packed up and got on a bus heading to the city. Not long after they left, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Peng Dajuan, who had just finished tea, slowly walked over and opened the door. A familiar voice came from outside, old Wong from the street police station. Did June? Open the door quickly. Someone is looking for you. Peng Dajuan was confused but hurried to open the door. When he pulled it open, his eyes widened slightly, and he felt a natural fear. Actually, old Wong was only with 2 young men beside him. One looked a bit fierce, but Peng Dajuan thought he was okay. What really caught his attention was the other man. He looked tall and strong, like a mountain full of pressure, with sharp eyebrows and eyes like swords. When his dark eyes looked over, Peng Dajuan felt like everything inside him was exposed. Most frightening was that Peng Dajuan could sense a strong killing aura from this young man. Before moving to the county, Peng Dajuan had been a hunter in the countryside. He had seen the fiercest hunters, so fierce that even wolves would stay away. But this man's aura was far more intense than any hunter he knew. Peng Dajuan even smelled a strong blood scent on him. He was so scared that his legs went weak. Old Wong. Don't overthink things. Where did this troublemaker come from, and why was he brought to Liao Wan's house? It looks like he's trying to harm him. Liao Wan at the police station was initially confused, until Wen Jiuyuan, standing nearby, remained silent for 2 seconds before explaining. Comrade, I am not a bad person. Liao Wang shivered and quickly reacted. He widened his eyes. Hey, kid, what do you think of me? I am a police officer. How could I bring a bad person to your house? Peng Dajuan trembled, pointing at Wen Jiuyuan. Then who is he? Liao Wang hurriedly signaled him with a look. This is a leader, here to ask you some questions. Peng Dajuan still didn't quite believe it, feeling that Wen Jiuyuan looked too fierce to be a leader. Wen Jiuyuan rubbed his forehead. He hadn't slept for 2 days and nights. Just now, in the nearby mountains, he had experienced a fierce fight. He hadn't used a gun in a long time, but this time, he personally shot and killed 3 spies. Seeing the blood splatter on their bodies and still unable to find Tang Xi, his inner rage almost got out of control. His usual disguise skills failed him, frightening the local person in front of him. Wen Jiuyuan was about to explain. Liao Wang spoke up. This leader is a soldier. Peng Dajuan's expression relaxed quickly. Oh, I see. Why didn't you say so earlier? Hello, leader. He shook Wen Jiuyuan's hand enthusiastically. Wen Jiuyuan let out a sigh of relief. Sorry, comrade. I came to ask if you saw 2 men with a young girl? He took out a photo of Tang Xi. It was a color photo taken at their wedding, still quite rare nowadays. In the picture, 2 people. One in neat military uniform, looking heroic, the other in a bright red dress, smiling beautifully. The joyful atmosphere in the photo almost seemed to overflow. She is my wife. Wen Jiuyuan had repeated this sentence countless times over the past days. Every time he said it, he hoped for a positive answer, but was met with disappointment. But he never gave up. Following this trail, Wen Jiuyuan judged that the man accompanying Tang Xi was very intelligent and meticulous. He wouldn't choose a place like a guest house to stay. Instead, he might stay at a local person's home. Nowadays, most villagers are honest and kind, and they wouldn't refuse such a request, especially someone like Peng Dajuan, who looked friendly, approachable, and had a simple family, making his home a good place to stay. After Wen Jiuyuan came to ask, other colleagues shared different opinions. They thought that people following Tang Xi would choose a small, quiet house rather than a bright, spacious one to stay low-key. Wen Jiuyuan still insisted, and the first person he asked was Peng Dajuan. Over 2 days, he gradually changed his initial judgment and began to think that the people around Tang Xi might not have bad intentions. Hopefully, this is just a false impression caused by his anxious mind. Peng Dajuan's movements slowed down little by little in Wen Jiuyuan's eyes. Peng Dajuan just said 2 words, but it sparked hope in Wen Jiuyuan. His dark eyes shone brightly as he eagerly asked, "Have you seen her?" Confused, Peng Dajuan nodded. Yes, I saw them. They just left not long ago." Wen Jiuyuan held back the urge to chase after them immediately, trying to ask for more information. "Did you hear their conversation? Do you know where they're going?" Peng Dajuan nodded again. "Yes, they told me they were taking a bus to the city to take her to see a doctor." Wen Jiuyuan frowned. "Her? The daughter?" Peng Dajuan nodded vigorously again. Yes. "Hey, leader, this photo is of you. Are you and little Xiang married? Why does it seem like you didn't talk to your father-in-law beforehand? You didn't even know your wife was sick?" Peng Dajuan was very enthusiastic and also reminded Wen Jiuyuan to remember to care for his loved ones even if he was busy with work. Now, Wen Jiuyuan understood 2 things. First, Tang Xi was sick with a persistent fever, and her health was not good. Second, the person around Tang Xi claimed to be her father and cared deeply for her. Uncle Xie had been gone for many years, so where did this person come from to tell such lies? Wen Jiuyuan didn't investigate further. He thought it might just be a lie to hide their true identity. However, while listening to Peng Dajuan talk about how his beloved's father cared for his daughter, he still felt a bit strange. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved, thinking that at least someone was watching over Xi at all times. No matter who this person was, he would be very grateful. "Let's go." Headed along the city road, Wen Jiuyuan immediately ordered. Their group was not just him and Xiaowu. More people had hidden their identities and stayed nearby. After hearing Wen Jiuyuan's order, they immediately followed and tracked them. Not long after, Wen Jiuyuan's companions sent a message saying they had stopped a bus heading to the city. Wen Jiuyuan's heart pounded fiercely, and joy burst uncontrollably in his eyes. He told Xiaowu to speed up, and finally, after a few minutes, they reached the nearby bus. But after he got on the bus, he couldn't find Tang Xi anywhere. Wen Jiuyuan frowned and became serious again. He walked through the carriage, scanning every inch with his eyes. The people inside the bus lowered their heads, afraid to look at him, even afraid to breathe loudly. Although they were stopped by police, claiming it was a routine check or something similar, no one knew if there were bandits disguised as officials planning to force them to hand over their money later. Especially after Wen Jiuyuan, with his fierce and intimidating presence, got on the bus. Everyone was so frightened they trembled like quails hiding in their seats. Click. It was the sound of a gun being drawn. Ah! Someone let out a short, sharp scream. But after making eye contact with Wen Jiuyuan, they quickly looked away, afraid he would notice them. Actually, Wen Jiuyuan didn't look at that person. He held his gun, pointing at a nervous middle-aged man sitting at the back of the bus. "Stand up." The middle-aged man looked like he was about to cry. "Comrade, what law did I break? Why are you pointing a gun at me?" Wen Jiuyuan stared at him expressionlessly. After a moment, he sneered. "You're too calm. The famous Eagle Falcon. Is that all your disguise skills?" The middle-aged man refused to admit anything. until Wen Jiuyuan cocked his gun. The tension on the man's face gradually eased. He stood up slowly, not showing any fear of being caught. Wen Jiuyuan? I've heard of you.
His jaw moved slightly.
Wen Jiuyuan, who had long suspected this, stepped forward quickly, decisively knocking off the man's chin. He avoided letting the man bite his poison to commit suicide, pinning the eagle falcon to the ground. The surrounding passengers watched intently. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. In the past 2 days, while Eagle Falcon was chasing Tang Xi with his men, Wen Jiuyuan was also chasing him. Many of Eagle Falcon's men had been injured by Wen Jiuyuan, greatly hindering their actions. That's why Wen Jiuyuan appeared alone on this bus. He waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to take Eagle Falcon off the bus. They forcibly opened Eagle Falcon's mouth. Soon, a bloody fake tooth dropped to the ground. Inside was a poison sac filled with cyanide, deadly with just a touch. Even Wen Jiuyuan had to admit that Eagle Falcon was a ruthless man. He was cruel to himself and even more ruthless to others. However, Wen Jiuyuan quickly regained his focus. His only concern now was Tang Xi. Other matters were temporarily outside his attention. At this moment, the police had already gotten into their cars and explained to the passengers that the earlier incident was a spy operation and asked everyone not to panic. After hearing this, the passengers were not frightened. Instead, they were filled with righteous anger. They stuck their heads out of the windows, saying they wanted to beat the spies. They threw vegetables and rotten eggs at the Eagle Falcon. The Eagle Falcon's calm expression began too. He muttered a few curses softly. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked precisely at Wen Jiuyuan. Do you think I didn't catch her? Wen Jiuyuan's figure froze. He cast a cold, disdainful look, as if looking at a dead person. But the Eagle Falcon knew that this man was angry. Ha ha ha. Guess what? The person staying with her is actually someone from his side. After saying this, the Eagle Falcon refused to speak again until he was forced into the car. Of course, the Eagle Falcon couldn't die. As the head of these year's most intense spy missions, he still had many secrets to uncover. Wen Jiuyuan's expression was cold as he watched the Eagle Falcon get into the car, seemingly not taking his words seriously. Only he knew that the Eagle Falcon's words were like throwing a fire onto his heart. His already anxious and restless mood grew even more intense and uneasy. He repeatedly told himself that was Eagle Falcon deliberately provoking him, trying to make him and the people around Tang Xi turn against each other, and was also a form of revenge after his capture. But what if? What if this entire chase was a scheme orchestrated by Eagle Falcon? All his actions could be smoke and mirrors, meant to draw Wen Jiuyuan's attention to himself, while others secretly guarded Tang Xi, making sure she wasn't discovered. If that was the case, then Wen Jiuyuan would have made a huge mistake. In life-and-death situations, even the smallest mistake could cost lives. Especially since this was about Tang Xi's life. Wen Jiuyuan had to admit that what Eagle Falcon said before leaving had disturbed his calm. Fortunately, not long after, someone came to deliver news that they had finally found the trace of the bus. Wen Jiuyuan decisively set out. The bus jolted along the road, and Tang Xi vomited twice. Her cheeks were flushed, her lips cracked and dry, and she looked weak, unable to keep her eyes open. Liu Yan saw this and dared not delay any longer. As soon as they reached the city, he immediately contacted someone he knew. The person on the other side is Director Li, who is responsible for handling the contact and future cooperation with the Liu family from the Yangqing side. Director Li had been preparing early to receive Liu Yan, hoping that Liu Yan could bring investment to the mainland. Unexpectedly, Liu Yan arrived in the mainland earlier than expected, which surprised Director Li. He hurriedly brought people to the scene. Seeing Liu Yan looking disheveled, Director Li could hardly believe that this was the famous Hong Kong tycoon. Liu Yan stood up and greeted him with a quick handshake, without much explanation. Everything about the cooperation is easy to discuss, but I now need the best doctor and suitable accommodation. Please help. His words were sincere, quite different from the rumors Director Li had heard. Suppressing his surprise, Director Li looked past Liu Yan and saw the girl sitting on the chair behind him. The girl was covered with a coat and looked very unwell. Of course. Xiao Chun, arrange it quickly. Director Li ordered his secretary. In no time, Liu Yan and his group were settled into the best hotel in the city. A doctor arrived to examine Tang Xi. The final diagnosis was a lung infection caused by a high fever, but it was not serious. With 2 days of antibiotics, she would recover. However, the doctor said that Tang Xi's body was weak, and she shouldn't overexert herself. The repeated high fever was due to this, and she needed good rest for the next few days, no rushing around. Liu Yan repeatedly agreed, his eyes full of gratitude toward the doctor. Turning around, he also expressed thanks to Director Li. Director Li was very curious about Liu Yan's recent experiences and couldn't help asking. Liu Yan didn't say much, just mentioned he would explain when he had time. Director Li didn't press further. Now, it was their turn to treat Liu Yan well, so they naturally behaved politely. So, Director Li told Liu Yan to rest well for 2 days before discussing anything else. Nothing was urgent. That was also what Liu Yan wanted. After seeing off Director Li and his team, Liu Yan was already exhausted. Uncle Long suggested he rest for a while, but Liu Yan shook his head. Where is she? He gathered his strength. Uncle Long, used to his actions, was not surprised. The nurse just gave her info. She's sleeping peacefully in the next room now. Without hesitation, Liu Yan got up and went to the next room. I'll check on her. Uncle Long sighed softly behind him, recalling the sudden suspicion from earlier that morning. Liu Yan didn't know Uncle Long's thoughts and quickly reached the next room. Tang Xi was lying quietly on the bed. Perhaps due to the medication, she was finally sleeping soundly, her features relaxed and peaceful. Unlike a few days ago, even when resting, the rest was hurried, and his brow was always furrowed. Liu Yan couldn't help but smile. Finally, I can sleep well. He stepped forward to help Tang Xi adjust the blanket. Outside the window, sunlight flickered as the curtains swayed. Liu Yan turned around and saw that the window had been opened slightly without him noticing. He immediately frowned, feeling a bit annoyed at the nurse's carelessness. What if Tang Xi caught a cold and his condition worsened? Liu Yan went over to close the window curtain. Suddenly, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up as if electrified. A strong sense of danger swept over him, and Liu Yan immediately turned and ran toward Tang Xi. He thought an enemy was coming after him and decided to take Tang Xi away first, without hesitation. But his action caused a misunderstanding with someone hiding nearby. That person leapt out quickly like a leopard, striking swiftly at Liu Yan's neck. Liu Yan's alarm bells rang in his mind. Reacting instinctively, he raised his hand to block. Though he was in a high position and had trained regularly practicing fitness and free fighting every day, Liu Yan was not weak. But he didn't expect his opponent to be so strong. In the blink of an eye, the two were already fighting fiercely. Liu Yan threw 5 or 6 punches, but each was blocked. Instead, the other person used their hand like a blade, striking firmly at Liu Yan. Liu Yan hadn't been injured in a long time. Even during this escape with Tang Xi, aside from the bumps, he hadn't suffered much. Now, he had taken all the hardships he avoided before. His arms and legs almost hurt too much to move. Liu Yan clenched his teeth and glanced at Tang Xi on the bed, with only one thought in his mind. He couldn't fall down.
Tang Xi. Xi.
Run quickly. Liu Yan shouted hoarsely. Tang Xi moved slightly on the bed. Uncle Long from the next room also heard the noise and hurried over. Meanwhile, the person trying to catch Liu Yan from behind paused. This tone didn't seem right.
Crash.
The cabinet was bumped, and a vase fell with a clatter. Now, Tang Xi was fully awakened.
Ugh.
She weakly opened her eyes and saw 2 dark figures in front of her bed, startling her.
Who?
The dim light blurred their outlines. Tang Xi recognized one of them was Liu Yan because she had just heard his voice. So, the other one was
CC.
A hoarse, suppressed voice. It sounded distant, as if coming from another world. Wen Jiuyuan. She faintly called out this name with pale lips. Suddenly, she was tightly embraced by a strong force, almost pressed into his arms. Tang, she felt dizzy, as if she was dreaming. How are you here? Why did you come? Wen Jiuyuan held Tang Xi tightly, eager to merge her into his bones and blood. His eyes, bloodshot, were filled with overwhelming joy from finding her again. He kept murmuring, I'm glad you're okay. I'm glad you're okay. Tang, she felt his body trembling gently. She raised her hand to pat his back. Wen Jiuyuan, Qianji, I'm fine. Wen Jiuyuan buried his face in her neck, smelling her scent. It seemed only this could fill the fear and unease he had carried for days. But their closeness caught Liu Yan's eye, and it was painfully obvious. Just then, Uncle Long, who had rushed to the door, came over and blocked the view. Lu Sheng, are you all right? Uncle Long looked at Wen Jiuyuan, tense and alert, not daring to relax. Liu Yan noticed and told him, It's okay, they know each other. His tone was not very friendly. At this moment, Liu Yan had forgotten his own pain, his face cold and stern. It was like seeing his own cabbage being snatched by a pig. His mood was terrible. Be careful, she's getting in for, Liu Yan reminded irritably. His intense gaze almost burned Wen Jiuyuan's back. When Jiuyuan finally remembered Liu Yan, he straightened up and looked at Liu Yan. Sorry, I misunderstood earlier. His tone paused, and he looked at Liu Yan with some suspicion. Years ago, Wen Jiuyuan had met Xiaozhong several times and remembered his face. Tang Xi saw his movement and explained, He's not her father. They just look alike. He's Mr. Liu Yan from Hong Kong.
He also saved me this time.
Though these were words of gratitude, they didn't bring much joy to Liu Yan. Instead, he felt uncomfortable with the clear boundary. It was like they were just strangers. Just as Liu Yan was about to speak, Tang Xi introduced Wen Jiuyuan again. Uncle Liu, this is Wen Jiuyuan, my partner. Liu Yan thought he had heard wrong. Who? Tang Xi mistakenly thought he didn't understand. He's my husband. We are a married couple. Liu Yan blurted out. You married at 20? His tone was filled with pain and shock, like a worried father seeing his daughter act foolishly. Wen Jiuyuan narrowed his eyes. The next moment, he met Liu Yan's hostile gaze. Wen Jiuyuan had always been seen as a well-behaved child by others, praised by elders. This was the first time someone looked at him like a street troublemaker. Although Wen Jiuyuan found it strange, he remembered the earlier misunderstanding and sincerely apologized. Sorry, Mr. Liu. I mistakenly thought you were the bad person who kidnapped Cici, so I acted out of instinct. Are you okay? Do you need to see a doctor? He was anxious earlier and had been a bit rough, so he worried Liu Yan might be injured. But his kind warning sounded like a challenge to Liu Yan. Injured? Haha, do you think your little skills can hurt me? When Jiuyuan fell into a strange silence. He had only glanced and realized he was no match for Uncle Long, and he hesitated to speak further. Finally, Tang Xi stepped forward. Would you two sit down? After speaking, she took a shallow breath, seeming a bit tired. Wen Jiuyuan immediately knelt beside her, holding her thin wrist gently. Cici, how are you? His eyebrows showed concern. Tang Xi forced herself to stay strong. Yes, I'm fine. Liu Yan frowned. How can you still be fine? You have a high fever and a lung infection. You need more rest. He emphasized the last 4 words, almost wanting to scold Wen Jiuyuan directly. She was so exhausted, yet still asking questions, showing poor judgment. Wen Jiuyuan's expression darkened, afraid to think about how much hardship Tang Xi had endured these days. He quickly helped her lie down. Mr. Liu is right. You need to rest more. Tang Xi held his hand back. About the capital. Wen Jiuyuan gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, I will handle it. Tang Xi naturally trusted his way of dealing with things. Since he could find her, it meant the group of agents had been mostly caught. They could inform her mother later, and she probably wouldn't need to worry anymore. Okay, I'll sleep a bit more. Tang Xi's voice gradually weakened. Soon she fell asleep. Wen Jiuyuan gently covered her with a blanket, making sure to close the window and pull the curtains. Liu Yan saw the curtain left slightly open and lowered his voice. You didn't close the curtains properly. What kind of husband couldn't even handle such a small matter? Wen Jiuyuan answered calmly. She likes to wake up in the morning with a bit of sunlight in the room, so it reminds her to get up. Liu Yan's disdain was blocked in his throat, unable to speak. Wen Jiuyuan turned to the side and gestured politely. Liu Yan silently turned away, without a word. They left the room one after the other. Facing them was a corridor filled with people dressed in combat uniforms, holding rifles, clearly not ordinary individuals. Liu Yan's pupils contracted, and he froze in place. Uncle Long also appeared on edge. Wen Jiuyuan apologized and made a gesture to the others. "Commander?" the leader asked with a puzzled voice. Wen Jiuyuan shook his head. "No problem. We are not with them. The operation is over." The others nodded in understanding and gradually withdrew. In the next room, Wen Jiuyuan and Liu Yan sat facing each other. Behind Wen Jiuyuan stood Xiao Wu, and behind Liu Yan was Uncle Long. The deep red coffee table between them looked like a dividing line, clearly separating the two sides, creating a subtle sense of opposition. Finally, Wen Jiuyuan spoke first. "Let me introduce myself again. I am Wen Jiuyuan." He briefly explained his position. Liu Yan immediately raised an eyebrow. Since deciding to expand Liu Corporation's business to the mainland, Liu Yan had researched the situation there. He knew that, given Wen Jiuyuan's age, such a position was highly valued, indicating he was outstanding. "Xiao Wen. Can I call you Xiao Wen?" Liu Yan composed himself. After his earlier loss of control, he returned to his usual calculating, reserved role as the head of the Liu family. He smiled and said this, with a cold, scrutinizing look in his eyes. This firmly established his senior position. Fortunately, Wen Jiuyuan was not someone easily led by the nose. "Of course. Mr. Liu is Shi's savior. As Shi's husband, this favor is equally weighty for me." He was polite but also made his legitimate husband status clear. If this was a confrontation, then this round was a draw. Liu Yan slowly clenched his teeth. Suddenly, he smiled. "Xiao Wen, you seem to be a few years older than Shi." Wen Jiuyuan paused suspiciously for 2 seconds before nodding. "Yes, I am 28 this year." Liu Yan elongated his tone. 8 years older, huh?" Apart from a smile, he seemed to have no comment. Or perhaps he said everything with that one smile. Wen Jiuyuan pursed his lips. Age was an unavoidable flaw for him. In the second round, he had lost. So this time, Wen Jiuyuan chose to take the initiative. "I heard Mr. Liu is from Hong Kong? Is this your first time in the mainland?" Liu Yan nodded slowly. "Yes, first time. Here is my business card." Along the way, Liu Yan was forced to abandon many things. However, because his business card holder was small and portable, he always kept it with him. Now, he took it out and handed it to Wen Jiuyuan. Wen Jiuyuan looked at it. The card was completely black and made of a sturdy material, with subtle silver embossed lettering that read, "Chairman of Liu Corporation, Liu Yan." Below was a string of contact numbers. Actually, before entering the room just now, Wen Jiuyuan had already obtained some information about Liu Yan. Although he couldn't learn everything about his life in such a short time, the publicly available data and his recent movements in the mainland were quite detailed. Seeing the card and recalling that information, Wen Jiuyuan couldn't help but remember Tang Xi's tone when she introduced Liu Yan earlier. He knew her well, so he could sense a subtle awkwardness and disappointment in her voice. Wen Jiuyuan understood that her father, Xie Zhang, had passed away early, which had always been a sore spot for her. Now, seeing someone who looked like Xie Zhang, Liu Yan, he might have misunderstood. Hope rekindled and then dashed again. That was a heavy for anyone. Wen Jiuyuan, lost in thought, temporarily put the card away. Mr. Liu has achieved great success in his career, so I believe he is also a good father at home. Thank you for taking care of Shi along the way. Liu Yan's eyes suddenly cooled. He knew he had a deep, fatherly concern for Tang Xi that was beyond normal. He also knew Wen Jiuyuan had noticed this concern. So, Wen Jiuyuan was intentionally reminding him. Family? Yes, although he was unmarried, he had 2 children. It was said that they were born abroad before he lost his memory in a ship accident with his girlfriend. Perhaps because of this, Liu Yan was not close to them and didn't see himself as a good father. He had always felt he was a distant relative. It wasn't until he met Tang Xi that he realized how wonderful genuine connection and care could be, without reason and completely unrelated to blood ties. But who would believe that? No matter how clearly he understood his feelings, would Tang Xi believe him? Would she think that a father who didn't like his own children was a bad father? Liu Yan frowned, caught in a tangle of doubt and self-questioning. He hesitated and didn't speak. Clearly, in this third round, Liu Yan had lost completely. Knock, knock. Someone was at the door.
Wen Jiuyuan, come in.
The person he had sent to secretly contact Beijing had returned. The other person leaned close to his ear and whispered a few words. Wen Jiuyuan nodded to show he understood. Then he looked around and saw the telephone in the corner. Liu Yan lived in a top-floor suite, where a rare and valuable phone was standard equipment. Wen Jiuyuan asked if he could borrow it. Liu Yan was in a bad mood, so he casually nodded and continued to be lost in his thoughts. At this moment, Wen Jiuyuan had already walked to the phone and dialed a number. The person on the other end seemed to be waiting and answered immediately. Jiuyuan. It's me. The person waiting was Tang Ruyue. Since her daughter went missing, she couldn't sleep or eat well. Now she was at the Liu family's house by the phone, eager to ask, how is Cici? Is she okay now? Can I hear her voice? Actually, someone had already come to deliver the news that Wen Jiuyuan found Tang Xi, and she was safe now. But as a mother, she couldn't feel at ease without hearing her daughter's voice herself. So, despite usually not liking to ask for help, she specially asked the Wen family elders to help. They naturally agreed and arranged for this call. Wen Jiuyuan had already prepared his words and spoke calmly. Yeah, she's fine. She's sleeping now. Tang Ruyue immediately became nervous. Did she get hurt?
Is she sick?
Wen Jiuyuan didn't admit to anything, only said, she's been through some tough days recently. Now she's safe. I want her to sleep a bit longer. When she wakes up, I'll have her call you back. Tang Ruyue held the phone tightly and couldn't respond, tears streaming down her face. I understand. I just can't rest easy. I want to see her. Wen Jiuyuan understood her feelings and comforted her. Maybe in a couple of days, once Cici gets better, we'll come back. After hearing Liu Yan relay the doctor's instructions, Wen Jiuyuan also planned to let Tang Xi rest for a few more days before returning to Beijing, so she wouldn't be worn out again after all her efforts to recover. He absolutely wouldn't risk Tang Xi's health. Suddenly, he suggested, why don't you come here? Tang Ruyue's crying stopped. There are flights between Beijing and Yangcheng. The schedule isn't frequent, and a letter of introduction is needed to buy a ticket. But for the Wen family, this was a small matter. Tang Ruyue hadn't yet reacted. Wen Jiuyuan had already made arrangements. There's a flight to Guangzhou early tomorrow morning. I'll have someone buy your ticket. You don't need to worry about anything else. Just follow the person when the time comes. Tang Ruyue felt that something seemed off. But then she thought about how much she longed to see her daughter. She swallowed her hesitation and nodded. All right, thank you, Jiuyuan. It's just what I should do. When Jiuyuan politely hung up the phone. Turning his head, he saw Liu Yan staring in his direction. Lost in thought? Sensing something, Wen Jiuyuan looked down at his ringing phone. Mr. Liu? Liu Yan suddenly snapped out of his trance and asked instinctively, was that Cici's mother just now? Wen Jiuyuan didn't answer but looked at him with curiosity. Liu Yan felt a bit uncomfortable. Honestly, he couldn't quite understand what he was feeling. Just now, because the phone reception was poor and the room was very quiet, he didn't miss a single word from the other side of the call. From the first sob to the final thank you, he heard everything. Unconsciously, he was drawn to that voice and became curious. What would Cici's mother be like? I envy her, having such a well-behaved child like Cici. After saying this, Liu Yan felt like he was revealing too much. Wen Jiuyuan easily believed him, or maybe he didn't want to investigate further. He glanced at the time. Sorry, Mr. Liu, we have some things to handle here. Liu Yan, feeling uncomfortable around him, waved casually to show he was fine. After Wen Jiuyuan left, Liu Yan couldn't wait to complain to Uncle Long. Cici's family is the same, such a young child and already married. And to an older man who is 8 years his senior. Uncle Long slowly said. In the older generation's view, older men tend to be more caring. Besides, Mr. Wen looks quite outstanding, and his appearance matches Miss Tang. Liu Yan angrily shouted, "Nonsense. They're not a good match. Wen Jiuyuan is clearly a schemer, and Cece is so innocent. She's probably been completely taken in by him." He massaged his aching temples, wishing he could turn back time to the day Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan got engaged, and shout out loudly, "I don't agree."
But
What right did he have to disagree? Liu Yan's passionate attitude immediately collapsed. He slumped onto the sofa, supporting his head with one hand, lost in thought. After Wen Jiuyuan left Liu Yan's room, he lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he instructed Xiao Wu, have someone look into the Liu family's activities on the mainland over the years. He always felt that Liu Yan's connection with Cece was not so simple. Anyway, checking wouldn't hurt. It's just to preemptively reduce risks. Thinking this, Wen Jiuyuan quietly returned to Tang Xi's room. He stared at Tang Xi in the dark for a full 5 minutes. Tang Xi was sleeping deeply and didn't notice his presence. Wen Jiuyuan didn't want to disturb her further, so he quickly finished his tasks, planning to spend the next few days with her. He turned around and quietly left. That night, Wen Jiuyuan didn't sleep for half a minute, busy wrapping up his plans. Contacts to make, follow-up tasks to handle. The workload was huge. Finishing everything in one night was already a sign of his efficiency. But he didn't feel tired. Instead, he was happy and energetic because he had found Tang Xi. Compared to him, Liu Yan wasn't resting well. He seemed troubled by many worries, feeling gloomy. But when asked what was bothering him, he couldn't say exactly. That night, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When he finally fell asleep, he kept dreaming strange, bizarre dreams. When he woke up, he forgot all the dreams, only feeling exhausted and heavy. At that moment, he remembered. Did Tang Xi's mother come today? Tang Xi was probably the one sleeping the best. Her sleeping medication contained a sleep aid component. So she didn't dream much that night. She woke up to faint morning light. She blinked slowly, feeling confused, not knowing what day it was. Until Wen Jiuyuan came in. Their eyes met. Wen Jiuyuan's eyes crinkled with a smile. "I knew you'd wake up at this time." He was holding a cup of warm water. Tang Xi, feeling dry and thirsty after waking, wanted to drink. She gulped down the water, feeling much better. "Seeing you makes me feel like I'm dreaming," Tang Xi said suddenly. Wen Jiuyuan's smile froze. He sat at the edge of the bed, took the cup from her hand, and placed it on the bedside table. Then he reached out, gently supporting her neck, and kissed her. The delicate, tender kiss seemed to convey his presence. His strong, pervasive aura tried to soothe her anxiety after days of worry and absence. Tang Xi happily closed her eyes, feeling his comfort, and couldn't help but softly hum. When Jiuyuan's throat moved, and with great effort, he controlled himself from kissing her deeply, instead pulling back. "How about now?" His voice was hoarse, carrying a faint hint of desire. The affectionate glow in her eyes almost seemed to drown Tang Xi in it. Tang Xi smiled and nodded. "Now I know this isn't a dream." When Jiuyuan's eyes were full of warmth, he restrained himself and gently pressed a kiss on her forehead. The atmosphere in the room was light and dreamy, a rare, intimate moment between husband and wife. Suddenly, there was a soft, untimely knocking at the door. Tang Xi looked puzzled toward the door, wondering who it could be so early in the morning. "It's Mr. Liu." Wen Jiuyuan looked a bit helpless. When he entered, he had seen Liu Yan at the other end of the corridor. Liu Yan was staring directly at him, with a guarded look in his eyes. Wen Jiuyuan found it strange. It seemed like the young man was secretly approaching his daughter behind his father-in-law's back. He rubbed his forehead and pushed away these confusing thoughts. "I'll go open the door." As he guessed, outside was indeed Liu Yan. His sharp gaze, like a blade, swept across Wen Jiuyuan's face. But when he saw Tang Xi awake and leaning against the bed, his expression quickly softened. "You're awake? Feeling better?" Recently, Tang Xi had been getting along well with Liu Yan. Although she knew he wasn't Xiaozhong, she still regarded him as an elder, and she nodded honestly. The infusion helped. I think I'm almost recovered. Tang Xi was eager to return home. I've been gone so long. My mom must be very worried. I want to leave as soon as possible to go back to Beijing. Before she finished speaking, two men interrupted in unison. No, that's not possible. Absolutely not. They exchanged a look. Liu Yan clearly disliked the idea. Wen Jiuyuan silently frowned. But surprisingly, they both agreed that Tang Xi should rest well. The key point was that when Jiuyuan mentioned Tang Ruyue had already taken the earliest flight and was on her way to Yangcheng. Tang Xi filtered out all the unnecessary chatter and only heard this. Mom is coming. She couldn't help but sit up straight, leaning slightly forward, her small white face full of surprise and longing. Seeing her eyes light up as if her entire face was illuminated, when Jiuyuan's lips softened. It is now 7 o'clock. She will arrive around 8:30, and you will see her by 9. So, rest well, and don't worry your mother. Wen Jiuyuan's words, 100 times repeated, are less effective than Tang Ruyue's name. Tang Xi immediately nodded. That makes sense. By the way, do I still need in 4? Wen Jiuyuan wasn't sure, since the doctor was arranged by Liu Yan, so he turned to look at him. Surprisingly, Liu Yan was lost in thought, not noticing his questioning look. Wen Jiuyuan cleared his throat. Mr. Liu? Liu Yan snapped out of his daze of racing thoughts. What? And 4? He then hurriedly went to call the doctor. Tang Xi watched his hurried figure, frowning. Uncle Liu seems a bit strange. After some thought, Wen Jiuyuan spoke. Shi, have you ever thought that Mr. Liu and your father look alike, and it's not just a coincidence? Tang Xi froze. What do you mean? Wen Jiuyuan softly explained. Although the Liu family moved to Hong Kong before the founding of the country, they didn't take everyone with them. They left some people behind, and only about 40 years ago did they gradually leave completely. Tang Xi's heart suddenly pounded like a drum. Are you saying? Wen Jiuyuan nodded, confirming her guess. Yes, I suspect your father might be related to the Liu family. He was born around the time when the Liu family last left the mainland. Tang Xi had previously told Wen Jiuyuan that Xiaozhong was not part of the Xie family. He remembered this and had made a bold guess. Wen Jiuyuan thought that Tang Xi might want to know where her father came from and who her relatives were. So he mentioned, I've already asked someone to investigate. I believe we'll have results soon. Tang Xi's eyes suddenly turned red, and her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, Qianji. I didn't dare think too much before, afraid it was all just a dream. If it weren't for your reminder, I might have overlooked this and let my father never know who he really is. Wen Jiuyuan gently wiped the tears from her eyes and couldn't help but lean down to kiss her. Don't cry. I'll find out the truth. Tang Xi, held softly in his arms, reached out and grabbed his coat. Yes, I trust you. She rarely showed such dependence and softness. Seeing this, Wen Jiuyuan's heart softened completely. He wished he could hold her like this forever, never letting go. But unfortunately, Liu Yan soon returned. He came back with a doctor and nurse. Early that morning, Wen Jiuyuan heard footsteps approaching and regretfully got up, keeping a distance between the two of them. Just as Liu Yan entered the room, he hummed softly. Cici, remember to rest more. He emphasized each word carefully. Tang Xi, feeling shy, blushed. I know. Did he see her earlier? She instinctively looked at Wen Jiuyuan. But Wen Jiuyuan gave her a reassuring look. Don't worry, he didn't see anything. Relieved by his response, Tang Xi felt more at ease. Next to them, Liu Yan saw their exchanged glances and felt increasingly jealous. But he didn't want to embarrass Tang Xi, so he held back his urge to speak. The doctor was giving Tang Xi an 4 drip. She closed her eyes, planning to rest a little longer before Tang Ruyue arrived. Wen Jiuyuan was called out suddenly, so Liu Yan couldn't stay in Tang Xi's room and stood up to go to the next room. Uncle Wong was bored and drinking tea. Seeing Liu Yan come in, he quickly stood up. Liu Yan, I just contacted David. He's on his way to Yangcheng. Liu Yan responded vaguely, seeming not very concerned. He hurriedly opened the wardrobe and looked inside. Why are there only these few clothes? He frowned in displeasure. Uncle Long was confused and honestly reminded him, "Our main luggage is in that car." Now the car was gone, and so was the luggage. Fortunately, when they first arrived in Yangcheng, they left some things here, or they wouldn't even have clean clothes to change into. Liu Yan checked his watch. An hour left. He should still make it. Uncle Long was surprised. An hour? David? He really can arrive by 9. Let's go. Come with me to buy some clothes, Liu Yan decided decisively. Uncle Long thought Liu Yan looked very strange today. But he didn't dare say anything, only nodded in agreement. Liu Yan went downstairs to ask for the nearest department store. At the front desk, when they learned he wanted to buy clothes, they enthusiastically recommended an old shop known for tailoring. Liu Yan immediately changed his plan, arranged for a car at the hotel, and was about to head straight there. Just then his mobile phone rang. Few people knew that number, mostly family members from Hong Kong. He had a bad feeling, and when he answered, his suspicion was confirmed. Liu Yan. The old master is ill. He was just taken into emergency surgery for a heart operation. Liu Yan's face darkened. I understand. I'll come back right now. Uncle Long, being nearby, clearly heard the bad news and instructed the driver to turn directly toward the airport. Wait a moment. Liu Yan held his mobile phone, looking uncertain. Let's go back to the hotel first. I need to tell Cici. Uncle Long looked surprised. It seemed he only then realized that Miss Tang Xi held a more important place in Liu Sheng's heart than he had thought. But Uncle Long didn't know that what was making Liu Yan feel worse was also another missed encounter. He couldn't stay. Liu Zhiheng, his father, had already undergone heart surgery 2 years ago. If he needed another operation now, it would be a second surgery, which could seriously harm his health. As the only son, Liu Yan felt he had to stay by his side. It was unthinkable not to. Liu Yan pressed his lips together, feeling very upset. Uncle Long didn't dare to disturb him. When they arrived at the hotel, Liu Yan hurried to the top floor and saw Tang Xi, telling her he was leaving. Father is seriously ill. I have to go, but I will return to the mainland as soon as I can. Liu Yan left. Tang Xi was still groggy from waking up, confused. At that moment, Wen Jiuyuan entered the room, having just received the news that Mr. Liu has left, Tang Xi came to her senses and nodded slightly, her tone a bit sad. Liu Yan left so quickly, and she didn't know when they would meet again. Although he said he would come back soon, the problem was her father's situation hadn't been fully investigated yet. She sighed softly. She could only quietly feel regretful. Things rarely went as planned. Wen Jiuyuan was silent for a moment, then suddenly said, Mom's flight arrived early. Looking at the time, she should be here soon. Really? Tang, she quickly shifted her attention. If it weren't for the force still in her hand, she would have gone downstairs to wait for Tang Ruyue. Now, she had to patiently watch the time pass second by second. About 10 minutes before 9, Tang Ruyue arrived. She was accompanied by Jiang Nanqin. Wen Jiuyuan personally went downstairs to meet them. On the way upstairs, Tang Ruyue looked anxious and distracted. Jiang Nanqin was even less friendly to her son. Wen Jiuyuan felt helpless. He pushed open the door to the top-floor suite. Cici, they've arrived. He was suddenly pushed aside. Tang Ruyue and Jiang Nanqin rushed into the room eagerly.
Cici.
Seeing her daughter safe, Tang Ruyue's eyes lit up again, her spirit renewed. She hurried to Tang Xi, trembling, and couldn't help but touch her daughter's thin face. How did you lose so much weight? Tang Ruyue bit her lip tightly to avoid crying out loud. Jiang Nanjin patted her back gently and comforted her. I'm glad you're safe and okay. Although she said this, she secretly turned her head and wiped away her tears. Tang Xi watched their expressions closely, feeling a tight, uncomfortable sensation in her throat. It was hard, but she finally managed to say, Mom. Mother. Tang Ruyue and Jiang Nanjin responded at the same time, suddenly crying and laughing. They quickly composed themselves and started caring for Tang Xi, asking about her well-being. They didn't ask what had happened in the past few days, knowing it would only reopen old wounds. They only cared if she slept well last night, and if she ate happily. Tang Xi's lips were pale, but her eyes shone brightly. Don't worry, I'm fine. She took the initiative to talk about what she had experienced in the past few days, mentioning her encounter with Liu Yan. Earlier, Tang Ruyue and Jiang Nanjing had only heard a vague account, not details. Now that Tang Xi spoke directly, they understood how dangerous the kidnapping was and how lucky she was. Tang Ruyue casually asked, "Is Comrade Liu here? Should we meet him?" Seeing her clueless expression, Tang Xi shook her head. His family has some matters to attend to, so he's temporarily back in Hong Kong. Jiang Nanjing sighed. He's a great benefactor to Xixi. When he comes to the mainland next time, we must thank him properly. Tang Ruyue nodded along. They hadn't yet investigated the details about Father Xiazhang, and Tang Xi didn't want to bring it up now, leaving Tang Ruyue with vague hope. Later, she didn't mention Liu Yan anymore but shared some funny things from these days. The escape was dangerous, but Tang Xi had a delicate eye for details. She deliberately downplayed the scary parts and only talked about amusing incidents, like trying to start a fire in the mountains, digging mushrooms to cook soup, staying with a local family who kept a very clever big yellow dog. Some stories even Wen Jiuyuan had never heard before. Ignored in the corner, he silently listened, focused and attentive. Soon, the room was filled with laughter and joy. Actually, Tang Ruyue and Jiang Nanjing didn't realize how much hardship Tang Xi had endured. Knowing this, they understood her feelings and deliberately cooperated to create a relaxed, happy atmosphere. It was as if, this time, Tang Xi hadn't experienced a kidnapping but a wonderful adventure. Uncle Liu Yanlong met Wei Xian at the airport, and the group immediately headed back to Hong Kong. Wei Xian initially wanted to complain a little to Lu Sheng, but seeing Liu Yan's gloomy expression, he didn't dare say a word and stayed quiet the whole way. When the plane landed in Hong Kong, they hurried to the hospital. Wei Xian saw Liu Yan enter the ward, then quietly asked Uncle Long, "What's wrong with Lu Sheng? He seems in a very bad mood." Uncle Long answered slowly, "The old master is sick, so Lu Sheng is naturally upset." Wei Xian almost blurted out, but Lu Sheng's relationship with the old master wasn't very good. Last time, the old master even issued a critical health notice, and Lu Sheng looked calm. When the old lady Guolingi scolded him harshly, calling him cold-blooded, Lu Sheng remained unaffected. This news was kept secret by the Lu family. Otherwise, gossip tabloids in Hong Kong would be full of headlines about family conflicts. So, Wei Xian guessed that Liu Yan might have encountered other issues in mainland China. But since he wasn't with him this time, he couldn't figure it out, and Uncle Long was tight-lipped. He could only keep his thoughts to himself, not daring to say more. At this moment, urgent footsteps sounded from the other end of the corridor. This hospital was invested in by the Liu family, and this floor was exclusive to the Liu family, not open to outsiders. So, who could be coming now? Wei Xian and Uncle Long both lowered their heads humbly. "Young master, 2nd Mississippi." At this moment, the people arriving at the hospital were clearly Liu Yan's children, Liu Jiehue and Liu Jiai. Both siblings are around 20 years old. Older brother Liu Jiehue is 3 years older than his sister, 22, and just graduated from Harvard Business School. Younger sister Liu Jiai is 19, just finished girls' high school, and is about to study abroad. The siblings inherited the Liu family's good looks, both handsome and elegant. Until now, when faced with the situation, they showed a hint of panic. Liu Jiehue asked immediately, "Is Dad in the ward?" Before he could get an answer, Liu Jiai started crying loudly. "I knew I shouldn't have gone on that trip. Boo-hoo, how is Grandpa?
Is he in danger?"
Liu Jiai's delicate crying echoed in the corridor, overshadowing Liu Jiehue's questions. Liu Jiehue looked at his sister helplessly, handed her a tissue, and was about to comfort her.
Bang!
A loud crash came from inside the room. The brother and sister were both startled. Liu Jiehue's face darkened. Liu Jiai was confused and asked simply, "Did Dad and Grandpa argue again? Didn't they say Grandpa was very sick?" Liu Jiehue pursed his lips and ignored everything else. "Let's go inside and see." As the siblings pushed open the hospital room door, they heard Grandpa Liu Ziheng loudly scolding with full energy. I only asked you to write a will naming Jiuhui as the heir. Why is it so hard? Do you even deserve to be his father? Or are you secretly having another child outside, trying to threaten Jiuhui's position? Liu Ziheng's face turned red with anger, veins bulging, completely ignoring the dangerous situation described over the phone. It seemed that this so-called life-threatening condition was just Liu Ziheng's way of pressuring Liu Yan. Again, this topic. Liu Jiuhui lowered his eyes silently, thinking his mother was Liu Yan's girlfriend during his father's student days. In the first few years after he was born, he and his sister lived abroad with their mother, and only later were they brought back to the Liu family. Once back, they were taken in by their grandparents and raised by them, forming a close bond. In contrast, his relationship with his father Liu Yan was distant because they saw each other infrequently. So, the grandparents were always worried that their son might have children with someone else, trying to take the inheritance they believed was rightfully theirs. They urged him to make a will early to confirm the heir. Perhaps because the father and they weren't close, or maybe because the father was unhappy with him as the heir, the father never agreed. A few years ago, it was okay. The grandparents weren't in a rush. But in the past 2 years, Grandpa's health worsened, and he became more anxious and irritable. This led to several conflicts between father and son, putting Liu Jiuhui in a difficult position. He was a beneficiary, so he couldn't say much. His sister, Liu Jiayi, was less worried. "Oh, Grandpa, why are you angry when you're not feeling well?" She leaned in, affectionately and familiarly hugging Grandpa Liu Ziheng's arm, acting cute. She also patted his back, telling him not to be angry, as anger could harm his health. Grandpa Liu Ziheng softened. "Anna, you're back? When did you arrive? Did I disturb your graduation trip?" No, not at all. Grandpa, your health is more important than anything else to me." Liu Jiayi was sweet and good at comforting people, making Grandpa Liu Ziheng smile happily with just a few words. Standing silently nearby, Liu Yan took the opportunity to turn around. As he passed by his son Liu Jiuhui, he patted his shoulder. Liu Jiayi quietly followed and arrived at the end of the corridor with Liu Yan. Liu Yan wanted to smoke. Remembering this was a hospital, he suppressed the urge. He took a glass candy from his coat pocket, carefully unwrapped it, and put it in his mouth. This candy was given to him by Tang Xi. She was sick and had taken many medicines. Worried that her mouth might feel uncomfortable, he bought her some sweets to soothe her. Unexpectedly, she handed the candy back to him and told him to eat some too, saying it could make him feel better. Liu Yan was stunned at first, but then took the candy. He never ate it. When he returned to Hong Kong and found the candy again, he couldn't help but remember scenes from the mainland. It seemed as if all his feelings, even half of his soul, were there. Why does Dad eat such cheap candy? It's full of artificial flavoring and bad for health, Liu Jiuhui said, feeling strange and speaking out. Liu Yan looked at him unhappily. Liu Jiuhui quickly lowered his head, scared into silence. Liu Yan let out a faint, unclear hum. "What do you think about what your grandfather said?" Liu Jiuhui's body tensed up. I don't know." After saying that, he heard his father, Liu Yan, let out a laugh. It sounded like contempt or disdain. Liu Jiuhui mistakenly thought his father disapproved of his overly practical attitude and hurriedly explained, "Dad, I'm not thinking about that right now. Really. I just want to study hard, practice slowly, and grow up to be as excellent as you. Then I'll think about being the heir. Besides, you're still young, no need to rush." He tried to say nice things with all his might. In his mind, he remembered the young and strong emperors from history books who harbored deep hostility toward princes threatening their power. So, he tried to reduce his threat and show kindness to his father, thinking this might earn Liu Yan's favor and make him happy. But Liu Yan's expression didn't change much. He asked back, "Do you really not want to be the heir of the Liu family?" Liu Jiuhui hesitated. I don't want to right now." Liu Yan's tone was calm and steady as he continued. "If I have other children outside who might become your competitors, you wouldn't want that either?" Liu Jiuhui was suddenly shocked. He secretly watched Liu Yan's expression, worried that this was a deliberate test, feeling anxious inside. Liu Jiehui's heart pounded wildly, unsure how to answer. He felt that whatever he said would be wrong. After much effort, he finally came up with a somewhat suitable answer. Before he could speak, Liu Yan impatiently interrupted. Enough. His strong, commanding gaze made Liu Jiehui instinctively fall silent. Liu Yan quickly looked away. I have something to do. I need to go to the company. Remember to tell your grandfather. He hurriedly left. On the way, he met Liu Jie, but didn't stay long. He simply told her to go shopping and asked David to pay for her. Liu Jie muttered, You always treat me like a kid. Brother. She jogged over, pouting in dissatisfaction. Grandpa is too much. Even though he's healthy, he's deliberately tricking Dad to come back. No wonder Dad looked so unhappy earlier. If I were him, I'd be upset too. Liu Jiehui looked at his sister helplessly. Things are not as simple as you think. Maybe. Dad is upset because of me. Liu Jie didn't understand. Really?
Why?
Jiehui explained their earlier conversation. Liu Jie's confusion deepened. Why lie? Brother, don't you really want to inherit the family business? Jiehui's face showed a moment of awkwardness. Don't say that. I've never thought that way. Liu Jie tilted her head, her expression almost innocent and straightforward. Then why are you studying so hard? Going to Harvard, studying business, scoring full marks in management courses. Aren't all those for inheriting the family business? Jiehui seemed to tear off his mask, his face burning. I just want to become a successful member of the Liu family like Dad. Liu Jie sighed and shook her head. Dad is the chairman of Liu Corporation. If you want to be like him, just say so directly. Why hide it? Dad probably wouldn't like that. No.
Jie.
You don't understand at all. Jiehui suddenly raised his voice, filled with frustration and impatience. Jie was a little scared. She hesitated briefly, but didn't argue further with her brother. Tang Xi's condition improved very quickly. Every day, she was accompanied by family members, feeling happy, eating well, and enjoying the unique scenery of Yangcheng. This illness is hard to cure. They originally planned to stay in Yangcheng for 5 days. Now, after 2 days, at Tang Xi's strong request, the doctor finally allowed her to leave for Beijing. However, according to the doctor, Yangcheng's medical facilities are not as good as those in the capital. When she returned to the capital, it was best for her to have a thorough full-body checkup. Wen Jiuyuan listened carefully, not missing a single word, afraid of overlooking anything. From his attitude, he seemed eager to jot everything down in a small notebook. Tang, she watched him laugh quietly. Wen Jiuyuan looked helpless. When they boarded the flight back to the capital, Tang Xi sensed something different. Although they appeared as ordinary passengers and looked no different from others in the same cabin, some people sitting nearby looked like regular travelers in their clothes, speech, and behavior. But in Tang Xi's eyes, their sharp gazes and well-trained movements still revealed subtle signs of their true identities. She paused her gaze on them for a moment. Then she leaned close to Wen Jiuyuan's ear and asked, What's going on with those people? Wen Jiuyuan's earlobe felt like it was brushed by a feather, soft and ticklish. He suppressed his dry throat, raised his hand, and gently pushed aside Tang Xi's hair under the seatbelt, pulling it out softly. But he didn't let go. Instead, he held it in his hand, letting the dark, cool hair slip through his palm like flowing water. They are all here to protect you, he explained in a low voice. This incident has attracted a lot of attention from above. The top leader was almost personally overseeing everything until your safety was confirmed, then he left. Tang Xi's eyes widened in surprise. So, I'm that important? Wen Jiuyuan's voice lowered even more, almost a whisper in her ear. Don't you know? Not long ago, you suggested something. I don't know the exact details, but the big leader invited several military officials to discuss it, including my father. From what I hear, the future strategic plans might change significantly because of your words. He stopped there, and the meaning behind his words was clear.
Tang Xi understood perfecting.
Her tone was complicated as she said, I really didn't expect them to be so brave. Initially, She thought that her suggestion might make China pay a little more attention to certain fields, so they wouldn't fall behind and only realize it when they were late. But now, everything seems to be changing more drastically and deeply than she imagined. It's like a giant ship sailing on the sea suddenly choosing to change course. This sudden turn conflicts with the original momentum of the voyage. It could cause the ship to shake, and in severe cases, it might even capsize. But the leaders at the top still chose to take a difficult but bright path forward. It seems they are braver than she thought. "That I won't let them down," Tang Xi whispered. Wen Jiuyuan seemed to sense the weight of her words and gently covered her hand with his large palm. A continuous warmth was passed between them. Without speaking, Tang Xi knew he would always stand by her side. She couldn't help but smile happily, her eyes full of joy. Wen Jiuyuan also looked at her with gentle care. Their world was now too small for anyone else. But this was an airplane cabin. On the other side of Tang Xi sat Tang Ruyue, who awkwardly cleared her throat. She, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? Next to Wen Jiuyuan, Zhang Nanjing also pinched his arm and said, "Cough, be a little more reserved. There are so many people here." Tang Xi felt a bit embarrassed and quickly withdrew her hand. Wen Jiuyuan remained calm. "Does mother want some water too?" This earned Zhang Nanjing a stern look. After that, they only kept a slight distance from each other. Fortunately, the flight soon landed at Beijing Airport. Those who had been scattered around the cabin, protecting Tang Xi, gradually stood up. They seemed to blend into the crowd leaving the plane but secretly blocked important positions around Tang Xi to prevent any possible accidents. Of course, the most cautious person was Wen Jiuyuan. He closely followed beside Tang Xi, his broad shoulders like a fortress, protecting her tightly and preventing any unexpected events. Even Tang Ruyue and Zhang Nanjing reflexively walked behind Tang Xi, unwilling to let any gaps appear around her. Tang Xi paused, feeling both amused and helpless. "Are you guys being a bit too much?" Wen Jiuyuan insisted it was not excessive. Tang Ruyue and Zhang Nanjing both felt that this was the only way to feel at ease. They walked out of the airport. Suddenly, two figures rushed out nearby. Shi, big sister. Wen Jiuyuan quickly raised his hand, stopping someone nearby from drawing a weapon. Tang Xi was unaware, her attention fixed on Yu Jiuyuan who appeared in front of her. "Why are you here?" Yu Jiuyuan quickly suppressed her excitement, her eyes flickering as she tried to hide the redness in her eyes. "I just wanted to see how you're doing." "Humph, look at how thin you've become." She's been secretly crying in her bed for 2 days. Can't even read her books. Yu Yan came closer and whispered a complaint. Tang Xi was amused and laughed. "Really?" She eagerly looked at Yu Jiuyuan's expression. Yu Jiuyuan looked a bit annoyed. "So what if I cried? And what about Yu Yan?" She was like she lost her soul the other day. Her exam ranking dropped more than 20 places. "She's much worse than me." You said, "What are you doing with my exam results?" Yu Yan was shocked and tried to save face in front of Tang Xi. The brother and sister argued loudly. They were soon stopped by Yu Jingming and Yang Bixia, who said, "There's an elder here. What kind of scene are you making?" Zhang Nanqing waved her hand casually. "It's nothing. Kids will be kids. It's good to be a little angry sometimes." Yu Jingming and Yang Bixia smiled apologetically. Then, everyone's attention turned to Tang Xi, really lost weight. "Your face is smaller than my palm now. Did those people get caught? Those terrible guys these days. Fortunately, you're back now. Everything will be safe from now on. Your mom worries so much, she can't sleep all night." Hearing Yu Jingming's words, Tang Ruyue quickly spoke to stop him, not wanting her daughter to worry. "Brother, don't say these things in front of the kids." Tang Xi silently held her mother's hand. Tang Ruyue's eyes turned red. Jiang Nanqing stepped in at the right moment to smooth things over. Finally, everyone got into the car and headed home. When they arrived at the small building in the residential compound, they found that most of the Wen family had come over, waiting inside for Tang Xi. It seemed that her disappearance these days had touched everyone's hearts. Only when they saw her safe and sound did everyone smile happily. Because of Tang Xi's return, The family sat together lively and cheerful, talking and laughing. They decided to stay for lunch, as a welcome for Tang Xi. Seeing so many people, Jiang Nanqing called the famous Qingyun restaurant to send over a table of dishes. Qingyun restaurant usually didn't offer delivery, but Jiang Nanqing, who grew up eating at this old restaurant, had helped them before when they had trouble. It was easy for her to arrange for some dishes to be sent over. Qingyun restaurant specializes in Shandong cuisine. The head chef heard it was Jiang Nanqing's family feast and personally cooked a full table of dishes, using all his best skills, including 9-turn large intestine, crispy chicken, scallion braised sea cucumber, sweet and sour carp. All signature dishes of Qingyun restaurant, made with the chef's top skills. During the delivery, a small incident happened. As all the hot dishes were packed into boxes and placed into Jiang Nanqing's car, a passerby saw this and couldn't help but stop and look curiously. "Hey, Xiao man, isn't that your family's car? I remember seeing that small car pick you up before." Feng Xiaoman's face stiffened. A few years ago, she didn't know how to hide her feelings and was more flamboyant. When going out to have tea with friends, they always ask Wen and Tang's driver to drive them, showing off with a car and driver. Of course, Wen and Tang and Jiang Nanqing didn't know about this. Because Feng Xiaoman was good at choosing the right time, usually when Wen and Tang didn't go out, she would have the driver drop by to see her. She knew that Wen and Tang's driver was carefully selected, coming from an important department, and was very strict. He definitely wouldn't complain to Wen and Tang or Jiang Nanqing over such a small matter. So, her little tricks went unnoticed for a long time. Later, they were exposed. Because Wen Jiuyuan saw Wen and Tang's car on the road, with Feng Xiaoman and her friends sitting in the back seat. Without thinking, he asked Feng Xiaoman in front of the whole family. Feng Xiaoman felt like she was being roasted over a fire. Her husband's sharp gaze, her father-in-law's dark expression, her mother-in-law's displeased look. As expected, it caused a big fuss. Feng Xiaoman almost lost face in her in-law's house and stayed low profile for a long time afterward. Even her husband didn't look at her kindly, and he was away from home for nearly 2 or 3 months. Even now, thinking about this incident makes Feng Xiaoman feel suffocated and short of breath. It's all Wen Jiuyuan's fault for meddling. She cursed him angrily in her heart, then looked in the direction her friend pointed. To her surprise, it was indeed her father-in-law's car and driver. Why are they parked here? She heard that Tang Xi had returned, so she wondered if it was. Feng Xiaoman immediately felt something was wrong and scolded herself for her friend's good memory. On the surface, she pretended not to know anything. "Really? I don't know much about that. I usually don't remember these things," she said with a fake smile, trying to cover up. But the driver who got out of the car saw her and politely nodded in greeting. Her lie was exposed. Feng Xiaoman's face grew paler. Some people in the group, who didn't like her and wanted to see her embarrass herself, deliberately asked the driver why so many dishes were prepared. "It's a family banquet." "Whose family banquet?" No need to guess, it must be the Wen family. But Feng Xiaoman was here and hadn't received an invitation. After the driver finished speaking and the dishes were properly served, he casually nodded and left. He didn't ask for Feng Xiaoman's opinion at all. Feng Xiaoman's face darkened like water could drip from it. Everyone around saw this and immediately exclaimed, "Oh, Xiaoman, you really value us old classmates. You don't even attend the family banquet, but still want to meet us." Although it was meant as a compliment, her words sounded sarcastic and teasing. Feng Xiaoman's face twitched slightly, and she forced out a smile. "That's what I should do." Everyone else saw through her effort to hold on, but no one pointed it out. They exchanged glances quietly, recalling the recent rumors about Wen Huayan's family and the Wen elders not getting along. At first, they thought it was unlikely. After all, they were biological children. How distant could they be? Now it seemed the rumors might be true. They weren't even invited to the family dinner anymore. Feng Xiaoman wasn't stupid. She was always sharp about others' looks and clearly understood what they were thinking. She really wanted to find a reason to leave early, but her words just now had put her in a difficult position. So, Feng Xiaoman could only grit her teeth and endure the meal. She didn't know how many people secretly mocked her during the dinner. Anyway, Feng Xiaoman ate her meal without tasting much of it. Meanwhile, on the other side, the family dinner was very lively and happy. After the wedding, it was the first time both families gathered together. There was no hostility. Everyone was actively showing kindness. The atmosphere was warm and joyful. It wasn't until Yang Bixia went to the kitchen to wash fruit that she quietly asked Tang Riyue, "Why didn't Wen's second son come? I was worried that Wen Su might suddenly cause trouble and upset everyone." Those people, Tang Riyue's expression was complicated. Although Tang Xi hadn't mentioned it, she had heard from the housekeeper Zhou that there had been some conflicts between Tang Xi and Wen's second family when she stayed at the Wen house recently. Plus, Wen He and Tong Jiang Nanjing never talked about those three people in front of her, so even she, not very sharp, gradually understood some things. Would she say she was tolerant or sympathetic? Certainly not. People who bullied her could be forgiven and tolerated, but when it came to those who bullied her daughter, Tang Riyue wouldn't let a single thing go. They made mistakes themselves. They have no face to come. Tang Riyue's expression was calm, and she brushed it off. But Yang Bixia, clever as she was, immediately guessed her meaning. She nodded repeatedly. "Yes, that's good. I always thought Feng Xiaoman was very snobbish. She came to our house twice to apologize, but her eyes seemed to be looking down from the sky. If it weren't for her being Wen's daughter-in-law, I really wanted to rush up and tear her apart." Yang Bixia was very angry on behalf of her sister-in-law. Tang Riyue recalled the past and softly said, "Thankfully, those days are over now." After dinner, everyone gradually left. Tang Xi wanted her mother to stay and keep her company. But Tang Riyue really didn't want to disturb the couple's time together. "Rest well today, and I'll come to see you tomorrow. Be good." Tang Riyue gently patted Tang Xi's head as if soothing a child, then left gracefully. Tang Xi rested her chin on her hand, feeling a bit sad as she watched her mother's eager departure. She thought, just a couple of days ago, she didn't want to leave me even for a moment. After experiencing some hardships outside, Tang Xi suddenly appreciated her mother's careful care and found joy in it. Maybe she knows. Wen Jiuyuan's voice came from above. Tang Xi, who was curled up on the sofa, looked up at his voice. "Knows what?" Her last word was cut off by his lips. Wen Jiuyuan gently held her face and kissed her seriously. Unlike the light kiss from a few days ago, this one was a gradual test, an attack, and complete surrender. Not only did Tang Xi's defenses fall, but Wen Jiuyuan's rationality also wavered. His lips trembled slightly. He needed to deeply capture her breath to calm his anxious heart. Tang Xi was almost suffocated by the kiss and quickly pushed him away. "Slow down." Wen Jiuyuan obediently withdrew. Tang Xi took shallow breaths, her nose sweaty. "You, A short, broken cry escaped her lips. Suddenly, she felt herself being pulled onto Wen Jiuyuan's lap. Wait! When did he come around from behind the sofa? She hadn't heard any sound. Before she could think further, he grabbed her chin again. This time, Wen Jiuyuan's movements were much gentler. Tang Xi reached up and grabbed his hair, reluctantly humming a couple of sounds of satisfaction. After some time, she was completely exhausted, lying in his arms to catch her breath. Wen Jiuyuan gently stroked her back, his hot fingertips making her tremble. Tang Xi moved slightly, trying to avoid his hand. "It's itchy." Wen Jiuyuan had to stop and instead pinched her fingers. Tang Xi's fingers were very beautiful, pale like green onions, soft as if boneless, with a bit of fleshiness when pinched. Yet, such hands could unleash great power in life-and-death moments, grabbing the only chance to survive. Wen Jiuyuan looked thoughtful. But Tang Xi's attention was still on what was said just 10 minutes ago. "By the way, what did you say my mom knows?" Wen Jiuyuan was silent for a moment, then spoke softly. "She knows. I miss you so much." He pressed his face against hers and whispered softly. A strong, overwhelming emotion flooded into Tang Xi's heart. She couldn't help but tremble a little and looked up at him. "Really?" She felt a bit shy. Although she knew from the last misunderstanding that Wen Jiuyuan liked her, this unexpected event once again changed her understanding. Wen Jiuyuan's feelings seemed to be much deeper than she had thought. But she seemed unable to return the same level of love. Tang Xi's eyes flickered slightly, just a small change in her expression. However, Wen Jiuyuan seemed to notice her guilt. He gently brushed her hair with his hand, as if telling her with his actions, "It's okay." This made Tang Xi feel much more at ease. She pressed her chin against his chest and closed her eyes comfortably. It's still better to be at home. She swung her legs casually from side to side. Even though she hadn't really suffered much these days, Tang Xi's mood was noticeably different. No wonder she had some free time to randomly touch and poke around, even running her fingers over his clearly defined abs. Wen Jiuyuan let out a low, muffled sound. Tang Xi, feeling justified, was quite confident now. She kept her chin on his chest, her eyes half closed, gazing at him. Wen Jiuyuan barely suppressed the fire burning in his chest. Not right now. Tang Xi's eyes widened like a cat's. Her amber eyes shone brightly, with a hint of embarrassment and annoyance. Wen Jiuyuan leaned down and pecked her on the lips. The doctor said you need to rest well during this time. Tang Xi didn't want to speak and made a move to slide down from him. Wen Jiuyuan quickly grabbed her arm. Tang Xi turned around just in time. 2 hours later, Tang Xi fell asleep happily. Probably because she felt relaxed in body and mind, she slept more soundly than in previous days. As for Wen Jiuyuan, he kept taking cold showers over and over again. Because of Tang Xi's incident, Wen Jiuyuan was granted a few days off with special approval. The next morning, the couple went out for a walk and met their neighbor Liang.
Hey, Cece.
Have you returned from your hometown? Tang Xi was momentarily surprised but quickly nodded. Yes, I just got back yesterday. Liang looked surprised. No wonder I haven't seen your family for a few days. But yesterday, it was so lively. Tang Xi echoed with a sense of nostalgia. Yeah. After Liang said goodbye and left, Tang Xi asked Wen Jiuyuan. He explained. The higher-ups didn't want to make this public to avoid unnecessary trouble. Tang Xi nodded. Yes, that's better. I also don't want to make too much fuss. Upon hearing these words, Wen Jiuyuan remembered something. But before he could speak, Tang Xi took the lead. By the way, I heard the 2 people who kidnapped me were also caught? Although Tang Xi was safe these days, she wasn't in a good state and had no time to ask about the kidnapping case's details. Now she finally asked about Brother Dao and Lu Hao. There was nothing to hide about these matters, so Wen Jiuyuan simply told her. Tang Xi then learned. Lu Hao was dead. Brother Dao was arrested. The first was a death sentence which was cleared. But the second was not so fortunate. It is said Brother Dao was found to have betrayed national secrets multiple times, involved in major cases, and had several lives on his hands. He was likely to be sentenced to death. In fact, during Tang Xi's disappearance, many criminal investigation experts believed Brother Dao was very likely to have harmed her, given his usual behavior. Who would have thought he even took Tang Xi to the clinic for treatment? Otherwise, she wouldn't have met Liu Yan. Wen Jiuyuan thought of this with a calm expression. He was grateful that one moment of hesitation saved Tang Xi from much suffering. But he also hated that person for kidnapping Tang Xi, feeling that the death penalty was well-deserved. As for Tang Xi, her feelings were even more complicated. She hadn't expected Lu Hao to die so easily. And about Brother Dao, she thought it was understandable if he was sentenced to death. She just couldn't help but wonder if those rare moments when Brother Dao showed kindness meant he was regretting taking the wrong path because of a single thought. But unfortunately, this wrong path couldn't be turned back. By the way, what about Lu Hao's mother? I heard she depended on him entirely? Tang Xi couldn't help but be curious. Honestly, she truly admired Lu Hao's mother. Such a strong mother, but unfortunately her son didn't inherit her good qualities. Then she heard Wen Jiuyuan say, after Lu Hao was wanted, his mother found officials from the Public Security Department and carefully asked about his crimes. After confirming, she didn't cause trouble but simply announced her disconnection from Lu Hao when she returned home. She also told the villagers that if Lu Hao ever returned, they could report him freely, and she wouldn't care. She even brought over a girl from next door, planning to raise her as her own daughter. From then on, Lu Hao's name would never appear in her life again. Tang Xi listened in a daze for a long time. That's good. She sighed with a hint of melancholy. She wasn't sure whether to pity Lu Hao's innocent mother or to admire her strength. Indeed, I still admire her. Tang Xi thought that someone like her wouldn't like others' sympathy. She lowered her head, lost in thought, and unconsciously returned with Wen Jiuyuan to the front door. There was an extra figure near the closed door. Tang Xi caught a glimpse with her peripheral vision, initially thinking it was Tang Ruyue coming over. Before she could smile and call out, she noticed that the figure seemed a bit different. The person turned around. Seeing Tang Xi, he nodded and said, "Comrade Tang Xi." "Comrade Shaolin." Tang Xi didn't expect to see her again. The person in front of her was the security guard Shaolin, who had been assigned to her when she went to the southern province. During those days, Tang Xi often went in and out with Shaolin, and they got along well. But after the heavy machine gun project ended, she hadn't seen Shaolin again. Tang Xi felt a little regretful. She didn't expect to meet Shaolin here today. Tang Xi quickly smiled and asked proactively, "Shaolin, is there something you came for? Are you here to see someone you know?" Tang Xi mistakenly thought Shaolin was coming to visit others in the compound and just happened to stop by her door. After all, although she knew Shaolin well, they weren't that close. "However, Shaolin, no, I came to see you, Comrade Tang Xi." He raised his hand and gave a formal salute. "Guard Group Member XXXX Lin Chang, reporting for duty." Tang Xi was a bit stunned. Of course, she understood what Shaolin's action meant. It was probably because of this recent incident. The higher-ups thought it was inappropriate and arranged a dedicated guard for her. And this wasn't just any guard, but one personally assigned by the authorities, with a status and level of confidentiality far beyond ordinary guards. Usually, guards like Shaolin were responsible for protecting top leaders and national treasures, and often participated in important diplomatic events. The last urgent and secret heavy machine gun project made it understandable to send Shaolin to be by Tang Xi's side. But now, it seemed Shaolin was going to become her exclusive guard. However, besides her role as a special researcher at the Light Weapons Institute, Tang Xi had no other official position. Would such an arrangement be too exaggerated? Wen Jiuyuan said, "Not at all exaggerated." It turned out Tang Xi had accidentally muttered her thoughts aloud. But Wen Jiuyuan didn't say more and stepped forward to open the door. When Tang Xi, feeling a bit awkward, sat down with Shaolin on the sofa in the living room, Wen Jiuyuan continued, "After this incident, the enemies must know how important you are, so they won't stop here." No matter how secret the rescue operation was before, many people were involved to ensure Tang Xi's quick and safe rescue. Rumors spread easily, especially since the enemy's strength was very powerful and many spies were hidden within their own ranks.
It was very hard to hide the truth from them.
If the enemies once only saw Tang Xi as a talented young person from China who had not yet grown up, after this incident, they would value and fear her much more. This also meant that the dangers Tang Xi faced would keep increasing. Hearing this, Tang Xi fell silent. After a long moment, she asked, "So, does that mean I might still encounter this kind of danger?" Wen Jiuyuan nodded heavily, looking serious.
"Yes."
"You've worked hard, Cici." Despite being calm and controlled, he couldn't help but hold Tang Xi's hand. Only her warm skin could help him suppress his inner restlessness and stop him from thinking about the worst-case scenario. If possible, Wen Jiuyuan wished he could let go of everything he carried and just stay by her side all the time, guarding against anyone who might come near. But clearly, he couldn't do that. So, arranging for Shaolin to be her personal guard was necessary. It's not just Shaolin. 2 more people will follow secretly to protect her. Especially during this high-risk period, being cautious is very important, Wen Jiuyuan explained softly. Tang Xi made a serious face and nodded carefully. "Okay, I understand." Wen Jiuyuan looked at her expression and asked, "Are you not angry?" Tang Xi sighed helplessly. "Am I the kind of person who ignores the bigger picture?" Wen Jiuyuan said, "You don't like being restricted, carrying bodyguards everywhere, and not being able to go anywhere alone." Such arrangements felt like a burden to Tang Xi. Wen Jiuyuan knew that Tang Xi didn't like being watched all the time. She was independent and valued her freedom, and she cared a lot about personal boundaries. So, at first he hesitated about this plan. But he couldn't risk her safety and couldn't bring himself to refuse. His expression was dark, and he didn't dare to look directly at Tang Xi, afraid he'd see disappointment on her face. Really? Tang Xi couldn't help but laugh and say, I don't dislike restrictions, but I know how to tell what's important. Since I chose this path, I was prepared from the start to give up many things. Many older scientists spent decades in the lonely desert, focusing on their research. I didn't even know that the elders at home had passed away, and even family members mistakenly thought they were dead. In fact, they had simply dedicated all their energy to scientific research. It is because of their sacrifice that generations have been able to develop the future of our country. Compared to these ancestors, Tang Xi feels very lucky. Wen Jiuyuan was slightly surprised. Then he chuckled. Yes, I underestimated you. Of course, Tang Xi said with a teasing tone. She looked over and noticed Lin Chong sitting on the sofa nearby, looking a bit uncomfortable. She looked down and realized Wen Jiuyuan's hand was still holding hers. She quickly pulled away and calmly smiled at Lin Chong. From now on, I'll leave it to you, Shaolin. Lin Chong sat up straight with her knees together. It's what I should do, Comrade Tang Xi. The way she called her comrade Tang Xi sounded respectful and formal, which felt a bit strange. Tang Xi thought for a moment. Going out like this will attract too much attention. Usually we pretend to be sisters. Just call me Cece from now on. Lin Chong is straightforward and honest. After thinking for a moment, she agreed. Okay, I understand, Cece. Although Lin Chong is Tang Xi's personal bodyguard, she doesn't need to stay with her 24 hours a day. In the large courtyard, where security is tight, Lin Chong can leave temporarily. This way, she won't disturb Tang Xi and Wen Jiuyuan's time together. The higher-ups specially arranged a single room for Lin Chong in the courtyard, one bedroom and one living room, making it more convenient. But at other times, even when going to school, Lin Chong has to accompany her. Taking a bodyguard to school for classes probably isn't very noticeable, right? Tang Xi was unsure about this. She only knew she was eager to finish her undergraduate courses early. But there was another immediate problem. How should she tell Tang Ruyue? At around 10 in the morning, Tang Ruyue arrived. She was carrying a bunch of fresh vegetables and a freshly slaughtered old duck. It looked like she was preparing to make soup to nourish Tang Xi. Tang Xi saw that Tang Ruyue was exhausted, with sweat on her forehead and her hands red from tightening the bag. She hurried to help, but Lin Chong quickly stepped in first, taking the items and asking if she needed help with anything. Her movements were quick and efficient, showing she was diligent. Tang Xi noticed that Tang Ruyue seemed surprised and looked at Lin Chong with curiosity. She was probably wondering, who is this suddenly appearing person? She is the person the leader sent to protect me, and she will stay with me from now on. Tang Xi thought about how to explain the reason behind this to Tang Ruyue. Actually, she didn't need to worry at all. When Tang Ruyue heard the word protection, she was already very happy. That's great.
Huh?
Tang, she was confused. Tang Ruyue smiled and said, Isn't it good to have someone protect you? She would love to stay by her daughter's side all day long, never leaving her. Tang Xi's surprise faded, replaced by feelings of warmth. She happily raised her hand and hugged Tang Ruyue. Tang Ruyue wasn't used to this kind of emotional expression and shyly moved away. Seeing this, Tang Xi suddenly remembered that her mother wasn't always like this when she was little. She often snuggled in her father's arms, smiling very brightly. Both of them thought she was carefully avoiding her. Unbeknownst to them, clever Tang Xi had been secretly watching from behind the wall, seeing everything clearly. Thinking of her father, Tang Xi also thought of Liu Yan. A few days ago, she didn't want to ruin Ruyue's mood. But now, seeing that Ruyue had returned to her normal state, Tang Xi felt it was time to say something. While Ruyue was in the kitchen preparing vegetables, she followed in. Lin Chong noticed that the mother and daughter had something to talk about and wisely stayed out of the way. Tang Xi carefully began to speak. Mom. Ryue's attention was on the scallions and garlic, and she didn't listen carefully to what Tang Xi was saying. Until I met someone this time, and he looks a lot like Dad. Clatter. Ryue's fell to the ground. Her eyes started to turn red. Tang Xi realized her mother misunderstood and quickly explained, "It's not Dad. Not Dad. Just looks similar." Ruyue, like her earlier self, was reluctant to accept this fact easily. Tang Xi could only tell her the whole story, including the life experiences Liu Yan had shared with her. Ryue's hands hung limply, and she forced a small smile. "Oh, I see. But Wen Jiuyuan and I have a guess. We're wondering if Dad might be connected to the Liu family?" Ruyue looked a bit surprised. "The Liu family?" Tang Xi nodded and shared their possible theory. "If that's true, then at least we've helped Dad find his family." Ryue's expression was calm. "That sounds pretty good." Tang Xi tilted her head in confusion. "Aren't you happy to hear that?" She thought her mother would be pleased. Tang Ruyue gave a sarcastic smile and said, "Can't even see through your own child, letting him suffer outside for so many years. What kind of family member are you? If Xiezhong really was Liu family's lost child, what if he hadn't been abandoned back then? Growing up in the Liu family, would he have avoided the unfair treatment from the Xie father and son? Would he have endured fewer hardships while growing up? Could he have used his intelligence better and achieved greater success? Would he not have to die?" Tang Ruyue looked sad and full of regret. Tang Xi somewhat understood her mother's feelings and fell silent, saying nothing. The kitchen fell into a heavy silence, until Wen Jiuyuan suddenly entered. Shi, I have something to talk to you about." He sensed something unusual in the kitchen and thought the mother and daughter might have argued. Tang Xi saw his expression and explained proactively, "I just told Mom about Uncle Liu Yan and Uncle Liu." Wen Jiuyuan suddenly understood. "Actually, what I wanted to talk to you about is the same, about the Liu family. I've made some progress in my investigation."
Hong Kong.
Liu Yan is also investigating this matter, but he faces more problems than Wen Jiuyuan, making the investigation harder. After all, it involves old family secrets and the distraction of moving from the mainland to Hong Kong. To find out the truth, he must locate the elders of the Liu family from back then. This is really very difficult. As for directly asking his parents, Liu Yan has considered it. But he has a gut feeling that he should find some clues first before approaching them, or else. Liu Yan stood by the study window, lost in thought. Similar scenes had happened several times since he returned to Hong Kong in just a few days. Knock, knock, knock. Uncle Long knocked and entered. "Lu Sheng, you called for me?" Liu Yan raised his hand to gesture. "Sit down." The atmosphere felt a bit different. Uncle Long, who usually showed no emotion, was secretly nervous. He sat carefully, not daring to sit firmly, but rather sitting on the front third of the chair, straightening his back, with hands on his knees, a very tense posture. Liu Yan saw this and smiled. "Uncle Long, sometimes you're really easy to understand." Uncle Long looked up. "Why?" Liu Yan pointed at him across the table. "Isn't this just saying you're feeling guilty?"
"Why?"
"Because you promised the old master?" Uncle Long lowered his head in guilt and said nothing more. Liu Yan ignored him and continued, "I know that although I have been kind to you all these years and willing to risk my life for you, deep down, you still remember the old master's kindness in saving your life." Uncle Long pursed his lips. "If it weren't for the old master, I would have died long ago." He suddenly realized and hurriedly explained, "But I absolutely never betrayed Lu Sheng in front of the old master." Liu Yan nodded, indicating he understood. Otherwise, he wouldn't have allowed Liu Zhiheng's spies to stay close to him. Uncle Long was able to stay because he knew what he should do and what he shouldn't. But this time, it seemed he miscalculated. Liu Yan slightly curled his lips. "Before returning to Hong Kong, I always sensed you wanted to talk to me, but couldn't find the chance. But after we got back, you never brought it up again."
"Why?"
"Because the old master didn't allow you to say?" Uncle Long was silent for a moment, then nodded. "Yes, the old master didn't let me speak." He had made a choice between Liu Yan and Liu Zhiheng's father and son. Since he had made his decision, Uncle Long had nothing to hide. He explained the whole story. Actually, it wasn't a big deal. Uncle Long had been part of the Liu family for nearly 30 years. The longer he stayed, the more he encountered different things. Once, he helped the old master's assistant organize some items and unexpectedly found a black and white photo hidden in a gap between a cabinet and the wall. The photo showed a young Liu Zhiheng and his wife, Guolingi, holding a baby wrapped in a blanket. It was clearly a happy family photo, smiling happily. At first, Uncle Long didn't think much of it. He thought it was a picture from when Liu Yan was born, taken during a collaboration with the old master and the old lady, ready to be handed to the assistant. Suddenly, he noticed the date in the lower right corner of the photo. Liu Yan's birth date was well known throughout the Liu family, including Uncle Long. But the date on the photo didn't match Liu Yan's birthday at all. It was more than a year earlier. This meant that, at the time the photo was taken, Liu Yan hadn't been born yet. So, who were the people in the photo? Most importantly, on the back of the photo, there was a small inscription taken at the Liu residence in Beijing. Uncle Long was immediately surprised. But he was always cautious and didn't like to talk much. So, even though he was curious, he kept his feelings quiet. Until this time, when he went to the mainland with Liu Yan and met Tang Xi, memories from the past were brought back to the surface. Because so many years had passed, Uncle Long was worried about forgetting details. After returning to Hong Kong, he found the old man's assistant to ask about this matter. By the way, the two had been friends for over 10 years. Otherwise, when they were organizing things earlier, the assistant wouldn't have pulled Uncle Long to look at the photos together. However, right after Uncle Long asked the assistant, he was called by the old man for a talk and was told not to reveal anything about the photos to Liu Yan. Liu Yan felt neither happy nor angry, just deep in thought. Are you saying they had another child before me? And this child is very likely her biological father. Uncle Long quickly lowered his head. I don't know. He only shared what he knew and dared not jump to conclusions. But Liu Yan connected the dots and believed this was the only answer. The question was, why did Liu Zhiheng not want Liu Yan to know about this? Liu Yan simply thought about it briefly. Then he went straight to Liu Zhiheng's villa. People in Hong Kong value family harmony and father-son bonds. Many big families like the Liu family all live under one roof. But this tradition was broken in the Liu family. When he was young, Liu Yan took on his parents' hopes. From being unnoticed to gaining importance and making his parents proud, their relationship was naturally good. But after Liu Yan became the chairman of the board and fully controlled the Liu family, things changed. His father, Liu Zhiheng, had always been on the fringes of the family. If he hadn't had a good son, he would never have become the old master of the Liu family. So, after Liu Yan gained power, Liu Zhiheng, who had been indifferent to fame and fortune all his life, suddenly took an interest in the company's affairs and repeatedly tried to put his own people into key positions. Liu Yan tolerated this for 2 years. When he saw Liu Zhiheng showing off and acting arrogantly, causing complaints even within the board, he decided to take action. He gathered evidence and filed lawsuits against all of Liu Zhiheng's close associates. All cases involved economic crimes, with sentences starting at 3 years. This move shocked the entire Liu family and also shocked Hong Kong. From then on, everyone in Hong Kong knew Liu Yan as a ruthless person who didn't even recognize his own father. The board of directors, already displeased with Liu Zhiheng's behavior, didn't criticize Liu Yan for abandoning his family. Instead, they respected him even more. By making his father the target, Liu Yan gained everyone's trust and established his authority in the Liu family and the entire Hong Kong business world. But it only damaged his relationship with his parents. From being close and harmonious, they now argue whenever they meet, and their relationship has quickly cooled to freezing. Since then, Liu Zhiheng moved to a villa on Taiping Mountain, staying mostly at home with his wife, Guolingi. His contact with Liu Yan also became less frequent. Liu Yan's 2 children, Liu Jiuhui and Liu Jiayi, grew up with their grandparents and also moved to Taiping Mountain. They try to spend at least 1 day a week with Liu Yan at Deepwater Bay. Although they say they're visiting, Liu Yan is busy with work and often works overtime at the company. He rarely sees his siblings at home, and going 10 or 15 days without talking is common. This time, Liu Yan suddenly came to Taiping Mountain. The servants there were very surprised. Liu Zhiheng had been staying in the hospital these days, and Guolingyi was also staying there with him. Coincidentally, Liu Jiahui and Liu Jiayi were not at home either. So, when Liu Yan arrived, no one at the villa could receive him. And no one could stop him. Liu Yan went up to the second floor to Liu Zhiheng's study and started searching himself. The butler stood at the door, hesitant to speak. But Liu Yan quickly found what he was looking for. A photo was tucked inside a book, hidden in a corner. At first glance, it seemed well hidden, but it still couldn't hide Liu Yan's understanding of Liu Zhiheng. Liu Yan took the photo and turned around, meeting the butler's panicked eyes. He knew the butler was also an elder close to Liu Zhiheng, having been with him for over 50 years. He shook the photo slightly and asked, "Do you know what this is?" The butler hurriedly lowered his head. "I don't know." "Forget it." Liu Yan didn't expect much. "I'll ask him directly." The butler, flustered, quickly called the hospital after Liu Yan left. When Liu Yan arrived at the ward, he saw Liu Zhiheng, trying to stay calm. Before he could speak, Liu Zhiheng's suppressed anger and questioning came first. "Who told you to casually enter my study? Rummaging through my things. Are these the rules the Liu family taught you? Or do you think I'm old and defeated by you, so I'm not worth your respect?" His voice echoed in the quiet ward, mingling with the beeping of medical equipment. Liu Yan listened quietly, then smiled inexplicably. He pulled out a chair and sat down beside him. "Why are you so angry? Aren't you supposed to have a heart condition? Don't get upset and harm your health." Liu Zhiheng shouted loudly, "I'd be lucky if I don't die from your anger." Liu Yan leaned back in his chair and took out the photo. "Is it because of this?" Liu Zhiheng's expression suddenly changed. "Where did you see this photo?"
Could it be
"All along? He really betrayed me." Liu Yan sneered. "Father, if Uncle Long listened to you, that would be true betrayal." Liu Zhiheng choked and couldn't speak. After a while, he angrily pounded the bed frame and shouted, "Are you just trying to deliberately make me angry until I die peacefully?" Liu Yan didn't want to waste time arguing about trivial things with Liu Zhiheng. He opened the door and asked directly, "Who is the person in the photo? My brother?" Liu Zhiheng suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he reluctantly spoke, "Yes." "Why didn't I know? He went missing?" Liu Yan's eyes were sharp like a sword. Liu Zhiheng clenched his fists. "So, even you are questioning me about this?" Liu Yan caught the key point. "Are there others?" Liu Zhiheng gritted his teeth. "You."
Grandpa?
Liu Yan's grandpa was Liu Zhiheng's father. Years ago, the Liu family was a prominent family on the mainland. Liu Zhiheng's father was a scholar from the previous dynasty, holding a third-rank official position. But the Liu family was large and had many children. Liu Zhiheng was neither the eldest nor the legitimate heir. He was lower in rank, and his mother was a maid, making him insignificant among the legitimate and illegitimate brothers. If the previous dynasty hadn't fallen and if new ideas hadn't swept through, a family like the Liu family, which valued tradition, would never have allowed Liu Zhiheng to inherit the family business. Liu Yan observed Liu Zhiheng's expression. It was the first time he heard about his grandfather's past. After the shipwreck and losing his memory, his grandfather was still alive, but from what people around him said, he didn't spend much time with his grandfather and wasn't close to him. It wasn't until he started working in the group and showed talent in business that his grandfather paid attention to him, defeating many other Liu family descendants and successfully rising to a high position. Soon after, his grandfather passed away, nearly 20 years ago. How Liu Yan maintained his position as heir and suppressed his brothers and uncles. That was another story. Liu Yan brought his thoughts back. Grandpa was very angry about my brother's disappearance, so he blamed you. Could it be that our family staying on the mainland is also because of this? This made Liu Yan recall an old story. It was something he heard the old Liu family member mention casually. The Liu family had actually moved to Hong Kong early on, taking even the gardener with them. Only Liu Zhiheng and Guolingyi's couple arrived in Hong Kong a full year later. Others said it was because Guolingyi was pregnant and worried about the baby's health. But Liu Yan always felt there was more to it. Now, Liu Zhiheng was talking about the past, and it seemed to be exactly that. Your grandfather really liked your older brother. Zhiheng shows a nostalgic expression, as if his thoughts are pulled back many years. You know, your grandfather has many children, but he never paid much attention to me. He can't even remember my birth order or name, and often calls me the wrong one. Everything changed after your eldest brother was born. He was born on your grandfather's birthday, and at that time, there was a family celebration. But your grandfather fell seriously ill and was near death. Your eldest brother was born during this time, which made me very anxious because I thought the timing was bad. But it turned out to be very good. The first cry of your eldest brother was heard by your grandfather somehow, and from then on his health started to improve. All his illnesses disappeared, and he lived many more years. He always believed that your eldest brother's strong fate brought him good luck and was his lucky star. Liu Yan remains silent and begins to understand. After your eldest brother went missing, did your grandfather become angry with you? Zhiheng feels a bit embarrassed but nods. Yes, he thought it was my and your mother's fault. He believed we didn't watch the children properly, which led to him being taken away. At that time, the Liu family decided to move to Hong Kong. To punish us, he left us in Beijing and ordered us to find your eldest brother before we could board the ship to Hong Kong. So, Zhiheng and Guolingyi didn't stay in the mainland because of unstable pregnancy. They were abandoned. Zhiheng still harbors resentment, gritting his teeth. It was chaos then. Almost everyone in the Liu family had left. Only I, your mother, and a few servants stayed behind at the old house, under constant watch. We couldn't sleep well at night, and almost couldn't survive. Luckily, your mother was pregnant with you. After you were born, I immediately wrote a letter to your grandfather, which allowed us to board the ship. That's so, you blame the missing eldest brother? Liu Yan's voice sounds strange. He feels like his father's mind might be broken. Being kidnapped wasn't the brother's wish. It was an accident. Zhiheng doesn't dare blame his father, so he can only blame the helpless, newborn baby. This isn't just a matter of a broken mind, but pure cowardice and helplessness. Liu Yan clearly shows his disdain in his eyes. Seeing this, Zhiheng suddenly becomes angry and argues. I don't resent him. He's also my child. Over the years, your mother and I have traveled back and forth across the mainland just to find him. Liu Yan remains expressionless. Isn't it just to win your grandfather's heart again? When he first met his grandfather, he could clearly feel his deliberate coldness. It turns out the root of the problem was here. Liu Zhiheng's face showed his embarrassment, and he suddenly relaxed, muttering, You don't understand. You really don't understand at all. No, Liu Yan understood very well. He had long seen through Liu Zhiheng's true nature, a cold and power-hungry person. The so-called disinterest in fame and fortune in recent years was just a disguise. In reality, he was greedy and weak. When the eldest son could bring him benefits, he would smile happily and brightly, as shown in the photo. But when the eldest son only brought blame and threats, he would quickly forget about him, even forbidding others to mention him over the years. Was Grandpa's disdain for his father only because of the disappearance of the eldest brother? Probably not. Liu Yan had seen through his true character. No wonder, before he died, Grandpa held his hand and said with emotion, Fortunately, you're not like your father. I understand now. Liu Yan was too lazy to say more and stood up naturally. Liu Zhiheng hurriedly stopped him. Wait, you haven't told me why you're investigating this. Liu Yan was a bit surprised. Uncle Long didn't tell you? Liu Zhiheng felt frustrated and clenched his teeth. That means he didn't say anything. Liu Yan was quite surprised. He had planned to transfer Uncle Long away from him, but now it seemed he could keep him around for a while longer. Liu Yan looked at Liu Zhiheng and said directly, This time, I went to the mainland and met my eldest brother's relatives. At that moment, Liu Zhiheng's expression was so complicated it was hard to describe with words.
He.
Liu Zhiheng's lips trembled, unable to speak. Liu Yan chuckled softly. He has already passed away unexpectedly, but he still has a daughter in the world. Liu Ziheng felt mixed emotions. He actually has a daughter. Before leaving, Liu Yan asked him, "By the way, what's your eldest brother's name?" Liu Ziheng was silent for a long time before replying, "That Liu Zhang. Your grandfather personally chose that name and even carved a nameplate for him."
Zhang. Xia Zhang.
Liu Yan couldn't express the complex feelings in his heart. It turned out that Cece was really his family's child, his own niece. At this moment, he couldn't wait to fly to Tang Xi's side. As her blood-related uncle, replacing her father who had left, he wanted to take good care of her and make her the princess of the Liu family. "Who's there?"
Come out.
Liu Yanjie shouted sternly. His sharp gaze pierced the air, looking toward the silent corner. Soon, the person hiding couldn't bear the pressure anymore.
Daddy.
Liu Jiuhui took 2 steps forward, revealing himself. The forced smile on his face looked even worse than crying. For some reason, Liu Yanjie felt even more upset. "What are you doing standing here?" Liu Yanjie's expression was not good, his eyes full of pressure and scrutiny. "Did you hear what I just said at the door?" Liu Jiuhui trembled and hurriedly explained, "No, I didn't hear anything." Liu Yanjie said nothing, just looking at him with a stern gaze. Liu Jiuhui's mental defenses were weak, and after just a few seconds, he couldn't hold on anymore. "I'm sorry, I only heard a few words just now." "What did you hear?" Liu Yanjie asked coldly. Liu Jiuhui felt that everything he said and did was seen through by Liu Yanjie, so he honestly replied, "I heard you talking to Grandpa about someone named Liu Zhang. He's Grandpa's eldest son, your older brother, who went missing in the mainland years ago. Is that right?" He carefully watched Liu Yanjie's expression. Liu Yanjie's eyes suddenly narrowed. "What do you want to say?" Liu Jiuhui panicked and blurted out, "I heard that Liu Zhang." "Oh no, big uncle. I heard that big uncle has a wife and children in the mainland?" Thinking of Tang Xi, Liu Yanjie's expression softened slightly. "Yes, he has a daughter named Tang Xi, who is 2 years younger than you. She is 20 now, so she is your cousin." Liu Yanjie then counted Tang Xi's position in the Liu family on the mainland, thinking she should call him second uncle. It was as if he saw the broken bonds reconnecting, and he couldn't help but feel happy. He even spoke a few more words to Liu Jiuhui. "Now, your sister is not only Anna, but Cece is also your sister. You need to be a good big brother and take care of her, understand?" Liu Jiuhui felt a strange feeling inside. For the first time, he saw his dad being so thoughtful about someone. For some hidden reason, he tentatively asked, "Is Dad planning to bring Tang Xi to Hong Kong?" Liu Yanjie thought carefully for a moment. She probably wouldn't want to. She's studying at university in Beijing now, and she's doing very well. His eyes unconsciously lit up with pride, feeling a sense of honor. Liu Jiuhui felt a bitter taste in his mouth but forced a smile. Isn't that a good thing? She has such good grades and can attend a better university, like Xiangjiang University or even Harvard, Cambridge, or Stanford. Liu Yan shook his head. It depends on what she wants. Liu Jiuhui suddenly fell silent. Trying to change the subject, he said, "All right, when my cousin comes back and changes her surname to Liu." Change her surname to Liu? Why would she do that? Her family name is Tang, from her mother. Liu Yan replied with displeasure. Liu Jiuhui's spirits lifted a little. "Oh, I thought my cousin might change her surname. After all, as a member of the Liu family, if she wants to get a trust or inherit property, it would be more proper for her to keep the Liu surname." Liu Yan sneered. Is having the surname Liu such a big deal? No matter what her name is, she won't lose what belongs to her. As he spoke, his meaningful gaze fell on Liu Jiuhui. It was a cold glance, like mockery or disdain. Jiuhui, whether in life or in business, only caring about immediate gains and losses isn't a good thing. Sharp as Liu Yan was, he could see through Jiuhui's deliberate probing. Every word was just a worry that Tang Xi's appearance might take away the inheritance meant for him and Liu Jia. He had never liked his son's roundabout way of speaking and his scheming mind. Now he liked him even less. So Liu Yan stopped talking and simply ordered, "Jiuhui, if you have free time, spend more with your grandfather. He'll be very happy." After speaking, he walked past Jiuhui and left. Jiahui's face turned red with anger. He was already a university graduate. But Liu Yan still treated him like a child, unwilling to arrange a position for him at Liu Corporation, except for some entertainment and family events.
And Tang Xi.
Why did she have to appear now? Why at this particular moment? Jiahui clenched his fists in frustration, his expression uncontrolled as he entered the hospital room. Liu Zhiheng, who was on the phone, immediately saw that his beloved grandson looked upset. Thinking about Liu Yan's departure earlier, Liu Zhiheng hung up and raised his eyebrows. Did he say something about you again? Seeing the signs of impending anger, he almost wanted to stand up and confront Liu Yan directly. Jiahui hurriedly stopped him. No. Grandpa, don't argue with Dad. Liu Zhiheng then asked what had happened. Jiahui recounted the conversation in the corridor. After hearing it, Liu Zhiheng remained surprisingly calm. Since she is your big uncle's daughter, she should naturally get her share of the inheritance. Liu Jiahui was worried. But Grandpa, I've never seen Dad care so much for someone. I think he cares about Tang Xi even more than he cares for me and Jai. I believe he prefers Tang Xi to inherit the Liu family rather than me. Liu Zhiheng angrily shouted. Nonsense. He is your real father, not Tang Xi's father. How could he favor a niece over you? Liu Jiahui clenched his fists tightly and said nothing, biting his lip. Seeing this, Liu Zhiheng softened his tone, remembering Liu Yan as a child. Jiahui, don't worry. Didn't I tell you? No one can take away what belongs to the Liu family. Liu Jiahui looked up with red eyes. Grandpa, I understand. I know everything. Liu Zhiheng thought his grandson understood how much he had considered him and nodded happily. Don't worry. I will make sure your dad agrees to make you the heir. Liu Jiahui lowered his head and remained silent. Liu Zhiheng didn't notice his grandson's expression and leaned against the bed, lost in thought. Suddenly, he asked, What's your eldest uncle's daughter's name? Tang Xi? Liu Jiahui nodded expressionlessly. Yes, Tang Xi. Liu Zhiheng sighed softly. Tang Xi. Liu Zhang. Tang Xi. She whispered the name, feeling as if she suddenly understood something. Investigating the Liu family's past in Beijing was easier than expected. Not all servants left when the Liu family moved away. Many elderly workers chose to stay in their hometown or in Beijing, and many are still alive today. With Wen Jiuyuan's ability, finding them was simple. Early in the morning, he personally went to meet an elder from the Liu family to learn about the past. Thus, Tang Ruyue learned about Liu Zhang's character. She also knew that the Liu Yan she met was Liu Zhang's younger brother. The Zhang character on the jade pendant, the time of disappearance. All details matched. The identity of her father, Xia Zhang, naturally became clear. Tang Ruyue's mood was complicated. She was prepared in advance, so she remained relatively calm despite her mixed feelings. Tang Ruyue was not so composed. When she suddenly learned such a big secret, she couldn't even maintain a basic expression. She then found an excuse and went into a guest room to calm down. Now, only Tang Xi sat alone in the living room. Tang Xi felt mixed emotions and kept glancing at the guest room door on the first floor multiple times. She wanted to go upstairs and knock, worried that her mother might be crying inside alone. But she also knew that Tang Ruyue didn't want to be disturbed right now. If she went in now, it would only cause more trouble, forcing Tang Ruyue to pretend everything was fine. Let her calm down. She's just found out such big news. Mom probably isn't feeling peaceful right now, Wen Jiuyuan said as he walked down the stairs. Tang Xi looked at him blankly and asked confusedly, Where did you just go? Wen Jiuyuan flicked his finger and took out a business card. On it was clearly Liu Yan's phone number. Tang Xi remembered. Oh, he gave you his card. That means they can call Hong Kong directly and contact Liu Yan. Wen Jiuyuan placed the card in front of Tang Xi and asked, Do you want to call? Tang Xi hesitated. This time, the person Wen Jiuyuan found was one of the servants left behind in Beijing by Liu Zhiheng and Guolingyi. He didn't hide anything and told all the details from back then, including Liu Zhiheng's mental shift after his eldest son went missing, initially worried and hoping the child would be found soon as a father. But at some point, That worry turned into resentment and hatred. Do such relatives even need to be found again? Tang Xi hesitated for 2 seconds and said, "Call." Wen Jiuyuan silently pushed the business card forward. Tang Xi seemed to be telling him, or perhaps telling herself, at least, "This Mr. Liu is different. He's been good to me." She knew she could choose to only recognize Uncle Liu and cut all ties with the Liu family. Wen Jiuyuan always supported her unconditionally. "Yeah, that's good too." In his encouraging gaze, Tang Xi picked up the house phone in the living room and dialed the number. It rang for a long time, but no one answered. Her heart was pounding like a drum, extremely nervous. After all this fuss, she felt less nervous. "Maybe he's busy," Wen Jiuyuan explained.
Tang Xi, not that.
"Then I'll try again." She dialed the number again. This time it rang for a long time too. But just as the call was about to disconnect, it was answered. Tang Xi was about to hang up when she heard a voice and was a bit surprised. "Uncle Liu? Who are you?" The voice on the other end was not Liu Yan's, but a strange young man speaking somewhat awkward Mandarin. Could he be a family member of Liu Yan? Tang Xi thought for a moment and politely said, "Hello, my name is Tang Xi. I wanted to find Mr. Liu Yan." "Oh, it's you." The other person's reaction was a bit surprising. Tang Xi froze. "Do you know me?" The person simply nodded and said, "I've heard about you from my dad and grandpa." Tang Xi's breath caught slightly. "Dad? My dad is Liu Yan and I am his son, Liu Jiuhui. So, technically, I am your cousin." The young man spoke casually, but Tang Xi felt no friendliness or kindness from him. Tang Xi suddenly fell silent.
So,
her face tightened slightly. "So Uncle Liu has a child? I've never heard this before." For some reason, she felt a little upset. Strange. Why was she feeling unhappy? Was it because Liu Yan reminded her of her dad, making her think her dad was being taken away? Tang Xi warned herself not to think that way. Liu Yan was her uncle, not her dad. And at his age, having children was normal. People in Hong Kong often valued having many children after all. She thought she had understood. Nearby, Wen Jiuyuan saw Tang Xi's lips turn down in displeasure. He quietly sat closer to her and gently placed his hand on her shoulder. On the phone, Liu Jiuhui continued arrogantly, "Didn't Dad tell you? I am his eldest son. I also have a sister, Anna Liu Jiai. So, we're siblings. I heard you're now in the mainland? I'm glad you're returning to the Liu family. When you move to Hong Kong, I'll introduce you to our relatives and friends so they can meet you. Also, you can go to better schools. Do you prefer M country or Y country? Oh, you should learn English first. I heard that people from the mainland aren't very good at English, but that's okay. Once you come from the mainland to Hong Kong, you'll adapt quickly." "Shut up," Tang Xi interrupted angrily, cutting off Liu Jiuhui's condescending words. She almost laughed out loud from frustration. Uncle Liu's son, and he was such a person? Don't worry, if Hong Kong is full of people like you, arrogant, ignorant, and foolish, I would never set foot on that land in my life. She slammed down the phone. Wen Jiuyuan quickly held her hand. "Don't be angry." Tang Xi clenched her teeth. "I'm not angry. I don't want to be angry. I just find it strange. Why Uncle Liu?"
Liu Yan has a son like that.
Wen Jiuyuan could tell that Tang Xi was not only angry but had already directed her anger at Liu Yan. He calmly said, "Maybe we should ask Mr. Liu." A faint shadow flickered in Wen Jiuyuan's eyes. His calmness was only superficial. In fact, Wen Jiuyuan was also feeling upset. Just now, he didn't know how much effort he used to stop himself from grabbing the phone. But it was impossible to just let this matter go. Wen Jiuyuan didn't mind reporting the incident in front of Liu Yan. If Liu Yan didn't discipline his own child, even if Liu Jiuhui was in Hong Kong, he still had the ability to make him swallow words he shouldn't say. Tang Xi knew Wen Jiuyuan was right. Liu Yan is Liu Yan and Liu Jiuhui is Liu Jiuhui. Even if they are father and son, they shouldn't be confused with each other. "I don't want to fight anymore." She couldn't quite explain her feelings of frustration at this moment, so she simply used the excuse of going upstairs to read a book and quickly slipped away. Wen Jiuyuan looked helplessly at her back, silent. He handled some matters in the living room while waiting for Tang Xi to calm down. But when Tang Ruyue came out of the guest room, she was still nowhere to be seen. Wen Jiuyuan lowered his eyes, deep in thought. It seemed that Tang Xi cared about Mr. Liu more than he had imagined. Could it be because her father's death caused her to transfer her feelings to Liu Yan? Where is she? Tang Ruyue asked. Wen Jiuyuan said she went upstairs to read. Tang Ruyue originally wanted to ask more about the Liu family, but when she heard Wen Jiuyuan's words, she immediately shifted her attention. Reading takes mental energy. She just came back. She needs more rest. Wen Jiuyuan nodded in agreement. Yes, that's right. I'll go upstairs and call her down. He had already wanted to find an excuse to see her, so now it was perfect. After he left, Tang Ruyue thought for a moment, but didn't follow. She sat on the sofa and caught a glimpse of a file bag on the table with the name Lu Zhang written on it. Her mood quietly drifted away, until she was interrupted by a sudden, urgent phone ring. Tang Ruyue was startled, quickly looking at the landline ringing. She didn't answer impulsively, but called out to the upstairs. Jiuyuan, your phone is ringing. The soundproofing was very good. There was no response from upstairs. The phone was about to stop ringing. Worried she might miss an important call, Tang Ruyue hurriedly picked up the receiver just before it hung up. Hello. She tried cautiously. There was silence on the other end. Hello? Tang Ruyue thought the other side had already hung up. She called twice without response, just about to put the phone down.
Wait.
It seemed like the other person took a deep breath before speaking again. Tang Ruyue's hand paused in midair before she lowered it back to her ear. I thought no one was there. Hello, this is Tang Xi, Wen Jiuyuan's home. May I ask if you have something to discuss with him? The other person didn't answer her question directly, but asked instead. Who are you? Tang Ruyue frowned in confusion. The microphone made her voice sound a bit distorted, and the voice on the other end sounded strange and unfamiliar. This made her naturally become cautious. Who are you? There was a brief silence on the other side before they replied. I'm Liu Yan, maybe. Oh, it's you. I know you.
Tang Vu Suden Li Dilit.
She instinctively felt a bit happy because this person was her family's lifesaver, Cece's rescuer. But then she thought again, this person as a lifesaver was also from the Liu family. Most likely, he was Xie Zhang's younger brother. Suddenly, her happiness faded, and her tone grew serious. I heard Cece mention you.
So, who are you?
I am her mother, Tang Ruyue. Hello. Tang Ruyue tried to be as polite as possible. Unexpectedly, the other person immediately sensed her mood. Miss Tang, do you dislike me? How sudden. Tang Ruyue felt a bit annoyed. What dislike? Are all you people from Hong Kong so impolite? She was gentle by nature, even soft. Usually, she rarely argued with others like this. But she just couldn't hold back now. There was a moment of silence, then the person said, Sorry, I didn't realize this was a sensitive topic. Tang Ruyue didn't want to continue the conversation. Cece is busy now. Later, I will tell her that you called.
Click.
Tang Ruyue decisively hung up the phone. Meanwhile, in Hong Kong, a tall man stood in the shadow of his study, looking somewhat gloomy and disappointed. He didn't understand why he suddenly felt this way. Could it be that he felt his brother's family didn't welcome him, so he was a bit disappointed? Liu Yan found a reason for himself and convinced himself reluctantly. He patiently waited. He waited nearly an hour before he finally received a call from Tang Xi. In this world, hardly any call made him wait so long. But now, he didn't mind at all. When he answered the call, he even felt grateful. Cece? His tone was surprisingly gentle, cautious as he tested the waters. But Tang Xi's reply was unusually cold. Uncle Liu. Liu Yan didn't care about the details of the attitude and smiled, saying, I have a surprise for you. Is it about my dad's real background? I already know. Tang Xi interrupted him directly. The joy Liu Yan wanted to share got stuck in his throat, neither going up nor down. He rarely felt so helpless. Aren't you happy? He thought Tang Xi would be very happy to meet his uncle. Even if not happy, at least, wouldn't dislike it. Liu Yan lowered his voice almost humbly and asked, Did I do something wrong, uncle? Tang Xi answered coldly, no, you're overthinking. But you used to be so distant from me before. Liu Yan almost blurted out. Soon, he sensed something was wrong. Did something happen? This question seemed to turn on a switch. Tang Xi sneered coldly. Uncle Liu, if your Liu family isn't sincere about this family reunion, you can pretend nothing happened. Anyway, my dad is no longer here, and my mom and I don't need any of the Liu family's property. Why do you act like we're enemies? Also, I won't go to Hong Kong. I prefer to stay in the mainland. Even if it's backward and old, it's still my home. I won't allow anyone to insult it. Tang Xi grew more annoyed as she spoke, almost pointing at Liu Yan's nose and scolding him. But Liu Yan had no temper at all and could only comfort her kindly. Why refuse the property? You're part of our Liu family, which means you're my child. Since that's the case, you won't lack anything you deserve. Besides, who would despise their own home? I never wanted you to move to Hong Kong. In a flash, he remembered. Who told you all this? Tang Xi unceremoniously complained. I heard his name is Liu Jiuyuan. He's your eldest son, Uncle Liu. She emphasized each word heavily. Liu Yan's heart pounded. The more he listened, the more guilty he felt. Liu Jiuyuan is indeed my son. He should be your cousin. No, I didn't mean for you to acknowledge him as family. I'm sorry if he said the wrong thing. I rarely see him, and I didn't know he secretly answered my calls. I'm really sorry, Shishi. Tang Xi suddenly calmed down. Uncle Liu, if there's no fate, there's no need to force a family bond. I will always remember your kindness in saving me. But that's all. Liu Yan was very panicked. It was like watching the sand in his hand slip away with the wind.
Wait, Sissy.
Just as he was about to hang up the phone from Tang Xi, he called her back in time, speaking in a nearly pleading tone. I'll be in the mainland in a couple of days. When I get there, I will explain everything properly. Listen to me first, then decide whether to accept me as your uncle. Is that okay? Tang Xi was silent for several minutes before reluctantly saying, Liu Yan let out a heavy sigh of relief. Sisi, thank you for giving me this chance. Tang Xi snorted but didn't respond, quickly hanging up the phone. Liu Yan's smile disappeared. He shouted through the thick door. Come in. There was a rustling sound at the door, but it was someone fleeing in the opposite direction. Liu Yan's face darkened. Liu Jiuyuan, don't treat others like fools. Footsteps froze.
Click.
The doorknob was slowly turned open. A stiff Liu Jiuyuan stood at the door. Liu Yan looked straight at him with a sharp gaze. It seems you haven't listened to my warning at all. Liu Jiuyuan trembled like a leaf. He had suspected that Liu Yan might be kind to Tang Xi, but he never expected it to be this good. Including Tang Xi, who completely behaved differently from what he imagined and even started to complain. Why didn't things go the way he expected? Dad, I was wrong. Liu Jiuyuan nervously admitted his mistake. But Liu Yan was already too tired to say more. You're planning to intern at the company next month? Fine, you don't need to go anymore. Also, your trust fund, I will have it stopped, and all your cards will be frozen. From now on, reflect on what you did wrong. Liu Yan got up quickly and left to arrange for the journey to the mainland again. Liu Jiuyuan chased after him, wanting to explain that he meant no harm. Before he could get close, two tall, strong bodyguards stepped forward to block him.
Dad! Dad!
Liu Jiuyuan shouted loudly at Liu Yan. But Liu Yan never looked back. His voice attracted Liu Jiuyuan, who had just returned from shopping with big bags. Brother, what's wrong? Liu Jiuyuan, in a good mood, dropped his bags and rushed over. Liu Jiuyuan raised his face, showing a resentful look. Dad has lost his mind. He actually blamed me for a stranger. Liu Jiuyuan couldn't understand what he was saying and could only listen to Liu Jiuyuan's rambling. Then she understood. Are you saying Dad has a brother who stayed in the mainland, so I have a half-sister? Liu Jiuyuan stared at her fiercely. Are you happy? Liu Jiuyuan tilted her head and asked, Huh? Shouldn't I be happy? I got a new older sister. Liu Jiuyuan quickly grabbed her arm and said, Are you stupid? Having another sister means sharing the inheritance. And look at Dad's attitude toward her. He's never been this nice to us. Liu Jiayi winced in pain and pulled away from her brother. She couldn't help but say, "But I can't spend all that money anyway. The Liu family is so rich, sharing a bit isn't a big deal." As for Dad's attitude, maybe it's just fate. Grandparents treat us better than Dad does. Dad has never said anything about it. Liu Jiayi is a very fair child and sees things clearly. But Liu Jiahui couldn't understand. His sister should naturally stand with him, so why was she on the other side? Traitor. Liu Jiahui glared fiercely at Liu Jiayi and stumbled away. Liu Jiayi sat on the ground, feeling a bit sad, and shook her head.
Oh no.
My Birkin bag is still on the cold floor. She quickly ran to find her new bag, pushing her brother's feelings aside. But Liu Jiayi thought about this very simply. She believed that even if Dad was angry, it would only be for a little while. In reality, Liu Yan's punishment for Liu Jiahui was much harsher than everyone expected. Actions like cutting off trust and freezing credit cards might make Liu Jiahui suffer a bit, but they wouldn't hurt him badly. Whether it was her sister Liu Jiayi or her caring grandparents, even a little bit of their support was enough for him. Most importantly, he had been suspended from the internship at the company. Liu Yan not only did this but also let the news spread. Everyone at the Liu family thought Liu Jiahui would finish college, intern at the family company, learn and grow, and then become the future heir. But now that might not be true. Liu Yan clearly didn't like Liu Jiahui, and his youngest daughter Liu Jiayi wasn't interested in business either. This made some relatives from the other house start to get restless. Given Liu Yan's only the strong survive style, he probably didn't like the pampered son like Liu Jiahui, but preferred capable, hardworking people. They tried everything to win Liu Yan's favor. This news reached Liu Zhiheng, who was in the hospital, and it made him so angry he spat blood. Note that this is not an adjective, but actual bleeding from the mouth. It was caused by extreme anger affecting the heart. Since being ignored by his biological father has been a deep concern for Liu Zhiheng since childhood. After Liu Yan became chairman of the Liu Group, Liu Zhiheng tried several times to suppress the family members of his brothers working in the company. If Liu Yan only judged by strength and results, Liu Zhiheng's efforts might have succeeded. Now, the entire Liu family seems to be in the hands of his descendants. If Liu Yan dislikes Liu Jiahui and decides to hand over the family to his brother's children instead, Liu Zhiheng is truly furious enough to make himself sick. Of course, things aren't much better now. Numerous doctors gather in Liu Zhiheng's hospital room, looking serious. After careful discussion, they conclude that Liu Zhiheng's heart condition is poor and he needs open chest surgery. No one expected that the excuse Liu Zhiheng made up to trick Liu Yan into returning to Hong Kong would actually come true. Liu Jiahui and Liu Jie anxiously wait in the corridor. Next to them is Guolingyi, lost in thought. Liu Zhiheng, nearly unconscious, suddenly regains some strength, pulls off his oxygen mask, and weakly tells his assistant to call Liu Yan over. The assistant looks troubled and says that Liu Yan has already boarded a flight to the mainland, and the plane has taken off. They cannot contact him. Liu Zhiheng becomes even angrier, faints on the spot, and is hurriedly rushed into emergency care. Meanwhile, Liu Yan on the plane is completely unaware of all this. He looks at the mainland gradually coming into view below, a smile on his face. There are no direct flights from Hong Kong to Beijing. So Liu Yan first flew to Yangcheng, stayed for half a day, then took another flight to Beijing. This trip was not kept secret, and he received a warm welcome from the local liaison department in Yangcheng. Because of Liu Yan's big moves, before investing in the Liu Group under his own name, he donated a museum, 2 libraries, and 20 primary schools in remote areas. This was only the first batch of charity donations. If the Liu Group plans to develop long-term in the mainland, such donations will continue. Not to mention, Liu Group's investments in the mainland have created thousands of jobs in just a few years, boosting the local economy. Such an open, generous, and straightforward businessman, who asks for little in return, is rarely seen by the local officials, who are all smiles and repeatedly instruct their staff to treat Liu Yan well. After learning that Liu Yan planned to go to the capital city, they even sent someone to accompany him. They arranged his accommodation and transportation in the city as well. Liu Yan did not refuse this kindness. Although he had visited the mainland once before, he still felt somewhat unfamiliar, and traveling and staying there were not very convenient. With help from others, he avoided many troubles. This allowed him to focus more on meeting his relatives. Yes, Liu Yan's main purpose this time was to find his family. He wanted to meet his niece Tang Xi, and also visit the place where his older brother grew up. That place was also where Tang Xi was raised. He wondered what kind of beautiful and talented environment it was. Liu Yan was full of anticipation. The plane landed in the capital city. Assistant Wei Xian stayed close by his side. Driver Uncle Long was pushing the luggage behind them. The local leader's secretary, Xiao Qin, was a native of the city. He was transferred here with the leader and knew the city very well. He was almost like a guide for this trip. Xiao Qin smiled warmly. The car and driver are waiting at the door. We're staying at the Beijing hotel. If you don't mind, a friend of the leader would like to invite you to dinner tonight. Liu Yan was not surprised by this request. Not only people from Yangqing wanted him to invest, but those from the capital city also had their own intentions. It was likely that the leader making the request was introduced by the leader from Yangqing. Liu Yan came with the purpose of investing and was open to such interactions. However, I'd like to rest tonight. Please tell them I'll be available in a couple of days. When he declined, Xiao Qin was not embarrassed. Instead, he smiled brightly. Of course. We will coordinate with Mr. Liu's schedule. He was already prepared for rejection before speaking. He didn't expect that this famous Hong Kong tycoon was so approachable, completely different from the rumors. He was very friendly and eager to invest in the mainland, unlike some who, after arriving, complained about everything and acted superior, as if they weren't here to invest but to give charity. In terms of wealth, those arrogant investors probably weren't richer than Mr. Liu, who was truly a big tycoon and easy to talk to. After a few inner thoughts, Xiao Qin hurriedly helped Liu Yan into the car. Liu Yan sat in the back seat on the right, looking out the window at the passing scenery. Their flight was early in the morning, around 9 or 10 o'clock. Today the weather was very nice, with a clear blue sky and hardly any clouds. On the wide road, bicycles were everywhere, and lively, smiling people could be seen all around. Although they dressed simply, even quite plain, Liu Yan could feel a strong sense of vitality from them. Liu Yan observed carefully, and his serious look caught the attention of Secretary Xiao Qin in the passenger seat. Secretary Xiao Qin looked at Liu Yan and saw that he seemed to really like the capital city and the mainland, and his smile became even more genuine. To Mr. Liu, is the capital city very different from Yangqing? Liu Yan nodded. Yes, it's also different from Hong Kong. Secretary Xiao Qin was good at talking and continued. Different places have different styles. Old folks say each city has its own character, just like people. Liu Yan listened carefully. That's interesting. Secretary Xiao Qin seemed to open up and started talking enthusiastically. When the car passed through a neighborhood of traditional houses, he excitedly pointed and said, "That direction is my home. I've been busy with work lately, and I haven't been back in several months. Thanks to Mr. Liu, I can finally find time to visit. Home?" Liu Yan looked in the direction he pointed and examined carefully. Suddenly, he noticed some chaos in a corner, his gaze narrowing slightly. Wait, stop the car. Tang Ruyue set up her breakfast stall again. Although her original plan was to take care of her daughter for a few more days, Cece's health was fine, and she was preparing to return to school early. Beside her, a security guard named Shaolin was accompanying her. It seemed that Tang Ruyue didn't have much to do now. Her rice noodle stall, which had only been open for a day, was temporarily closed. Feeling like she needed something to do, Tang Ruyue decided to go out and set up her stall again. Since the idea came suddenly, she didn't notify her sister-in-law and wanted to see if she could manage on her own. At first, everything went smoothly. Many customers remembered her rice noodles and stopped by to buy some. Tang Ruyue was initially happy, thinking her cooking skills left a good impression. But then, one customer accidentally let slip and asked if her daughter had been found. Tang Ruyue was stunned. Only when she saw others giving that customer meaningful looks did she realize. It turned out that the story of Cece's disappearance had already spread, and most of these people were there out of sympathy, buying her rice noodles on purpose. Although they were strangers, the relationship between the rice noodle stall owner and the customers was connected by this kindness. Tang Ruyue felt their simple care and couldn't help but smile, nodding firmly. Yes, I found him. He's now safe and resting at home. A small cheer erupted from the crowd around the rice noodle stall. Everyone was happy to see good news happen nearby. Soon more people came to buy rice noodles. Tang Ruyue was almost overwhelmed, but thanks to the kind and generous customers who didn't mind waiting and allowed her to take her time, she was very grateful. She wiped the sweat that was about to fall into her eyes and felt a bit regretful about coming out to sell today. If only she had asked her sister-in-law to come along. People really shouldn't push themselves too hard. She was just thinking about this when suddenly an untimely voice sounded nearby. "Little Tang, let me help you." Tang Ruyue shivered and quickly turned her head. When she saw who it was, her dislike grew stronger. "Thanks, but no need." She refused quickly. The man standing not far away seemed not to hear her and smiled happily as he reached to help collect the money. Tang Ruyue kept her smile and said more firmly, "I said I don't need help." The man still smiled cheerfully. "Why be so distant? We're all friends here." Tang Ruyue clenched her teeth, looking displeased. An enthusiastic aunt nearby saw this and asked her, "Comrade, is this your husband?" A chill ran down Tang Ruyue's spine. "No, he's not." The kind-hearted aunt nodded repeatedly and straightforwardly said, "I thought so. He doesn't look like one." Tang Ruyue is delicate and gentle, with a kind, water-like beauty. Even though she's been worried about Tang Xi lately, she still doesn't look old, just a little tired, which makes her look even more fragile and beautiful. In contrast, the man next to her looks at least 20 years older than Tang Ruyue, with a shiny bald head and a big yellow tooth when he smiles. His other features are barely recognizable as human. What's most annoying is his gaze, always sticky and scrutinizing, with occasional flashes of sharpness that reveal his ill intentions. This malicious look is especially obvious on Tang Ruyue, as if he considers her his own possession. They look completely mismatched. The kind-hearted aunt's thoughts, shared by many others nearby, also reflected this. Tang Ruyue herself was almost covered in goosebumps. She nervously explained, "He's just my neighbor." Then she turned to the unsolicited man. "Comrade Wong, I said I don't need help. Please go away." Huangmin shook his head and blamed. "People say distant relatives are not as good as neighbors. Since you're my neighbor, you're like a family member. I just want to help Xiao Tang. It's just kindness." His tone made it seem as if Tang Ruyue was being rude. Tang Ruyue clenched her teeth, feeling sick inside. She immediately understood the man's plan. He was the neighbor next door, known for being lazy and fond of eating, nearly 50 years old, and still single. He lived with his 2 brothers and a large family of more than 10 people in a house much smaller than theirs. They argued all day. Life was chaotic. This man probably wanted to move out of that messy home but had no job or money, so he fixated on Tang Ruyue, who lived next door with friends. Especially after learning that the house belonged to Tang Ruyue herself, he became even more friendly, often giving her half-rotten apples, wildflowers from the roadside, or mirrors found in trash heaps. Last time he saw Tang Ruyue selling things at her stall, he secretly calculated how much she earned. Now, during the time when Tang Xi went missing, he came almost every day under the pretense of caring, trying to take advantage. Fortunately, Guan Suxin was a fiery person. When she saw Tang Ruyue in trouble, she stepped in and scolded the man away, giving Tang Ruyue some peace for a while. A few days passed without seeing the man, and Tang Ruyue thought he had given up completely. She was about to forget him. But the man came again. Tang Ruyue, shy and unable to refuse, felt she had already said everything she could to turn him away, yet he still didn't leave, making her feel exhausted. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. "She already said she doesn't know you well. Can't you understand people's words?" It was a familiar voice. Tang Ruyue looked surprised.
Chen. Director Chen.
Standing not far away was Chen Jiaming, the factory manager. He wore a shirt and trousers, often seen in the workshop, and was tall and strong. He had a typical official look, thick eyebrows, bright eyes, a serious expression, clearly a leader of some importance, with an impressive presence. Just hearing her call him Director Xin confirmed his identity. Huang Min, who had been acting casual and carefree, suddenly stiffened. He could rely on his thick skin to get close to Tang Ruyue, but faced a noble leader like Xin Jiaming. He looked like a mouse seeing a cat, unable to speak. Xin Jiaming raised an eyebrow, his imposing presence even stronger. How about? Do you want me to personally ask you to leave? Huang Min dared not stay any longer. He quickly ran away, as if slipping on oil. Tang Ruyue let out a heavy sigh of relief. Thank you, Director In. Have you eaten breakfast? Maybe I can treat you to some rice noodle rolls. I made them myself, clean and hygienic. Feeling genuinely grateful and relieved to be rid of Huang Min's trouble, Tang Ruyue spoke more than usual. Meanwhile, Xin Jiamin, who had been confident earlier in front of Huang Min, suddenly felt a bit at a loss.
Ah?
Sure. Those rice noodle rolls looked delicious. Tang Ruyue pursed her lips and shyly smiled. The enthusiastic aunt who had spoken earlier watched the two with a knowing smile, her eyes shifting back and forth. Tang Ruyue didn't know her thoughts yet. After preparing the aunt's rice noodle rolls, she hurriedly started making some for Xin Jiaming. Seeing her busy and sweating but still moving quickly, Xin Jiaming couldn't help but advise, "It's okay. Take your time. I'm not in a rush." Tang Ruyue smiled. "By the way, I almost forgot to ask Director Xin. Are you here nearby on business?" Xin Jiaming patted his forehead. "Oh, I forgot. I came to visit Comrade Tang Xi. I heard she's back?" Seeing his frustrated expression, Tang Ruyue was amused. "She doesn't live here. She stays at the big courtyard. But since you came all this way, I'll take you there later." Xin Jiaming nodded gratefully. "Thank you so much, Tang." Tang Ruyue smiled warmly. "My name is Tang Ruyue."
Xin Jianming awkwardly nodded. "I am Xin Jianming."
The two exchanged smiles, a scene that caught the eye of someone just getting off the car, who found it quite annoying. Suddenly, a soft exclamation came from behind. "Hey, I didn't expect there to be a rice noodle roll stall in the city. Looks pretty authentic. Mr. Liu, want to try some?" Liu Yan's profile was stern and cold, silent in response. The quick-witted Secretary Qin, sensing his mood was off, quickly fell silent. Liu Yan took a few steps forward. "Hello, I'd like one rice noodle roll." Tang Ruyue looked up suddenly, caught off guard. "Okay, what flavor do you want, comrade?"
Crash.
Comrade Tang Ruyue, just as her spatula was about to hit the pot, knocking over the iron pan. Xin Jiaming quickly stepped forward to stop the falling pan. But unexpectedly, someone faster nearby grabbed Tang Ruyue's arm and pulled her away. "Are you okay? Did you get burned?"